In this world, everyone can enter the marriage room to choose a partner after reaching adulthood. Some people marry tree spirits and awaken as summoning druids. Some marry elves and awaken as archer elves. There are even those who marry zombies and awaken as summoning necromancers. In order to find an ideal partner in the marriage room, I studied psychology for 3 years, because the opposite sex in the room can be from any race in the world. Once the door is opened, one must become partners with the opposite sex in the room. If lucky, the partner will be a rare and powerful elf with high looks, leading to a happy life. If unlucky, the partner may be a fish from the Sakura country and will die from radiation. At this moment, a young woman stands on the platform. She is Zhang Qingqing, the new teacher at Jinsha No. 1 High School. Due to an accident during her partner selection, she ended up with a female rabbit person as her partner, leaving her still single. Today, the first person to leave the room is Jo Yoon, whose partner is an ordinary pig-headed person. If she doesn't die within 7 days, I will do a handstand and defecate, which led to students mocking her one after another. The second one is Zhao Feng, and his marriage partner is a rare level elf. When the elves appeared, the students below all showed envious eyes. The elves are a very special race, with handsome men and beautiful women, and their looks are extremely high. Not only that, the elves also have unique combat skills. The marriage is still ongoing, and it's finally my turn next. Under everyone's gaze, I entered the marriage room. From the outside, the marriage room looks like a one-bedroom, but when I entered, I found that it was not ordinary. There was a corridor about 2 meters wide, with doors of various colors on both sides, and self-introductions hanging at the door. Some say, "Come and love me. I have been waiting for you for a long time," while others say, "Do you love me or not? I don't need you as a man." But I didn't rush to choose. Instead I came to an introduction in pink font. This young lady is 18 years old, lively and lovely. Can I get rich rewards for my marriage? This must be the lively and lovely rabbit tribe. As I was about to open the door, I heard a voice in my ear. The detection system has been activated. It can help the host see through disguises, analyze the weaknesses of weapons, equipment, and monsters. I looked at the pink door in front of me and suddenly had an idea. System, help me analyze it. Analysis complete. Inside the door were the rabbit people. A fat and chubby sausage-mouthed rabbit people with freckles all over their faces. Damn it, thank goodness for the system's help. Otherwise my life would have been ruined. Soon, I arrived in front of another green gate. Analysis completed. Inside the gate was a tree spirit, 218 years old. A newly transformed young tree spirit, very easy to deceive and coax, but the downside is her small chest. Marrying her could potentially awaken a summoning druid. I left a mark on the door and then arrived in front of a blue door. Do not approach. This lady is not ready to get married yet. Analysis completed. Inside the door was a zombie lady, 1145 years old. This zombie lady has an excellent appearance, but the only downside is that her head is not firmly attached and there is a risk of it falling off at any time. Although she won't die, it cannot be repaired. I took a deep breath, and the thought of being too intense during intimate moments, causing her head to fall off, immediately dispelled that idea, and I continued on. Not long after I walked, I was attracted by a red door emitting a huge heat inside, making me sweat even through the door. Don't bother me, go away. Seeing this introduction, I became interested because regardless of whether the person inside the room is willing or not, as long as I open the door, she must marry me as a partner. Analysis completed. Inside the door is the Fire Dragon Princess, age 3261, looks 97 out of 100, combat power, mythical level, perfect body, hot-tempered, naturally simple, a homebody dragon who has never left home. The dragon is definitely one of the most powerful races, and after marrying the dragon, not only can you awaken rare professions, but you can also directly gain a 20% damage boost. At the same time, at Jinsha First High School's playground, Zhao Qingsong was assigned an outstanding zombie girl, and many classmates have already started to admire her. Song Ge, let's be friends, take me to fight monsters. Zhao Qingsong is my best friend for 3 years, looking around and not finding my figure. He then looked puzzled at Zhang Qingqing. Has Lu Yun not come out yet? Zhang Qingqing shook her head. Suddenly, a wave of heat came from the direction of the marriage room, raising the temperature of the entire school by more than 10 degrees. Many experienced teachers have noticed this strange change. Some suspect the marriage partner is the hellhound. Some suspect it's the lava man, making the marriage room the focus of the entire school. As the temperature around rose, at this moment, 2 figures walked out of the mating room. I held the hand of the Fire Dragon Princess and walked out. Long coarse appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. She had horns on her head, dragon wings on her back, all the information combined. Some students got a terrifying fact. She was clearly a mythical dragon. Longcore's eyes were full of annoyance, and the temperature around her rose accordingly. She possessed terrifying power, but could only obediently submit to me, her husband. Zhao Qingsong gave me a thumbs up, and I also noticed the zombie girl behind Zhao Qingsong. The allocation of the race level, atmosphere, common, rare, outstanding, epic, legendary, mythological, and other attributes of the target, while the zombie girl is outstanding. Her combat power is comparable to that of an epic existence. It's just that the zombie girl's appearance is inconsistent. As for the dragon of the dragon clan, it is naturally a top existence. Zhang Qingqing saw me coming out, and she smiled and walked up to me. Behind her, there were a large group of people, the most conspicuous of whom was Principal Li Zhang. He stared at me with hot eyes, trying to make me awaken my profession. Because the professions concentrated in mythology are diverse. There was once a legendary alchemist who had no combat power. When he went to collect herbs in a dungeon, he was slapped to death by the dungeon boss. While I was thinking, someone had already started awakening their profession. The first one to come out of the marriage house was Zhou Yun, a wild boar breeder, who raised a group of wild boars to launch attacks, which made many students feel more balanced. Brother Zhou Yun, you will always be the most intense chicken soup for me when I am confused. Zhao Feng awakened as an elf archer, with powerful output and high evasion ability. As more and more people awaken their professions, among them are priests who awaken healing abilities, tanks who resist damage, and necromancers who summon a legion of skeletons. Zhao Qingsong is invincible with this wave of necromancers. I quickly congratulated him. Suddenly, a transparent panel appeared in front of me, corresponding to the opening of the mythological profession library. Please choose one as your awakening profession: Dragon Mage, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Priest, Dragon Knight. I decisively chose the Dragon Knight profession because the Dragon Knight is the strongest melee mage. At the same time, in the Dragon Knight state, the mount will share 80% of all attributes with the knight. I simply want to ride a young girl, absolutely not with the idea of having 80% of the mount's attributes. Successfully changed jobs. Your current profession is Dragon Knight. Learning skills: Flame Dragon Knee Slash, Dragon Scale Protection, Life Regeneration, Dragon Charge. A strong force surges into my body out of nowhere. When I opened my eyes, all the teachers were excitedly discussing Dragon Knight, the Dragon Knight who is known as the strongest knight profession. Seeing this, my classmates all rushed to worship me as their godfather. Principal Li Zhang even asked for my contact information before leaving, and Zhang Qingqing had just finished speaking when a large group of people rushed towards me. Cloud Dad, after I level up, my brothers will do anything for you. Cloud Brother, take me with you. She has a huge amount of milk. And when Zhang Qingqing heard that a girl contacted me, she took the initiative to hold my hand and lead me to the school gate. Lu Yun, do you need me to help you level up? The teacher is a level 40 professional, and because of being summoned as a marriage partner, their level will be forced to be the same as their partner. Although Longcore is at level 119, she can't help me level up. I shook my head and refused. After all, I need to familiarize myself with the skills first, and I hope the teacher can help when we face difficult dungeons. Alright then, the teacher is waiting for your call. After saying that, Zhang Qingqing's face showed reluctance. She turned around and stepped on her high heels, deliberately making a da-da-da-da footsteps, leaving behind an elegant back that gradually went away. You like this type? Longcore watched Lu Yun keep staring at Zhang Qingqing's back and spoke at a very inopportune moment. Why don't you two forget about being together? I've only just reached adulthood. It's too much of a disadvantage. We're not suitable. Lu Yun glanced aside at this rather eye-catching little red-gowned petite wife and laughed a little. You're over 3,000 years old and you're still claiming to have just reached adulthood? It's only a loss for me, a super fresh meat, to fall into the hands of an old hag like you. Moreover, I respect my teacher, okay? She's my teacher. Longcore looked towards Zhang Qingqing's upturned buttocks and asked meaningfully, Heavy Dao? Which Dao? Lu Yun? You geek girls are horrible. He tugged on Ryukowo and headed straight for the field. Jinsha City level 1 to 10 practice area. Suburban woods. Longcore shook her head in disappointment after surveying the surroundings. Such a boring place. Not fun. Not fun. Lu Yun, then let's have fun together tonight, okay? Longcore's slender arms blocked her chest, shaking her head repeatedly. Don't. People can still be yellow blossom girls now. Lu Yun continued to snub. Then take you to eat delicious lollipops. Okay. After hearing that there is delicious food, Longcore struggled for a bit before reluctantly saying, Then I will consider it. I repeat, if you bully me, be careful, I'll bite you. Lu Yun said, Yes, just promise not to let me hang up in the wild. After entering the wildlife area, he became cautious. As he went deeper, he finally saw his first monster, a boar. Try this skill first. Dust flew as Lu Yun stamped his feet. The person flew out as quickly as a cannonball. Megalosaurus Crash. Dragon Crash invokes the power of a dragon to unleash a charge that cannot be interrupted. Targets hit will be stunned for 6 seconds, while being knocked back based on the power difference between them. After the sound of the dragon, Lu Yun crashed the boar trail into a large tree. A blood-colored glyph emerged from the boar's head. Minus 221. The level 1 boar with only 20 life points was directly killed in seconds. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Continuing on, 3 more boars appeared, and one by one, Lu Yun casually slaughtered them. Minus 53. Minus 49. Minus 51. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. This monster fighting and upgrading is too easy, isn't it? Just keep killing in seconds. Charge. Seeing a boar, he rushes up and punches it, then rushes to the next boar without looking back. Long Core sneered. Humph. Boring man. Then stooping down, he began to curiously feel his way through a large pile of corpses. Then, the faster she touched it, the brighter she saw it. A series of beeps rang in her ears. Collect wild boar carcass times 1. Harvest wild boar cutlet times 1. Collect wild boar carcass times 1. Harvest wild boar cutlet times 1. Collect wild boar carcass times 1. Harvest wild boar cutlet times 1. The entire collection consisted of 69 wild boar carcasses and 69 wild boar steaks each. Wow! Fun fun fun! Lu Yun kept advancing and encountered more and more groups of wild boars. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Successfully killed the boar. Experience plus 1. Behind her, Long Core kept collecting boar carcasses. When Lu Yun was in the middle of his kill, a beep sounded. Congratulations! Level up. Attribute value increase. Gain 5 free attribute points. Lu Yun, LV2. Age, 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Stamina, 36. Power, 31. Agility, 25. Mental strength, 24. It's already level 2. And it just so happens that the boar is tired of playing with it. So let's go to the front and take a look. Taking Long Core with him, he avoided the gathering place of the wild boar herd and felt his way forward. Saw a level 4 pheasant and a level 6 hyena. Wait until you reach the level 8 coyote area before stopping. Wolves are pack animals. As few as 3 or 2 and as many as dozens. It's good to live in a group. Saves me from luring monsters. With a squeeze of his fist, Lu Yun launched himself towards the nearest pack of wolves. While charging, unleash the Dragon Knight's defense skills, Dragon Scale Protection and Life Regeneration on yourself. Dragon Scale Bodyguard, LV1 activates the power of the dragon, forming a Dragon Scale Bodyguard on the surface of the body. Within the next 10 minutes, the damage sustained is reduced by 20%. The highest level of damage is reduced by 90%. Life Regeneration, LV1 The Life Dragon shelters each of its dragon companions. You recover 5% of your life value every second for the next 10 minutes. The highest level restores 50% per second. Currently, 14 points restored per second. Status pulled full. Megalosaurus Crash. A wild wolf wailed, and then it was slammed against a rock by Lu Yun. Minus 257 seconds. Seeing the death of their companions, the 7-headed wolves were furious and attacked. Sharp claws. Pounce. Rip. 7 lines of damage appeared on Lu Yun's body at the same time. Minus 15. Minus 19. Minus 21. Plus 14. Minus 22. Minus 14. Minus 11. Plus 14. Minus 20. There are also 2 life regeneration recovery effects in between. A full 700 life points. Killing me for a while. This is the confidence that the knight profession brings me. Carrying the output of the coyotes, thumping a few punches. 7 coyotes were dead. Successfully killed the wolf. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed the wolf. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed the wolf. Experience plus 200. Long Core's hands flew fast as she collected the materials from the coyote's corpse. Collect wolf carcass times 1. Harvest wolf skin times 1. Collect wolf carcass times 1. Harvest wolf skin times 1. Collect coyote carcass times 1. Harvest wolf skin times 1. Harvest lance, white weapon, times 1. Out of equipment. Lu Yun. We popped equipment. Long Core happily threw the lance to Lu Yun. Ordinary lance LV2. Occupation, knight, warrior. Attribute, strength plus 2. Evaluation, newcomer's whiteboard weapon. As the saying goes, something is better than nothing. Oh, what a blank slate. Gear up. Long Core smiled and asked. This princess is lucky, isn't she? Why don't you quickly praise this princess? Lu Yun rubbed little dragoness's dragon horn. Good job. +1 to your lollipop enjoyment. Longcore jumped to the side like a frightened deer. Her cheeks flushed red as she refused. No touching my dragon's horn. That's a double ponytail that you'll never be able to get your hands on. Lu Yun. A saying suddenly came to him. Dragons are by nature lustful. Longcore, this girl don't look like a yellow flower girl, but driving a car, more than anyone else 6. The thought is too dirty. It's no fun. Keep brushing the monsters. In the afternoon, the wild wolf pack was decimated. Several hundred wild wolves were mowed down by Lu Yun, and his level, like a rocket, skyrocketed, came in at level 8. The attribute values kept soaring, and when he went up a level, his physical strength was automatically added by several points. Strength, agility, and spirit were slightly less, but they were also growing. The free attribute points are even saved 35 points. In between, a few white cloth and leather armor, gauntlets, and weapons popped. At this time, Lu Yun came to the deepest part of the suburban woods and met several groups of students wearing other schools' uniforms. Suddenly, a clamor came. Then a large group of students rushed towards Lu Yun's side from a distance with ghostly cries. Run! The monsters in the core area of the Golden Sands Forest ran into the suburban forest, a low-level leveling area. For some reason, a large group of level 15 high-level monsters and bosses are rushing over. Cover the priests and mages in the back. Damn it, Zhang Ho. You're a thief running so fast in a hurry to get reincarnated? Cover the back for MS. Sure. She's falling behind the big one. Fuck off. You're a knight and you're not going to be AT. Give Sure some cover and let me go get killed? I'm just a brittle thief. That high-level monster can slap me to death. I'm AT, but I'm only level 8. How can I block those monsters? I'm not a god. The two men looked at each other and fell silent. The speed of the feet, together, accelerated by a few points. In the current situation, slowing down even a little could be fatal, let alone going back to save someone. That's a pure death wish. However, they kindly reminded Lu Yun as they passed by. Dude, hurry up and run. Behind us are all the high-level monsters that have mistakenly entered the low-level practicing area. Run as fast as you can. Don't blame us for not warning you if you die. The two men's voices were tinged with sorrow and remorse, and were clearly not without conscience. Well, I'll take another look. Lu Yun nodded. He gulped as he looked away from the swarm of monsters rolling like snow in the distance. So many monsters. I'm afraid that's close to 1,000 heads, and all of them were of one race. Level 15 snow wolves. So many high-level monsters, densely packed so close together, like a lovely blob of experience value. Longcore swallowed her saliva. Wow, so many materials. The Ho thief glanced at Lu Yun, saw the LV2 white plate lance, LV4 white knee pads, and LV3 white cloth coat he was holding, and shook his head. You really don't know how to prioritize, and you deserve to die. Oldly, you'd better mind your own business first. Let go of the helping plot and respect the fate of others. The stream of fleeing people kept brushing past Lu Yun and Longcore. In the twinkling of an eye, the entire fleeing party had moved away. They could hear the rumbling of monsters stomping the ground, women praying, people cursing. The white wolves rubbed their sharp claws together and waves of fetid heat poured from their bloody mouths. Jiang Shishir is a student of Jinsha 3rd Middle School, as well as a genius among geniuses. She had just completed her transfer yesterday and was now a level 10 mage. The reason why she was able to rise so fast was because her profession was a legendary level Thunderbolt Daoist. Thunder Daoist, legendary mage profession. Basic vocational skill 1. Thunderfall, a bolt of lightning falls from the sky and strikes the enemy, dealing horrific single damage and paralyzing effects. Basic occupational skill 2. Listen to thunder, your lightning resistance increases by plus 50% and your lightning damage increases by 50%. As a legendary level mage, there were naturally a large number of students who were willing to team up with her to upgrade. Out of confidence, she led a group of classmates to break into the territory of level 10 monsters, but who knew that the wild monsters had suddenly rioted? A large group of level 10 and above monsters rushed into the low-level practicing area like crazy, and Jiang Shishir added all her attribute points to spirituality for the sake of leveling efficiency. For the agility attribute, there were only a pitiful 15 points. It's the slowest on the team. As she scattered in all directions, she was quickly pulled away to the bottom of the pile. She scurried away, her voice thick with fear. Can someone help me? I'm so scared. Everyone was running for their lives. No one noticed her shouts, or if they did, they pretended not to hear them, and no one responded to her. This was a low-level practicing area, and normally no experts would come over. In such a place, who could hold back the tide of thousands of beasts? Knock knock, knock knock. The wolves approached, opening their bloody mouths wide, and the snow wolf had pounced on her head. Jiang Shishir closed her eyes in despair. Just then, a rider without a mount, facing thousands of snow-white monsters, holding a white plate spear that had worn out in his hand, suddenly launched a charge. The white spear was raised high in the sky, and the flames condensed at the tip of the spear, transforming into a 30-foot-long red-colored blade. The moment Jiang Shishir closed her eyes, a fiery flame spread from behind her, cutting through the skin of a snow wolf. The flames spread across in a line. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. The fire is burning, and dozens of horrific damages float up at the same time. -678, -758, -711, -622, -653, -749. Fiery Dragon Breath Chop LV1, chop out a terrifying flame containing the dragon's breath, burning nearby enemies 50 by 50 yards, dealing huge damage of strength *10 plus spirituality *10. It also attaches a continuous 20s of burning damage to the enemy, and a knockback effect. Snow wolves are agile creatures with high attack and fast movement speed, but not much life. With Lu Yun's move of Dragon Breath Slash, a large swath of wolves fell as if they had been mowed down, wailing without even having the time to let out a single wail. Jiang Shishir's pupils snapped round and she turned her head to look in a daze. One could only see a handsome young man with a smile at the corner of his mouth, wielding a spear. One person and one spear like a god of war, charging against the 1,000-strong Snow Wolf clan. The straight figure was like a lofty mountain. Jiang Shishir realized that the teenager's level was only 8, so she reminded, "Don't advance. There are too many monsters. If you go any further, you'll die." But the teenager acted like he didn't hear her and still rushed into the midst of the monster group. "This guy is crazy, right? There are thousands of wild monsters here. How can one person kill them all?" Lu Yun really didn't hear her. His attention had long been drawn away by the beeps of massive experience boosts, and the sound effects of leveling up. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 9. With one skill, he killed a bunch of level 15 monsters in seconds and directly leveled up. The thousands of monsters in front of him, weren't they just a pool of experience waiting to be mined by him? There's no such thing as a good thing in heaven. It's not a one-time upgrade. On his way to charge, Lu Yun added all of his extra free attribute points to his physical strength. His stamina instantly reached a terrifyingly high 117 points. Coupled with the Dragon Knight's terrifying 20-fold boost, Lu Yun's life value directly soared to 2,000 points. By the time he turned on the life regeneration skill again, his life recovery had reached a terrifying 110 points per second. This amount of recovery was already more exaggerated than many nurses' recovery skills. Then, Dragon Scale Protection. Megalodon Rush. Lu Yun flew out like a cannonball, and his spear plunged heavily into the neck of a snow wolf, nailing it to death on top of a rock. -472. Snow wolf falls into a stun state, then follow up with a punch that kills instantly. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. As agile monsters, snow wolves were very fast, and a dozen of them instantly surrounded Lu Yun. Then several attacks fell at the same time. The snow wolf has unleashed a riposte on you, and you are inflicted with a defense-breaking effect. The defensive effect of your armor is reduced by 50%. Lu Yun shook his head. He only wore a piece of cloth armor, not even a piece of shield. So this defense-breaking effect was useless to him. His core defense skill was the Dragon Scale Body Protector. -98, plus 110, -100, -99, -105, -109, -97, plus 110. That's the terror of agility-based monsters. His attack frequency was super fast and his attacks were high. If he were any other person, he would have been killed in seconds by this terrifying output. However, Lu Yun's life value was too high, and his recovery was also fierce, so it wasn't that fatal. Begin. Counterattack. Flaming Dragon Breath Chop. A terrifyingly huge fiery ripple spread from the tip of his spear. In an instant, it slashed through the torso of a snow wolf. A large swath of terrifying damage values emerged from the corpse. Lu Yun was like a god of war, charging and flipping through the countless wolves. The spear was waved like a dragon and snake entering the sea. Countless snow wolves fell wherever they rushed. As Lu Yun charged and killed, piles and piles of rare materials, equipment, and jewelry fell out. Then, there was a beautiful girl in red heels happily bouncing behind it, packing up materials and equipment. This white wolf's tooth necklace is so pretty. Well, this one can make clothes and this one can make food. Great harvest. Wait, blue rare equipment. Wolf bone lance? Suddenly, Long Core's eyes lit up as she spotted the treasure, then picked up the skill books that were scattered aside. Skill book, Lance Mastery, Knight Profession. When attacking with a lance weapon, the damage is increased by 40%. Acquire the use of basic spear techniques: stab, thrust, tart, slam, wrap, circle, block, take, pounce, point, pivot, and dance with flowers. Lu Yun. 2 goodies for you. Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he took the Wolfbone Lance and the skill book that Long Kor threw at him. Wolfbone Lance. Required level, LV9. Occupation, Knight, Warrior. Attributes, Strength plus 10. Agility plus 5. Characteristics, Sharpness. Increased damage by 3%. Compared to weapons, skill books were more useful to their current selves. Next, Lu Yun's output went to the next level. A Dragon Breath Chop followed by a Dragon Breath Chop. After fighting for half an hour, nearly 100 snow wolves drank from their guns. Lu Yun's level had also reached level 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 10. Acquired profession skill, Justice Taunt. Lu Yun, LV 10. Age, 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Stamina, 121. Blood, 2420. Power, 59. Agility, 51. Mental strength, 54. Skills, Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Lance Mastery. Dragon Scale Protection. Life Regeneration. Justice Taunt. Justice Taunt interrupts the opponent's skill red, causing them to have to attack you with a basic attack. At the same time, make the taunted target deal 70% less damage to you for tens. Ouch! A whimper came. Jiang Shishir immediately changed her face. No good. The boss is coming. Lu Yun also noticed the large rear of the wolves. A snow wolf with a crystal white body and more than 2 meters tall was traveling. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, System, parse the boss. Parsing complete. Snow Wolf Lord Boss. Level, 15. Class, Silver. Rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 295. Blood, 5000. Skill 1. Wolf Lord's Rage. The Snow Wolf Lord lets out a howl, causing all surrounding snow wolves to attack plus 50%. Speed plus 50%. And bludgeon chance plus 50%. Skill 2, Wild Rage. Passive trigger skill. When the Snow Wolf Lord's life value falls to 40%, his attacks will deal triple damage. Weakness, the Snow Wolf Lord was injured in the process of protecting the child in his left leg. Verdict, this is a mother wolf who has just lost her cubs and is in a state of rage. But please put away the mercy. Your kindness will only cut off your own life. What a strong attribute. Is this the boss? Lu Yun rubbed his fists together and got up. This was his first boss fight. Some nervousness and some excitement. Sweeping towards the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg, where there was a huge bloody scar. It should be the weakness. Based on the Snow Wolf Lord's skill characteristics, a set of tactics was quickly thought up by Lu Yun. This boss, I'm going to kill it. A level 10 professional who dares to single-handedly take on a level 15 silver boss, and the boss has hundreds of minions by his side? If this was something that someone else had said to Jiang Shishir would have thought that he was talking nonsense. But what was in front of her was really happening. Impossible. Agility bosses are one of the most impossible boss types to be soloed. Their high sensitivity and high burst can deal tons of damage in a short period of time. In the absence of a systematic high-level meat shield front row and a strong and professional healing team, it's impossible to block the boss's output. The slightest mishap is the end of the group. Jiang Shishir's analysis was objective, the limitations of solo professionals were well known, and teamwork was the way to survive in this world. But the more she watched, the more confused she became. Because Lu Yun had literally rushed to the boss all by himself and aimed a vicious shot at the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. The lance pierced into the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg with unparalleled precision. Blitz. Minus 259. The Snow Wolf Lord cried out in pain and raised his sharp claws to counterattack. It was gently flicked away by Lu Yun, and at the same time, the Flaming Dragon's Breath Slash, aimed at the same spot. Another blast. Minus 1157. The Snow Wolf Lord's blood level clambered down, directly missing nearly a third. At the same time, the snow wolves that tried to save the day were cut cleanly by the Flaming Dragon Breath, giving Lu Yun a brief vacuum time to attack. The Snow Wolf Lord clawed 3 times. Minus 254. Minus 231. Minus 267. Plus 110. Plus 110. Lu Yun didn't block either, and frantically attacked against the Snow Wolf Lord. Wound for wound. Blood for blood. The Snow Wolf Lords had high blood and high offense. However, Lu Yun's life recovery was fast. He had Dragon Scale to mitigate damage, and he only hit the weak points every time. 70%, 65%, 60%. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf leader claimed the opening. Ready to roar. Lu Yun knew that this was a precursor to the Snow Wolf preparing to unleash its skills. Skill 1. Wolf Lord's Rage. The Snow Wolf Lord lets out a howl, causing all surrounding snow wolves to attack plus 50%, speed plus 50%, and bludgeon chance plus 50%. This skill is quite scary. It could instantly multiply the output of the wolves several times, and the already vacuumed combat zone around them had long been filled by the wolves. It's now. Lu Yun sneered. His blood level was much lower than the Snow Wolf Lord. If the Snow Wolf Lord didn't unleash his skills for a few more seconds, then he would truly be defeated for sure. Unfortunately, wolves are ultimately less intelligent than humans. The skill that had been pinched for many seconds was finally no longer hidden. Justice Mockery. Instantly, Justice Taunt's interrupt skill effect mechanism triggered. The read skill, Wolf King's Rage, was interrupted. The Snow Wolf Lord failed to cast a spell and began to perform a basic attack on Lu Yun. However, the basic attack had been cut down by the triple damage of Taunt, Protector, and Dragon Scale Bodyguard. And surprisingly, it was still no match for Lu Yun's life regeneration speed. Lu Yun life value, plus 110, minus 97, plus 110, minus 91. Plus 110, minus 86, plus 110. Lu Yun's life value, which was about to hit rock bottom, finally stabilized. 1 shot, 2 shots, nearly 300 points of damage kept exploding on the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. The Snow Wolf Lord's left leg had long been bloodstained and had almost been picked off by Lu Yun. At this time, the wolves also finally ran to output on Lu Yun, but this was all within Lu Yun's calculations. Snow Wolf Lord's life value, 60%. 50%, 40%. Snow Wolf Lord's second skill, passive skill, Wild Rage triggered. Attacks are doubled. The output of this form of Snow Wolf Lord was extremely ferocious. Lu Yun's lance lifted and continued to stab at the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. Giant Dragon Crash skill activated. The Snow Wolf Lord was rammed by Lu Yun and rushed out of the pack before nailing himself to a large tree. Minus 996. Meanwhile, the Snow Wolf Lord was stunned by Lu Yun for 6 seconds. 6 normal attacks on weaknesses. The moment the Snow Wolf Lord awoke, the Dragon Breath Slash's CD also finally cooled down. Wow! The Snow Wolf Lord just opened his eyes. A huge output floated out above his head. Minus 1219. The Snow Wolf Lord's eyes closed in death. Who? Jiang Shirshi's cherry lips slowly opened up enough to stuff a goose egg. How is it possible that he really soloed the boss by himself? Is this really a level 10 professional? So strong, so powerful. Writer. She looked at Lu Yun in a daze. In these few short minutes, Lu Yun had brought her more shock than anyone else. Suddenly feeling how small he was compared to Lu Yun, his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground in confusion. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the silver level 2-star boss, Snow Wolf Lord. Experience value plus 150. 000. Your level is raised to level 12. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Beginner Boss Hunter. This title can only be obtained by killing a boss single-handedly at a higher level. Title characteristics: after you kill a boss, you will be rewarded with 1 more piece of equipment of the corresponding level of the boss. Luck plus 10. Congratulations on receiving the equipment reward, Silver Grade Equipment Hunter Killer Helmet. At the same time, the Snow Wolf Lord exploded violently. A whole bunch of equipment and materials were exploded. The other Snow Wolves had long since fled without a trace due to the death of the Snow Wolf Lord. Wow! That's a lot of stuff. Can I touch all these bodies? Long Core, who had been watching the battle for a long time, squeezed over and looked pleasingly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. You touch the corpse, then what do I touch? Long Core opened her big eyes in confusion. Touch? Me? Ahem. She added, husband, will you let Longer touch it? Is it okay? The delicately sculpted little girl pulled Lu Yun's arm, burying his arm in the waves and swaying, blinking pitifully to drop the little pearls, pleading eyes like autumn waves, swinging back and forth. Seeing Lu Yun's helpless nod, Long Core immediately smiled with joy and began to pull out from the corpses one by one. Snow Wolf Shield, equipment as secondary weapon for the knight and warrior professions. Blue rare grade, increases physical resistance. Skin of the Wolf King X2, Pride of the Wolf King X1, Heart of the Wolf King X1. Quest card, Props Lord Snow Wolf's Last Wish. Mission description, Level 20 Silver Boss, Iron-Armed Ape Lord, snatched the Snow Wolf Lord's newborn son. The Snow Wolf Lord was furious, ignoring his injuries to gather people ready to attack the Iron-Armed Ape territory. However, he was not expected to be killed by a mysterious person who passed by before he could make a success of his mission. Before his death, he was still thinking about his son who had been taken away, and his stubborn will was transformed into this token. Mission, travel to the Iron-Armed Ape territory, defeat the Iron-Armed Ape Lord, and snatch back the Snow Wolf Lord's child. Reward, Riding Pet, Snow Wolf Cubmaster. After Lu Yun packed up all the loot, he made a summary. This time, I harvested 11 pieces of equipment from this practice. Among them, 1 silver, 2 blue, and 8 white plate, 1 skill book, lance specialization, props, 1 task card, several materials, leveled up from level 1 to level 12, and also gained a profession skill justice taunt and a personal title. It was a rewarding afternoon to say the least. Lu Yun, hit the road and go home. Long Kier, home, 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 go home and eat lollipops. You said you'd reward me with delicious candies. You can't keep your word. As soon as he left the practice area and entered the city, Lu Yun's cell phone regained its signal. Ding ding ding. The WeChat beep came out of his cell phone. Lu Yun rushed to open WeChat, a somewhat old cell phone that was almost jammed to death by the crowded messages coming in. Li Zhang, student Lu Yun. I just reported your information. The city has decided to exempt you from the professionals exam and send you on a guaranteed transfer to the highest institution of learning in Disya, the Magic Martial University. Direct bailout? Exemption from the professionals examination? Lu Yun was aware of the Magic Martial University, which was known as the cradle of Dharma gods and martial saints, the fiercest batch of sluggers in Xia. The war gods who shone in the national wars were basically all from this school. It's a true place of hidden talent. I never thought that one day he would have the chance to enter the school for further studies. And it's still a guaranteed admission. Lu Yun immediately replied. Lu Yun, thank you, teacher. I will not disgrace our Jinsha no. 1 middle school. Li Zhang, this is what you deserve as a mythic level professional. Come to the school in a while and do the paperwork. Lu Yun tapped on the dialogue box with Zhang Qingqing. Teacher Big Wave, Zhang Qingqing, how efficient is practicing in the field? Do you need help from the class teacher? Female teacher holding a whip professional suit. JPG. Lu Yun, thank you teacher for your concern. It's okay. It would be better if the teacher could accompany me. Teacher Debo, Zhang Qingqing, shy expression. JPG, next time the teacher takes you, so you can feel what it means to sit still and take off in place. Lu Yun, then please. Teacher. The rest of them are close classmates. Zhou Yun, righteous father. I'm your son. Righteous father, where are you? My son is at level 4, please boast. Although he knew that his classmate was joking, Lu Yun couldn't help but reply back. Lu Yun, then you're so awesome. Zhou Yun, thanks for the compliment. Righteous father, how many levels are you? Is there a level 5? Above level 5 you can register for the professional exam. Lu Yun, no need. The principal told me that I've been guaranteed admission to the Magic Martial University. Zhou Yun, nest. Father, in the future, father has something just to mention to my son. Just please father do not forget that you still have me such an unfilial son. Magic martial arts. I fucking dream not dare to do so big. Righteous father your life is my dream Boar breeder's pain. Who understands Lu Yun. The boar breeder's pain was something he really didn't understand. Who called him an honorable dragon knight? After scrolling through a few messages, Lu Yun directly cut to the class group. At this point, many of the students whose marriages had successfully awakened their professions were already bragging about it in the group. Sunan, brothers, I'm already a level 4 swordsman. Soon to be level 5. Wang Che, playing a warrior is only fucking level 4? I'm teamed up with Elf Archer Zhao Feng and I'm already level 5. Hey, 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 holding a thigh is cool. Sunan, nesting, man you are really lucky. Wang ugh, who made me a pastor? He. Brother Feng is already level 6. That upgrade speed, that damage. Swish a few arrows and a bunch of slimes die. Bull. Suning, Brother Feng, asking for a team, at Zhao Feng. Kai Su, Brother Feng, I'm a knight, I can play basketball, and I can resist damage. When will you bring me along? Just as a group of people were bragging about Zhao Feng, Zhao Qingsong spoke. Zhao Qingsong, I just got here. Little Feng is not bad. He's level 6 now. It's not bad for a rare level profession. There was a silence within the class group. Everyone knew that Zhao Qingsong was a premier grade profession, and now that he suddenly spoke, he was obviously here to pretend. Therefore, the crowd all tacitly chose to shut up. The scene was awkwardly in place for a moment. After a moment of silence, a message suddenly appeared. Lu Yun, Brother Song. So how many levels are you? Zhao Qingsong, I'm only level 8. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Still need to work hard after all, I'm an excellent level professional. Only so little achievement. Really ashamed of my marriage partner. Seeing Zhao Qingsong's conspiratorial speech, everyone in the group wanted to punch the kid. Who asked Zhao Qingsong how many levels he is? Don't you know he's pretending? The crowd thought indignantly and took a look at the person asking the question. LD, Lu Yun. Extinct. If Lu Yun doesn't make a move, who else can he wait for? Lu Yun continued typing on his cell phone. Lu Yun, indeed. It's not worth mentioning. Xiaosong you need to work harder. Don't waste your talent. Don't be like me. I obviously have a mythic rank profession and a mythic rank wife, but I'm just lazy and don't want to upgrade. I've been playing all afternoon and I'm only at level 12. You have to work hard. Encouragement. At Zhaoqingsong. Zhaoqingsong, nest, level 12? Dude, do you even have a face? You've risen 12 levels in one afternoon and you're saying this here? Zhou, what's wrong with my righteous father playing for an afternoon and rising to level 12? My righteous father has even been guaranteed admission to the Magic Martial University. Sunan, what? Guaranteed admission to Mogwai University? Wangi, brothers, I admit I'm sour. Why is there such a big gap between people? Kai Su, it's okay. When you're sad think of Zhou Yun's Saoan boar breeder. Zhou Yun, are you polite? JPG, Zhao Feng had labored all afternoon, shooting arrows and killing monsters all the time, and it had paralyzed him. It's nice to take a break, chat, pretend, and watch the group blow themselves away. It wasn't until Zhaoqingsong and Lu Yun's entrance that the picture of the group chat changed, and he couldn't be happier. The more I look at it, the more sour and jealous I get. The Magic Martial University is a paradise for transmigrators. Why are all the good things Lu Yun's? Why is it that every time I get a little happy, Lu Yun pops up? I'm really going to puke. While Lu Yun chatted, Longcore shivered and licked 2 lollipops. She was very good at playing tricks, licking and sucking hard at one time, and never biting with her teeth. After playing for a while, Longcore's delicate little face came in front of Lu Yun, while watching him fiddle with his cell phone. Lu Yun, what's that iron cube in your hand? Why is there a person popping up one moment and words the next? Lu Yun, I'll tell you if you eat an extra lollipop at night. Longcore revealed a happy smile. Good, good, there's such a good thing? Lu Yun, I realized that you're actually strangely nice. Sans 1 High School, principal's office. The principal, Li Zhang, is chatting with a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit. Li Zhang was smiling and laughing, but the middle-aged man's face didn't look so good. Principal Li, isn't it a bit too arbitrary for you to give the guaranteed qualification of the Magic Martial University directly to a student from your school? It's not easy for our 3rd middle school to give birth to a genius of a legendary profession. This is too unfair, the man in the middle mountain outfit said. Li Zhang smiled and said kindly, Principal Wang, it's not like I'm in charge of this matter. It was the idea set by the top. Moreover, although legendary level professions are rare, they are always inferior to mythical level professions. Don't you think that's true? He could actually understand this Principal Wang's feelings. Legend rank professions, too, were quite rare. In previous years, if any school had given birth to a legend rank genius, it must have been 100% guaranteed, the nail in the coffin. But this year, there was a Lu Yun, a demon, who had risen out of the blue and directly awakened a mythic level occupation that was rare in 100 years. That's not necessarily true. Hearing Li Zhang say that his students were not as good as others, Principal Wang disagreed 100 times. Mythic level professions are also divided into different kinds. Some mythic level professions are not necessarily as powerful as legendary level professions. And if the profession is important, isn't the key test personal strength? If a person has a mythic profession and it turns out that he can't upgrade as fast as a legendary profession, what does it say? Li Zhan was slightly stunned. Because, in fact, it really does happen. And not a few. Seeing Li Zhang falter, Principal Wang immediately added, Old Li, I'm not an unreasonable person. You said that your student is a combat profession, so how about we make a bet? Our school's mythic occupation is also a combat occupation and has risen from level 0 to level 10 in one day. As long as your school's mythic profession does the same without help, then I'll give up this spot and privately compensate him with 100 gold coins. Li Zhang frowned. Upgrading so fast? The hurdle of level 0 to 8 isn't really that hard for a new pro, but leveling up from 8 to 10 was a bit more torturous. As the pro gets higher, lower level monsters give less experience. However, when you go to fight high-level monsters, the risk becomes higher and the efficiency becomes lower. He sighed. Old Wang, this guaranteed place is given directly to my student from above. You're looking for the wrong person to find me. I don't care. I have promised my student that she will get a guaranteed place. You guys are messing up like this. Where can I put my old face? Principal Wang was furious and had become a bit of a scoundrel. You must let me see that student of yours today, so that I can talk to him face to face. After saying that, he directly grabbed the phone and called out, Sure, is practicing still going well? It's fine. It's good that you're fine. Well, I'm looking for you for something. You come to Jinsha No. 1 middle school later. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Zhang and said, I've already called the geniuses from our school over, so we'll know which kid is better when we compare them. Li Zhang. A few moments later, a young girl with slightly disheveled clothing, confused eyes, and mage attire entered the office. Principal Wang immediately praised this young girl. Thunder Daoist, get it? Our school's Shirshir student can already kill monsters of the same level in seconds with a single skill, upgrading mega fast. Later on, She'll be a walking nuclear warhead. Blow up wherever you want. Ahem. Sure. Why are you so distracted? When that student from first middle school comes later, you don't want to be compared to him. Jiang Shishir returned to her senses slightly and shook her head. It's fine, teacher. I just have something on my mind. As soon as the words fell, Luyan had already pushed open the door and walked in. Upon seeing the principal, he nodded gently. Principal, I'm here to go through the process. Jiang Shishir was struck by lightning as she looked at Luyan's figure. The opponent's figure that was charging through the high-level monsters began to come to mind. Soloing bosses, killing wolfhounds, and attacking ferociously. Just like Shura. Just thinking about it, Jiang Shishir couldn't help but feel her calves soften. She lowered her head and buried her cheek in her pliability. Principal Wang said to her, Student Shishir, this is the man who snatched your guaranteed place. You'll have a match with him later and try to snatch the spot back. In an instant, Jiang Shishir's legs went even softer. Nearly fell to his knees at the thought of the mess of corpses. Jiang Shishir lifted her eyes full of water vapor and looked at her own principal, shaking her head in fear. Principal, don't. Let me go. Okay. I'm afraid. I don't want that place. After Jiang Shishir finished, she covered her face, lowered her head, and fled as if she had left. It made the principal, Mr. Wang, look confused. It's really strange. How is it that the proud girl of our school is like a quail that has lost its soul and is so timid when she sees this kid? Principal Li Zhang stared at the top of Lu Yun's head. After looking at him for a long time, a sentence suddenly popped out. Lu Yun, how many levels are you? Lu Yun returned. Just level 12. What's up, principal? Li Zhang laughed and laughed very freely. In half a day, with no one to lead, one person rose to level 12. That's the genius of Sans, the true king of practicing. He hadn't laughed so freely for a long time, and only after a long time did he collect his smile and said in a deep voice, very good. Worthy of being the first genius to awaken the mythic profession in our first middle school. Mythic profession Dragon Knight Lu Yun. Li Zhang turned suddenly and looked at Principal Wang. Old Wang, Lu Yun is already level 12. I don't think the bet is necessary, right? Principal Wang quickly walked to Lu Yun. He took a serious look and asked quietly, did you practice this yourself? Lu Yun, I just encountered a level 15 wolf riot in a level 10 area and killed a wave. Principal Wang was speechless for a long time, and after a long time, sighed, alas, legendary level professions are ultimately no match for mythic level professions. Junior, this 100 gold coins is what I lost to you. Principal Wang took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Li Zhang, not understanding what he meant. Li Zhang said, you keep it, come, sign this agreement and report to the Magic Martial University in a week. After Lu Yun had filled it out, Li Zhang straightened his clothes and then solemnly handed out a letter. On the envelope was written, Magic Martial University, Special Admission Channel, Admission Notice. Li Zhang, I don't know how many heroes, chivalrous warriors, masters of law, gods of war, gods of arrows, and kings of assassins have been born out of the Magic Martial University. I hope you can also become a part of those legends. Lu Yun took the acceptance letter and walked out of the principal's office. At the entrance of the principal's office, Long Kor lowered her head and played with Lu Yun's cell phone. She doesn't know how to play. She just gesticulates wildly. Suddenly, the screen jumped to a chat group. The name of the group chat, Single Dog Dao Xin Grinding Group. Wait, give me back my cell phone. Lu Yun's face changed drastically as he shouted. Long Kor didn't react. A picture of a scantily clad, sphinxed, horse-bodied female creature popped up. Long Kor saw the content of the chat. Her pretty face instantly reddened. The fragile cell phone flew out of her hands. Her hands flew to cover her eyes. Ah, rascal, my eyes are unclean. Lu Yun received the cell phone with a speechless face. It's not his fault. What adolescent boy in the world has a clean cell phone? If so, then a psychiatrist is recommended. Lu Yun, listen to me. Long Kor, I won't listen. You big pervert. Lu Yun shook his head. It was easy to muddle through this matter. After all, it was Long Kor's first time in the human world. Lu Yun accused. Hey, this is what you had to see. It has nothing to do with me. Long Kor's fingers quietly opened a slit and pouted. Isn't it your cell phone? Lu Yun, but the picture was posted by someone else. Freedom of speech on the internet. How can I still keep people from talking through the internet? I can only do it alone and stay away from filth. We're a man of honor and integrity. Long Kor looked at him suspiciously. Really? Lu Yun calmly said. Of course it's true. Don't believe me, try it at night. I definitely won't touch a single finger of yours. I just reminded you of this and you had to see it. Let me tell you, the human world is dangerous. You're only safe if you follow me around. Long Kor looked at Lu Yun blankly. Come on, Come home with me and I'll buy you a lollipop for dinner. Ah, there's a steel monster over there eating people. It's so scary. Does it hypnotize? Why isn't anyone fighting back? That's an automobile. A ride made of material. Oh, the young ladies in that street are wearing so little. They don't know how to be shy at all. Alas, why did she ask you to go in and play? Play what? Play. Ahem. Play trivia games that you can only play at night. What's the organization of those people floating around on the street, wearing yellow battlesuits? They feel so cool. Can I join them? They're the takeout man. Ugh. Oh. Coochie. 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 So sweet. Unable to stand little dragon girl's curious questions, Lu Yun bought 2 lollipops and directly stuffed them into Long Kor's mouth. Only after watching her 2 cheeks being stuffed and her eyes showing enjoyment did Lu Yun sigh in relief. Back at home, Lu Yun was in charge of cooking while Long Kor was in charge of playing with her cell phone. He does the pots and pans and the dishes. She does the cell phone. He was in charge of putting water in the tub and she was in charge of playing with her cell phone. Obviously great development, but still a teenage girl's mentality. Lu Yun of course knew how those of his classmates placed their marriage partners, but his family's Long Kor was obviously not quite the same, and he had to take it step by step. Lu Yun snatched the phone. Get lost and take a shower. Long Kor impatiently said. Humph. What's so fierce about it? 5 minutes later, the bathroom came the voice of sincere fear. I don't have any clothes to wear. Lu Yun. Lu Yun, where are you kata? It's new for you. Long Kor weakly responded. Oh, a short while later, the bathroom door was slowly opened, and Long Kor, wearing slippers that were obviously one size too big, walked out with her little feet curled up. Lu Yun looked at Long Kor and his eyes lit up. The young girl had just finished her bath. The water stains on her body had not yet been wiped clean, and on her toes, which were as white as teeth, glistened with glistening droplets of water, exuding the peculiarly pure odor of a young girl. 2 slender calves, timidly trying to lean toward the center, skin as white suet. Her figure was thin, but her hips and breasts were on the material side, pushing the loose yukata up slightly. The wet hair hung down like a waterfall, wrapping around the pretty face that made Lu Yun's heart thump. She lowered her eyes, seemingly sensing the ambiguity of the environment at this moment, and didn't dare to look at Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun, where do I sleep? Lu Yun pointed to the only bedroom. Just sleep in the bedroom. As an orphan, his home was certainly not luxurious enough to have 2 bedrooms. Long Kir, so, where do you sleep? Lu Yun patted the cushion beside him. I'll sleep on the sofa. Long Kor sighed in relief. Then I'm relieved. Coming out of the matrimonial room, the 2 were already husband and wife. But Long Kor had never thought about marriage, and still harboring a young girl's mindset, she was very intimidated by cohabitation. Long Kor returned to her room and she was wrapped in a quilt. The scent on the quilt was close to Lu Yun. Suddenly the door to the room opened and a figure slipped in. Long Kor was alarmed. Didn't you sleep on the couch? Lu Yun frankly said. There are mosquitoes outside. Squeeze them. I told you I'm a decent man. I won't touch a single finger of yours. Long Kor was slightly relieved. Oh, then you have to talk the talk. Then she blushed prettily and felt her feet being held in the palms of her hands. Lu Yun, don't worry. I won't go in. 2 hours later, Long Kor looked at the ceiling and clenched her teeth. Now she didn't believe a word Lu Yun said. Lu Yun pulled his arm out from underneath his petite body as he turned on the bedside lamp, got out of bed and stretched, saying in his heart, still underestimating the fighting strength of the dragons. Lu Yun left the bedroom and ordered takeout, then opened his phone and browsed the news on the app. Sans news, yesterday there was a riot of wild monsters in our city's low-level practicing area. Fortunately a transmogrifier passed by and there were no casualties in this disaster. Dragon Kingdom morning news, the opening of the Magic Martial University is just around the corner, and the first batch of admitted transmuters are tentatively determined. There will be 100 legendary level transmutants and several mythical level transmutants joining, and this generation will shine. International news, Her Highness Sakurako Akaji, the 189th ranked town goddess of swords of the Sakura Kingdom, has drawn up a plan to visit our country in 3 months' time in order to compete with Elder Sword Godly. At that moment the bedroom door opened and Long Kor walked out of the bedroom. Unlike yesterday's dressy gown, today she wore Lu Yun's plaid shirt and big pants. Long Kor sat down opposite Lu Yun, her pretty face frosty, and a series of terms came out. Rascal, scoundrel, lying spirit, and cheating dragon spirit. Lu Yun was filled with embarrassment. Don't be angry. I'll buy you your favorite lollipop tomorrow. At the mention of lollipops, Long Kor's face turned green. Lu Yun, I'll never eat lollipops again. Disgusting. Special, a dragon rider with a dragon rider is a true dragon rider. And in the dragon rider state, the mounted pet will share 80% of all statuses for the rider. As the 2 of them ate their meal, Lu Yun looked at the information on the system panel and his gaze fell on Long Kor. What are you looking at me for? Long Kor asked as she felt Lu Yun's gaze. Lu Yun, Kor, you know that a knight has to have a mount, right? Long Kor, knowing that, what does it have to do with me? Lu Yun said word for word. I am a dragon rider SGT. Long Kor was first puzzled, and then her face froze with anger. She jumped up and stomped hard on Lu Yun's feet. It's not easy for me to do a good job of mentally building up to try to be your wife. And you want me to be a sitting duck? Lu Yun. This could not be blamed on Lu Yun. A mounted pet would share 80% of all statuses for the rider. No one could resist such a temptation. Lu Yun, just once. Long Kor, don't even think about it. Jinsha City, Professionals Exchange Center, Trading Area. This was the busiest area of Jinsha City. Lu Yun seldom came here. The transmogrifier stuff was too expensive. Not something he could afford to spend. Today was the day that he and Zhang Qingqing had arranged to practice. And before practicing, Lu Yun still had things to do here. Team up, level 20 or above rare level transmogrifier add me. Let's go fight the spider's lair copy together. Student group. All level 5 or above sister O. Even a level 7 thief beauty to lead the group. Begging for a knight is tea. Boys can also. Take a look at this. Freshly baked skill book. Lance Mastery. Only 500 gold coins. First come, first served. Don't 998. Don't 499. Just 188. Silver level broadsword to bring home. Just as Lu Yun came in, the girl who was yelling for students to form a group ran over and said, "Handsome, are you a knight? Do you want to join our team? It's all girls. Just carry the damage. We have level 7 thieves." Lu Yun froze and sniffed. There were only 4 girls, a mage, a priest, an archer, and a thief. The level 7 thief was covered in leather armor and had a thin build. 3 output professions, 1 support profession, and only 1 frontal monster puller is missing. Sorry, I have a team. Lu Yun refused without even thinking about it. Oh, the young girl sniffed and nodded in disappointment. The level 7 thief sighed. Forget it, just the 4 of us will go. I'll be in charge of cutting the monsters in a while, and we'll focus our firepower on killing them in seconds. Xiao Xin. You're responsible for milking me. Xiao Xin beside Lu Yun was startled. This is too risky. If you encounter a swarming wild monster, you'll be in danger. The thief girl glanced at Lu Yun and faintly said, "It's useless for you to curry favor with him. They can't see us." Lu Yun smiled. This thief girl was spirited. He really couldn't see this team. The difference in strength was too great, and getting together was not good for anyone. Still, Lu Yun said, "I suggest you wait a little longer. This configuration is very inefficient. Humph. Let's look down on people." The thief girl snorted coldly and left the trading area with the 3 young girls. Lu Yun shook his head and took a newspaper and spread it on the ground, taking out his loot, the wolf skins, wild boar steaks and a few pieces of white equipment. Lu Yun began to shout in an exemplary manner. 8 gold coins for 1 piece of low-rank white equipment, and large wholesale of low-rank materials in large quantities. Only for 10 minutes. No waiting after the expiration date. Countless people sniffed and looked over. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun clapped his hands. After the items were sold, 247 gold coins came to hand, and with the 100 gold coins given by the principal of the 3rd form earlier, it was a small asset. Lu Yun casually swept through the other stalls. There was no equipment he could see, and he directly slipped away. Sands Beach Defense, a level 20 to 30 practice area. This is the same area entrance as the Golden Sands Grass, level 0 to 10 practice area. There were quite a few people at the entrance, and from a long distance away, Lu Yun looked out to see a sexy female swordsman with a short sword on her back, a high ponytail, and an exquisite armor. The female swordsman had a pretty face and an even more perfect figure. The proud front of the armor bulged at the top, while the waist was deadened by the cloth, creating an exaggerated to the point of outrageous curves. "Teacher's body is awesome," Lu Yun complimented. That female swordsman was Lu Yun's teacher, Zhang Qingqing. Seeing Lu Yun arrive, Zhang Qingqing waved her hand elegantly. "Let's go, I'll take you to upgrade." Lu Yun quickly walked up. "Teacher, I'm going to have to ask for your help today." Zhang Qingqing confidently patted her chest, causing a wave. "Leave it all to teacher. Today, you'll be responsible for lying down, and teacher will lead you to upgrade. In the future, when you become famous, teacher can also brag that this world's #1 dragon knight was once my student, and I even took him leveling. Ha ha, I borrow your advice." Talking and laughing, the two stepped into the Sands Beach defense. As Lu Yun entered the defense line at Golden Sands Beach, there were 4 men at his back, discussing it. "Ugh, it's that knight who won't team up with us. How is he going to enter a level 20 to 30 map? No wonder they didn't team up with us. It turns out that the level is so high. Impossible." Shen Dashin, the pride of our school, is only level 9 now. Yesterday, he was almost killed in seconds even after entering the level 15 map, and ran out with a grey face. Even if he's more powerful, can he still be better than Shen Dashin? They are the schoolgirl quartet that they met at the Professionals Exchange Center. When it came to Shen Dashin, all 4 of them calmed down. Female thief, look at his equipment. So many positions are empty, the level really can't be too high. I think it's most likely some rich young master who spent a lot of money to hire someone to help him upgrade. The priestess miss who had a good impression of Lu Yun said. But, if the amount of output, wound bearing, and healing are all insufficient, won't the experience gained be very little? That wouldn't be as much experience as fighting low-level monsters. The rules of the world. There are a lot of checks and balances on the matter of higher levels taking lower levels to practice. The amount of experience for monster deaths is distributed based solely on the combat core data. That's why there were also 4 people working together on the copy. As a result, the female thief had risen to level 7 and the little priest was still at level 5. The female thief was dumbfounded. The archer suddenly said, "They must have some special way of practicing. As long as we learn it, we might be able to kill monsters over the level as well." The female thief's eyes lit up. It makes sense. Some people had utilized the terrain to their advantage to upgrade, such as climbing onto pillars, where monsters couldn't attack, but long-range skills could attack the road monsters, and upgrading was especially fast. They must have found this similar way of upgrading before they dared to enter this leveling area. If this practice method is learned by them, the corner of the female thief's mouth lifted. Let's see if he dares to underestimate us in the future. As the absolute core of the team, the moment she suggested it, the others had no thoughts of opposing it. The 4 men quietly entered the Sands Beach defense. The female thief, though spirited and proud, was quite cautious in her actions. She kept her teammates far behind her as she surveyed the map environment herself. Just a short distance away, a gruesome dead fishman lay on the ground. Not a single survivor. It's safe up ahead. Only the bodies of wild monsters. Be careful when you guys follow us here. And don't make any noise. If a monster comes, run towards the safe zone at the first opportunity. The female thief droned on before moving on. At that moment, she heard the clamor of a fight up ahead, the clang of weapons clashing, the roar of magic bursting, and accompanied by the peculiar grunts of the fishmen. Found it, only to see dozens of people with low stature, gills around their mouths, and fins on their backs and arms, treading on the waves of water in front of them. Weapons were waved, tiger-like. Whoa. Fierce fishman, LV-22. Ordinary level monster, dangling. An elegant swordswoman enters, and with a single flick of her short sword, the arm of one of the fishmen flies into the sky, a sliding step, stomping through the mass of fishermen. The short sword was swung several times, and the sword's light pierced through countless fishmen, bringing up blood splatters. A dozen or so fishmen lost a third of their blood. Zheng Qingqing retracted his sword, and as the fishmen charged angrily, his person had already rushed towards the other groups of fishmen. Soon, another group of fishmen were crippled by a few of her swords, and managed to get enraged enough to join the army of fishmen chasing her. A school of fishers, 2 schools of fishers, 7, 13, 46, 85, 97 of them. Slowly, an additional army of fishmen appeared behind Zheng Qingqing. She wasn't moving very fast, using a left-right meandering tactic, while making sure that he didn't lose too much blood. He also pulled in the hate of all the monsters and didn't let a single fishman leave the party halfway through. This is the skill of professional monster pulling. The female assassin had looked stunned. Before she could understand what the significance of the swordswoman pulling so many fishmen was, Zheng Qingqing had already traced an arc and slanted into Lu Yun's side, who was standing at the edge of the beach. Then with a gentle jump, he walked around Lu Yun and left. Lu Yun was exposed to the eyes of all the fishmen. When the fishman army was at a loss for words, Lu Yun copied a handsome shield and plunged it vertically into the mud pit. Unleashed skill, justice taunt. Countless normal attacks fell. A mountain of ferocious fishmen, strike after strike fell. The horrific offense scared the female thief who hid and watched her legs go weak. If she was the one taking all this damage, then she would definitely be torn to pieces by these level 22 fishmen. However, Lu Yun just raised his shield with one hand, and with various gain effects flashing on his body, he carried off almost all of the damage. If it was yesterday, Lu Yun definitely wasn't this raw. But today, after opening the properties panel, I suddenly received a prompt. Successful marriage with mythological marriage partner. Mythological bonding system unlocked. Current bond unlocking level, 20%. 10% bonding reward, Gargoyle Fortress, level 12 platinum, has been issued. 20% bonding reward, Blood Boiling, legendary night skill, has been issued. Although I don't know, have spent the night with long core, why the bond how only 20%? but these two rewards are really strong. But also let Lu Yun have a deeper knowledge of the mythic level marriage object. First is the Dragon Fortress, an exclusive shield for the knight profession. Dragon Bastion, Knight, Warrior profession side weapon. Level, Platinum. Level requirement, 12. Attributes, Strength plus 30. Physical Strength plus 30. Agility plus 10. Mental Strength plus 10. Special 1. Strong Barrier. When you block with Dragon Fortress, physical damage taken is reduced by 50 points indiscriminately. Magic damage is reduced by 10 points. Special 2. Shield Slam. When attacking an enemy with the Dragon Fortress, there is a 10% chance that it will cause a stun effect on the enemy that lasts for 1 second. Description: a shield once used by a dragon knight that fell to earth from the dragon realm at some point. The strong attribute bonus. I don't know how many hundreds of streets to throw off the bronze level equipment on my body. After adding the Dragon Fortress's stamina value, Lu Yun's stamina directly reached a terrifying 150 points. The total life value is augmented to 3000 blood. And the toughest attribute of the Dragon Fortress was none other than that first special effect, Solid Barrier. All physical damage taken is indiscriminately reduced by 50 points. It was simply the top artifact of the novice village. With this special effect plus the horrifying damage reduction from his Dragon Scale Bodyguard and Justice Taunt, it made the attacks of these ferocious fishmen simply scratch an itch. It doesn't hurt at all. And another skill that is also a god skill. Blood Boiling. Activate the life magnetic field hidden in your body, increasing your maximum life value to 150%. Duration, 10 minutes. Paired with his Life Regeneration Tank was no longer enough to describe Lu Yun at this stage. A living, breathing blood bull, or blood demon. The current Lu Yun estimated that sweeping through all the wild areas under level 30 was no big deal. Minus 33, minus 38, minus 29, minus 21, minus 34, plus 225, minus 28, minus 30, minus 31, plus 255. Dense red kid damage popped up on Lu Yun's head. Then another green mass number quickly popped up, lifting him to full blood. Crossing 10 levels to kill monsters with full blood. This was the sense of security that the Dragon Knight profession brought him. After adding all of his extra attribute points to strength, Lu Yun raised his long spear. A hard sweep. A fishman. Blood cleared. Flaming dragon breath chop. Megalosaurus crash. Hundreds of points of horrific damage exploded wildly on the fishman's head. Lu Yun's long spear danced, frantically harvesting the lives of the fishman army. His own experience bar was rising across the board. In a moment, he upgraded to level 13. Before the wild monsters were cleared, Zhang Qingqing's slender figure over there fluttered over, and brought nearly 100 new wild monsters with her. The two of them, one pulling monsters and the other killing them, did not stop at all. There is a small detail. Lu Yun Zhang Qingqing did not form a team. Lu Yun relied on the monster hatred pulled by the skill, Righteous Taunt, every time instead of the grouping system. This allowed him to eat almost all of his wild experience solo. The experience bar goes up like crazy when you don't have to split the experience equally. Practicing can be like this? The female thief went numb. Thinking about them killing level 6 monsters also requires all kinds of planning and analyzing all kinds of awesome. For fear of accidents. How had he ever seen a scene like Lu Yun's explosive killing of high-level monsters? She couldn't fathom how the hell this scene had happened. The three female companions leaned over to her side at some point, looking at Lu Yun with little stars in their eyes. So handsome, handsome like a god of war. Don't be silly, he doesn't see us. Look how handsome he is. We are like 4 poor badgers lying in the sand. You guys, who's better than Shin Shuaba and him? Ji Mei, you're not out of your mind, are you? Chen Dashan? Really not familiar. I just think the student is the coolest. Female priest Xiao Xian pulled the arm of the female thief and said in an aggravated manner, Sister, we really can't learn this way of practicing leveling. Don't look. Go back and keep practicing. The female thief sighed. Before leaving, he gave Lu Yun a deep look, as if he wanted to engrave his face in his mind. My heart fantasized, if he is willing to take me along to upgrade, then my experience will definitely rocket up. He's also very handsome, and I don't know if he lacks a girlfriend. 4 hours later, Lu Yun pierced through the head of the last fishman with a single shot. The corpses of the fishmen at his feet were piled up into a small mountain 10 meters high. The rare materials, white plate equipment, and blue equipment that burst out were densely packed, and more than enough to shake the eyes. Vaguely, some other colors could be seen glowing. Lu Yun checked the leveling tip information. The dense tips gave him a bit of an intensive phobia. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2100. Congratulations. Level up. Attribute value increase. Gain 5 free attribute points. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2100. Congratulations. Level up. Attribute value increase. Gain 5 free attribute points. You have reached level 15 and gained the Dragon Knight profession basic skill, Dragonlance Triple Strike. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2100. Congratulations. Level up. Attribute value increase. Gain 5 free attribute points. Alert! Your level has reached 17. There are too many hints. And the Sands Beach defense line was almost completely emptied of level 22 fierce fishers. Killing monsters in place again would require Zhang Qingqing to run far away to pull monsters. Slow efficiency, not to mention the fact that the wild monsters were also prone to losing their hatred. The gains don't pay for the losses. Teacher, take a break. Zhang Qingqing wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and sat down with Lu Yun back to back. The hot petite body, soft and supple, fit tightly against his back. Lu Yun closed his eyes in enjoyment, smelling the fresh fragrance emanating from the woman behind him. Let the teacher see what good equipment has exploded. Zhang Qingqing casually touched a piece of equipment, hit it up and her eyes lit up. Nice bronze. Traveler's wrist guard. Required level, LV16. Quality, bronze. Attributes, strength plus 5. Stamina plus 10. Special, the damage you take from normal attacks is reduced by 2 points. Immediately she seemed excited and continued rummaging. There's also this, Traveler's Pendant Child, Traveler's Knee Pads, and Traveler's Armor. Just the right set for you. This burst rate is too high, isn't it? I've never seen this kind of explosion rate before when I go out to fight monsters. Lu Yun slapped his head and remembered a very crucial attribute of his, 10 points of luck, which was his special reward when he gained the title of Junior Hunter. After putting on 4 pieces of bronze equipment, Lu Yun was no longer a fledgling newcomer. The rest of the blue equipment, white equipment, and materials that had exploded were packaged out for a gain of several hundred gold coins. This wave earns hemp. Zhang Qingqing circled around Lu Yun, her face suddenly pressed over, her eyes staring straight at Lu Yun. Lu Yun instantly stiffened, not knowing what to do. Zhang Qingqing's voice was gentle. You have graduated and are a 20-year-old adult. When you go to the imperial capital, you will forget your teacher, right? We're so close. How can that be? Then, Zhang Qingqing wanted to say. Lu Yun was puzzled. What are you trying to say? Zhang Qingqing hesitated. I submitted my resignation letter. Lu Yun was shocked. Why? Zhang Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Want to know? If I'm doing it for a relationship, do you believe me? Love? Lu Yun, even if he was stupid, had come back to his senses. Zhang Qingqing was flirting with himself. Lu Yun, teacher, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Yun reached out and grabbed Zhang Qingqing's hand, which was supple, soft and smooth. Zhang Qingqing instantly drew back her hand. Her cheeks reddened. What are you thinking? Teacher's cheapness also dare to take advantage of. Just kidding. The refusal was dry on her lips, except that she rubbed both hands together in a distinctly wriggling motion. Just then, a group of people came up behind the duo. The group was all leveled above 30, and they carried the same union shoulder patch on their shoulders, a golden quicksand staff. The group roared as they walked. The Sands Wizards Union clears the field. Idle people retreat. When the leading man saw Lu Yun and the two of them, he said, I'm disturbing you too. This place is now being taken over by the Golden Sands Wizard Union. So please exit the Golden Sands Beach defense line. Zhang Qingqing frowned. You guys can eat such a large practicing area? The lead man was non-committal. We will only take over for an hour. After that you can do as you please. That's all we're asking for. I hope you two will sell your face. Zhang Qingqing said to Lu Yun in a deep voice. Lu Yun, let's retreat. Seeing Lu Yun's silence, she added. The Golden Sands Magicians Union ranks in the top 5 in Golden Sands City, with more than 200 people. Teacher, I know. Lu Yun returned. I've heard a lot about you. Let's go now. The Golden Sands Wizard Union was a long-established local union that had existed in Golden Sands for decades, and he had lived in Golden Sands for 3 years, so how could he not know about it? The lead man said, thanks for understanding. After saying that, he led the people far away. Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing headed out, and on the way, Zhang Qingqing said, that man is the chief knight and vice president of the Golden Sands Wizard Union, Chao Manlong, a level 45 transmogrifier. Lu Yun commented, with such a high rank and still treating us but courteously. He's a character. They left the Sands Beach defense line and entered the rest area. Not long after, more and more transmutants were invited out by the Magicians Union, who weren't as good-tempered as Lu Yun's duo. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. The Wizard Union is so overbearing. The practicing area isn't their home. Why should they drive us away? That's right. It was hard for me to grind the 2 fishmen down to bloodshed and kill them right away. And that Chao Manlong even kicked the fishmen back into the sea. The Magician's Union is shit. You can't even enter the top 3 on the union list. I'll see that you'll be cleaned up sooner or later. Humph. Still need to rely on others? When I'm level 50, I'll personally go to the Magician's Union and tie their president. Fei Bing-ro. Home is my wife. A few people were swearing quite a bit, and every now and then a burst of laughter erupted. Lu Yun bristled, intending to stay away from these people. As soon as he turned around, a cool fragrance hit his face, and before Lu Yun could react, he collided with a delicate body. Sorry. Lu Yun looked up, a tall figure wearing a cream-colored gilt-patterned robe. She had a slender physique and was over 1 meter 8, half a head taller than Zhang Qingqing. The figure under the robe, Han Yuan upright. The bottom of the robe revealed a section of calves, slender and straight. Jade legs are unmatched, and the bones are self-effacing. Nothing. She stepped on her golden patterned cloth boots and responded softly with a cold, pretty face. Then she turned to look at the trolls and asked, I am Fei Bing-ro. Who wants to snatch me home as a wife? That icy tone seemed to freeze people. The voices that had been abusive a moment ago came to an abrupt end. The man who had been Kanji's face went white. People around him averted their faces and distanced themselves from him. Fei Bing-ro said in a cold voice, Gentlemen, the Golden Sands Beach Defense Line has refreshed a high-level Diamond-class boss, and its range of activity is the entire Golden Sands Beach Defense Line. We're clearing the field to take care of this boss. If you all aren't afraid of being killed by it, you can come in. After saying that, her entire body slowly vaporized until it disappeared. After a short period of silence, an exclamation of surprise rang out. The skill of the epic-level profession Void Spirit Mage, blink. She's really Fei Bing-ro. Crap. I actually saw the goddess with my own eyes. So beautiful. I'll definitely join the Wizard Union. Our Jinsha city has produced a diamond-level boss. The Wizard Union is going to be rich. It's still not sure if the Magician's Union can take it. Gold-level bosses and above. One is tougher than the other. The Magician's Union is afraid that a lot of people are going to die this time. There's a good show. Zhang Qingqing had a bad smile on her face. Soft, I saw you crash into it. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing skimmed her mouth. What a pity. Some knowledge can't be taught to you unless. Lu Yun, unless what? Zhang Qingqing tossed her winks. Unless you're bold enough to help the teacher take a vacation. Lu Yun, which can withstand this stimulation. He grabbed Zhang Qingqing's jade hand. The other party struggled twice, but finally did not draw back. Time passed slowly, and from time to time someone with a golden quicksand staff shoulder patch passed by the duo. Those who went in were tense. Those who came out were assisted. Some were carried out. So it was clear that the battle was fierce. Information about the boss of the Golden Sands Beach defense line was gradually spreading. It was a fire-type creature called the Weaving Inferno Fire Hatchling, a level 40 diamond boss. It's been almost an hour. It should be done fighting, Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded. Just then, there was a loud bang. A man ran out with a head full of blood as he shouted, It's not good. The boss has evolved and Brother Raptor is down. The boss has evolved? Chao Manlong is down? The crowd looked in the direction of the Sands Beach defense line, where more and more people were exiting, mostly with injuries. Lu Yun noticed a man in the crowd who wore heavy armor and had a magnificent physique. He was carried out, his armor covered in blood, his hair burnt and plastered to his face. Wasn't this person the Chao Manlong with whom he had just had a meeting? Diamond-level bosses are so fierce? No way. The Sands Magicians Union has brought more than 100 people with them. How can so many people flip a car? The Golden Sands Wizard Union can't do it. They can't even beat a level 40 boss. Bullying newbies is okay. Meeting bosses. A fleeing union member sniffed and turned to curse at the person who spoke. Bullshit, we took it right away. And the boss actually evolved. Not only full blood, but also a lot more skills. The more he said, the more angry he became. And he even shed tears. A brother of mine. 5,000 blood. The boss is a skill second. That boss is still group damage. Skills don't cost money to throw. Hate can't even pull. You let us how to fight? We can't fight at all. His eyes closed slightly, as if he remembered the horrific scene. His body trembled and he turned away. What kind of boss is this? It's fucking evolved? It's off the charts. 5,000 blood in one skill? No wonder even Chao Raptor couldn't block it. Zune do fake do? Why don't I believe it? Dude, this is the Sands Wizard Union. Their strength is still level 30 per capita. I just did a rough calculation, and there are still more than 20 people who haven't come out. So I'm afraid they won't be able to come out anymore. I told you guys a long time ago, bosses above gold level are harder to kill one by one. Not to mention that this is diamond level. The Wizard Union deserves it. Lu Yun listened to the crowd's discussion and was stunned. Is a diamond level boss this strong? Can't such a big union take it? Zhang Qingqing pondered. Didn't I say that the boss evolved? Maybe its level has increased or its grade has increased. Monsters can evolve. but it's rare for a diamond level boss to evolve. So I can only say that the wizard union was unlucky. Fei Bingro finally came out from the practicing area. She was still dressed in her soft white mage robes, only her eyes had more than a hint of sorrow and anger. Before leaving, she glanced at the entrance to the Sands Beach defense line and sighed heavily. The wizards union is planted. The two of them left the rest area and Lu Yun said goodbye to Zhang Qingqing. This time around, Lu Yun leveled up to level 18, got a few more pieces of equipment, and gained insight. He was especially impressed by that diamond level boss, the Weaving Inferno Fire Hatchling, a skill that could kill a 5,000 blood transmuter in seconds. Lu Yun opened his panel. Lu Yun, LV 18, Stamina, 275, Power, 177, Agility, 120, Mental Strength, 135, Total Blood, 5,500. I have the qualifications to be killed by this boss in seconds. 500 blood was the effect of the equipment he wore, not taking into account the defense attribute bonus, only to be able to eat the boss's skill. As for arm wrestling with the Weaving Inferno Flame Young Bird, that would never be possible. Upgrading is imperative. When I got home, I saw that Lon Kerr was wearing an OL uniform with a slightly bulging white shirt on her chest, a wraparound skirt underneath, and then below that, oily pantyhose and fingerless heels. Sure enough, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Just change a set of clothes, from elegant princess to workplace white collar. Noticing Lu Yun's dull gaze, the corner of Long Cour's mouth curled up and she laughed. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the elegant and beautiful princess lord? But then again, you humans have such nice clothes. With that, Lon Kerr reached out and rubbed her hand on her smooth high silk thigh, especially these weird socks that are comfortable and pretty to wear. I also bought white, black, and monogrammed ones. He. Also, pretty little skirts. I bought a few, as if offering treasure. She kept pulling out from the house all kinds of clothes, socks, and shoes, ranging from Lolita style, school style, and more costly dresses. Lu Yun's face grew darker. Where did you get the clothes? Do you have money? It's just inside a program called MMT. They delivered it quickly. What's the money for? Do these things cost money? He grabbed his cell phone and checked the bill. Today's spending, 167 gold coins. Account balance, 13. 2 gold coins. He didn't lack the 100 or so gold coins right now, and he still had the money from selling materials in his warehouse. It's just that he's used to living a hard life, and he's never been careful with his money. He'd never been so generous with his money, and now that the savings he'd been saving for years were being squandered, he was a bit overwhelmed. Noticing that Lu Yun was in a bad mood, Long Cour lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, the princess's arrogance having long since been thrown away. Lu Yun, did I do something bad? No. I can't believe you only say 2 words when you talk to me. You're definitely mad at me. Not for such a small matter. Lu Yun patted Long Cour's smooth cheek. Spend any more money than that, and this is the little petite wife you brought out of the matrimonial home. The two were an absolute pair in the sense of the rules of the world, an inseparable combination. Long Cour stood on her tiptoes, the jade nose of her small feet rubbing Lu Yun's hair, and whispered in Lu Yun's ear. Big deal. Big deal. I'll be generous at night for once, and grudgingly, agree to sleep with you and me for once, so you just don't be angry. Spoiled with a hint of whiny tea, Lu Yun instantly couldn't help himself and hugged Long Cour before walking into the bedroom. No, I want you to sleep with me in this outfit. Arnie? Well, for what? Well, asshole, the skirt is meant to come off. What are you lifting it up for? My new socks. What are you doing? Soul. At night, Lu Yun took a shower and climbed back into bed. On the other side of the bed, the young girl was curled up as if she were a fragile young animal, wrapped in a space quilt. Lu Yun stroked the young girl's hair, unraveling the conch-like bun she had coiled up, the 2 twisted braids hanging down like snakes as he spread them out one by one. The green silk slid down, and the sleeping girl cocked her head comfortably, the corners of her mouth curling happily as she buried her face in the silky hair spread out by the mantle and drifted off to sleep. After Lu Yun did this, he glanced at the system interface. Sure enough, it was as he thought. The mythic tie system has changed again. The level of favor with the marriage partner increases, and the level of soul fit increases. The bonding system is being updated. Current bond unlocking level, 30%. 30% bonding bonus, Flame Dragon's Intimacy, passive skill. Flame Dragon's Intimacy, daughter of the dragon goddess, Dragon Cole Ivy Cilia Fire gave her husband the trait of flame favors during a soul mingling with him. She is the supreme of fire and will not allow any flame in this world to harm her beloved. Effect, your damage from fire magic and battle techniques is increased by 70%. You are immune to 70% of the damage of fire magic and battle techniques. The damage of fire magic and battle techniques is increased by 70%. 70% immunity to damage from fire magic and battle techniques. Lu Yun read the introduction of this skill over and over again. Supermodels, powerful. If those fire mages saw this skill, wouldn't they just skin him? Enhanced fire skill damage? Coincidentally, Lu Yun's main AoE damage skill, Flaming Dragon Breath Slash, was fire. The damage was directly increased by 70%. And he was afraid that he could even hit 2000 points of group damage with one strikeout. 70% damage immunity, what a concept. 100 damage fireball spell to hit him is just scratching. 1000 damage inflammatory burst spell will just scrape his blood skin. The 10,000 damage meteor storm could only knock out half of his blood. In the future, he is the humanoid self-propelled flame nemesis, the public enemy of pyromancy. Thinking of this, Lu Yun was tempted to find a group of leveling areas littered with fire-type monsters and do a fire pit butterfly swim to give those flame-type monsters a long look. Directly sending a message to Zhang Qingqing. Teacher, is there any map that has more flame-based monsters? Zhang Qingqing quickly returned. There are 3. The Golden Sands Honey Farm, which has a practicing spot, is all level 15 fiery bees, but the experience given is not very high. Wild Rock Slope, where a group of LV-25 flame goblins are stationed, is also one of the practicing spots where I intended to take you to level up earlier. The third one is a bit more difficult. It's a copy of a field of level 40 monsters on average. The subplot is called Fire Elemental Elf Extinction Prelude. It's full of fire elemental elves. And there's also a level 45 gold level boss. The first practice point was too low for Lu Yun to even look at. The second practicing point, on the contrary, is very suitable, but it also does not highlight the advantages of his new skills. On the contrary, the third copy, although the monster level is very high, but they are all fire monsters. Lu Yun has a lot of room for development. Sensei, can you give me a copy of the specific data of the fire elemental elves and fire elemental bosses? Soon, Lu Yun received a form. Fire Elemental Spirit, LV40, Skill Damage, 1120, Elite Fire Elemental, LV42, Skill Damage, 1650, Fire Elemental Lord, LV45, Skill Damage, 2700. The damage wasn't too high, he could totally afford it. Once he gritted his teeth, he said, Teacher, why don't we go to this map tomorrow to upgrade? Zhang Qingqing, should we reconsider? Would it be too risky? Lu Yun, it's okay, I'm prepared. Zhang Qingqing, do you want me to call a few teachers to help? Let's team up and go down together? Lu Yun, no need for that. Zhang Qingqing, it's good to see a high-level copy. After all, it's within a copy, much safer than in the wild. If it's really too hard to fight, we'll just exit the copy. And teacher will also protect your safety. Lu Yun, thank you. Teacher, this female teacher is really nice to him. Zhang Qingqing, saying thank you is too formal. Teacher is so tired every day. Just remember to compensate teacher in the future. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Yun typed, how do I compensate? By letting your old man take maternity leave? Zhang Qingqing, little pervert, do you want to try? Teacher is also eager to take a vacation. Winks selfie. JPG, Lu Yun closed Zhang Qingqing's chat window. Zhang Qingqing is an old driver. There are some words that he doesn't have the guts to pick up, and if the conversation continues, the one who suffers is Long Core. Cut to the class group, which is still as lively as ever. Sunning, have you heard? Brothers, a diamond-level boss has appeared over at the Golden Sands beach defense line. Wangi, who doesn't know about this? The whole Jinsha has gone crazy. Sunan, I've heard that the Sands Wizards Union has folded badly because of this boss. Wangi, that's not so bad. The president of the Golden Sands Magicians Union is a big beautiful woman. I don't know how many people are rushing to get in. If I don't do well on the exam, I'll go to this union. Kai Su, a diamond-level boss. I wonder what kind of goodies it can pop out. If I can kill it, I can probably level up to 20. Kai Su, do you guys think it'll drop diamond-level equipment? That stuff is worth a fortune. Wangi, don't even think about it. No union dares to take on this boss right now. The topics that the group chatted about were what Lu Yun had seen with his own eyes in the rest area. And he understood the horror of diamond-class bosses better than the people in the group. Zhao Feng, I have an insider tip that Lin Xiu, the second union president of Jinsha City, is planning to make a move on this boss. Xiao Si, holy shit, this Lin Xiu doesn't want to die? Zhao Feng, the one who made the move wasn't Lin Xiu. It was Lin Xiu's cousin Lin Ing, the super genius who had been furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University for 2 years. Lin Xiu told Lin Ing about the diamond-level boss, and Lin Ing agreed to make a move and said that the equipment that popped out would be given to Lin Xiu. Zhao Qingson, how do you know? Zhao Feng, I am untalented and have joined the Paladins Union as a reserve cadre in the union. These contents were heard from Boss Lin himself, eating with a group of people with union medals on their shoulders. JPG. Looking at the chat in the class group, Lu Yun pondered. As the second union in Gold Sand City, the Paladins Union was the one that all Gold Sand City transmuters wanted to join. Lin Ying went out from this union. He was an extremely rare light attribute profession. He later went to the Magic Martial University to further his studies. He also created the famous Fast Sword Union. His strength was quite terrifying. Lin Shadow's outstanding experience has become the pride of the city of Goldsboro. Lu Yun didn't envy. As long as he was given time, his achievements would definitely not be lower than Lin Ying's. Turning off his cell phone, Lu Yun took Long Kier into his arms. Soft jade in his arms. His heart was unprecedentedly peaceful. A wave of sleep came over him, and Lu Yun gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Yun found himself having nightmares all night long in which he was being choked by a Cthulhu-like creature. And that suffocating sensation lasted throughout the dream. Lu Yun's brows furrowed as the suffocating sensation remained, not disappearing with waking up. Lu Yun looked down, only to see that long coarse legs were tightly strangling his neck. Lu Yun's face was filled with black lines. No wonder there was a sense of suffocation. The feeling was that it was this one who messed up. I didn't realize that sleeping was life-threatening. I'll have to pay attention in the future, or I'll be strangled to death by her someday. Just then, Long Kor sat up rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was extraordinarily attractive today, with a mature flavor. Morning. Seeing Lu Yun staring straight at her, Long Kor smiled faintly, creating a great contrast with the exhausted Lu Yun. Morning. Lu Yun glumly replied back and then got up to clean up his room. The room was miserable. Even the high vis that I had just bought was in pieces. The two of them simply washed up. And Lu Yun led Long Kor to the Fire Elemental Elf Extinction Prelude copy. This place belonged to the high-level copies, with an average field monster level of 40. Not something Lu Yun's level could go to. Lu Yun wouldn't have come here if he didn't have flame immunity. The damage of fire magic and battle techniques is increased by 70%. 70% immunity to damage from fire magic and battle techniques. Thinking about these two attributes, Lu Yun was so excited that he said he would try it out today. The place where the copy is located is a jungle with no visible edges, and the trees here are different from the usual ones. Instead of green, the trees were ruddy red, and a blazing fire burned in each one. It's less like a jungle and more like a sea of fire. The flames burned, emitting a scorching power, and the dots of sparks fused together and shot straight up into the sky, creating an extremely shocking scene. Even though there was still a distance from the jungle, Lu Yun could already feel the suffocating heat. The heat is about to explode. Sweeping his eyes over the empty copy entrance, Lu Yun smiled. No wonder there's no one here. Even a level 40 job transfigurator wouldn't be able to enter without flame immunity. I'm afraid. Surrounded by burning trees, the temperature of the place had reached a rather terrifying level, and other transmutants could not enter at all. But Lu Yun was different. Although he could also feel the dry heat, his flame immunity of up to 70% allowed Lu Yun to ignore the terrifying heat here. As for Long Kor beside her, there was even less to say. As a fire dragon clan with the flame attribute, these flames were like playing house in her eyes. The two then moved deeper into the replica together. The temperature on the outside of the replica was already quite high, and as they went deeper, the temperature skyrocketed. A crimson-colored translucent barrier appeared around Lu Yun, isolating the surrounding restless flames. And this barrier was none other than the flame dragon's intimacy. Fire Elemental Elf. Level, LV40, Grade, Gold, Rarity, 3 stars, Attack Power, 500. Blood, 6,800. Skill 1. Rain of Fire Arrows. Fire Elemental Elf's bow is like a full moon, launching a rain of arrows, dealing 50% flame damage, 50% bludgeoning damage, and 50 slowing effect. Skill 2. Fire Elemental Burst. When the life value of the Fire Elemental Elf is reduced to 10%, it will deal an additional 10% flame damage and gain 60% blood absorption. Weakness. Fire Elemental Elves are afraid of destructive bursts. Evaluation. This is a monster that specializes in hiding in the sea of fire, and the flames are its cradle and source of power. Right at this moment, the system's analyzing panel even automatically surfaced in front of Lu Yun, and Lu Yun, who saw the panel's attributes, was suddenly stagnant. Right now there was a sea of fire all around him, and he didn't see the so-called Fire Elemental Alpha. Could it be that there's something wrong with the system? Whoosh! Just as Lu Yun was pondering, a wind-breaking sound suddenly came from the hot and dry space, and an arrow condensed by flames ran through the sea of fire, heading straight for Lu Yun's brow. At this moment, the hairs on Lu Yun's entire body stood up. The arrow was getting bigger and bigger in the pupil, and at the critical moment, Long Kor blocked Lu Yun's heels and stretched out her small white hand to directly hold the arrow in her hand. Although Long Kor was always passive when she was having a small meeting with Lu Yun, She was unambiguous when Lu Yun was in danger. The flame arrow was as if it was condensed from molten lava, and it was filled with extremely strong flame power, and the reddish-colored light radiated the surrounding space. If anyone else dared to hold the arrow with their bare hands like this, I'm afraid that their palms would be roasted on the spot. But to the little female dragon that controlled the power of fire, the power of the flames on this arrow was pitifully weak. There are monsters. Long Kor sidled up to Lu Yun and whispered softly, her palm exerting a slight force. This arrow condensed by flames was directly crushed into pieces. In fact, without the need for Long Kor to remind him, Lu Yun also realized this, only that when he looked around, he didn't find anything. It was a sea of fire, surrounded by dancing red-colored flames, with no monsters in sight. Suddenly, Lu Yun thought of the interface prompt he had just received. Since the system had already prompted information about the other party, it meant that the other party was nearby, just hidden in this sea of fire. It's hard to deal with a dark enemy, Lu Yun murmured softly. Whoosh! Just then, another flaming arrow passed through the sea of fire and came straight in the direction of both Lu Yun and Long Kor. After this arrow, followed by several arrows released at the same time and shot together explosively, like several flaming meteors, the arrows brought out a long trailing flame in the air as they crossed, powerless and splendid. Long Kor's face was filled with indifference as she casually stretched out her slender index finger and gently waved it toward the front. Whoosh! The power of flame condensed at his fingertips, transforming into a long whip of flame that instantly slapped these flaming arrows into flaming fragments. Playing with the power of flame in front of me? Long Kor was a bit enraged. The other party was slow to show up but kept hiding in the shadows to shoot cold arrows. It was really diabolizing. When the little mother dragon's temper flared up, she intended to do it herself, but she was stopped by Lu Yun at the critical moment. The experience in the copy relies on damage distribution. If you kill the opponent, I won't have any experience. Lu Yun naturally knew the terror of Long Kor's strength, but if he wanted to practice in a copy, he still needed to do it himself. Long Kor would at most act as his guard, and would just step in at the moment of danger. Okay. Long Kor nodded her head, then stood behind Lu Yun without saying another word. Lu Yun took a step forward, his eyes scanning back and forth through the surrounding sea of fire as he decided to use his brain to find the other party's trail. As long as he judged the direction in which the arrows were shot, he should be able to find the opponent's approximate location, and then Lu Yun would be able to step in and teach the opponent how to behave. But while the idea was plump, the reality was bony. Just as Lu Yun was searching for the other party's traces, several more arrows suddenly burst out through the sea of fire. But these arrows, they were all bursting out from all directions, and it was impossible to find a specific direction. Unable to do anything else, Lu Yun had no choice but to go on the defensive, directly applying the Flame Dragon's Intimacy, which directly reduced 70% of the damage to attacks with the flame attribute. Lu Yun then stood still and let the arrow shoot at him. With 70% flame reduction, even if he stood here and let his opponent shoot, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any problems, right? When Long Kor saw Lu Yun's movements, she wanted to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She was tempted to say that even though the intimacy of the flame gargoyle could reduce the flame damage, the arrow itself had physical damage as well. However, she felt that Lu Yun must have his own reasons since he decided to do so. Bang! In the next moment, several flaming arrows were shot at Lu Yun at the same time, in which the power of the flames was blocked by 70%, and the remaining 30% of the damage, in front of Lu Yun's powerful attributes, was also almost indistinguishable from scratching an itch. Just, put. The arrow shot at his body and a huge impact hit him. Lu Yun immediately glared at his eyes and almost spewed out his overnight meal. The power of the flame was blocked, but the physical damage was still there, and Lu Yun felt his waist go numb. It was a good thing that his basic attributes were strong and his defense was sufficient. Otherwise this arrow could have pierced through his body. Back to God Lu Yun a burst of fear, but Long Kor want to speak and stop. At that moment, a ball of flame in front of them suddenly began to pulsate, and a figure condensed by flames walked out from the sea of fire. The figure couldn't see its features. It was more like a mass of humanoid flames, and in the figure's hand, it was holding a bow and arrow condensed by flames. Apparently the guy who launched the attack earlier was the other guy. A fire elemental spirit? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, looking at the fire elemental elf who had stepped out on her own. Long Kor also came to the realization that it was no wonder Lu Yun had stood on his own and allowed the arrows to shoot over. So it's just a chance to lure the other side out. Worthy of a man who rides a dragon. I didn't even think it was possible. Long Kor was incomparably adoring of Lu Yun. Her eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars. Long Kor started out hating humans and disliking being married. And as a nerdy girl in the dragon clan, she felt that a dragon's life was only meaningful if she stayed at home. But when she met Lu Yun, when she felt the joy of having a small meeting, she then realized how narrow-minded she had been before. Just like before, If she were to find out the existence of the other party, she would at most suck up all the flame power here and force the other party to show themselves. Lu Yun, on the other hand, had made the other party show up of their own accord through a simple ploy that was simply too powerful. If Lu Yun knew what this little she-dragon had in mind, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Where was he just thinking of some scheme? He totally failed at pretending. After the fire elemental elf stepped out from the sea of fire, he immediately drew his bow once again and prepared to strike at Lu Yun. But Lu Yun didn't give the other party the chance to do so and directly moved to charge out. A crimson-colored ripple surfaced on the surface of Lu Yun's body as he transformed into a ball of fire and directly reloaded. Megalodon Rush. Bang! When Lu Yun slammed into the fire elemental elf, the opponent was forcibly stunned by the skill trait right then and there, and stood swaying in place. Just as the opponent was stunned, Lu Yun pulled out another Dragon Fortress, holding a platinum-grade shield, and disliked the opponent directly in the face. Bang! Before the fire elemental elf could recover from his stun, he took a solid blow to the head, barely missing a small flame. After doing so, Lu Yun sensed that 6 seconds had passed, and in order to prevent his opponent from fiercely counterattacking when he came to his senses, he directly cast Justice Taunt again. After all, the opponent was in existence several tens of levels above his own, so Lu Yun naturally didn't take it lightly, and straight away, a set of silky smooth little combos went the whole hog. Buzz! A pale yellow light enveloped the fire elemental elf, who had just awakened from his dizziness and immediately shot an arrow at Lu Yun once again. The red damage numbers finally jumped out under the double boost of Dragon Fortress and Justice Taunt. Blitz -20. The fire elemental elf's entire body froze. Old me, a level 40 gold-ranked monster, while still bludgeoning, actually only dealt 20 damage? And after seeing the damage dealt by his opponent, Lu Yun almost burst out laughing. At first he was a bit worried if his move was a bit abrupt. Although he could mitigate 70% of the flame damage, he was at least a level 40 gold level monster. Now it seemed that it was purely because he was overthinking it. The 70% flame damage reduction, coupled with his righteous taunt, and paired with the Dragon Fortress, it really wasn't that effective. A level 40 fire elemental elf in front of him was just like a scraping little monster. This deducted 20 blood was restored in a few seconds under the life regeneration enchantment. In other words, Lu Yun was still in full condition after he had fronted up to a blow from a level 40 gold monster. He was only level 18 now. I'm afraid that no one would believe this kind of thing if it was told. After reacting, the fire elemental elf once again attacked Lu Yun. This time it was even worse. It didn't even trigger a bludgeon and only dealt 15 points of damage. Lu Yun, on the other hand, was directly hardened with his Dragon Fortress, and he took a swipe at the fire elemental elf's head. -123, -125. -155. Although the opponent had 6,800 blood, he couldn't withstand Lu Yun's barrage of attacks, and in less than a minute, the fire elemental elf was consumed by Lu Yun. Lu Yun also gained some experience as a result, and the experience of level 40 monsters was quite terrifying, directly bringing Lu Yun's level to 19. This made Lu Yun overjoyed. The fire elemental elf extinction overture was really the right place to come. For other people this place belonged to a place of death, but it was just right to put it in Lu Yun's place. With his terrifying flame elemental reduction attribute, he could completely single-handedly brush this place. Lu Yun continued to go deeper and began to hunt the other fire elemental elves, who were all very cautious and at first would only shoot cold arrows in the dark until they were sure that Lu Yun had been hit, but they never expected that the defense of the guy in front of them was simply terrifying, and their damage simply couldn't do much damage. When they showed up, Lu Yun would charge up with a giant dragon crash and then turn on Justice Taunt to begin his torment. In less than a few minutes, Lu Yun had killed several fire elemental elves, but it wasn't clear if it was a special attribute of the replica, and there was no burst of equipment. Lu Yun's level 2 was always stuck at level 19 without moving. Although the fire elemental elves could provide a lot of experience, they could be slow to kill, and after level 18, every time you raised one level, the experience required would be more. It looks like if I want to upgrade, I'll have to hunt more fire elemental elves. Besides the fire elemental elves, there are also higher ranked elite fire elementals and fire elemental lords here, so I should be able to harvest quite a lot this time. Lu Yun thought this in his mind, so he sped up the movements of his hands. Just as Lu Yun was having fun killing, Zhang Qingqing was fuming outside the copy. This brat, it's clear that we've arranged to meet here at 9 o'clock. Why hasn't he moved yet? Zhang Qingqing was still wearing professional clothes today. Although the professional outfit was more conservative, it still accentuated the perfect curves of that body. The absolute field covered by the gray wraparound dress is mesmerizing, and the white thighs are moderately thick and thin, radiating a heart-stopping allure under the high vis. After waiting for a while longer and still not seeing Lu Yun appear, Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of Lu Yun's marriage partner, Long Core. Long Core came with the flame attribute, as if she was a noble flame queen, and the aura between her hands and feet was something that Zhang Qingqing could not compare. In terms of face value, Long Core was also an existence that could be able to overpower Zhang Qingqing. A man and a woman were alone in a room together, not to mention that the other party was now Lu Yun's marriage partner. This brat couldn't have been playing all night, could he? Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but widen her eyes, suddenly feeling a little short of breath. If that's true, what should one do now? Straight back? But she had already made an appointment with Lu Yun. But if she called directly, would it disturb them? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Qingqing still sent a message to Lu Yun. Meanwhile, throughout the periphery of the fire elemental extinction prelude, all the fire elemental elves were greeted with their worst nightmare. A human, beating all of them holding their heads. At first Lu Yun was still hunting the fire elemental elves individually, then seeing their own kind being continuously hunted by the human in front of them, the fire elemental elves collectively went berserk and directly showed up at the same time, wanting to strangle Lu Yun to death. They then realized with horror that their attacks falling on Lu Yun were actually just scratching to the extent of scratching, and then the group of elves despaired and began to play hide and seek with Lu Yun. As soon as Lu Yun saw that these guys couldn't afford to play, he immediately let Long Core make a move and directly sucked up all the sea of fire in the periphery. Losing the blessing of the sea of fire, all the fire elemental elves were exposed to Lu Yun's followers and began to playfully and frantically escape. It runs. He chased. It took wing. Concubine. Don't run. Let me love you well. Jia jia jia. As a result, a group of level 40 fire elemental elves were chased all over the map by level 19 Lu Yun. A sight that would bring tears to the eyes of any individual who saw it. It's too bad. And just as Lu Yun was chasing after these elves and chasing them, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was only then that he saw Zhang Qingqing's WeChat. Holy shit! Lu Yun let out a cry of surprise. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something. It turned out that he had forgotten Zhang Qingqing. Yesterday, the two had originally agreed to meet outside the replica at 9 o'clock so that Zhang Qingqing could lead them in practicing, but it turned out that Lu Yun was so intent on experiencing his newly acquired skills that he rushed in on his own. Mr. Big Wave, Zhang Qingqing Lu Yun, aren't you up yet? Lu Yun hurriedly replied, Teacher Zhang, I forgot to tell you, I've already gone ahead and started painting my copy. Seeing Lu Yun's reply, Zhang Qingqing instantly panicked. Lu Yun was only level 18 and actually ran over to solo a level 40 copy by himself. This is not nonsense. Get it wrong and it's life-threatening. Lu Yun was now the palm of the first middle school, a genius who had been internalized by the Magic Martial University, and a dragon rider who had signed a contract with the giant dragon race, so if anything went wrong, it would be the misfortune of the entire Xia kingdom. Mr. Big Wave, Zhang Qingqing, you should be in the periphery now, right? Stay where you are and keep yourself safe. I'm coming over now. Make sure you don't do anything rash. Wait for me. After hastily sending this message, Zhang Qingqing immediately rushed out towards the copy with a white face. All the while the heart kept praying, don't get into trouble. You mustn't have an accident. Just when Zhang Qingqing rushed inside the copy with the fastest speed in her life, she was then shocked beyond words by the scene in front of her. Clunk! Zhang Qingqing's cell phone fell directly to the ground, and it was as if her entire body had been frozen by Sakura Nation's time pause technique. She stood frozen in place, her charming face full of shock, her pink lips slightly open, and some saliva uncontrollably flowing down from the corner of her mouth, only to see that the entire outer sea of fire had completely disappeared at this moment, and a group of fire elemental elves were wailing and being chased all over the map by Lu Yun with his dragon fortress in hand. Lu Yun chased after him while letting out an evil, strange laugh. Jia jia jia. You guys can't run out of the palm of my hand no matter how much you run. Even if you scream your throats out today, no one will come to save you. Long Core had been following Lu Yun all along and was a little jealous when she heard Lu Yun's words. This guy had never even said these nasty words to himself. The dragon's nature was lustful, and she also hoped that Lu Yun would treat himself with this attitude. It was just that she couldn't say such words as a girl and could only look at Lu Yun sadly. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt someone staring at him. He stopped and looked behind him. Then straight away he had a jolt. When did Mr. Zhang arrive? Mr. Zhang. Lu Yun scratched his head and brought Long Core awkwardly to greet Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing also came back to her senses from the shock at this time, glancing at the group of fire elemental elves that were still fleeing with an odd expression. You're quite good at this. Hey. Lu Yun laughed a little embarrassed. I was just casually playing with them. Just play with them? At first, Lu Yun was still very conservative, but he gradually realized that these fire elemental elves were afraid of himself. Lu Yun then gradually let go and started chasing them all over the map. Just for fun? Zhang Qingqing once again glanced at the group of fire elemental elves that were fleeing for their lives. Although these elves did not have any facial features, their figures were indeed quite good. The front and back are pretty hot, but it's impossible for an unusual person to have a little meeting with them. Hams can crack on toast. None of this mattered. What mattered was that although these elves did not have 5 senses and could not show their expressions, Zhang Qingqing could still feel their panic. This couldn't help but make Zhang Qingqing ponder what these level 40 monsters had gone through to be chased around by Lu Yun like this. Getting back to the point, do you know that it's dangerous for you to do this? You're now an internalized student of Inner Demon Martial University. Once there's any slip-ups, how should the first middle school explain to the top? Zhang Qingqing slapped up a serious face and criticized. Lu Yun also realized his mistake and gave a sarcastic smile. I was wrong. Teacher Zhang. Seeing Lu Yun's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Zhang Qingqing couldn't say anything more and suddenly flipped her wrist and took out a long sword from her storage space. The long sword was 3 feet long and 3 inches wide, crafted from azure blue crystal, rendering it translucent, with a rather chic and exquisite shape, and it actually emanated a faint burst of cold ice power from it. The air within the replica was already quite hot and dry, but when Zhang Qingqing took out this long sword, the temperature in the vicinity lowered quite a bit. This is the Ice Seal Sword, a weapon forged from the body of a level 40 cold attribute monster, which inherently restrains fire elemental type monsters due to the accompanying ice power. As Zhang Qingqing spoke, she handed Lu Yun the Ice Seal Sword. Take this sword. Teacher will take you to practice now. Follow me later. First see how teacher I hunt these fire elemental elves, and you fill in at the back. How can you come to this kind of high-level replica to practice without professional equipment? She purposely went to Jinsha First Middle School early in the morning today to apply and get this sword, which was specially prepared for Lu Yun. Otherwise with Lu Yun's level, it would be too difficult to deal damage in this kind of high-level copy. Lu Yun reached out and received the Ice Seal Sword. Feeling the cool touch of the long sword in his hand, his heart was indescribably moved. Mr. Zhang, thank you. With this sword, I will be more than capable. If you really want to thank teacher, empty words are no proof. How about treating teacher to a few drinks afterward? Zhang Qingqing winked at Lu Yun, smiling like a flower. Zhang Qingqing already had a charming look, and her body was of the plump type, like a mature flower. Just a little closer she could smell the refreshing aroma. Lu Yun couldn't help but blush with old age and nodded his head in agreement. Teacher Zhang had specially prepared the Ice Seal Sword for his own sake, and had personally brought himself here to practice, so it was only right to have a meal to thank him. It was just that Lu Yun hadn't noticed the little she-dragon's mournful little eyes beside him the entire time. High specs with professional attire? So you like this? Long Kor swept a glance at Zhang Qingqing, speaking to herself in her mind as her small fists clenched. Although she had been 100 times reluctant in her heart when she was first married to Lu Yun, she was still quite upset now that she saw that other women were interested in Lu Yun. In her opinion, the two of them had already communicated deeply. Lu Yun was already her Long Kor's possession, and she would never allow anyone to take Lu Yun away from her. Lu Yun didn't notice Long Kor's little look, as he didn't even notice that Zhang Qingqing was interested in him. He just simply felt that Zhang Qingqing was too responsible and took too much care of himself. Without further ado, follow the teacher's lead and he'll take you to practice. Zhang Qingqing didn't say anything, and after greeting him, he pulled out another identical Ice Seal Sword and headed towards the fire elemental elf in front of him. Just looking at the surrounding trees that had lost their flames, Zhang Qingqing was more or less puzzled as to how the flames here had disappeared. Also, how were these powerful fire elemental elves being chased by Lu Yun? But she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that it might all be an accident, and that some monsters within the replica wouldn't initiate an attack. Perhaps the fire elemental elves here were of this type, which was why they were being chased by Lu Yun. These fire elemental elves had been chased all over the map by Lu Yun before, and had already held a dozen stomachs of anger. But now that they saw that a woman even dared to come and bully them as well, they were furious at that moment. What's wrong with copy monsters? We have minds and dignity. 2. A fire elemental elf stopped immediately. His bow was like a full moon, and the fire element coalesced in front of the bow to form an arrow, which was shot towards Zhang Qingqing. Whoosh! When? It was just that before this arrow could even get close to Zhang Qingqing, it was hardened by Zhang Qingqing using the Ice Seal Sword to split it in half down the middle. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun sucked in his cool breath. Worthy of being the teacher of Jinsha 1 Middle School, Zhang Qingqing was not only beautiful, this sword skill was even more out of this world. After blocking this arrow, Zhang Qingqing chose to strike while the iron was hot. Her long legs wrapped in black silk fiercely erupted with a powerful force, and her entire body directly rushed towards that fire elemental elf. At the same moment, Zhang Qingqing's voice rang out, "Watch, teacher will demonstrate for you personally what is called the art of fighting." Lu Yun looked serious as he stood still and carefully watched Zhang Qingqing's maneuvers. He currently only awakened the mythic profession and became a dragon knight. And in terms of combat experience and whatnot, he was definitely still no match for Zhang Qingqing. After all, the other party had gone through a lot of systematic training as a teacher in the first middle school, and there were many things that Lu Yun could not compare. In less than a few breaths of time, Zhang Qingqing appeared in front of the fire elemental elf, and the ice seal sword in her hand swung forward without mercy. Buzz! The fire elemental elf was unable to avoid dodging and was directly chopped off an arm. The red-colored arm leapt high into the air before landing heavily on the ground, directly turning into fire and dissipating. Normally, fire elemental elves were condensed by the element of fire and did not have a solid body. Their bodies were flames, and it was difficult to chop down their bodies by ordinary means. However, the ice seal sword came with a cold ice attribute, which inherently had a restraining effect on them, and this was the only way to achieve such an effect. Seeing the woman in front of him so formidable, the fire elemental elf was a bit alarmed and hurriedly turned to his companions and let out a whisper. It was clear that he wanted his companions' help, but those fire elemental elves all stood far away, with no intention of going forward to help. Are you kidding me? Lu Yun was still standing not far behind Zhang Qingqing. This ruthless man had chased a bunch of their elves all over the map before, and had become a lingering nightmare in their hearts. With Lu Yun around, they didn't dare to fight back at all, unable to do anything about it. That fire elemental elf had no choice but to retreat explosively while breaking out into combat with Zhang Qingqing. However, as a swordsman, Zhang Qingqing's swordsmanship had long been perfected, and his close combat was nearly invincible. Coupled with the fact that the fire elemental elves were only good at long-range attacks, they were directly suppressed by Zhang Qingqing the entire time. -555, -456, -666. Under the fierce battle between the two sides, the fire elemental elf's blood level began to fall wildly, dropping by a third in the blink of an eye. But just then, the distance between the two sides had also finally widened a bit, and the fire elemental elf didn't hesitate to cast a skill, Tempest of Fire. Hundreds of flaming arrows fell from the sky like torrential rain. The situation changed once again after the 50% strike and 50% slowdown effects came out. With the addition of the bludgeon, this strike struck out quite well, and even directly ignited the clothing on Zhang Qingqing's body. Although Zhang Qingqing extinguished the flames in time, the professional dress on her body was still burned with holes, and her white skin could be vaguely seen. Such a situation caused Zhang Qingqing to become furious, immediately holding the ice seal sword and trying to get close again. But the 50% slowdown effect was too perverse. Zhang Qingqing's movement speed was severely affected, and she was unable to approach her opponent at all. However, this was not difficult to defeat Zhang Qingqing, only to see Zhang Qingqing suddenly holding the ice seal sword and swinging it violently at the front through the air. A sword shadow then carried the sound of breaking wind and blasted at the fire elemental elf, once again dealing huge amounts of damage. Seeing the battle between the two sides, Lu Yun stared in wonder. Worthy of being a beautiful teacher, Zhang Qingqing had a stunning demeanor when she was fighting, especially whenever she was violently active. The evil in front of her body would cry out. Lu Yun looked on in horror, deeply afraid that the already burnt fabric would not be able to wrap around this powerful evil. But alas, the fabrics were still sturdy, and although they cried out for help several times, they eventually managed to hold back the onslaught of evil. In the end, after a 5-minute-long fierce battle, Zhang Qingqing managed to kill the fire elemental elf in front of him, but she herself, too, was panting with exhaustion. Her cheeks were scarlet, she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her originally smooth green silk was sticking together, as if she had just bathed. See? Zhang Qingqing put away the ice seal sword and came to Lu Yun. She smiled. This is the art of combat. Although you are not a swordsman, dragon knights can also play a similar effect. Try it yourself next. I will assist you from the side. Even if you can't cut down the fire elemental elf, it's fine. After all, you're only level 18. It's normal that you can't beat it. Yes. Lu Yun nodded his head before taking a step forward with his ice seal sword. And seeing Lu Yun take a step forward, the numerous fire elemental elves in the distance looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 steps back in unison. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged as he took a step forward once again. The gang of fire elemental elves then took another 8 steps back. Lu Yun, I'm not a man-eating devil. Do you have to be so afraid of me? It was also thanks to the fact that fire elemental elves couldn't speak, or else they would definitely have to greet Lu Yun's 18 generations of ancestors. We saw with our own eyes that our kind was controlled to death by a set of your skills, and now you think we're afraid? Don't you know what we're afraid of? And seeing the reaction of the fire elemental elves, Zhang Qingqing also finally noticed the abnormality. How it feels that these elves seem to be very afraid of this kid's appearance. This guy was only level 18. How did this group of level 40 monsters react like sheep to a hungry wolf? Boom! Right at this moment, a fire elemental elf couldn't help itself. It could no longer endure the feeling of being chased by Lu Yun, and immediately bowed like a full moon, taking the initiative to strike out at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was instantly overjoyed, and the giant dragon charged straight through, launches a shock that cannot be interrupted and stuns for 6 seconds depending on the strength of both players. Before that fire elemental elf could launch his attack, he was forcibly stunned in place by Lu Yun, who didn't hesitate to raise his frozen sword and slash at the fire elemental elf. Bang, bang, bang. Under the restraining effect of the ice seal sword, Lu Yun dealt even more explosive damage than before. After a few swords, the opponent directly dropped nearly half of his blood. Seeing that the 6 seconds were about to pass, Lu Yun once again turned on Justice Taunt. A pale yellow light directly enveloped the fire elemental elf. Then the fire elemental elf shot an arrow at Lu Yun, deals a whopping 16 points of bludgeoning damage, and then there was no more. After shooting this arrow, the fire elemental elf was cut down hard by Lu Yun with his ice seal sword. Only after doing this did Lu Yun wipe off the sweat from his forehead and return to Zhang Qingqing with a smile on his face, carrying his sword. Then scratching his head, he said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, I still haven't learned your art. I can only hack and slash." Chopping? Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yun and her entire body felt bad. It's only been less than a minute. Right, and you actually secured a level 40 fire elemental elf? When she had killed the fire elemental elf before, it had taken her nearly 10 minutes, and it was only with the cooperation of various sword arts that she had managed to kill her opponent. Lu Yun, on the other hand, directly controlled his opponent until he died, and the opponent only dealt a total of 16 points of damage before he died, and then he was seconded. Is this still human? Is this the horror of a mythic rank profession? Are you really a level 18 Dragon Knight? Zhang Qingqing messed up alone for half a day before asking in shock. Level 18? Lu Yun shook his head and revealed a bright smile as he said, "I'm level 19. 19? After Lu Yun's reminder, Zhang Qingqing realized that Lu Yun had indeed arrived at level 19 and couldn't help but be even more surprised. What the hell did this kid just do within the copy to actually level up so quickly? Zhang Qingqing suddenly recalled the scene when she had just entered the replica and saw Lu Yun chasing numerous fire elemental elves all over the map. She had thought it was just an accident at first, but now it dawned on her. Level 19 chasing after a bunch of level 40 monsters. He didn't think that a mythic rank profession could be counterintuitive to such an extent, but rather thought that Lu Yun was hiding secrets that were unknown to him. Lu Yun naturally didn't know what Zhang Qingqing was thinking, and upon destroying and killing this fire elemental elf, he was ready to continue to make his move to hunt the remaining fire elemental elves. Seeing Lu Yun's action, this time, Zhang Qingqing did not stop him, originally thinking of bringing this kid to practice leveling, and in the meantime, enhance the relationship between the two sides. Now she suddenly blushed a bit. This little guy was obviously so scary, but she was still dancing in front of him. It was really a bit embarrassing. Mr. Zhang. Lu Yun was about to continue hunting the fire elemental elves, but suddenly, as if he thought of something, he reminded with a red face, "You'd better change into a set of clothes first." Zhang Qingqing looked down, only to realize that she had already leaked her spring light, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Though she usually looks flirtatious, she actually has a conservative personality. She's so exposed in so many places now that those who don't know think she's wearing a fun costume out and about. Zhang Qingqing did have a storage space, and Zhang Qingqing immediately pulled out a brand new set of professional clothes from her storage space and changed into it. It was also thanks to the fact that she usually liked to stock up her storage space with clothes and such. Otherwise I'm afraid that she would have to go out in this condition today. And seeing that Zhang Qingqing had changed her clothes in just an instant, Lu Yun was slightly disappointed. "Why do you look like you can't get enough?" Zhang Qingqing noticed Lu Yun's little expression and gave a flirtatious smile, directly ignoring Long Core next to her, attaching herself to Lu Yun's ear and blowing a hot breath in front of his ear, softly saying, "If you still want to see it, come to the room to find your teacher tonight, and she'll let you have a good look." Lu Yun instantly coughed lightly a few times and was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a chill spreading behind him and turned around to realize that Long Core was staring at himself with a face full of sorrow. "This will come later." Lu Yun cleared his throat and said. Zhang Qingqing also glanced at Long Core, also as a woman. Zhang Qingqing naturally knew that the other party was jealous, so she didn't dwell too much on this topic. Back to the point. "Now start practicing. You're far more powerful than I thought. I'll assist you from the sidelines," Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded his head and was ready to strike with his ice seal sword in hand. But just then, the remaining group of fire elemental elves in front of him suddenly stopped escaping and stopped in place instead. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Oh no, they know they can't escape, so they're preparing to join forces to force a hard fight with us." Many of the monsters within the duplicates had a common trait. When they sensed danger, they would unite to fight to the death. A dog will jump over the wall when it's cornered, let alone a monster inside a copy. When encountering such a situation, if there was no absolute advantage, avoiding the front line for the time being might be the best choice for all professionals. Retreat first. Zhang Qingqing's face sank as she pulled Lu Yun and prepared to retreat. But before the two of them could retreat, the group of fire elemental elves in front of them raised their bows and arrows in their hands at the same time. Whoosh! Thousands of flaming arrows with long trailing flames traced a curved arc in the air, bursting through the sky in the direction where the two were. Rain of arrows of fire. Thousands of flaming arrows were like meteor showers, setting off a wave of flames in the air, the flames on each arrow connecting with each other, actually rendering the entire sky scarlet. Zhang Qingqing's face turned pale. Even though she was a teacher in the first middle school, she did not have the ability to resist the offense at hand, knowing that these fire elemental elves, each one of them was a level 40 existence, with dozens of fire elemental elves unleashing their skills at the same time. Even an epic profession spiritist of the same level would not be able to withstand them. It's over. Can't run away. Looking at the roiling rain of arrows that came bursting with the sound of breaking wind, Zhang Qingqing's eyes were filled with despair. The speed of these arrows was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to retreat if they wanted to now. Zhang Qingqing's face changed for a while before she finally made a decision, holding the ice seal sword and resolutely blocking Lu Yun. Teachers. Lu Yun spoke softly. You go first. The teacher here is blocking it for now. I have a high rank. My life won't be in danger for now. You go first. Zhang Qingqing decided to block the immediate attack herself so that she could delay Lu Yun's escape. However, Lu Yun did not think so. Teacher, why should I go? Lu Yun asked, the doubt in his heart. In fact, it was these fire elemental elves that kept escaping that made Lu Yun's life most difficult, and the fact that they were now united in a common counterattack saved Lu Yun a lot of work, so that he could easily kill these fire elemental elves. After all, with a whopping 70% immunity to flame damage, the skills that these dozens of fire elemental elves sent out together looked bullish, but couldn't actually deal much damage. However, Zhang Qingqing didn't know this, and when she heard Lu Yun's question, her breath almost didn't come back. Why are you leaving? You said why go? If we don't go, both of us will die here. Zhang Qingqing was just about to turn around and scold Lu Yun to hurry up and leave, but behind her, Lu Yun's figure had long disappeared. At the same time, Lu Yun's voice came from the front. Teacher Zhang, just watch from here. Leave the rest to me. Swish! Zhang Qingqing's pupils contracted violently as her eyes looked forward, and when she saw Lu Yun who was blocking her body, her head went blank. What this kid is going to do? Did he not feel the horror of the blow? The fire elemental elf, herself, was a pure fire attribute monster, and although the current attack had yet to come, she could already feel a terrifying aura of dry heat. What the hell is this kid up to? Before Zhang Qingqing could react, a rain of arrows exploded from the sky, and the moment they landed on the ground, they directly ignited a sea of fire. The place where Lu Yun was instantly covered in furious flames that burned as if they could incinerate everything. Lu Yun's figure was directly submerged in this sea of fire. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red after her momentary daze. Lu Yun! Zhang Qingqing suddenly felt a pain in her heart and her eyes reddened, because Lu Yun could cook a table full of good food. The two of them bonded over the delicacies, and Zhang Qingqing would look for Lu Yun every now and then to rub his nose in the food. Some time ago, Lu Yun had also mustered a marriage contract with the legendary giant dragon clan, becoming the envy of the entire school in one fell swoop. The one he had awakened was a mythic rank profession, Dragon Knight. This made Zhang Qingqing fall even more in love with Lu Yun. After all, her purpose of staying in the first middle school was to look for a man with good potential, to partner with him, to teach her children in the future, and to be a good wife and mother. And now, the sudden encounter was too much for Zhang Qingqing to accept. Compared to Zhang Qingqing's excitement, Long Core was much more calm. Looking at the vociferous Zhang Qingqing, Long Core did not make a sound to explain. Having 70% immunity to flame damage, it would be strange for these attacks to blast Lu Yun to death. Zhang Qingqing, that Ben's stupid woman, doesn't understand Lu Yun too well. Just like that, she still wants to steal a man from this princess? She's the woman who knows Lu Yun the best. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Long Core's pretty face. What about Lu Yun's teacher? I'm the woman who knows Lu Yun the best. What are you going to do to steal him from me? Mr. Zhang, you called me? Just when Zhang Qingqing was in pain and on the verge of tears, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the sea of fire in front of her. Zhang Qingqing's entire body froze directly, staring blankly at the sea of fire in front of her. As the flames gradually disappeared, a figure emerged in front of Zhang Qingqing's eyes. It was Lu Yun. Lu Yun was not only unharmed under the combined attacks of dozens of fire elemental elves, even his clothes were not scorched. At the moment around his body was covered by a light red boundary, And those terrifying flame attacks were directly counteracted by 70% of their power by the boundary. It was only the ice seal sword in Lu Yun's hand that had been scorched into vapor under the terrifying rain of arrows of fire. "You're okay?" Zhang Qingqing rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw in front of her, and when she was sure that Lu Yun was really fine, she cried tears of joy. "Of course I'm fine. I have 70% immunity to flame damage." Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled. 70% immunity to fire damage. Combined with his current blood quantity, he was the undefeatable little strong man. 70% immunity to flame damage. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhang Qingqing realized why Lu Yun was unharmed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Mythic careers are so awesome. Don't underestimate this 70% immunity to flame damage. If it was in the face of monsters or professions with the same flame attribute, this almost represented invincibility. An opponent who could originally deal 100 points of damage would only be able to deal 30 damage in front of Lu Yun, which could no longer be described as perverted. It's almost as if it's open and shut. Zhang Qingqing was delighted and shocked at the same time. No wonder the Dragon Knight could be called a mythic rank profession. It was so terrifying. What she didn't know was that Lu Yun's ability to have such perverted attributes didn't really have much to do with the Dragon Knight. It was mainly because of the presence of Long Kor, a little female dragon with fire attributes. And these attributes were all shared with him by Long Kor. What was strong wasn't the mythical profession of Dragon Knight. The strong one was Long Kor, the little fire attribute female dragon. That. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the frozen sword in his hand with only the hilt remaining and said awkwardly, "This sword has melted. Should I be asked to pay for it?" The ice seal sword was also forged from the materials on level 40 monsters, and it belonged to the more advanced equipment. But now the ice seal sword had been melted. If he really had to pay for it himself, Lu Yun really couldn't afford it right now. His 200 or so gold coins had already been spent by Long Kor. Thinking about this, Lu Yun now felt a pang of flesh pain. That was a full 200 gold coins. Long Kor actually managed to spend it all in one day. This rate of spending money was unthinkable for the frugal Lu Yun. We'll talk about the sword later. Let's just solve the trouble at hand first. Zhang Qingqing blankly glanced at Lu Yun without any good humor. Thanks to the fact that he was so worried about this kid before, he almost cried out. But as a result, in the end, the thing that this little guy cared about was actually whether or not to compensate for the ice seal sword. This made Zhang Qingqing angry and amused. Good. Lu Yun nodded his head. Then retook out his dragon fortress and charged at the fire elemental elf in front of him. Megalodon Rush. Boom. Since this group of fire elemental elves had just released their skills, they were all standing relatively close together, and Lu Yun rushed over with this giant dragon crash, directly stunning a large swath of them. And just as these fire elemental elves were stunned, Lu Yun directly cast Justice Taunt. Buzz. A pale yellow halo was instantly held up by Lu Yun's body and radiated out in all directions, covering all the fire elemental elves. When the fire elemental elves awoke from their stunned state, they attacked Lu Yun right then and there. Whoosh! A flaming arrow shot directly at Lu Yun. Yet the damage done was minimal. -15. -11. Strike -18. Strike -19. A group of level 40 fire attribute monsters bombarded Lu Yun furiously, but all of the damage added up, and it was hard to even exceed 100. On the contrary, Lu Yun's blood level was quickly restored to full with the addition of his super restore skill. After his blood was restored, Lu Yun didn't stay idle and raised the dragon fortress to smash it against the group of fire elemental elves. Don't look at the fact that the dragon fortress was mainly a defensive equipment, but with Lu Yun's up to 70% fire elemental damage attribute, each hit that lands deals high damage. -698, 770, strike -999, blitz 998. A few shields down, the group of fire elemental elves directly dropped half of their blood, while Lu Yun remained at full attributes. Zhang Qingqing revealed a shocked expression. Her worldview turned upside down. Injury-free brushing. Lu Yun, as a level 19 professional, was actually able to single-handedly brush a copy with an average level 40 monster without injury. Worthy of being the man Zhang Qingqing, fell in love with. In the end, under Lu Yun's simple and rough ravages, the group of fire elemental elves finally couldn't support themselves and their blood level directly went to zero before they dissipated into a ball of fire. After killing these fire elemental elves, Lu Yun also received a large amount of experience, but he was still some distance away from level 20. There's still a need to keep hunting monsters to do so. It was just that all the fire elemental elves on the periphery of the replica had already been killed by Lu Yun, and now there was nothing left for Lu Yun to upgrade. It was me who had underestimated you before. You're really a monster. No wonder that Dragon Knight was able to go to such heights. This profession is truly perverse. Zhang Qingqing sighed with emotion before she realized that Lu Yun had a somewhat difficult expression on his face. It's still a little bit short of leveling up. and there are no more monsters to kill at the moment. So it's hard. Now that you've killed all the fire elemental elves in the vicinity, it will take a while for them to refresh. So I'm afraid you'll have to go deeper if you want to continue practicing. Zhang Qingqing was amused by Lu Yun's expression. The fire elemental elves were just the most basic monsters within the replica, and the monsters that followed would only get stronger. If it was before, Zhang Qingqing would definitely not have allowed Lu Yun to continue to delve deeper into the copy, as the monsters in the inner perimeter of the copy were a bit difficult for even her to fight. Upon seeing Lu Yun's terrifying flame immunity attribute, she felt that Lu Yun might actually have the ability to be able to single-handedly brush this place, then keep going deeper. Lu Yun nodded, then looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Is that okay, teacher? Can yo?" Zhang Qingqing nodded her head. Her flirtatious phoenix eyes stared straight at Lu Yun, then she narrowed her eyes and laughed. "If it's Mr. Lu, it's okay for all of them to come in." Oh. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he felt something run over his face. It's the wheels. Long core behind Lu Yun, on the other hand, was so angry that she clenched her teeth, her hands tugging at the corner of her skirt so hard that her small skirt was about to be torn to shreds. For some reason, Long Core disliked Zhang Qingqing from the first moment she saw her, and now she hated it even more. Lu Yun was her marriage partner, yet this woman was saying such ambiguous things to her marriage partner in front of her. It was clearly provoking her. One has to watch out for this woman, Long Core secretly muttered in her mind, already listing Zhang Qingqing as the most important person to be wary of. Lu Yun didn't notice Long Core's reaction, and when he saw that Zhang Qingqing had agreed to go deeper, he immediately didn't hesitate and started to move on. Lu Yun's nature itself belonged to the more cautious ones, and even if he knew that this was a copy of fire attribute monsters, and even if he possessed a 70% immunity to fire attribute damage, Lu Yun was still quite vigilant. In Lu Yun's opinion, talent was all just secondary. Whether or not one could live with it was the king of the road to becoming a king. Since Zhang Qingqing had said that it was possible to go deeper, he thought that there should be no problem. As the two men and one dragon gradually went deeper, the scenery around the copy changed, and after walking for not long, the original flame jungle turned into a sea of flames. It was indeed a sea of flames, surrounded by endless flames burning on the ground. Terrifyingly high temperatures spread through the air, releasing extreme temperatures. Under the terrifying high temperature, the space above the sea of fire was constantly distorting, which was a very common natural phenomenon. But right now a large area of space was distorting, and at first glance it was still very impactful. This should be the lair of the fire elemental elites. They are a stronger existence than the fire elemental elves. They are level 42 monsters. Their battle power can be comparable to some mini-bosses. We have to pay attention to them, and if something is not right, retreat immediately. Zhang Qingqing looked at the ocean of flames in front of her, and also put away her thoughts of flirting with Lu Yun, and seriously admonished. As a teacher in the first middle school, she had the obligation to ensure the safety of her students. Even if Lu Yun wasn't a genius who had awakened the mythic profession, she still had to be able to stand up to the status of a teacher. Understood. If I'm really no match, I'll retreat. Lu Yun nodded his head. He didn't know how the others were doing, but as far as he himself was concerned, he was still very life-conscious. Don't look at the fight, he's not at all ambiguous, and he's absolutely top-notch when it comes to actually running for his life. With his status as a mythic-level professional, as long as he could stay alive and develop, sooner or later he would be a powerful person who dominated a party. There's absolutely no need to lose your life over a copy. The Dragon Knight was at least a combat profession, and if he really died in the copy, he was afraid that he would be even more miserable than the mythic-ranked alchemist who died in the copy, even to the point of being categorized as a typical antithesis to be celebrated by the world. Go ahead. Your teacher is here to help and cheer you on. Zhang Qingqing handed Lu Yun his own ice seal sword. She had struggled a bit to deal with a fire elemental elf before, and now she had to deal with a fire elemental elite that was stronger than a fire elemental elf, which belonged to the superlative for her. Good. Lu Yun received the ice seal sword and nodded as he walked towards the sea of fire in front of him. Higher level replica monsters hide themselves most of the time, only revealing themselves whenever an outsider steps into their territory. But just as Lu Yun was about to step forward, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Only to see that in the originally calm sea of fire in front of them, an explosion sound suddenly came out, and immediately after that, one direction of the sea of fire suddenly splashed up several pillars of fire through the sky. A figure covered in a black barrier rushed out from the sea of fire. Only because of the black barrier, Lu Yun didn't get a good look at the figure's appearance and didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman. Someone is actually practicing here? Lu Yun directly froze, originally thinking that only people with flame damage immunity like himself would challenge this copy. I didn't realize that someone had already taken the lead and challenged here first. Zhang Qingqing also frowned. She also didn't expect someone to come to a place like this, and the visitor was still just a person. It would be just as well if you were in a group, and with the cooperation of the various professions, you could still brush through the entire copy. Of course, Lu Yun was an exception. For other people to come to this kind of copy alone without Lu Yun's blessing of being immune to this kind of counterintuitive fire attribute damage, it would be purely an act of sending them to their deaths. However, just by glancing at the opponent's means of attack, Zhang Qingqing concluded that the opponent did not have any flame damage reduction attributes. Is that Void Mage? It was only when she saw the other party's means that Zhang Qingqing was instantly a bit misplaced. Lu Yun also somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. Void Spirit Mage. If he remembered correctly, the president of the Magicians Union, Fei Bingro, was also a Void Spirit Mage, right? Although looking around the world, Void Spirit Mage was not too rare a profession. As an epic level profession, there were also a significant number of spiritists who had awakened Void Spirit Mages, but within the confines of the first form, there appeared to be only one person who had awakened a Void Mage. And naturally, this was Fei Bingro of the Magicians Union. It's actually her. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed. The last time he saw this Fei Bingro was during the Jinsha Beach defense. At that time, Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing had been brushing their copies in the defense line before people from the Wizard Union showed up to blockade the entire beach. Because a diamond-level boss had shown up, the Wizard Union was nearly at full strength preparing to clear this boss. It's just a shame that it ultimately failed. At that time, Fei Bingro was also at the scene. How come she appeared here now? Whoosh! However, before Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing could be overly shocked, another dozen or so fire pillars shot up into the sky, their bodies burning with crimson flames, illuminating their human forms like the god of flame, and appeared at the top of the fire pillars. Although they were also humanoid in silhouette, they were much stouter than the fire elemental elves they had encountered before, and the power of the flames all over his body was even more furious. They were none other than level 42 fire elemental elites. Upon seeing these dozen or so fire elemental elites appear at the same time, Lu Yun understood what was going on right then and there. Fei Bingro was surrounded by these 10 or so fire elemental elites. Roar! After more than a dozen fire elemental elites appeared, Fei Bingro, who was inside the black barrier, immediately pressed her eyebrows together, and her face was filled with tension and unwillingness. Ever since the last time the Wizard Union lost the siege of the Golden Sands Beach defense boss, the Paladin Union had released the news that they would personally execute the boss. However, the Golden Sands Magician Union had paid a heavy price for besieging the boss, and if they were to call it quits, not only was Fei Bingro unwilling, but even the many members of the Magician Union were also unwilling. Therefore, during this period of time, Fei Bingro had been searching for a way to defeat the boss, and in the end, she chose to come here, wanting to find a way to defeat that boss from the fire elemental monsters within the replica, as an existence that had single-handedly created the Magicians Union and brought it to its current heights. Fei Bingro's character was quite stubborn and belonged to the level of a strong woman. Her lifelong greatest pursuit was to bring the Wizard Union into the ranks of the top 3 super unions, and now that the union was fully mobilized but could not encircle a boss, she naturally could not accept such a big blow. Although Fei Bingro didn't have the flame damage reduction attribute, with her level 50, she still forced herself to single-handedly brush the fire elemental elves in front of her all the way here. Originally, he thought that he would be able to single-brush the fire elemental elites by virtue of his level advantage, but who would have thought that he would be surrounded by numerous fire elemental elites just after arriving here? The spiritual intelligence of these fire elemental elites was significantly higher than the previous fire elemental elves. Seemingly sensing the power of Fei Bingro's rank, the fire elemental elites took the initiative to show up when Fei Bingro had just appeared in the area, and simultaneously struck out to cast their skills. Fei Bingro was caught off guard and could only passively defend herself, and then she was forced directly into the sea of fire below, and if it wasn't for the Void Spirit Mage's unique defensive barrier, she might have been roasted by now. After engaging in a tussle with these 10 or so fire elemental elites within the sea of fire, it was only with great difficulty that he managed to come out from within, but he didn't expect to be caught up so quickly. Roar! Right at this moment, the fire elemental elites standing on top of the fire pillars around them suddenly let out an ear-piercing roar. And along with the roar coming out, the originally calm sea of fire also boiled up at once. Countless flames began to jump wildly, and the height of the flames changed from a few centimeters before to several meters now. The entire sea of fire seemed to be agitated. The power of the flames burned all around. Even if there was still a distance from the sea of fire, Zhang Qingqing had the feeling of being grilled on a grill, dripping with fragrant sweat. For the first time, she felt that her clothes were a kind of burden, wanting to return to the most primitive state of the animal. Remove these annoying fabrics from your body. However, after glancing at Lu Yun next to her, Zhang Qingqing still settled for the idea. Boom! Right at this moment, those 10-odd fire elemental elites suddenly transformed into 10-odd fireballs at the same time, smashing towards Fei Bingro from different directions. Fei Bingro became drastically changed, and the black barrier around her suddenly glowed brightly. Boom! Immediately after the fireballs descended at the same time, the black barrier was instantly covered in crimson flames, and when the flames slowly dissipated, the black barrier had already crumbled. There was blood hanging from the corner of Fei Bingro's mouth, and her breath was also a bit undulating, thanks to the fact that the flashy magician's robe itself was an extremely high-quality piece of equipment. Otherwise, it was bound to be in a state of undress now, and would be feasted on by Lu Yun for nothing. Damn it, gullible! Fei Bingro clenched her teeth, somewhat regretting that she had rashly come here to brush the monsters alone. If she could have gotten some wizards of other professions in the union to assist her, perhaps she wouldn't have been in such a mess. She was the president of the Magicians' Union and the pillar of the entire union. If she died here, the Magicians' Union would inevitably go into decline. However, the situation at hand was in all kinds of crisis, and Fei Bingro did not have a good way to get out for the time being. After so many years, she did have quite a few high-level magic props, but it was a pity that she had come in such a hurry that she hadn't brought them with her at all. Just when Fei Bingro did not know what to do, her afterglow inadvertently glanced at her, and then she spotted Lu Yun's trio not far away. The last time she came out of the Golden Sands beach defense line, she had collided with Lu Yun and had met the three of them. At this moment, when he saw that the three of them actually appeared in such a place, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Hurry up and get out of here. These fire elemental elites have gone berserk. Fei Bingro shouted at Lu Yun's trio. At this time, she was all on her own, yet she didn't cause trouble but reminded Lu Yun that the three of them should hurry up and leave, which was enough to show that although this woman seemed rather high-strung, her character was still good. Lu Yun glanced at Fei Bingro. His heart was torn. On one hand, he was a little afraid of death, and currently, he didn't know if he was a match for these elite fire elementals. Although his 70% immunity to flame damage was perverse, if the opponent's power was truly terrifying, there was still a risk of being killed in seconds. But on the other hand, Lu Yun didn't want to sit back and watch. Speaking of which, Fei Bingro had also been a student at Jinshannou, one middle school, and was Lu Yun's schoolmate. Fei Bingro had successfully passed the examination of the Magic Martial University by virtue of her bright performance as a void spirit mage of the epic rank profession, and was already a student of the Magic Martial University. Although Lu Yun was not the kind of person who had the heart of the world, he did not want to see death. Kagome. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Kor, and after this period of time, the two of them were considered to be mentally connected, and Long Kor instantly understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately, flames began to burn above his body. Roar! An ear-piercing sound of a dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the sea of fire, and a huge red-colored dragon spread its wings and rushed out from the flames. This was none other than Long Kor's original body. Lu Yun didn't hesitate when he saw this. His body rose up and stood directly on top of Long Kor's back, with his feet on the dragon, overlooking the endless sea of fire below. Lu Yun suddenly had the feeling of looking out of the corner of his eye. Having the aid of a dragon was what made him a true dragon knight. Kagome. Let's go! Lu Yun drank in a low voice. Long Kor didn't hesitate, and immediately brought Lu Yun like a star to dive directly into the sea of fire in front of her. Faced with an even greater threat coming their way, the dozen or so fire elemental elites were instantly attracted to Lu Yun and Long Kor, one person and one dragon. Seeing this, Fei Bingro clenched her shell teeth, and after a slight hesitation, she immediately retreated to a safe range with a flash of her body. Originally, he had thought that Lu Yun and the two of them should have quickly retreated back. But who would have thought that Long Kor would have directly charged towards the center of the elite fire elementals with Lu Yun in tow, when both sides were close to each other. Lu Yun even jumped up and directly jumped towards the center of more than 10 fire elemental elites. Seeing this scene, not only Zhang Qingqing, but even Fei Bingruo's pupils contracted violently in disbelief. Taking the initiative to enter the center of a dozen or so fire elemental elites? What the hell is this guy doing? Does he have a death wish? Lu Yun had naturally struck out to save Fei Bingro, and after rescuing the other party, he should have withdrawn as well. But Lu Yun knew that when these fire elemental elites came back to their senses and saw that Fei Bingro was missing, they would surely chase after them once again. That was why Lu Yun had to hold these guys back for the time being. These guys just look more powerful, and their attributes aren't actually too much stronger than the fire elemental elves, so they shouldn't be my opponents, right? Lu Yun said secretly in his heart. Other than that, based on this appearance alone, Lu Yun was still a bit intimidated. But the situation at the moment was already an arrow in the air. Mockery of justice. Lu Yun let out a roar from the sky. Buzz! A pale yellow aura radiated out from his body and enveloped in all directions, instantly enveloping these fire elemental elites completely. Lu Yun's positive taunt range was limited, but since these fire elemental elites were too close, they were all taunted. Upon being taunted too, these fire elemental elites instantly launched an attack towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun had a 70% reduction to fire attribute damage itself, and when Justice Taunt was cast, it would reduce the opponent's damage by another 70%. A special situation occurs when two attributes are stacked. Boom! When these elite fire attribute damage landed on Lu Yun, the terrifying power of the flames shot straight up into the sky, as if it was going to burn everything in this world into nothingness. Then the damage numbers popped up on Lu Yun. -5, -5, -5, strike -8, strike -8, flame burns -1, flame burns -1. What's this about? After seeing these numbers pop up, Lu Yun himself was stunned, but quickly reacted to the fact that this was the result of two 70% damage reductions combined. Hiss! At this moment, even Lu Yun felt his scalp tingle. His attributes were too perverse, right? If that was the case, not only when facing fire attribute monsters, but also when facing fire elemental magicians, Lu Yun would be almost invincible as well, because the moves of a fire elemental magician were all fire attribute skills, and Lu Yun had a double enchantment. He was almost invincible. However, Lu Yun soon calmed down again. There was no time requirement for his 70% damage reduction on the fire attribute, but Justice Taunt had a time limit and could only last for 10 seconds. However, Justice Taunt didn't have a CD and was continuously cast as long as Lu Yun had enough power, so the effect was still quite horrifying when you did the math. Just as Lu Yun was shocked by this, Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru as two girls were also wide-eyed, and even Zhang Qingqing purposely rubbed her eyes, feeling that her worldview had collapsed once again. These terrifying elite fire elementals were all level 42 monsters. Being surrounded by so many elite fire elementals and attacked, even Zhang Qingqing, the swordsman, would find it hard to fight. Lu Yun, on the other hand, actually doesn't drop blood. It was just as well that normal damage didn't drop blood, and bludgeoning damage didn't drop blood either, and even true damage, which was known as the end of any shield, actually failed to do any damage. Zhang Qingqing was dumbfounded. This little guy's level of perversion was far beyond his imagination. If he waited for him to grow up, how terrifying he would be in the future. Just as the two women were shocked, Lu Yun had completely pulled out his ice seal sword and battled with these elite fire elementals. After a simple and rough battle, these fire elemental elites were cut down hard by Lu Yun. Not to mention, the ice seal sword was really good, and due to the fact that it restrained fire attribute monsters itself, every sword Lu Yun sent down almost always belonged to real damage. On the contrary, the other party, who had thrown over a wild bombardment of skills, had not even knocked out a single drop of Lu Yun's blood under the double attribute reduction. Your level has increased to 20. Upon killing the last fire elemental elite, a faint glow emerged from Lu Yun's body, and his aura instantly became stronger. After killing these elite fire elementals, he also finally arrived at level 20 as he had hoped. However, Lu Yun wasn't too happy because the experience for the next level became even more, almost exponentially. This also meant that it would become increasingly difficult for Lu Yun to continue upgrading. Wipe, don't play with it like this. I'm only level 20 now. The experience needed to upgrade is comparable to those level 30 professionals. If I'm level 30, won't the difficulty of upgrading be comparable to those level 60 high-level professionals? Lu Yun looked at the experience progress panel and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Experience, 6/199999999. 1. 99 million. That's too scary. Shouldn't a mythic rank profession, as the existence of the highest level of all professions, be the fastest and easiest to upgrade? Lu Yun muttered softly in his mouth and was just about to go back to the two women when the sea of fire that had calmed down around him actually boiled up again. Boom! Immediately afterward, countless pillars of fire shot up into the sky, actually transforming into a chain of flames in an instant, coalescing in the air to create a flame prisoner, directly trapping Lu Yun within it. Lu Yun instantly frowned. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru also changed in color. Not good. It's the boss of this copy, the Fire Elemental Lord, who has appeared. The two women were silent for a split second and reflected at the same time, their expressions both becoming incredibly tense. Zhang Qingqing, as a teacher in the first middle school, had studied the various copies of Jinsha. As for Fei Bingru, as the president of the Golden Sands Magicians Union, she naturally wouldn't come here to practice leveling rashly, and she had also studied the copies here when she came. Flame Prisoner. This was a skill that only the copy boss Flame Lord knew. This level 45 gold level boss had finally appeared. Don't look at the fact that the Flame Lord was only a few levels higher than the Fire Elemental Elite in terms of level, but in terms of damage and attribute panels, it was more than a star stronger than the Fire Elemental Elite. Otherwise people don't deserve to be copy bosses. Oh no, Lu Yun. The copy boss is about to appear. Hurry up and break the flame prison and escape. Zhang Qingqing anxiously shouted at Lu Yun. Although she recognized Lu Yun's strength and knew of Lu Yun's superb immunity to fire attribute damage, she didn't yet think that Lu Yun could be so powerful that, with these attributes, he could single-handedly challenge a copy boss. The boss appeared. Lu Yun sniffed and instantly panicked as well. He had originally wanted to touch base with the copy boss based on his high damage immunity. Now, listening to Zhang Qingqing's stance, it seems that he is not a match for this copy boss at all. Lu Yun quickly reacted and raised his ice seal sword to slash at the flame prisoner. However, as this sword looked down, the flame prisoner did not have any damage, and even failed to leave even a single trace. These chains were clearly condensed from flames, but their strength was frighteningly high. Lu Yun did not believe in evil. Once again force a few swords swung down. The result was still futile. The flame chain was unharmed. Instead, the ice sword appeared on a few tiny mouths. Lu Yun's eyelids were aligned, and at that moment, he felt bad about his entire being. That, Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun suddenly looked up at Zhang Qingqing and squeezed out a smile on his face as he said, "It seems that this changing ice seal sword was also messed up by me, so I shouldn't be asked to pay for it, right?" When she heard Lu Yun call for herself, Zhang Qingqing thought that Lu Yun wanted to say something important, but when she heard these words, she almost didn't explode in place. Now it's all this time. Little life is hard to save, and you are still concerned about whether you want to pay for it or not. Is it important to lose money or your life? What Zhang Qingqing didn't know was that Lu Yun was really worried about losing money. He really didn't have any gold coins on him. If he really had to lose money, he could only sell long core as collateral. Who let all these gold coins be spent by long core alone? Long Ker. Brat. Hurry up and find a way to escape. I'll give the gold coins for the frozen sword for you. You hurry up and come out now. Zhang Qingqing held back her anger and yelled at Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded his head and once again attempted to cut the chains with the ice seal sword, only to see Lu Yun holding his breath and gathering his entire body's strength into the arm holding the ice seal sword, then slashed down hard. Clunk! The ice seal sword broke into two. Lu Yun. It looked like things were getting tricky. Although the ice seal sword restrained fire attribute monsters, it was only forged from the materials of level 40 ice attribute monsters. The boss level at hand had already surpassed level 40, and the attribute restraint of the ice sword obviously couldn't play much of a role anymore. Seeing the increasingly boiling sea of fire, Lu Yun's expression became serious. Looking at this situation, the boss should be appearing soon. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Yun suddenly pulled out his dragon fortress and slammed it into the flame chains, but it still didn't do anything. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru looked anxious, wanting to help but not having the strength to do so. Boom! Right at this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, and Long Core in her giant dragon state appeared next to the flame prisoner in the form of a meteor. Spinning around, he extended his dragon claw and gently swung it at the flame chain, and this sturdy flame chain was easily chopped off just like that. That works too. Lu Yun took a deep breath and glanced at Long Core. Worthy of being a fire attribute fire dragon princess, this tactic was indeed powerful. As the flame chains were chopped off and the flame prison was instantly disintegrated, Lu Yun was about to jump on Long Core's back and leave this place without hesitation. But right at this moment, the copy's final boss, the Fire Elemental Lord, finally appeared. This Fire Elemental Lord was also a monster whose entire body was condensed by flames, only that this Fire Elemental Lord was not a humanoid creature, but rather an existence similar to a fireball. Upon appearing from the sea of fire, the flames of his entire body burned madly as if he had gone crazy, releasing extremely terrifying high temperatures, just like a small sun. Immediately afterward, countless flame chains instantly extended out from the Fire Elemental Lord's body, and before Lu Yun could react, these flame chains bound his limbs, entangling Lu Yun to death in place. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and then he saw that the Fire Elemental Lord's body began to expand rapidly, and several red-colored runes emerged on its surface. Within these runes, an extremely violent power was hidden, a power that even Lu Yun felt extremely threatened by. This is Lord Blast, a skill of the Fire Elemental Lord. When the Fire Elemental Lord senses danger, he will directly trigger this skill, which is equivalent to using all of his power as raw material for self-destruction, providing a 100% bludgeon bonus with 30% true damage. Fei Bingru's pupils burst as she hurriedly shouted in Lu Yun's direction. Zhang Qingqing's scalp tingled. Lu Yun, hurry and escape. Zhang Qingqing's voice trembled as she roared out these words. 100% blast damage with 30% true damage is no picnic. It must have been the Fire Elemental Lord who sensed Long Core's presence, so this triggered the Lord Blast. Self-destruct? Lu Yun didn't understand the Fire Elemental Lord's skills, and when he heard Fei Bingru and Zhang Qingqing's reminder, it was as if he wanted to curse in an instant. You are at least a copy of the boss. actually have self-detonation skills. Do not be so disgusting. And what's the point of blowing yourself up right off the bat? Do you think you're easy to bully? Lu Yun instantly became a bit flustered. He had managed to awaken the mythic level profession of Dragon Knight with great difficulty, and it could be said that he had a bright future ahead of him. If he had a choice, Lu Yun wouldn't want to die here. Kagome, don't mind me. Hurry up. This boss is crazy. Seeing the fire elemental lord's body expanding more and more, Lu Yun suddenly roared loudly at Long Core. Sometimes I'm kind of helpless being sober alone. The corner of Long Core's mouth twitched as she said breathlessly, have you forgotten that you have the attribute of 70% flame damage reduction? The fire elemental lord's self-detonation will only last for a short period of time, and with your mitigation of fire elemental damage, combined with Justice Taunt, this fire elemental lord's self-detonation is irrelevant to you. So why are you so scared? Yeah, Lu Yun slapped his head, and only then did he react. He had absolutely no reason to be afraid of the other party blowing themselves up. Reacting. Lu Yun's old face blushed. It wasn't his fault. It was mainly because Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru had misled him, making him forget that he also had the attribute of flame damage reduction. Buzz. Without hesitation, Lu Yun directly used Justice Taunt right at the moment the fire elemental lord blew himself up, and just the moment the pale yellow light mass was released, the fire elemental lord also finally blew himself up. Rumble. The fire elemental lord instantly exploded, and a terrifying ripple of flame instantly covered the nearby space, like the sun exploding. The scene was exceptionally shocking. Berserk wind waves swept around, blowing the flames within the entire copy to jump crazily, and Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru, both of them, were even directly bombarded by this force and flew backwards. Only after stabilizing their forms did the two women look up in shock, only to see that the place where Lu Yun was had been turned into a sea of fire. Lu Yun, Zhang Qingqing couldn't suppress the tremor in her voice. The thing she was most worried about had still happened. Lu Yun, something's wrong. He's like this because he saved me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have rushed into this place to solo a copy. Fei Bingru was also 10,000 times sadder. Clenching her fists, her heart was incomparably hard to bear. She thought that she had killed Lu Yun. And how are you going to make it up to him? Suddenly a voice suddenly rang out asking. I don't know. Fei Bingru shook her head, her deep eyes filled with gloom. If you were given a chance to repay him in kind, would you be willing to do so? The voice asked again. I do. Fei Bingru nodded her head and then smiled bitterly. It's just a pity that there's no chance anymore. However, Fei Bingru was only halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something and fiercely widened her eyes. This voice, it seems to be Lu Yun's voice. Is he not dead? Just as Fei Bingru was looking at the sea of fire in front of her, she saw Lu Yun and Long Coer, who had reshaped into human form, slowly walking out of the sea of fire. The two were unharmed, not to mention showing any injuries. Even the corners of their clothes were in an intact state. With every step forward taken by the two, a flaming ladder would appear in the space in front of them, and the two just stepped on the flaming ladder and walked step by step to the two women. Lu Yun winked at Fei Bingru and smiled. President Fei, I heard everything you just said, and since you don't mind giving your body in return, it's not like I can't accept your repayment. However, before Lu Yun could finish his sentence, he suddenly screamed miserably. It turned out to be Long Core who had viciously thrown herself at Lu Yun's waist. Long Core glared at Lu Yun, although she was smiling. That smile was extremely dangerous. It seems that your physical quality is very good. I can't fulfill your needs with one dragon. Lu Yun gave a sarcastic laugh and hurriedly explained. I was just joking. Kidding? Long Core snorted coldly, and then whirled her head to Lu Yun while following her, and said leisurely with a voice that only two people could hear. If you can get out of bed standing tomorrow, count me Long Core as a waste. Swish! The smile on Lu Yun's face immediately stiffened and goosebumps rose all over his body. He could already imagine the scene where he was being greatly tortured by Long Core. I was really just having a little fun with Chairman Himiko, Lu Yun continued to explain, but Long Core directly and arrogantly turned her head away, directly ignoring it. Lu Yun was rather helpless before he looked at the two girls, Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru, and smiled. I'm fine, boy. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and pulled Lu Yun by the hand and started sizing him up. However, they realized that Lu Yun really didn't have any injuries, and even his blood level was still full. She was filled with horror. How the hell did you do that? Stiffening the fire elemental lord's self-destruct skill is actually still in full condition. This is too perverse. Although Fei Bingru didn't say anything, her eyes were also filled with dismay, and it was obvious that she was also shocked. Lu Yun didn't tell the two women about the attributes of the Justice Taunt skill. He wasn't a stupid fool who told everything to the outside. Many professionals would intentionally hide their skill attributes to facilitate unexpected effects at critical moments. It wasn't that Lu Yun didn't trust the two women. It was just that there were a lot of things that really weren't suitable to tell other people. Seeing that Lu Yun did not answer, but rather smiled without saying anything, the two women were very sensible and did not dwell too much on the topic. Anyway, it's good that you boys are okay. Zhang Qingqing shook her head, the stone in her heart finally falling to the ground. Teacher Zhang seems to care about me a lot. It really flatters me. Lu Yun teased as he put on a touched look. I thought that Zhang Qingqing would try her best to defend herself, but who would have thought that Zhang Qingqing would directly admit it? I do care about you, can't I? If you're willing, come to the teacher tonight, and the teacher will care for you even more intimately. Zhang Qingqing's meaning was already obvious. This teacher, who was hailed as the goddess of dreams by all the teachers and students in the school, had completely opened her door to Lu Yun. As long as Lu Yun was willing, he would be able to taste this goddess in the eyes of the entire school's teachers and students. And if other people knew about it, I'm afraid that the envious looks alone would be enough to drown Lu Yun. As a man who was not deeply involved in the world, this was tantamount to a huge temptation for Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could agree, he saw Long Kor's gaze that wanted to eat people and hurriedly shook his head. A lone man and a widow sharing a room. This doesn't seem too good. Ha ha. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly spread out his hands and a red crystal ball made of glass-like material appeared in his palm. The crystal ball presented a transparent state, and the naked eye could clearly see the flames flowing inside. And these flames also all presented a reddish color, revealing a violent aura. This is the Fire Elemental Lord's core. Zhang Qingqing was naturally knowledgeable as a school teacher, and recognized what this crystal was with a single glance. Fire Elemental Lord's core? What is this? Is it of any use? Lu Yun asked curiously. Just after counteracting the Fire Elemental Lord's self-detonation, this thing appeared right in front of Lu Yun and was taken away by him in passing. It was just that Lu Yun didn't know what this was exactly and thought it was some kind of material that could forge equipment. You've made a lot of money. This Fire Elemental Lord's core is an attack-type prop. After releasing it, it can explode with a power comparable to that of a Fire Elemental Lord's self-detonation. Hiss! Lu Yun sucked in his cool breath. If that was the case, he would be equivalent to having a life-saving card. And he wouldn't have to be afraid even if he encountered a level 40 professional. This thing would be as powerful as a small mushroom egg if thrown. If it was a level 40 professional, without defense, he could be directly blasted to death. Even a level 50 professional could be easily re-injured when caught off guard. This is good stuff. Lu Yun's eyes lit up before he carefully put the core into his storage space. You just killed the Fire Elemental Lord and that's all you got? Zhang Qingqing asked with a sudden turn of phrase. Right. Lu Yun nodded his head. Even though he had 20 luck points, he really hadn't exploded anything else. You just killed a boss. But you didn't upgrade? Zhang Qingqing asked in shock. Aha. How should I answer this myself? The Fire Elemental Lord blew himself up because of Lu Yun, so it was ruled as having been killed by Lu Yun. But after killing this boss, Lu Yun had gained 1 million experience, 990,000 experience points short of his upgrade. It's not even close to being upgraded. Lu Yun scratched his head and laughed. It was also good that the two women didn't think much about it, and immediately led Lu Yun to leave the copy. The two women were relieved when they were sure that they had left the copy. Lu Yun, thanks to you this time, otherwise I should have died inside. I, Fei Bingro, owe you a huge favor. If there is anything I need in the future, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Fei Bingro was still on board and started thanking Lu Yun after coming out of the copy before leaving in a hurry with the excuse that she had something to take care of. Looking at the graceful figure, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. He really couldn't figure out why Fei Bingro had appeared here. Simply because she was unwilling to let the Union defeat the Diamond Grade Fire Attribute boss, she had come here to look for a way to crack it? Lu Yun was not convinced that Fei Bingro would be so intentional. Intuition told him that there had to be a hidden agenda. But whatever reason Fei Bingro had come here to train, it had nothing to do with Lu Yun. After all, the two were just casual acquaintances at best. Just then, Lu Yun felt a softness coming from his palm and turned to see that it was Zhang Qingqing holding his hand. Mr. Zhang, don't say anything. If it wasn't for you this time, teacher, I guess I would have to stay inside the copy and not come out. In order to thank you, teacher decided to give her body to you. I wonder what you think. This. Lu Yun was directly dumbfounded. Zhang Qingqing was so amused by Lu Yun's appearance that she covered her mouth and laughed softly. Before she said, a good moment is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so choose a day rather than bump into it. And now let's go to the bridal chamber with teacher. Lu Yun, Long Kier. Half an hour later, the two of them, Lu Yun and Yilong, arrived at a villa. This was the luxurious villa area of Golden Sands, and only powerful transmigrants who were not rich or noble could afford to buy a house here, because the price of the land here alone is enough to discourage ordinary people. However, Lu Yun owned a small 3-story villa here in a style that was a combination of Chinese and Western styles, and naturally, Lu Yun could not afford such a nice house on his own. These are the treats given to him at Sans 1. When Lu Yun managed to sign a marriage contract with a mythical level dragon like Long Kor, the entire management of the first middle school was abuzz. The marriage partner was a mythic level partner, and even if it wasn't the giant dragon clan, as long as Lu Yun didn't die young, sooner or later in the future, he would be able to become a dominant existence. This represented that after many years, another genius with great potential had come out of Golden Sands. This is a great honor for Sands. In order to reward Lu Yun, the senior management of the first high school had gone through a heated discussion for up to 2.5 hours, and originally, some senior management had proposed that Lu Yun be directly rewarded with gold coins or directly given resources or something like that. However, it was dismissed by the principal of the first high school, who felt that using these extraneous objects as rewards was an insult to a genius like Lu Yun. I feel that directly rewarding these out-of-body things is an insult to Lu Yun's character. As a genius who can sign a marriage contract with a mythic-class dragon, he must have his own pride, not to mention hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Even if he was given hundreds of millions of gold coins, he would probably scoff at it. That's why I decided to directly reward a set of villas to make him feel at home, and in the future, no matter how far he goes, he'll always be a member of my first middle school and the pride of my Jinsha city. Under his vehement dismissal, a sudden burst of applause rang out in the conference room. The crowd unanimously decided to reward Lu Yun with this set of villas, hoping that in the future, even if Lu Yun traveled farther, he would not forget his hometown. It was thanks to Lu Yun not knowing about the content of the meeting. If he knew about Comrade Principal's speech, he would have been so angry that he would have spit out blood. Give me gold, give me resources. Who says I don't care for these worldly things? I want it so bad. Please don't mince words and insult my character. Worthy of being a genius who has signed a marriage contract with a mythic level marriage partner. This treatment makes even my teacher's eyes redden as I look at it. Zhang Qingqing came to the villa's entrance hall to take off her shoes. Without the package of shoes, the pair of high silk under the perfect proportion of long legs more pure. Her jade feet is not flat feet, but rather very curved, small and exquisite pair. It looks very beautiful. Upon looking at the extremely extravagant decorations inside, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little envious. Normally, this kind of place should only be inhabited by the bigwigs of the Golden Sands. But Lu Yun had directly stayed here, which was enough to see the importance that the first middle school attached to him. It was also Lu Yun's first time coming to this place. In the past, when the days were tight, Lu Yun had rented a house outside to live in, and he only dared to live in such a gorgeous house in his dreams. The gears of fate might have quietly shifted when he made a contract with Long Kor. If Ms. Zhang likes it here, you can come often in the future. Lu Yun touched his nose and said with a smile, yes, I'll come and rub it in more often from now on. Zhang Qingqing didn't refuse, and after saying that, she walked in on her own and began to survey every corner of the villa. Mr. Lu, I don't know if you are satisfied with the environment here? Just then, a voice sounded behind him, a Mediterranean middle-aged man, who wore a pair of presbyopia glasses, his head nearly reflecting under the sunlight. It looks more or less obscene. This was Lu Yun's former knowledge class teacher, and not to mention that Lu Yun had become a mythic-level professional this time around. His grades in knowledge class were surprisingly poor. I was not criticized by this teacher in the beginning, but now, this teacher was acting respectfully in front of Lu Yun. That's what comes with talent. Although as a mythic-level professional, cultural achievements are also important, but when your talent or strength breaks through to a certain level, the other stuff just doesn't matter anymore. After all, the flaws are there. I'm very satisfied with this place, and I'm troubled that teacher is still thinking of visiting me. Lu Yun nodded and expressed his gratitude to this Mediterranean Sea. Immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Communicating with a mythic-level professional, even if this person was his student, he still felt Alexandrian. He had been entrusted by Principal Li Zhang as a representative to offer his condolences, and it was good to see that Lu Yun was not dissatisfied with the rewards of the first middle school. It's good that there's no problem. If there's any problem you can contact me in time. I'll try to help you out. Mediterranean finished speaking before turning around hastily and leaving as if escaping. When he left the villa area, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile appeared on his face as he said, to be already a mythic-ranked professional and still not be arrogant. This kid is a character who will become a great man in the future. As a teacher of the first school, he had also trained many powerful professionals, only that those professionals had simply disowned him as a teacher after they had consummated their marriages with their powerful mates. The more excessive ones even directly used him as if he were a subordinate. But Lu Yun was the only one who didn't have any stance even with his current height. That still made him comfortable. Zhang Qingqing strolled around the villa and realized that there was a back garden behind the villa, which was filled with various plants. In the center of the back garden, there is even a self-heated, oversized swimming pool. Wow! You actually have a swimming pool here, so I can swim to cool off after dabbling in dinner at your place from now on. Zhang Qingqing looked at the pool with glowing eyes, itching to jump in and have a painful swim right now. If Mr. Zhang likes it, he can come often in the future. Lu Yun laughed and immediately let the two girls stay while he went to cook. As for Zhang Qingqing's initial comment about entering the bridal chamber was naturally a joke. Her intention was to come to Lu Yun's place to rub her nose in it. After all, the last time he had come to Lu Yun's house to dine was a week ago, when it happened to be the day of the universal marriage of the first high school. Zhang Qingqing, as a teacher, also had a lot of things to do, and simply didn't have the time to come to Lu Yun. Lu Yun had originally wanted to go outside and sell some ingredients to come back, but he opened the refrigerator and realized that it was already stuffed with all kinds of ingredients. Unable to help but feel the heart of Kazuaka, he immediately took out the needed ingredients to start cooking as well. He had saved his money over the years, and while he had no other skills, his cooking was absolutely superb. Soon under Lu Yun's busy schedule, a smell of rice came out from the kitchen. In the meantime, outside the pool, Zhang Qingqing stood in front of the pool and opened her hands, then sucked in the air from the garden with vigor, feeling that her whole mood had changed for the better. Next to her, Longcore was looking at Zhang Qingqing with a face full of mischief. Also as a woman, Longcore naturally saw that Zhang Qingqing had thoughts about Lu Yun and naturally would not give the other party a good face. After all, technically speaking, Lu Yun was also her marriage partner, which meant that he was her Longcore's man. Kagome, I actually realized early on that you don't seem to like me very much. Right at this moment, Zhang Qingqing suddenly turned her head to look at Longcore, then blinked her big eyes and laughed. I think there should be certain misunderstandings between us. Who gave you permission to call me that? I am a great dragon. How can a humble human call me by my great name? Longcore immediately tightened her eyebrows, and suddenly a dry and hot aura was released from her body, like a volcano erupting in molten lava destroying the world. The space around them all rapidly heated up, and the space near Longcore, even more so, directly twisted up and spiraled into a reddish color. Behind Longcore's back, a giant dragon silhouette even emerged. The giant dragon silhouette was burning with flames, and suddenly let out a dragon whistle that shook the entire backyard. Under the radiation of this terrifying airwave, all the vegetation in the backyard rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the change in Longcore, Zhang Qingqing was also startled. Not expecting Longcore to be able to explode such a terrifying energy within her small and delicate body, she suddenly realized something that she had overlooked a lot of the time. Longcore was Lu Yun's marriage partner, but this ninja is also a mythical dragon at the same time. If she didn't have a marriage restriction, if Longcore were to unleash her destructive power, it would be very easy to burn her to ashes instantly. Don't be impulsive. Since you don't like me calling you by your name, I won't. I just thought we might not need to be so tense with each other. Zhang Qingqing quickly regained her composure and smiled to pacify Longcore, although she knew how powerful the other party was. As Lu Yun's marriage partner, Longcore was unable to casually make a move. She wasn't originally in existence in this world, and was only able to appear here because she had signed a marriage contract with Lu Yun in the marriage room, so she was essentially bound by the laws of the world. To put it simply, even if Longcore was angry, as long as it wasn't at Lu Yun's behest, then it could only make her feel bad in her senses, and couldn't truly harm her. I have nothing to do with you. Longcore roared in her heart at her incompetence, so she could only withdraw her intimidation and turn her head to the side. Seeing this soft and adorable scene, Zhang Qingqing's heart grew suddenly with bad intentions, and she softly coaxed, your dragon race is also a strong one. Even if they don't have concubines, they always have a few warblers and swallows around them, don't they? What are you trying to say? Longcore said in a cold voice. What I want to say is that Lu Yun, he's very good. The moment he became a dragon knight he was already destined. There must be a path of prosperity ahead of him, and there will be no lack of women around him in the future. After listening to Zhang Qingqing's words, Longcore was silent. In fact, this kind of problem had also occurred to her a long time ago, but she just hadn't thought much about it. Now after such words from Zhang Qingqing, Longcore instantly turned annoyed. Although she had hated signing a marriage contract with Lu Yun in the beginning, she had now accepted him. Dragons were lustful by nature, but where did she, as a woman, want her man to be surrounded by other women? Seeing Longcore's lowered face, Zhang Qingqing continued to strike while the iron was hot. If you agree to my affair with Lu Yun, I can do you this favor. What favor? Longcore asked with a frown, not quite understanding what the other party meant. I'm teacher Lu Yun. When he goes to the Magic Martial University, I'll be serving there as well, so I can keep an eye on her for you at that time. and when you meet its other suitors, I can help you out with that. Zhang Qingqing was full of smiles, appearing as gentle as a neighboring sister. Although Longcore was already an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, but living in the world of dragons, she didn't know that much about the world. In comparison, Zhang Qingqing's experience was much richer than hers. Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Longcore fell into deep thought. Although she hated the other party, it would be a good thing if the other party could help her with the suitors Lu Yun might face in the future. If Lu Yun was destined to be surrounded by many women in the future, she would rather just dominate Lu Yun with Zhang Qingqing. Could be. After thinking for a long time, Longcore finally made her decision. If you can do it, I cannot stop you from doing things with him, but if you are unable to do it, if I can't do that, then I'll leave you guys by myself and promise not to be a light bulb anymore. Zhang Qingqing revealed a bright smile. What an intelligent woman she was. When Longcore fell into deep thought, she knew that this matter was more than likely a done deal. Upon chatting about this, the tense atmosphere between the two women eased considerably. After all, how do you say? The two women are now considered a united front. But it was followed closely by a silence without a topic of conversation. Only after a long time did Longcore ask, I heard those students in the first middle school say that you are the goddess in their eyes, and there should be no lack of suitors around you, so why do you prefer this guy? This fellow in Longcore's mouth naturally referred to Lu Yun. I see a promising future in him and want to hold on to him for a soft meal. Is there a problem? Zhang Qingqing smiled faintly and answered casually. However, upon hearing this reply, Longcore frowned. Just pestering Lu Yun because you want a soft meal? Although she was only a dragon and didn't quite understand the feelings between humans, she still felt disgusted by Zhang Qingqing's behavior like this. Just as Longcore wanted to continue saying something, Lu Yun's voice came from the room. Dinner's ready. Longcore glanced at Zhang Qingqing, and ultimately said nothing as she directly turned around and left. Zhang Qingqing smiled and followed closely. On the dining table, 4 dishes and 1 soup had been set out, and although they were all home-cooked, the flavors were really good. And on top of the dining room table, there was a bottle of red wine, something that was kept in the kitchen cellar. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to go out and buy some beer. Then he saw that there was red wine so he brought it. At the table, Zhang Qingqing kept on chucking dishes and laughing with Lu Yun. Recognizing Lu Yun's cooking skills, only Longcore had a preoccupied look on her face. After this meal, Zhang Qingqing left on the pretext that she had something to take care of. When Lu Yun packed up the dishes, he realized that Longcore was sitting on the living room sofa waiting for him. What's wrong? Lu Yun wiped his hands and came to sit beside Longcore and asked, anything on your mind? I don't like that woman. You try to minimize your dealings with her in the future. Longcore said softly, I always feel that this woman is a bit too snobbish. I don't think Ms. Zhang is that kind of person. She took care of me quite a bit when I hadn't signed a marriage contract with you. Hearing that Lu Yun was actually still speaking for Zhang Qingqing, Longcore instantly nodded with anger and directly turned her head away from Lu Yun. It made Lu Yun very puzzled. It was said that a woman's heart was a needle under the sea. He really didn't understand why Longcore was like this. Could it be a relative? Do fire dragons come to relatives too? Doesn't it just turn into a Mao blood wanton? Lu Yun didn't think much about it, and after looking at the time, he simply took a shower and went to bed. As for Longcore, Lu Yun originally wanted Longcore to sleep with him. But this Longcore didn't know what kind of temper she was in, and directly ignored Lu Yun. Thinking back on what he had done today, a smile appeared on Lu Yun's face, breaking into a replica to solo a boss. What a plain and simple day again. Thinking about it, Lu Yun gradually entered dreamland. But just at this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly unscrewed, and immediately through the light within the corridor, a hideous shadow appeared beyond the door. At this time, Lu Yun was playing against the Duke of Zhou, so naturally, he didn't realize this. Only after making sure that Lu Yun had fallen asleep did the figure tiptoe into the room before closing the door. Then, it came to Lu Yun's bed. Lift the covers. Free from bondage. A Tarzan. Sit straight up. Snap. Almost instantly, Lu Yun was awakened from his dream and stared in horror. With his brain being forced on, and seeing Longcore sitting on top of him in the middle of the night without sleeping, Lu Yun was truly a bit misplaced. And what's more, what Longcore was wearing was actually the professional hip dress that Zhang Qingqing wore today. Kagome. What are you doing? What do you think? Don't you like that woman very much? I'll do what you want now. It's not like that. Don't you? Hiss. Lu Yun wanted to explain, but Longcore simply didn't give him a chance to do so, directly causing Lu Yun to suck in cool air as his body began to twitch. It was only after an hour that Longcore stopped moving and turned to stand up and walked over to Lu Yun. Overlooking Lu Yun, who was lying on the bed, a powerful desire to conquer suddenly rose in Longcore's heart. Dragons are inherently lustful, but at the same time, dragons are also extremely dominant marriage partners. and conquest is one of the many means by which they get their kicks. So tonight, Lu Yun was destined to suffer. Seeing Long Kor get up, Lu Yun had thought that everything was over. But who would have thought that Long Kor would suddenly squat down and stretch out her white and smooth palm to gently caress Lu Yun's chin. Then the eyes that emitted a faint ruddy color in the dimly lit room locked onto Lu Yun's lips. Your lips are a little dry. Must be from poor maintenance. Long Kor reared up, dumbfounded. But it's okay, I can help you with your lipstick. 7:30 a.m. The following morning, Lu Yun was still resting, and after being forcibly tortured by Long Kor last night, Lu Yun had finally experienced the feeling of being ridden by a dragon. Honestly, this was a really bad feeling. Even if he was a dragon knight, he couldn't stand to be screwed like this. But what made Lu Yun despair was that he had only just fallen asleep not 10 minutes ago when his cell phone rang. Lu Yun was exhausted and felt that his bones were sore. He just picked up his cell phone and wanted to instinctively hang up the phone. When he saw the caller ID person, the whole thing went straight to spirit. Principal Li Zhang. When the marriage was held on that day, when Lu Yun and Long Kor were successfully married, Li Zhang took the initiative to leave Lu Yun's phone number. I didn't expect the other party to call him at this time. Lu Yun had no choice but to press the connect button and said with a strong spirit, Principal Li, are you calling me for something? Lu, today is the day of the school-wide strength test. Why haven't you arrived yet? Are you sick? Do you need me to take a look at you? On the phone, Principal Li was full of love, as gentle as a neighboring elder. However, after hearing the words opponent's school-wide strength test, Lu Yun sat up directly from his bed as a reflex. Grass. According to the rules of the past years, when the universal marriage is completed, the school will leave some time for the students to improve their strength. Then the strength test will begin, which can also be understood as a strength test. This test is only a one-sided test in one center though. However, if you want to enter a well-known transmigrant university, the results of this examination are also more important and will be used as a necessary reference when the time comes. I can't believe I forgot such an important day. Nope, it wasn't that he had forgotten, but Lu Yun, who had been tortured by Long Kor all night, really couldn't remember. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Did something happen? Next to her, Long Kor was woken up by Lu Yun, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Then in turn, she clamped down on Lu Yun, her voice a little hoarse as she asked. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to curse his mother. I'm sorry, Principal Li, I overslept. I'll be right over now. Lu Yun hurriedly hung up the phone before getting up and starting to put on his clothes. Did something happen? Seeing Lu Yun like this, Long Kor also sat down in front of the bed, and those large Kazran eyes that were flashing with a ruddy glow looked at Lu Yun in such an innocent manner. A great contrast to last night's wild image. If he didn't know that it was Long Kor lying in front of him, Lu Yun would definitely wonder if this little wooden dragon had been taken over by a certain domineering female emperor last night. The school-wide test has already begun, and I've already been delayed quite a bit, Lu Yun said hurriedly while wearing his clothes. Ah! Long Kor was instantly a bit aggrieved. Her hands placed in front of her chest and drew circles. I'm sorry, I only wanted to punish you last night. I didn't know that today was the day of the school-wide test. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. Things had already happened. It wasn't a matter of who to blame now. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, Lu Yun then took Long Kor and headed straight to school. The good thing was that it wasn't very far from the first high school, and it took about 5 minutes to get to the school after sweeping the bike on the road. When Lu Yun arrived at the school playground, he was then shocked speechless by the scene in front of him, only to see the whole school. Thousands of teachers and students have long gathered here. The principal Li Zhang as well as many school teachers have already stood in front. When Lu Yun and Long Kor both arrived at the venue, the gazes of the entire school's teachers and students all fell on them at the same time. Feeling these gazes of varying expressions, Lu Yun was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a crack and hide. Crap, Lucian's state seems to be very poor. He didn't fight all night last night, did he? That goes without saying. With such a beautiful fire dragon princess as a companion, it wouldn't be manly not to have a good time. TSK, 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 if I had such a beautiful marriage partner, I would only be more indulgent than Lucian. No wonder it's an existence that can single-handedly brush an average level 40 monster replica. That stamina bar. Lu Yun didn't know yet that the fact that he had single-handedly swiped the fire elemental elf extermination overture yesterday had already spread. It was already blowing up when he signed a marriage contract with a mythic-level marriage partner. But now he had crossed the level to single-handedly brush such a high-level copy, causing the entire first middle school to be sensationalized. Lu Yun's name was like a godlike existence in the hearts of the students of the first middle school. Some people started to call Lu Yun as Lucian, and gradually this title spread throughout the first middle school. In the old days, Su Xian slept with a snake, but today Lu Yun is said to be a dragon. If this cannot be called God, then there is no more God in this world. looking at the fire dragon princess who stood beside Lu Yun and became more and more feminine. The male student's eyes exploded with envy. Just as Lu Yun was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Li Zhang stepped forward and coughed a few times. Alright, since all of Lu's students are here, then this school-wide strength test will now officially begin. The all-college strength test, a test that every academy must go through, is somewhat similar to a midterm exam. Not only is the test extremely difficult, but there is even the possibility of losing your life if you are not careful. Therefore, upon hearing this, the murmurs on the scene stopped immediately, and a look of gravity appeared on everyone's face as Lu Yun similarly straightened up. When the people at the scene saw this serious look of Lu Yun, many of the people around them started whispering again. Worthy of being the Lu God, having already obtained a guaranteed place at the Magic Martial University. He's actually still so serious. Worthy of a genius. They say that genius is 99% sweat plus 1% talent. Now I believe in this saying. The God of Lu is still so serious even after being bailed out. We as his classmates can't be too bad. The crowd was inspired by Lu Yun's encouragement and boiled over as if they had been opened up. Lu Yun was confused when he saw the crowd's reaction. It's just a field test. Why so excited? On the high platform, Li Zhang and the others cast approving glances at Lu Yun. Worthy of Lu Yun, a few words could get people pumped up. Zhang Qingqing was even more excited. Worthy of being the man she had her eye on. Excellent in all aspects. The examination officially begins. Li Zhang stretched out his hands and drew circles in front of him, and a portal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Li Zhang was the principal of the first middle school, and his talent was also quite terrifying. Although his occupational talent was not as good as Lu Yun's and was only epic level, he was a rare space mage. Space mages can do many things that normal people can't imagine, such as opening portals that allow transmutants to instantly cross two places. A team with a space mage on board can return to a safe area immediately in case of danger. That's why even though space mages were only epic level professions, they were more precious than even legendary level professions. If someone awakens a space mage, they can also be guaranteed a place at the Magic Martial University. The students all looked envious when they saw this hand. At the same time, they felt a terrifying aura coming from the portal. It was like being watched by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, like an on one's back, causing one's scalp to tingle. Li Zhang opened the portal and nodded at a teacher beside him. That teacher willed it and started handing out blue crystals on the students. Lu Yun also shared one. The surface of the crystal was rough and a special power flowed inside. It was the power of space. There is no teacher for this examination. It's all up to you. If you encounter danger, crush the space crystal and quit the examination. Remember, the test is important, but life is priceless, and giving up is also a kind of wisdom. Li Zhang looked at the crowd and said in a loud voice, space crystals are teleportation props that are issued every year for the examination in order to minimize casualties, but unfortunately, there are still students who can't return from the examination every year. It boils down to the fact that students take assessment too seriously and are not willing to give it up. After distributing these spatial crystals, Li Zhang swept his eyes over the crowd and continued, this examination is different from the past. In addition to our first middle school, the graduates of the third and sixth middle schools will also participate, and the examination does not prohibit confrontation between schools. So after entering the replica, I hope that our first middle school can unite. This examination is not only about your future, but also about the honor of first middle school. Don't worry, principal. We won't bring shame to first grade, the students shouted in unison, sounding like thunder and full of confidence. Against graduates from the other two schools, they have a great deal of confidence. Well, good luck getting what you want. Li Zhang nodded and with a wave of his hand, signaled the crowd to enter the portal. Soon the crowd entered the portal one after another, and finally Lu Yun was left. Student Lu. Wait, just as Lu Yun was about to step through the portal, he was called by Li Zhang. Principal Li? Lu Yun twisted his head to look at Li Zhang in disbelief. Li Zhang walked up to Lu Yun and shook his hand as he said, Student Lu, you have been guaranteed admission by the Magic Martial University, so you don't have to participate in the examination according to reason, but the honor of no one middle school still needs you. The honor of the first grade? What do you mean? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Li Zhang briefly explained the original reason. As the strongest high school in the city of Jinsha, the first high school has been enjoying the best educational resources, which makes the third and sixth high schools feel unfair. So the two schools jointly will report the matter to the top, which feels that it is best to have three schools competing as opposed to one. So it was decided to use the sub-assessment as an opportunity for a three-school confrontation. Simply put, in this assessment, the first secondary school has the best performance, then still enjoy the best education resources. If the first middle school does not perform well, it will be stripped of the title of the strongest middle school in the sands, and its original entitlements will be adjusted downward. It turned out that this old man was trying to get himself to help the first high school get good grades. Lu Yun suddenly realized. Don't worry, Principal Li. I'm a dragon knight. With me here, first middle school won't lose. Lu Yun patted his chest to assure him. Li Zhang first expressed his approval of Lu Yun's attitude. Then he backhanded and broke a pot of cold water to Lu Yun. I know your strength. Being able to single-handedly brush a copy of an average level 40 monster. If not for Mr. Zhang seeing it with his own eyes, I would have even thought that it was a blackmail. However, this year, the 3rd and 6th middle schools also appeared a lot of genius transmigrants. For example, the 3rd middle school, they this time, but appeared a legendary level of thunder and lightning Taoist priest. Mage this profession, generally are in the middle and late gradually power. The early stage is the existence of a weaker, but Thunderbolt Taoist is different. As long as the level reaches level 15, all aspects of the attributes will be greatly increased. It can be said that the Thunderbolt Taoist from level 15 onwards is nearly the existence of the same level of invincibility, and even more raw than many mythological professions. Swish! Lu Yun was instantly dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that he had met this talented young girl from the 3rd form when he was brushing his copy last time. Sissy Kong of the 3rd form. At that time, Zhang Shishir and the others were also teaming up to brush their copies and encountered a horrifying wave of monsters. And it was only after Lu Yun stepped in to help them that they escaped the crisis. At that time, Lu Yun was still sympathizing with the lack of power in the early stages of the mage profession. But as a result, now you're telling me that the Thunderbolt Taoist will start to make a qualitative change when he starts to power up at level 15? Grass! I'll try to lead the first school to a good result. Lu Yun touched his nose and said with some embarrassment. I had thought that I could sweep the students of the other 2 high schools with my profession as a dragon knight. Now it seemed that he had still thought too simply. Li Zhang looked deeply at Lu Yun and continued. In addition to Zhang Shishir from the 3rd middle school, the 6th middle school has also produced a legendary profession this time. And since the 6th middle school has blocked off the news very well, we don't know the other party's specifics, but it is said that it is also a formidable existence capable of surpassing quite a few mythical profession. Swish! Hearing this, Lu Yun's heart tightened once again. Another legendary profession not weaker than the mythic rank had appeared? Lu Yun had the urge to cry. Didn't he say that the mythic level was the highest level? How come 2 legendary level professions not weaker than the mythic level jumped right out now? In fact, Lu Yun was completely overthinking it. The career positioning was here, and a mythic level career was definitely stronger than an equivalent type of legendary level career. It's just that many mythic level professions have a late launch period, while some legendary level professions have an early launch period, which is why mythic level professions are temporarily inferior to legendary level professions. If it all comes to the later stages, it's definitely still the mythic career that's stronger. It was just that Lu Yun's awakened dragon knights were really too rare, and the only one that was currently recorded was that one god of war dragon knight. Only that dragon knight, although he was a dragon knight, his marriage race was not the dragon race, so technically, the other party was not a dragon knight in the true sense of the word. Instead, it's a dragon rider without a dragon. So as to how long the power-up period of the dragon knight profession was, Li Zhang and the others couldn't figure it out. However, it was enough for them to know that the dragon knights were strong in the later stages. After all, that dragon knight without dragons could be called the god of war in the later stages. A one-man army. Dragon riders with dragons will only get more raw later on. Understood. I'll do my best. Lu Yun nodded, no longer having much of a backbone compared to this statement before. He's under a lot of pressure right now. However, Li Zhang and the others didn't care too much. They didn't want to put too much pressure on Lu Yun. No matter if Lu Yun could play well this time or not, he would always be the student who had been internalized by the Magic Martial University. Lu student, go for it. Next to him, Zhang Qingqing winked at Lu Yun and placed her hands in front of her rippling body, gesturing a cheering gesture. Lu Yun nodded before leading Long Core into the portal. Shortly after everyone had entered the portal, suddenly 2 loud laughs came from behind them at the same time. Ha ha ha, Old Li, the 2 of us are determined to win this Sans title fight, and all I can say is that you're bound to lose this time. Upon hearing these 2 cheerful laughs, Li Zhang instantly darkened his face and turned around to see 2 pale figures. These 2 are naturally the principals of the 3rd and 6th forms respectively. 3 people are the same as the principal of the 3 universities in Jinsha City, usually naturally cannot help but walk around. One after another will be familiar with. The 3 usually got together for nothing more than a cup of tea and a chat, but this time it was a competitive relationship, so Li Zhang didn't give the 3 a good look. Ha ha ha, Old Li why do you keep a black face Didn't you guys in the 1st middle school come out with a mythical career this time? How come you don't have any confidence at all? The principal of the third middle school stroked his goatee and felt a surge of pleasure in his heart when he saw Li Zhang eat his words. The strength of their third middle school was originally not much worse than the first middle school, and this time, there was a genius like Jiang Shishir, who was in a good mood. Ha ha ha, most mythic level professionals are late in their power-up period. They need to wait for level 40 or even 50 now, so you should stop hitting him. If you hit him anymore, he's probably going to be a cannibal. The principal of the sixth form also smiled broadly, seemingly relieving Li Zhang, but in reality, it was also a burst of derision. The two of them came in a double act, making Li Zhang's mind explode. I don't want to bullshit with you guys before the results come out, and if you want to see me, Li Zhang, laugh, I can only say that you're looking in the wrong place, Li Zhang said lightly. The principal of the third middle school laughed and said, let's do the old rules. Go have a cup of tea first and wait for the results? I don't have a problem with it. I'm just worried that someone is too psychologically pressurized to go. The principal of the sixth form stared at Li Zhang and laughed straight away. Who says I'm stressed? I'm relaxed now. Li Zhang was full of black lines, and then he directly asked people to bring the good tea that had been treasured for many years. Two old things. It's so good to drink. Later, when the results come in, I'm afraid you won't be able to drink anymore. Li Zhang said this in his mind, but the heart is also not in the right place. He didn't know about the sixth form geniuses, but he knew very well that the reason Lu Yun was able to solo the Fire Elemental Elf Extermination Prelude was mainly because of the flame damage reduction. As for the Thunderbolt Taoist, it seems to have a similar attribute bonus, and after reaching level 15, it seems to be able to do the same if you go to a copy of a monster with the Thunderbolt attribute and brush it solo. He could only hope now that the Dragon Knights would be able to power up in the early stages, or else he would surely lose his first form in this fight for honor. All hope lay with Lu Yun. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, who had just entered the copy, suddenly sneezed. Ever since I awakened the Dragon Rider, there's been no shortage of elementary school girls thinking about me. Maybe it's which one of them is thinking about me behind my back. Lu Yun rubbed the tip of his nose and said softly, spinning around before he began to look around. It was a dense jungle, somewhat similar to the lowest level copies, where there was also basically this kind of primitive jungle that you couldn't see the edge of. There were just some low-level monsters in there, too. However, since this was an examination location, the monsters inside would naturally not be low-level monsters, so Lu Yun didn't take it lightly. After sweeping the surroundings, when he was sure that there was no danger, Lu Yun then took long core and started to go deeper. The teleportation was randomized. Everyone's teleportation location was different. When Lu Yun entered the copy, he was surrounded by only him and Long Core, a dragon. As for the other students, they should have been randomly teleported elsewhere. He couldn't care less what was going on over there with the others, as long as he himself didn't run into Jiang Shishir with that genius from the sixth form. As long as he didn't encounter these two, Lu Yun was not afraid of anyone else. Although Lu Yun had awakened a mythic rank profession, there was no way around it. He was too meticulous as a person, and battles without absolute certainty were still unnecessary to happen. The main focus is one of stability. Within the replica, Lu Yun was walking in the front, while Long Core was protecting Lu Yun's safety in the back. One person and one dragon working together quite well. Upon realizing the importance of this examination, Long Core didn't have any nonsense throughout the entire process and followed Lu Yun silently like a bodyguard. This one is still reliable when it counts. Swish. However, before the two of them could delve into the copy for too long, a sudden movement appeared ahead of them. Only a 3-meter thick ancient tree suddenly shuddered violently, and then a hideous ghostly face appeared on its trunk. The ancient tree cracked open its mouth, pulling a mouth secondarily and rushing at Lu Yun with a strange grin, sending out an oozing, odd laughter. However, before the other party's laughter could fall, Lu Yun took the initiative to attack. Dragon charge. Boom. Lu Yun didn't care. He directly turned on the giant dragon rush and crashed into it. Bang! The tree-shaped monster in front of him was directly stunned by Lu Yun's charge. Taking advantage of his opponent's stun, Lu Yun stretched out his right hand and directly pulled out the Dragon Fortress, a level 12 platinum-grade shield that was thus used as a weapon by Lu Yun. Bang! 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 A few disabling strikes fell, and the tree-shaped monster was directly smashed into delirium, with dozens of dented gouges appearing on top of the tree trunk. Grass! What the hell was the human in front of me? Are you a monster or am I a monster? That's a bad characterization. How you're more raw and tough than even a monster like me. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're acting like you've seen your father's killer. Who am I messing with? In fact, it wasn't that Lu Yun was fierce, but Lu Yun was looking for stability. In the case of not being sure what skills the opponent had, Lu Yun could only seek to kill his opponent with a single move, directly killing him without giving him a chance to strike. So as soon as you strike, You just throw skills wildly. But just as Lu Yun landed dozens of attacks, ready to deal a fatal blow to the tree-shaped monster in front of him, he only saw that the creature suddenly began to shake, and then the ground where the ancient tree was located began to collapse, and then the jaw-dropping scene unfolded. This tree-shaped monster actually directly grew a pair of legs, and when the legs were ripped out of the ground, it directly supported the huge body and twisted its head to run. The tiny little short legs coalesced by the Templar vines actually wiggled faster than even the wheels of a car. Lu Yun looked dumbfounded, and then after reacting, he slowly extended his right hand, and a small red-colored flame above his fingertips suddenly pulsed. Flaming Dragon Breath Chop. Whoosh! Lu Yun stretched out his index finger and gestured a chopping motion towards the front, and instantly, the small flame transformed into a flaming sword shadow. Dry fire. The result is bound to be sensational. In just less than a few breaths of time, the tree-shaped monster was instantly set ablaze by the crimson flames and began to wail and frantically flee. But before it could escape far, the monster completely lost its vitality and fell to the ground motionless. As the fire on its body became smaller and smaller, the monster was burned directly into charcoal. Dead. This level 10 copy monster was thus destroyed and killed by Lu Yun. The rules of this examination were simple. Every monster killed would gain a little bit of points, and at the end of the examination, whoever had not been eliminated and had gained more points would naturally be ranked higher. Lu Yun felt that if all the monsters within the copy were this weak, he should be able to gain quite a few points. However, it was a bit of a shame that since this was an examination copy, no experience or equipment would be dropped after killing the monsters. Once the monster was killed, Lu Yun and Long Kor prepared to continue on their way, but having only just taken a step, Lu Yun suddenly stopped again. What's wrong? Long Kor asked in disbelief. I don't know why, but I always feel out of sorts. It's eerie behind me, as if countless pairs of evil eyes are watching me. Lu Yun frowned and swept his surroundings, yet he found nothing. It was surrounded by uncountable ancient trees and was empty. Am I being overly sensitive? Lu Yun murmured softly, and then dumbly said, it seems that it's really me who's too nervous, probably because the pressure carried by this examination is too great. After saying these words, Lu Yun continued to walk towards the front with a steady pace. However, just after taking a few steps, Lu Yun stopped again. Are you onto something? Long Kor couldn't help but ask curiously. I always feel like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at me all around, and the feeling is so strong that I'm not sure if it's an illusion or not. The more Lu Yun spoke, the weirder he felt. If it was an illusion, why was this feeling getting stronger instead of disappearing? Lu Yun once again swept his surroundings, but there was still nothing around, except for those ancient trees that could not be seen to the end. Moreover, when Lu Yun's gaze inadvertently glanced over an ancient tree, he didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Lu Yun actually saw that the ancient tree appeared to have trembled slightly. It was like a sheep seeing a tiger and being scared out of its wits. This time, Lu Yun was certain that he wasn't blinking. This ancient tree just appeared to have really moved. There's something odd about this tree. To make sure of his judgment, Lu Yun threw another blazing dragon breath slash, lifting his hand and throwing it towards the front. Bang! The red-colored sword shadow landed on the ancient tree, instantly setting the entire tree ablaze. And then, swish! The ancient tree began to tremble crazily, and the land on the ground began to sink. And then this ancient tree actually grew legs as well, wailing and screaming while fleeing crazily for its life. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, but not waiting for him to react. Immediately after the surrounding densely packed, hundreds of ancient trees actually began to violently tremble at the same time. Then under Lu Yun's horrified gaze, all of these ancient trees also grew legs at the same time before scattering and running away from Lu Yun. This fleeing look was like seeing the plague, as if one more step slower and they would be eaten alive by Lu Yun. Lu Yun watched this scene dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth tugged directly speechless. No wonder he always felt a cool chill behind his back. Something was staring at him. Feelings that all the ancient trees here were monsters in disguise? And that's not the point. The point is, you so many trees, see yourself alone, instead of not actively attacking, but like a mouse saw the black cat sheriff, do not bring hesitation, directly scattered wildly. What the hell is the figure? Is it possible that you look scary? Lu Yun touched his handsome face, and even though he didn't have a mirror, he could still feel that this face was suave and elegant. It's not that scary at all. Long Kor couldn't help a twitch at the corner of her mouth as she looked at the puzzled Lu Yun. When that ancient tree monster showed up before, you didn't bring any hesitation to directly take them away hard with a set of combos. Hard to smash dozens of deep pits on people. Not to mention that after the end of the matter, people want to escape, but also directly a fire will be lit to others. Although these guys are just copies of the monster, but also has its own spirit. See such a fierce guy. Not to run, do not want to stay and wait for Lu Yun, please snack it. No good. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly slapped his head and his face changed drastically. Core, hurry up and make a move. These guys are walking points. Don't let them get away. Lu Yun then reacted. These guys weren't just monsters. They were his points. There were at least thousands of ancient tree monsters at the moment. If all of them could be killed, according to 1 point per head, these thousands of monsters would have at least thousands of points. Long Core nodded her head and instantly transformed directly into the form of a giant dragon. Lu Yun made a jump to his back, and on the spot, one person and one dragon began their massacre. Just see the huge dragon surrounded by crimson flames lingering. Copies of the white clouds were dyed scarlet. The original azure sky had become like a dusk like a red. Lu Yun stood on the giant dragon's head, his clothes swaying crazily under the strong wind, like a supreme master looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Right at this moment, Long Core suddenly opened her bloody mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, and immediately, a fireball suddenly coalesced, and then directly burst out like an anti-aircraft gun. Boom! The fireball landed among the ancient tree monsters below and exploded, and as the fire spread, dozens of ancient tree monsters directly incinerated themselves in place, and were soon burned to a crisp. Buzz! At the same moment, a buzz suddenly emanated from the blue crystal in Lu Yun's pants pocket, and when he picked it up, a string of numbers had actually been displayed on it. Points, 31. This meant that Lu Yun had already killed 31 ancient tree monsters, which earned him 31 points. Seeing the skyrocketing points, Lu Yun instantly became incomparably excited and stretched out his finger on the spot, the red-colored fire above his fingertip once again jumping out. Flaming Dragon Breath Chop. Lu Yun wasn't idle even as he stood on Dragon Kier's head, frantically using the flaming dragon breath slash at the ground. The sword shadows carrying the power of flames destroyed everything, and with every sword shadow that fell, more than a dozen ancient tree monsters would be directly obliterated. With one person and one dragon cooperating, the ancient tree monsters below were dealt a devastating blow, and in less than a few minutes hundreds of ancient tree monsters died under the two's attacks. Seeing their companions being constantly decimated and burned to ashes before their eyes, the remaining ancient tree monsters were terrified, and it was thanks to the fact that they were plants without bladders. Otherwise the highs and lows have to P1 as a sign of respect. If the guys could talk, they would be throwing their heads back at this moment. God! Is this guy a monster or are we a monster? How could he be so cruel? Thousands of monsters were being chased all over the map by a man and a dragon, and if anyone else had seen this scene, they would have absolutely dropped their jaws in shock. This could no longer be described as perverted. It was clearly openly terrifying, but the massacre only lasted for a short while. Soon Lu Yun's brows furrowed. At first these ancient tree monsters were fleeing in groups. With Lu Yun and Long Core's kills, the remaining ancient tree monsters had become fewer, and they were actually scattering to escape. This caused the two's attacks to only kill a very small portion of the ancient tree monsters each time they landed. It's a big loss of efficiency. A group of ancient tree monsters run to the east. A group of ancient tree monsters fled to the west again. Under such circumstances, Lu Yun didn't even know which direction to strike at the ancient tree monster. They're escaping. It seems like there's no way out. But now that we've killed over 1,000 monsters, we already have quite a few points. Long Core under the dragon form suddenly opened her mouth to Lu Yun. Naturally she could not spit out human words under the dragon form state. These words were a heartfelt transmission. After signing the marriage contract, the two of them were already connected by heart and soul, so naturally they could talk mentally without having to open their mouths. No, there are still more than 1,000 monsters left. I can't let them go just like that. These are all my points. Lu Yun's eyes were firm. Since he had promised Li Zhang that he would try to help first middle school fight for glory, Lu Yun would naturally do his best. He looked down at the ancient tree monsters that were fleeing around below, and his eyes rolled. Then he suddenly became angry and evil. There! Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and then he directly signaled Long Core to lower her height, and then his entire body jumped directly towards the bottom. Originally, this group of monsters thought that they could escape and ascend to heaven. You are bullish as you like. What can you do to me if we run separately? As a result, before these monsters could rejoice for too long, they saw Lu Yun's divine warrior descending from the sky and landing directly in the center of the monster army. The many monsters were blinded on the spot, and their empty eyes couldn't hide their confusion. What's this god of death going to do? If they were to fight alone, this group of monsters would naturally not be Lu Yun's opponent, but if Lu Yun were to single-handedly fight all the monsters, he would obviously not be an opponent either. And now that Lu Yun had taken the initiative to come to the center of this group of monsters, even if he had the means to do so, it would obviously be suppressed. The group of monsters quickly reacted, and instead of running at that moment, they rushed towards Lu Yun, wanting to kill him to avenge their dead companions. However, upon seeing this scene, Lu Yun was delighted instead of shocked. Mockery of justice. Lu Yun suddenly let out a roar. The power in his body was like a tidal wave surging wildly. A pale yellow boundary instantly centered on Lu Yun, enveloping a few hundred meters in a radius. Almost all of the ancient tree monsters were enveloped in this light. What's this? The many ancient tree monsters were directly confused. However, before they could react, the effect of Justice Taunt triggered, and the group of ancient tree monsters' bodies actually seemed to be out of control. Taking the initiative, he approached Lu Yun to launch an attack on him. The many ancient tree monsters were directly and collectively messed up. You damn well jumped into the center of us just to unleash a taunting skill and attract hatred? What kind of operation is this? Isn't that jumping into the enemy's pile and yelling out "Daddy hit me"? However, in the very next moment, this group of ancient tree monsters finally realized what Lu Yun was planning to do. When the many ancient tree monsters were taunted and gathered uncontrollably towards Lu Yun suddenly raised his head, his eyes firm as if he was about to join the party. Kagome, now is the time. Blast them! Lu Yun's eyes turned red and his voice shook the sky like thunder. Fire at me! Swish! At this moment, the hearts of the numerous ancient tree monsters instantly drew cold. This guy is a living hell. He's so ruthless that he's even doing himself in. And what was even more unexpected to the group of monsters was that upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Longcore actually didn't have any hesitation either. Immediately opening the dragon's mouth, several fireballs as huge as meteors were ejected from the mouth. Rumble! The fireball exploded as it landed on the ground and began to attack indiscriminately, the terrifying flames transforming into a sea wave rippling out in all directions. Wherever the flames passed through, all the ancient tree monsters' bodies were instantly set ablaze, and in the end, they could only be burned to ashes in agony. Since the group of monsters were all taunted by Lu Yun, they were quite close, so Longcore was able to completely exterminate these guys with just a few fireballs. Of the original thousands of monsters, only a few dozen managed to escape. This is a situation that is good enough to be described as a regiment, and when the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, Lu Yun's figure appeared intact. If one were to look closely, it would not be difficult to realize that there was a faint red barrier wrapped around his body. 70% immunity to flame damage. With this attribute in place, Lu Yun was so emboldened to directly allow Longcore to attack indiscriminately. For the sake of the glory of the first middle school, Lu Yun had gone out on a limb this time, playing in a manner that bordered on insanity. So at this moment, his points had managed to skyrocket to over 2,000. When this was done, Longcore then resumed her human form and came to Lu Yun's side. Are you okay? Longcore hesitated slightly and eventually asked. Although she knew that Lu Yun had a 70% immune effect to flame damage, she was still a little worried about hurting him. It's okay. Lu Yun shook his head, signaling that he was fine, and then dragged his chin in contemplation. The copy opened less than 10 minutes ago, and I now have more than 2,000 points. And I don't know what the situation is like for other people, and my 2,000 points might not be the highest. After all, that Jiang Shishir and the mysterious genius of the sixth form are also not bad in terms of strength. And this is the existence of an early outburst which is even more horrifying than the mythic profession. Ah, Lu Yun murmured softly, and for the sake of stability, he didn't linger much at that moment, and once again brought Longcore to continue to go deeper into the replica, and began to look for other monsters. In fact, Lu Yun was really overthinking it. Jiang Shishir's career with those three medium geniuses was indeed terrifying in the early stages of the outbreak, but no matter how horrible their revenge was, it couldn't compare to the Lu Yun at the moment. The opening is a devastating massacre. This is not an operation that a normal person can do at all. Even if another Dragon Knight was brought to the scene, under the same rank, it would be impossible for him to have such a terrifying strength as Lu Yun's. The main reason why Lu Yun was so terrifying was because he was a Dragon Knight, a dragon rider in the true sense of the word. Just as Lu Yun and Longcore continued to look for other monsters to hunt, the rest of the group all encountered monsters within the copy one after another, and battles ensued. All of these monsters were only level 10 in strength and were easily killed by the crowd, who initially thought that this test wasn't that difficult. But upon seeing the army of hundreds and thousands of monsters, the crowd immediately panicked. Ants aren't scary. Thousands of ants can be quite scary, because in large enough numbers, ants can bite elephants. Under such circumstances, many people could only be forced to evacuate. Running and fighting with these monster armies, their appearance was quite lousy. It was a stark contrast to Lu Yun's aura of being a one-man army. It turns out that level 10 monsters aren't scary, but thousands of them are. It was a pity that the others weren't Lu Yun and didn't have Lu Yun's terrifying explosive power, so they could only be chased in the face of this situation. On the other side, Lu Yun was having a bit of a boring time because after massively slaughtering more than 2,000 monsters, Lu Yun despaired and realized that it appeared that he would never encounter another copy monster again. This resulted in half an hour's time passing by, and Lu Yun's points still remained at a number of over 2,000. How can there be no monsters? Are there so few monsters within the copy? This made Lu Yun anxious, fearing that his points would be overtaken by others. If those monsters that had died under Lu Yun's hands had heard his words, they would have exploded in place with anger. Lass, old me, with over 2,000 monsters, could have chased you humans all over the map. And it wasn't because you were too perverted and directly killed us all. Now that's good. You have to kill people and put them to death. It's just too much livestock. Soon another half an hour passed as Lu Yun and Long Kor continued to go deeper within the jungle. And soon Lu Yun's eyes lit up, because he realized that not far in front of him, there were two monsters facing each other. These two monsters were both at the level of level 15, covered in black hair, and each of them was nearly 30 meters tall. It's a mobile fortress. Level 15 silver monster black wind ape. A mosquito is still meat. In Lu Yun's eyes, these two guys are walking 2 points. Lu Yun's head immediately went blank, full of excitement, and he scurried towards the two black wind apes. This look was as if he was afraid that the other party would run away. The two apes that were confronting each other had also discovered Lu Yun's presence, and at that time, they looked at each other and both saw the color of confusion in each other's eyes. Why are all humans so brave nowadays? They were silver-level monsters within the replica. Shouldn't humans turn and run when they saw them? But Lu Yun was as excited as a demented man seeing a double ponytailed white silk loli. It's not right. 9 out of 10 is not right. The two apes looked at each other once again, and the wisdom-filled eyes simultaneously revealed the realization of seeing through the red dust. Got it. The human in front of them is underestimating them. Boom. The two black wind apes were instantly enraged, and immediately stopped confronting each other, their hostile eyes locking onto Lu Yun at the same time. One of the black wind apes suddenly opened its hands and slammed down its chest, letting out a thick sound. Immediately afterward, he directly rushed towards Lu Yun. The opponent's body was already huge, and the black wind ape was also a very representative heavyweight among monsters. Therefore, with every step he took to land, the entire ground would be dented, emitting the sound of violent collisions. It can be described as steady as an old dog and moving like a rabbit. However, Lu Yun was even more excited when he saw his opponent actively charging at him. Dragon charge. Lu Yun let out a roar as a dragon's shadow emerged behind him, and then a dragon roar suddenly erupted. Bang! When these disproportionate bodies of both sides collided together, unexpectedly, instead of Lu Yun being knocked away, that black wind ape was directly stunned by the skill effect for 6 seconds. Those violent eyes instantly became dull, and actually stood in place and began to sway, as if they were drunk. Seeing that the charge was successful, Lu Yun immediately pulled out his dragon fortress again and jumped up to pummel the black wind ape's head. Bang! 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 A few shields down, this black wind ape was directly smashed in the head, on the spot to receive the box. The huge body is like a brick, straight down on the ground, and then there was no breath. When the other black wind ape saw his companion who had already received a boxed lunch, but his head was still soaring with blood, the entire person was dumbfounded. At least 5 of the 7 orifices in the entire body were opened on the spot, and the entire person was incomparably clear. There was even an urge to call the police. The scene was dead silent for a while, and just as Lu Yun raised his head towards this black wind ape was instantly drenched in a jolt. Spinning around, he turned and ran without hesitation. As for counterattacking, he didn't dare to think about it at all. His own companion was smashed to death by a few shields from others, and his head was still soaring with brain flowers. He didn't even have the courage to meet Lu Yun's eyes right now, let alone fight back. Even when he escaped, his legs were as soft as if he'd been hit with a bone-crushing drug. He was genuinely terrified. However, he had only just run a few steps when a red-colored figure violently descended from the sky, directly blocking the way ahead. The person who came was naturally Long Kor. Seeing Long Kor, this black wind ape instantly became furious. It was just a matter of Lu Yun bullying him. After all, the other party's strength was here. He had nothing to say, but this woman's waist was as thin as a willow, and she looked like she was too weak to take care of herself, and she still dared to stand in front of herself? Do you really think you don't kill women? Roar! The black wind ape monkey showed its teeth to reveal its sharp fangs and punched Long Kor in the chest. Then, Long Kor slowly stretched out her right hand, and her white and slender palm was instantly covered in scale armor, and it even instantly transformed into a huge dragon claw. Bang! A slap fell, and the black wind ape was smashed into the ground on the spot, feeling that the ceiling of the sky was lifted, and actually saw the stars in broad daylight. Which good woman can give birth to a dragon's claw? Mercy! Spare my life! Spare my life! My lord! Spare my life! The black wind ape monkey reacted, immediately endured the vertigo and climbed out of the deep pit, and began to kowtow frantically and begged for forgiveness by virtue of his extraordinary resistance to blows. after seeing that Long Kor was also a monster. At this moment, as a copy monster, he actually spat out human words. However, Lu Yun wasn't too surprised by this, as he had already known that this fellow could spit. Strictly speaking, the monsters within the replica are just like the replicas in an online game. They don't have any spirit or feelings, and they will refresh again within a certain period of time after being killed. But not every kind of monster was like that. Some monsters of higher levels also possess their own spirits. The races that are closer to humans, such as the black-winged apes and monkeys, are able to spit out human language and think similarly to humans. Because of this, Lu Yun did not directly kill the black-winged ape in front of him. The black-winged ape monkey kowtowed like garlic. Every time he kowtowed, the ground would be smashed out of a big pit, enough to see that this thing really had thick skin. And the fact that Lu Yun was able to kill a black-winged ape in just a few moves was enough to show how terrifying his combat power was at the moment. Obviously, Dragon Knights with dragons have a pretty scary early burst as well. What are you doing? Do I look like such a bad person? Lu Yun suddenly stepped forward and stopped the black-winged ape from moving. Instead, he was full of affection as he helped the latter up. I'm a person who has always been about peace and harmony, and I don't like to fight and kill, so you don't have to be so afraid of me. The black-winged ape looked at the human in front of him, who was quite a bit shorter than himself, and his CPU was drying up and smoking. Plain and simple? Peace for peace? You weren't like that just now. Looking at Lu Yun's brilliant smile, the black-winged ape couldn't help but become even more terrified as his body shook cold. What the hell is this human in front of me planning to do? Does he have a special fetish for torturing himself before he dies? Thinking of this, the black-winged ape almost collapsed on the spot. But just then, Lu Yun spoke. I'm not a big fan of fighting and killing. As long as you tell me where the other monsters are hiding, I can let you off the hook. That's right. This was the reason why Lu Yun had left the other party with a small life. He'd been wandering around the copy for an hour now and hadn't seen any other monsters. This was too inefficient. Lu Yun wanted to directly find the monster's base camp so that he didn't have to waste time looking for the monster. If I lead you to other monsters, you will let me go? The black-winged ape blinked and asked with some skepticism. Lu Yun smiled brightly, revealing the expression of a heavenly official and said, of course. It was just that when he saw Lu Yun's smiling face, the black-winged ape became more and more alarmed. He wasn't stupid and had already roughly guessed what Lu Yun was thinking. Big brother, the level of the monsters within this copy are not low. Don't you see that I'm only level 15? The highest leveled monsters here have even reached level 20. You might be in danger if you go directly to them. The black-winged ape hadn't lied with these words. The students who participated in the examination this time had a combined strength of around level 15. That's why the monsters within the assessment were purposely controlled to be around level 20. Although Lu Yun's strength was terrifying, he hadn't reached level 20 after all. The black-winged ape wasn't thinking about Lu Yun, but he really didn't want to take the guy in front of him to find other monsters, because every second spent with Lu Yun was torture for him. After all, the image of Lu Yun simply and brutally decapitating his companion earlier was still floating in his mind, and it was such a ruthless man who was smiling brightly at him at the moment. He's really scared. You don't need to worry about the rest, just say straight out if you'll lead the way or not. If not, I'll cut off your monkey head now. Lu Yun frowned and his tone became cold. He was too lazy to talk nonsense here, and a killing intent filled the air as he spoke. Black-winged ape was speechless on the spot. Before you also said that you are peaceful and approachable. I know all the monster refresh points within the copy. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there, but you have to let me go after it's done. After pondering for a while, the black-winged ape finally decided to compromise with Lu Yun. Although the monsters within the copy can continue to refresh after being killed, it doesn't mean that they can come back from the dead. The newly refreshed monsters are a new batch of monsters. If you are really killed, you are really dead. Although the black-winged ape was just a monster, but with a spirit, he really didn't want to easily dog band. Then lead the way. Lu Yun instantly rejoiced at his words. If he could head directly to the monster refresh point to hunt monsters, his points should skyrocket like crazy. In the next few moments, Lu Yun headed towards the nearby monster refresh point under the leadership of the black-winged ape. But before the man, dragon and monkey could move forward for long, they were suddenly attracted by the sounds of fighting coming from the front. Lu Yun gazed towards the direction the voice came from and frowned. Someone is fighting a monster? Could it be a student from my first middle school? If he really encountered a student from the first middle school, Lu Yun would naturally help if he could. After all, this examination is not only about the future of an individual, but also about the battle for the honor of the 3 high schools in Jinsha City. Check it out, Lu Yun said softly, and then he brought Long Kor and the black-winged ape monkey slowly closer in the direction where the battle had come from. It was only when approaching the battle site, upon seeing the 2 sides of the battle, Lu Yun's brows furrowed. Right now there was indeed someone who had broken out into a fight with the monster. Only this person fighting the monster was not a student of the first high school. Instead, they're sixth formers. This was because on the chests of these students, they all uniformly pinned a badge with the two big words sixth form written on it. The gang of sixth formers totaled 3, and all 3 were teenage girls, all of whom also had the standard schoolgirl looks, the easiest to draw attention to, or the middle of the small loli with a double ponytail. The small loli looks but 16 or 17 years of age. The whole face is pink. There is some baby fat is quite cute, but when this one did it, it was thunderous, and at a glance, it was clear that he was an experienced transmuter. A green arcane mark flashed at the center of the little loli's brow, and in her hand, she held a green staff. At the top of the staff was a green gem, and within the gem released a burst of rich wood attribute power, only to see the little loli holding the staff and violently waving it towards the front. At that moment, the entire ground began to rapidly expand, and several tangbines probed out from the ground as if they were tentacles, instantly binding the monsters in front of them in place. "It's now," Lori said in a low voice with her eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, the other 2 sixth form students immediately cast their means to blast the monster that was bound in place with a frenzy. One person was responsible for binding the monster, while the other 2 were responsible for attacking. Under the perfect coordination of the 3, the several monsters in front of them were instantly annihilated. Phew! Seeing that the monsters were cleared away, the 2 ponytailed loli then let out a long breath and was just about to relax when suddenly the jungle in front of her stirred up again. Immediately after that, dozens of monsters actually rushed out from within the jungle at the same time. These monsters were all in the shape of trees and had legs, but eerily enough, these monsters' legs were wobbling like wheels at the moment. There were even stumps, and the hideous tree faces of these monsters were covered with a thick color of horror, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The moment these tree-shaped monsters appeared, Lu Yun, who was hiding in the shadows, was instantly filled with black lines, and Long Kor glanced at Lu Yun with the corners of her mouth slightly twitching. These monsters, it seems, are the ones that just slipped through the cracks. People had already ended the fight, but now they were in danger again. Truly speaking, the girls had also dipped into Lu Yun's favor. Lu Yun felt Long Kor's gaze and immediately coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment. "You're a dragon, so you probably don't know that there's an old saying among us humans," Long Kor asked. "What old saying?" "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Everything is karma reincarnation. They are destined to have this calamity. It has nothing to do with me directly," Lu Yun said without blushing. Long Kor rolled her eyes at once. "Want to take a shot?" Long Kor could already tell that none of the 3 second middle school students were very strong, and both of those 2 students were only at level 12. As for that double ponytailed loli, she was only at level 16 strength. Right now, facing these dozens of level 10 monsters, it was obviously hard to fight. If Lu Yun and the others didn't make a move, they might be able to get out of it with a bit of luck. If you are unlucky, your life may even be in danger. It's only logical that since we've come across it, we can't just sit back and do nothing. After all, although we're all competitors, we're also students of Jinsha City at the same time. Lu Yun coughed lightly and suddenly changed his words. "But I still intend not to make a move. Anyway, they have blue crystals in their hands, so if they are really undefeated they can just crush the crystals and teleport out." It wasn't that Lu Yun was unorthodox. This was an examination in itself. It wouldn't be life-threatening and any contingency could happen. Saving is a matter of love. Not saving is a matter of honor. In that case, let's go, Long Kor said. Lu Yun nodded his head and prepared to leave to continue hunting monsters to gain points. However, just as Lu Yun and the 3 of them were about to leave, the double ponytailed loli suddenly looked over in their direction. At this moment, the other 2 schoolgirls were both filled with panic. "Yumi schoolgirl, there are too many of these monsters. I reckon that a monster wave should have broken out within the copy. What should we do now?" Both of them were nervous. Even though this was just an examination, there was still a danger of losing their lives if they were not careful. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still Yumi, the first genius of the 6th form, present, they would have even wanted to crush the blue crystal and just bail out. Yumi looked towards the dozens of tree-shaped monsters that were rushing towards his side with a grave expression, and his face became more and more gloomy. Although she was the only legendary grade genius student in the 6th form and currently the only great elemental envoy in the entire Jinsha city, she really didn't have any way to face so many monsters right now. After all, although the great elemental envoys were able to take charge of various elements and could explode with extremely terrifying power, that was also something that happened at a later stage. It was now the early stage, and she had only awakened the wood attribute, an elemental power, which could only be used to hold the enemy back or help her teammates heal. If she were to face wood attribute monsters, she would be able to play some role, but when facing other attribute monsters, Her role would be equivalent to that of a functional milkmaid. As for these monsters at the moment, don't look at the fact that they were all wooden-shaped existences, but in reality, they were not connected to the wood attribute at all. It's not a wood property at all. Yumi's dark green pupils contracted for a moment, and he was just about to order a retreat when he suddenly looked violently in one direction as if he had realized something. And there, it was the location of Lu Yun's trio. At this moment, Lu Yun, who was preparing to retreat, also felt the gaze of the other party and couldn't help but look up. The two of them were facing each other at eye level across several hundred meters, and the atmosphere was directly awkward for a moment. "You're from the first grade?" Yumi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly spoke. "Give us a hand." While she did realize that the three high schools were now competitors for each other, everyone was at least a student in Golden Sands, she felt that Lu Yun and the others should not see death. It was a pity that this little loli had underestimated Lu Yun's character. "Love can't help you. I can't help you, and I can't deal with so many monsters." Lu Yun spread his hands, lying without even waiting to blush. Obviously, he had chased several thousand monsters all over the map before, but now he said that he couldn't deal with this measly dozens of leaky fish. Long Core couldn't help but want to give Lu Yun a thumbs up. This guy has a real knack for believing what he's saying. It's too natural, definitely movie star level. If it was anyone else, hearing Lu Yun answer like that, they would definitely be quite desperate. But one of Yomi's attributes as a great elemental envoy was that she could gain insight into the approximate strength of other transmutants, so she could tell at a glance that Lu Yun was lying. This guy was at the level 20 level and his profession was still mythic, although he couldn't tell what Lu Yun's exact occupation was. The current Jinsha city only had one mythic level transmuter. That person was none other than the genius who became a dragon knight in the first grade. Lu Yun. Yumi looked deeply at Lu Yun, then took a deep breath before leaning his body forward and charging directly towards Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could react, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then this little loli clamped Lu Yun's head with her legs in the posture of a sloth going up a tree. "Lu Yun, what kind of move is this? What does this little loli want?" Lu Yun was so shocked by this scene that he sucked in a breath of cool air uncontrollably, and then he smelled the odor of poly seaweed. Hiss! Lu Yun violently opened his eyes and his pupils instantly shrank, but strangely, he could not see any sunlight where his eyes were, but a yellow Pikachu. This is... Lu Yun's pupils shrunk once again, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. After realizing the current situation, Lu Yun wanted to rip Yumi off right then and there, but this ninny's hands were holding Lu Yun's head in a death grip. No matter how much Lu Yun struggled, he was never able to shake Yumi off. Instead, with the violent shaking, the distance between the two of them was shortened infinitely. Yumi also blushed in shame at this moment. She suspected that this guy was deliberately eating her tofu, but she had no proof. But it can't be let go at this moment. This was because if Lu Yun refused to help, there was a great probability that they would be trapped here, and the only thing they could do at that time would be to crush the blue crystal and teleport out. However, it was the period of the examination, and once he teleported out, it would mean abstaining from the examination, which was something that Yumi could not accept. So no matter what, she had to get the guy in front of her to step in and help. "You let go of me. No release. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? I'm just not going to let go of. Well, not until you help me deal with the monster in front of me." Click, click, click. Just as the two men were pulling away, a sound of grinding teeth came out of nowhere. It turned out to be the dragon Korra next to her, who was so furious that she was gnashing her teeth. Her sharp dragon teeth were almost being ground down, and along with the escalation of the dragon Korra's jealousy, the space around her was distorted due to the rising temperature. A giant dragon shadow gradually emerged behind Long Korra, terrifying, destructive, manic, incandescent. All the forces intertwined together to form an extremely terrifying scene, and the group of monsters charging towards the crowd stopped in their tracks in fear. Upon taking a good look at the two of them, Lu Yun and Long Korra, the mentality of this group of tree-shaped monsters collapsed right then and there. Why are these two bogeymen here too? Blanche, that black wind ape, was also scared silly. At this time he realized that the young girl in front of him was not simple. This one was actually the legendary dragon race. No wonder it was so terrifying, being able to whoop him to the ground with a single slap before. Lu Yun didn't feel the abnormal atmosphere. He was just rather powerless. Who would have thought that this little loli would be so unconventional? After struggling fruitlessly, Lu Yun really didn't want to experience the flavor of seaweed and immediately compromised. "Okay, I promise. You let go first. Death to the family for cheating." Yumi sniffed and said so before letting go of Lu Yun and landing on the ground. However, before Lu Yun could say anything, Yumi suddenly stretched out his thumb and pressed it tightly together with Lu Yun's. Lu Yun was puzzled and was just about to ask what this girl was doing. Then I saw the other party's serious expression. Cheat and die for the whole family. Pull the hook and hang yourself. Don't change for 100 years. Lu Yun. Originally, I wanted to retreat in one piece. Who would have thought that the other party would find themselves and come to such a pass? Lu Yun had no choice but to step in and turn his head towards the group of monsters. And at this moment, seeing Lu Yun's gaze seemingly, the group of monsters were almost scared silly at that moment. Why is the human in front of me is haunted as a ghost? After reacting, the group of miserable guys immediately turned around and ran. But this time, Lu Yun wouldn't give them a chance to escape. I just let you guys run away. And now since we've met again, let's stay. Lu Yun's face was expressionless as he suddenly slowly stretched out his index finger and gently made a stroke towards the front. Buzz. Rumble. A flaming sword shadow exploded out of Lu Yun's fingertips, and monstrous crimson flames instantly covered these monsters. Instant seconds. Upon killing these monsters, Lu Yun's points increased by a few dozen more points, and it wasn't a wasted effort. Worthy of a Dragon Knight? This move is too cool. Seeing Lu Yun's handsome moves, Yumi directly transformed into a little fangirl. Looking at Lu Yun with glowing eyes, she had now completely confirmed Lu Yun's identity. This was the mythical genius of the first middle school, the only Dragon Knight in Jinsha City. The other two sixth-form schoolgirls were also shocked for a long time and could not come back to their senses, even though they had long heard of the power of mythic-level professions. But after seeing it with his own eyes, the shock was still slow to dissipate. It's simply too strong. Before this, they all thought that Yumi's strength was already terrifying enough. But in front of Lu Yun, these tactics of Yumi were simply not enough. As an extremely rare mythic rank profession, great elemental envoys could indeed explode with a strength comparable to many mythic rank professions in the early stages. However, Dragon Knights were outside of this range, as the profession of Dragon Knights was terrifying even when placed among the many mythic level professions. Especially Lu Yun wasn't just any Dragon Knight, but a Dragon Knight with a dragon ah. After casually resolving the monster in front of him, Lu Yun didn't linger and turned around to leave with Long Kor and the others. Originally, Long Kor was quite angry. She hadn't even played with Lu Yun in such a position and Yumi had done so. It's a mortal sin. If this was in the world of dragons, she'd be giving Yumi the chop high and low. She wasn't just a dragon. She was the princess of the Fire Dragon clan in the dragon world. Lu Yun was the man she had her eye on, and she would never allow anyone to snatch a man from her. But seeing as the other party wasn't very old, Long Kor didn't say anything more this time. Only as he left, he was giving Yumi a vicious glare. However, what made Long Kor a little depressed was that the other party seemed to have a lot of nerves and completely ignored her warning. Wait. However, just as Lu Yun was about to leave, Yumi called out to him. Anything else? Lu Yun was filled with vigilance, fearing that this little loli would write her face in public again at the drop of a hat. Although he didn't resent such behavior, as a Dragon Knight, in broad daylight and under a clear sky, he still wanted his face. You're Lu Yun from the first middle school, right? I'm Yumi from sixth form. Nice to meet you. Yumi was all smiles, and as she spoke, she stretched out her white palms, her little pink face burning a little at the thought of her previous behavior. She wasn't a frivolous woman, and there was really nothing she could do about the situation she had just been in, which was really humiliating now that she thought about it. Oh, upon hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lu Yun, however, only nodded indifferently before looking at the black wind ape and monkey and saying, "Let's go," directly ignoring Yumi. The smile on Yumi's face froze directly, her eyes widening in disbelief, and even her small hand that had been stretched out froze in midair in embarrassment. This guy actually ignored himself. As the talented loli of the sixth form, she had countless suitors, and the guy in front of her actually ignored her. Does he have any taste at all? At this moment, Yumi directly pulled out a mirror and began to survey her little pink face in the mirror. Skeptical. Worthy of being a genius of a mythic rank profession. This is too strong. Dozens of level 10 monsters are as simple as killing chickens and cows. The two sixth middle school sisters, on the other hand, were looking at Lu Yun's back in adoration. They had been completely mesmerized by Lu Yun's handsome outburst. If it was any other genius here, the end would most likely be a hasty escape. But Lu Yun killed all of these monsters just by moving his fingers. It's simply not too handsome. Humph. What's there to admire about this kind of arrogant guy? Yumi irritably skimmed her mouth and looked at Lu Yun's back with a grudge and said, I was thinking of apologizing, but this guy is so proud of himself, so it seems like there's no need for that. Yumi-senpai, our 3 high schools are taking the test at the same time this time, and are themselves in competition, so it's already kind of them to help out. Right, Sister Yumi? I do think that this Lu Yun student is very manly. You didn't see his actions just now. He's too domineering. The 2 sixth form schoolgirls had already been mesmerized by Lu Yun and actually took the initiative to help him out. This made Yumi even more upset. She naturally knew this, but she had just clearly thought about apologizing. And this guy was ignoring her in front of the two schoolmates. It made Yomi feel like she had lost face. That black-furred monkey that just followed Mr. Lu-yun around seems to be the monster black-winged ape monkey within the replica. Just then, one of the schoolgirls suddenly thought of something fierce. After the schoolmate's reminder, Yumi also came back to her senses. Yeah, all of her attention had just been on Lu-yun, and she had neglected the monkey. This was a monster within the replica, so why was it following Lu-yun around like a follower? And just now, when Lu-yun left, he seemed to have asked the other party to take him somewhere. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10. The fact that the transmogrifier is mixed with a copy monster is unusual in itself. Yumi began to run his clever brain, and soon a light went on before his eyes, as if he had thought of the key to it. I see. A small light bulb seemed to appear at the top of Yomi's head as realization dawned on her. Yumi-senpai, what did you understand? After the two elementary school sisters looked at each other, they both asked in confusion. That guy must have found some nice place and is ready to get a good deal himself, Yumi said with a face full of certainty. Even though when he came to the replica, the headmaster of the sixth form had said that the monsters within the replica wouldn't drop any equipment or anything like that when they died. But it doesn't say that there are no forbidden places in the copy. Forbidden places are generally maps that exist in replicas. And to put it bluntly, they belong to hidden maps, which often have many benefits and chances. Yumi felt that Lu-yun must have learned about the news of the forbidden land within the copy from that black-winged ape, which was why he didn't kill that black-winged ape, but instead asked the other party to take him to the forbidden land to look for benefits. Thinking of this, Yumi instantly became excited and hurriedly waved his hand. Hurry up. Let's follow them. There might be an unexpected harvest. The two schoolgirls were hesitant. Yumi-senpai, this isn't too good. After all, he just saved us. It doesn't seem too decent for us to do this now. Yumi glared fiercely at the two, putting on a fierce look, but that pink expression always gave off a sense of harmless cuteness. Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'll go by myself, Yumi said faintly. The two schoolmates glanced at each other, and in the end, they could only sigh helplessly, then followed Yumi along with them as they chased after Lu-yun in the direction he had left. In order to prevent being detected by Lu-yun, on the way, Yumi kept as much distance as possible from Lu-yun and the others. Not to mention, Lu-yun really didn't realize that he had been followed. In reality, Lu-yun wouldn't have expected that Yumi would actually play such a trick. The first time they met, they performed a sloth on the tree, but it was just that, and now they are actually quietly following themselves. But any normal person can't do this kind of thing. But it was Yumi who went off the beaten path and happened to do just that. There were no more monsters encountered on the road, and under the leadership of the black-winged ape, in less than 10 minutes, the several people arrived at a direction of the jungle. Big brother, this is it. This is the very center of the jungle and the refreshment point for monsters. Black-winged monkey suddenly stopped pointing ahead and said. In fact, without the need for this bastard to remind him, Lu-yun already knew that this was the monster's refreshment location. Because at the very front of the jungle, a clearing actually appeared, and a black square object was hovering in the air above the clearing. The piece was somewhat similar to a Rubik's Cube, which was made up of a number of small, choppy black squares together, and was surrounded by a black shimmering light, and at the very top of the black square, there was a string of numbers that was rapidly decreasing as time passed. 100, 99, 98, 97. Apparently this is the countdown to the monster refresh time. According to the current countdown, a new batch of monsters should be refreshed in another 100 seconds or so. The black cube in front of you, also known as the Monster Tesseract, was the key item within each copy. It was because of the Monster Tesseracts that the copies could still have monsters despite the waves of solo brushes by the spiritists. Simply put, as long as the Monster Tesseract remains, copies are always present and can be recycled. These were the basic things taught in knowledge classes, and Lu-yun was naturally well aware of them. Big brother, look, now it's already at the monster refresh point. Can I? The black-winged ape looked at Lu-yun nervously, wanting to say something. It was quite difficult. He wanted to tell Lu-yun that he had completed his mission now, so could he let him go? But he was worried about offending Lu-yun by saying the wrong thing. He had already seen Lu-yun's brutal methods and was truly afraid of the human in front of him. But fortunately, Lu-yun was also a man who kept his word and waved his hand. You can go now. Ah! When the black-winged ape monkey heard this, it was first incredulous, then it almost jumped up in excitement. The two sixth-form schoolgirls also realized this. Their pupils violently contracted to the size of pinpoints. Their mouths slightly opened, and they almost screamed out. Blanche, do all geniuses play so fancy these days? Clogging the spring. Who told him about this operation? The previous dozens of tree monsters made them incredibly desperate. As a monster refresh point, the monsters that refreshed here could be more than just a few dozen. Crazy. They also all thought that Lu Yun was simply crazy. The two schoolgirls were terrified and were about to say something. The mutation was sudden. Buzz. As the countdown ended, the power within the monster cube began to surge, and a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. Immediately afterward, a level 10 monster stepped out of the vortex with a six-fold pace. However, he had only just stepped out when his body was enveloped by a pale yellow halo. Monster? However, before the monster could look around clearly, his body was suddenly uncontrollable, walking towards the front. Taunt skills. Justice mockery. The monster's head buzzed, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Yun holding the giant dragon fortress, his body slightly leaning forward in a baseball playing stance. Monster. Bang! Lu Yun held the dragon fortress in his hand and violently swung it forward in an overdrive, and the monster's head shot straight up into the sky before landing heavily on the ground. Seconds. However, right after this monster was killed by Lu Yun in seconds, other monsters continued to come out of the vortex. This time, the one that walked out was a level 12 monster, covered in scale armor, and a dull ringing sound was emitted with every step. Just with the naked eye, one could see that this one's physical defense was quite terrifying. However, under the shroud of justice taunt, the monster had only just stepped out of the vortex when its body uncontrollably traveled in Lu Yun's direction. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 are wrong. The monster jerked its head up before it locked eyes with Lu Yun's eyes that were calm to the core. Monster, Fark. Bang! The words had just fallen, and the dragon fortress in Lu Yun's hand once again swung violently, and the scaled armor on the monster's chest directly sunk in, and his internal organs were instantly shattered by a tremendous force. Then he fell straight to the ground like a brick and got his lunch in that way. This was followed by similar situations happening over and over again, as these monsters that had just stepped out of the vortex didn't even have time to observe this beautiful world before they were taunted by Lu Yun in the name of justice. They had just descended into this copy, and the last image they saw before they were born was a teenager slamming an extremely exaggeratedly thick shield at their face. In just a few minutes or less, Lu Yun managed to kill hundreds of monsters. No matter how many levels they were all instantly killed in seconds. Lu Yun's points had thus instantly skyrocketed by several hundred. This scene directly led hiding in the distance Yumi and other people to see the dumbfounded. Blocking the spring can also play like this? The monster refresh point, which was originally a place that many new students avoided, was more like an experience refresh point in front of Lu Yun, although every transmuter and monster were natural opposites. At this moment, Yumi and the others couldn't help but sympathize somewhat with these monsters. Hesitation was just now refreshing the monsters, and the vortex wasn't wide enough for the monsters to appear only head to head. This led to the fact that every time a monster appeared, it would be destroyed and killed by Lu Yun, and it wasn't as if they were walking out of a refreshment point, but more like they were lining up to deliver heads. As time passed, another 10 minutes passed, and Lu Yun killed quite a few more monsters during this time, but this killing speed was still not particularly satisfying to Lu Yun. It's still too slow, but fortunately, after 10 minutes had passed, the space of the vortex gradually expanded, and originally the monsters could only walk out of the vortex headfirst, but now, the monsters have been able to appear in groups. Buzz. With a humming of the vortex in front of them, dozens of monsters stepped out from it at the same time with confident strides. Then their bodies were enveloped by a yellowish glow, and just as they looked up, they saw a human leaping high in the air with a shield in hand, instantly charging towards them in a titanic stance. Bang, 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 bang. In less than a few seconds, dozens of monsters were instantly massacred, and at that moment, a new batch of monsters happened to come out of the vortex as well, and happened to witness Lu Yun's tactics just now. Then the group of monsters froze. Shit, isn't this their refreshment point? What's with the humans here? And it damn well looks like this guy is clogging up their springs. Roar! Suddenly a large rat covered in yellow hair roared angrily, then its limbs grabbed the ground, lifting up a burst of dirt, and rushed towards Lu Yun with lightning speed. At the same time, the interface bar appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. Lightning Rattler. Level, LV20, Grade, Silver, Rarity, 1 star. Attack Power, 250. Blood, 300. Skill, Tianluo Power Grid. Summoning Thunderbolts. Searing enemies with the power of thunder. Enemies trapped by the grid deal 100 points of damage per second. Weaknesses, Terrifying Outbursts. Low Defense. Fear of Outbursts. Verdict, this is an adorable electric rat. A walking rechargeable treasure. But if you are fooled by his cute appearance, you will be buried under the thunder. Seeing the prompt on the system interface, Lu Yun smiled. A mobile rechargeable? It's just a shame I use a fast-charging cell phone that doesn't work for you. After saying this, Lu Yun slowly stretched out a finger, and a small red-colored flame slowly pulsed out. Whoosh! In the next moment, A sword shadow condensed by flames violently erupted out and exploded toward the front. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, this move did not decapitate the lightning mighty rat, and the small yellow body rushed out directly from the red-colored flames. Then, zip, 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 skyrocket. Several lightning bolts suddenly erupted from the lightning mighty rat's lightning-like tail, and these lightning bolts intertwined together in the air, surprisingly forming a giant net of thunder. The giant net was several meters wide and instantly came straight at Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned and instantly flew out with a giant dragon charge. Bang! This strike hit the lightning mighty rat perfectly, and with this displacement, Lu Yun also easily dodged the grid's encirclement. Taking advantage of his opponent being stunned, Lu Yun raised the dragon fortress in his hand and dunked it against the lightning mighty rat. Bang! 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 However, the opponent's level was higher than Lu Yun's after all, and Lu Yun actually still failed to kill the opponent in seconds with this series of attacks. Seeing that his opponent was about to awaken from his stunned state, Lu Yun once again executed Dragon Rush without thinking. Boom! Stunned for 6 seconds. Taking advantage of the stun, Lu Yun once again raised the dragon fortress and threw it at the lightning mighty rat. Bang! 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 However, after 6 seconds had passed, the opponent still had some blood left. Ryuan raised an eyebrow. This guy's a little hardy. Then it casts Dragon Punch again. Boom! Stunned for 6 seconds. Lightning Rattler is a bit confused. What the hell are you doing here with a bug? What's wrong with rats? Do you think I came out of the refresh point just to get beaten up? Finally, under Lu Yun's bout of inhumane destruction, the lightning mighty mouse managed to receive its boxed meal, which was turned into a little bit of points. Seeing this scene, the 3 Yumi people who were hiding in the shadows and silently observing all of this were shocked speechless at that moment. The level 20 monster was actually killed in the most suffocating way possible, and there was no chance to fight back the entire time. Is this guy a dragon rider or a bandit? The fighting style is a bit too simple and rough. Wow, worthy of being a mythic rank profession. It's simply too strong. Level 20 monsters are boss-like existences when placed in certain low-level copies, and they were actually killed so easily. There shouldn't be many people in the entire 6th form who can surpass Lu Shen, right? The 2 elementary school girls in the 6th form had already been convinced by Lu Yun's tactics once again, their faces full of flamboyant looks. So what if he kills a level 20 monster? This is a monster refresh point, surrounded by many monsters, not to mention his Dragon Knight. Even if he's a Dragon King, he'll have to break a few ribs. Just watch, he'll be running away in a mess later. However, before Yumi could finish his sentence, the monsters in front of him that were originally charging after the lightning mighty rats suddenly stopped in place as if they had been cast a fixation spell. Upon seeing their companions decapitated, they were quite furious, itching to extract the souls of the humans in front of them. However, when they saw the lightning mighty rats being killed in such a miserable manner, the numerous monsters were completely shocked. It's not true that they're monsters, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. The level 20 monsters were actually pressed to the ground the entire time in front of the humans in front of them, and they didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was horrible as hell. Just then, Lu Yun, who had resolved the lightning manticore, turned to look at them. Being stared at by Lu Yun, the numerous monsters shivered in unison and then backed away. When Lu Yun saw this, he was first stunned, then he cracked the corners of his mouth, revealing a sunny and bright smile. The many monsters first froze at the sight, and then broke out in a cold sweat, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. And they all turned their direction towards the vortex and ran wildly. Then this time it was Lu Yun who was confused. The monsters, it seems, are trying to get back into the vortex. Am I that scary? Lu Yun touched his firm chin speechlessly. Long Core couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was this something a human could say? However, as the group of monsters was about to charge into the vortex, a new batch of monsters were refreshed, just blocking the exit of the vortex. And so the bizarre scene unfolded. 2 waves of monsters, one of which tried to rush inside the vortex, and the other, unaware of it, tried to rush outside the vortex. Due to the inconsistency of the 2 sides' goals, the scene was in chaos, and a monster stampede was erupted, which was a rare event in the world. Some monsters were unfortunate enough to fall to the ground in the crowding between the 2 sides, and were then stomped on by other monsters in a frenzy and hardened. Lu Yun expressed his pain at this. These were points for nothing. He would never allow his points to fly away from his mouth like this. Buzz! Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, and a red-colored flame slowly pulsed in his palm before it exploded out as a red-colored sword shadow. Instantly, more than a dozen monsters were instantly killed under avoidance. Seeing Lu Yun being so fierce, the remaining monsters also panicked. They now finally understood why that batch of monsters had just charged in. However, before they could rush into the vortex, a new batch of monsters were refreshed. The gang of monsters that were hogging more than rushing in were instantly desperate. The whole scene was a mess. And many more monsters lost their lives in the stampede. Shit! Lu Yun instantly became furious. His eyes flooded. And he suddenly shouldered the giant dragon fortress and charged up. Bang! 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 A violent sound erupted from the scene's metropolis. And then the monsters on the scene began to be continuously killed by Lu Yun. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun had slaughtered nearly 1,000 monsters. And it was at this time. Congratulations on your new title, Monster Slayer. Monster Slayer? Lu Yun froze, then tapped on the title's attributes. Title, Monster Slayer. Introduction, slaughtering more than 4,000 monsters has a 1 in a billion chance of obtaining. From now on, you are the Monster Slayer. Attributes, rare. Effect, professionals who have Monster Slaughterer. Enter the copy with their own pressure, so that the monsters do not dare to approach, so that the transmogrifier can freely roam in the copy, out of the mud without dying. Manhwa and not demonic. Originally, Lu Yun hadn't felt anything strange until he saw the effects of the title, and at that moment, his heart was as good as dead. Deterring monsters? Boy! If the monsters in the replica were afraid of him, how could he slaughter monsters to gain points? With a 1 in a billion chance of him running into it, he really didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to screw him over? Lu Yun had wanted to refuse to wear the title, but naturally, when the title was activated, it was automatically worn. And the moment the title was put on, the 5 big words Monster Slayer suddenly appeared above Lu Yun's head. At the same moment, a terrifying pressure was also released from Lu Yun's body. And when this pressure was felt, the numerous monsters were like mice seeing a cat, instinctively generating a strong fear from the depths of their souls. Even those monsters that had just appeared from within the vortex were filled with panic and turned their heads towards the vortex. And so, once again, the scene was a spectacular one. Numerous monsters had only just come out of the refresh point, and were filled with despair as they tried to go back. And what was even more desperate was that the refresh point could only refresh monsters. When monsters are refreshed, it is impossible to go back into the vortex. Lu Yun had also discovered this, so he made his move once again at that time. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was in flames and the ground shook. The monsters had just come out of the refreshment point, and what greeted them was not the fresh air of a new world. Instead, it was Lu Yun's destructive attack. After 2.5 hours of destruction, all of these monsters finally received their meals. A total of over 3,000 monsters had only just been refreshed before they died in Lu Yun's hands. It also included several level 20 monsters. And when that was done, Lu Yun's points had smoothly arrived at the 7,000 plus level. It was important to realize that within the current copy, the highest points were just over 1,000. Lu Yun, however, had a full 7,000. The two sides were not at the same level at all, and it could be said that Lu Yun was already too far ahead of the rest. But Lu Yun didn't know that and still felt that over 7,000 points was too little. Kor, go take a stroll elsewhere. Lu Yun looked at Long Kor and said softly. Long Kor nodded her head, and immediately, the one person and one dragon walked in the opposite direction. The monsters within the jungle had been almost decimated, and now that the monsters at the refresh points had all been taken out by Lu Yun, it would be a long time until the next refresh. So Lu Yun decided to look for monsters elsewhere first, and in the meantime, inside the gazebo of the first middle school, Li Zhang was drinking tea and playing chess with the two principals. But it was only halfway through the process when sixth form principal Lin Jipeng stroked his goatee and said with a smile, I wonder what's going on with the assessment, or else we'll go and see what's going on first. Li Zhang expressed his approval before he waved his hand and the replica panel appeared in front of him. All three of them were the organizers of the replica, so naturally they were able to view the specific information of the replica, as well as the performance of the many students within the replica. Even how many points the student had earned within the copy, they could see clearly through the copy panel. Just as soon as the replica panel appeared, one name dominated the list straight away. Looking at that name, all three principals instantly widened their eyes, and the chess pieces in their hands fell to the ground with a bark. Name, Lu Yun. Level, 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Points, 7,254. Seeing Lu Yun's points far ahead, all three principals were confused at the same time. This kid's on a roll, isn't he? The second place was third middle school genius Jiang Shishir, who currently only had less than 2,000 points, while Lu Yun's points were upwards of 7,000, several times that of Jiang Shishir. The gap between the first and second place was actually as high as several times, which couldn't help but make them speculate that Lu Yun had opened up. Even Li Zhang felt that Lu Yun's performance was a bit perverted. He had indeed placed all his hopes on Lu Yun, but even in his dreams, he couldn't believe that Lu Yun could perform so counterintuitively. Old Li, this student of yours isn't cheating. Is he? How did he manage to score over 7,000 points? You can't tell me that he directly killed the monster's base camp to block the spring, right? Wang Qingwei, the principal of the 3rd middle school, asked with an odd expression. In fact, he was really right. Lu Yun did go to block the spring. Cheating this kind of thing, my 1st middle school students won't do it. Not to mention Lu Yun, he's already been guaranteed a place by the Magic Martial University. It's impossible for him to do something like this that affects his reputation. Then why don't you give us an explanation? How did he gain so many points as a level 20 transmuter? Li Zhen was silent. He didn't really know how to explain all of this, because even he was shocked. However, he knew very well that there was a high probability that Lu Yun would not do anything to cheat. The principal of the 3 and 6 schools are almost depressed to death. Had expected this examination to make a turnaround. Who had thought that this is actually the end? Looking at Lu Yun's points bar, the two had the urge to vomit blood at one point. Let's watch first. When the test is over, then ask the others to know the general situation. If he really cheated, I know what to do without you guys saying. Li Zheng finally said this, and this explanation left the two principals without temper. After all, they really didn't know the specifics right now, and they would only have to wait until the examination was over to inquire from the other students. The atmosphere of the scene became odd with Lu Yun's points, and after a long period of silence, it was finally Wang Qingwei who spoke first. The boss on this side of the Jinsha Beach defense line has affected the normal refresh of copies. It's a good thing that Lin Ying's side is almost arriving at Jinsha City as well. This kid is the pride of my 3rd grade school. With him taking the shot, this boss should be killed before long. Wang Qingwei's intention with these words was obvious. So what if you have a mythic rank career in your 1st middle school? Geniuses were even more demonic, but they also needed to go through a period of precipitation and growth. And Lin Ying, as a genius who had come out of the 3rd middle school, had long since been a powerful person on one side by now. Hearing the words of the principal of the 3rd middle school, Lin Jipeng and Li Zhang didn't have too many changes in their expressions, as demonic geniuses had also appeared within their 2 universities this time. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, it was not unlikely that they would be able to reach Lin Ying's heights and even surpass them. Just during the conversation between the 3 principals, the examination within the replica remained unfinished. As time passed, more than a dozen students had already crushed the blue crystal and chose to abstain, being successfully teleported out. This was because many of them had encountered many monsters, which were not of a high level but were swarming in groups as if they were an invincible army making people despair. But all of these people were a small number after all, and most of them were still killing monsters inside the copy to save up their points. When Lu Yun departed from the refreshment point, Yumi and the others also began to continue killing monsters. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but when the copy opened half a day later, a light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then a huge leaderboard formed above the vault of the Forbidden Land. On the leaderboard, one name was condensed by golden light, very dazzling, and there were corresponding points behind these names. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the name. Noticing the abnormality, the many students within the replica raised their heads towards the sky. Upon seeing the names on the leaderboard, all of them were all shocked beyond words. First place, Lu Yun, 7,090 points. Blanche, what kind of monster is this? Over 7,000 points. How did he do it? The first place is actually this Lu Yun. Is the Dragon Knight's outburst in the early stages so terrifying as a mythic level profession? I was under the impression that most combat mythic level professions are weak in the early stages. This guy is a monster. The second place is Jiang Shishir from the 3rd middle school, but she only has exactly 2,000 points now, which is almost 5,000 plus points worse than this Lu Yun. This is too scary. If we can find this Lu Yun and eliminate him, wouldn't we be equivalent to having more than 7,000 points? At this moment, looking at the names on the leaderboard, quite a few people had crooked thoughts. After all, there was no rule in this examination that they couldn't do anything to their own people, and if they could eliminate Lu Yun, they would directly inherit the 7,000 plus points. It's pretty tempting. As a result, apart from the 1st middle school, the rest of the students had similar thoughts, wanting to join forces to snatch the points from Lu Yun's hands. It was a pity that they didn't know about Lu Yun's glorious deed of blocking the spring and killing numerous monsters that cried out, or else they would never dare to have such thoughts. It was because Lu Yun's perversity was beyond their imagination. All in all, when the leaderboards came out, many students banded together to form small teams and began to search for Lu Yun's trail all over the copies, bound to take all of Lu Yun's points, except for the people of the 1st middle school. The people of the 1st middle school naturally wouldn't have this idea. After all, Lu Yun was participating in the examination on behalf of the honor of the 1st middle school. Moreover, when Lu Yun's single brush with the fire elemental elf extermination overture was rumored, The students of the first middle school now called Lu Yun as the god of Lu. And even more so, many of them worshipped him, making it even more unlikely for them to take a shot at Lu Yun. Oh no! These guys are starting to hit Lu Yun. We have to find a way to tell him. Looking around at the third and sixth form students whispering, Zhao Qingsong was filled with worry. Beside him stood an explosively built, crazy dribbling zombie nymphette, which was none other than the zombie nymphette, his marriage partner of excellence level. Prior to this, the students from the 3 high schools had actually met long ago, only that none of them had any intention of capturing it either because the difference in each other's points wasn't that big. But now that Lu Yun's 7,000 plus points had been exposed, he was instantly missed by countless people. Zhao Qingsong didn't know how powerful Lu Yun was. He just thought that no matter how strong the mythic rank profession was, Lu Yun would still be alone after all. If they were to face a siege of students from the other 2 universities, it was still likely that something would go terribly wrong. After hesitating to enter the copy, private chat could not be established. So Zhao Qingsong immediately sent a message to Lu Yun through the blue crystal, but Lu Yun never replied. Zhao Qingsong had no choice but to call on the students of the first middle school to start searching for Lu Yun together, wanting to tell him the news of this place face to face so that he could go into hiding. As long as they waited until the examination time came, everyone would be automatically teleported out. And by then, with more than 7,000 points to crush, their first middle school would definitely be able to win the top spot, as long as Lu Yun could linger to keep his points. This time's examination of the first middle school would be a win. As for the students from the other 2 universities, they were also frantically searching for Lu Yun, and their thoughts were diametrically opposed to those of the first high school. As long as they found Lu Yun and captured the points before the end of the Forbidden Land, they would be able to turn the tide against the wind. The 7,000 or so points in Lu Yun's hands were something they were bound to get. You guys go to the east to look for it. You guys go to the south to look for it. And I'll take someone to the north to take a look. The other party is a mythic rank profession after all. So if you find any traces of it, remember to send a message to us first. And don't do anything without authorization, so as not to frighten the snakes. The students of the 6th and 3rd forms began to arrange themselves, each forming small teams and being assigned to different places to search for Lu Yun. However, whenever they found Lu Yun, they sent a message to inform the others that they wouldn't leave Lu Yun any chance to escape. That's over 7,000 points they're bound and determined to get. However, it was worth mentioning that both the people in the 3rd and 6th forms equally wanted Lu Yun's points, so they were not united in this matter. Both sides also have a tacit understanding not to talk about this matter. The meaning is already very clear. The one who can get it first. Whoever could find Lu Yun first and make it even. The 7,000 plus points would go to him. So invariably, the students of the 6th form and the 3rd form have begun to compete with each other in secret. Seeing this situation, the 1st form also reacted quickly, and many people even directly gave up the opportunity to continue hunting monsters, and spontaneously searched for Lu Yun so that they could be warned of the dangers involved. When the leaderboards within the replica appeared, the tone of the entire replica changed, and all the targets were no longer monsters and points, but Lu Yun. Just when everyone is looking for Lu Yun, Lu Yun as the party concerned has no idea about it. At this time he is hunting monsters inside the copy. Not knowing how long they had been walking, Lu Yun and Long Kor finally stepped out of the primitive jungle that couldn't be seen to the end and arrived in a desert. The map for this test was huge, the product of being a patchwork of multiple maps, and within each huge area was a very different and special terrain. Depending on the terrain, there are different types of monsters and their abilities. While most of the monsters that appeared in the previous primordial jungle were wood-attributed existences, the monsters that appeared within this desert were predominantly flame-attributed. When Lu Yun arrived here, a dry and hot sensation enveloped all the limbs, making it seem as if one was in a furnace. If anyone else had come here, they would have been a million times more wary. However, Lu Yun was quite relaxed and cozy, just like a girl who was married out of the country returning to her mother's house. Her entire body relaxed. With the 70% flame attribute damage reduction, wasn't Lu Yun returning to his mother's house when he came here? Russell. However, just as Lu Yun and the two of them arrived here, the desert beneath their feet suddenly began to rotate rapidly, actually forming a desert vortex. When the vortex formed, due to inertia, Lu Yun and Long Kor's bodies fell uncontrollably towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, at the center of the vortex, a huge head suddenly poked out, which was incomparably hideous, violently opening its bloody mouth, and in its mouth were countless sharp fangs. It was like a giant meat grinder that wanted to grind Lu Yun and Long Kor into minced meat. It was obvious that this huge desert vortex was the movement made by this monster, who wanted to devour the two Lu Yuns. However, just as the monster had just opened its bloody mouth and sat waiting for its prey to be delivered to its door, what was waiting to come was not the prey. Instead, it's a giant dragon walking shield. The Dragon Fortress. Bang! Lu Yun held the Dragon Fortress and smashed it violently against the monster's mouth full of fangs. The monster didn't wait for its prey. Instead, its teeth were smashed several times. At that moment, he wailed in pain. And immediately after that, the nearby desert began to tremble violently. And under the intense pain, the monster finally revealed its true form. It was a huge sandworm that was about 10 meters long. And the sandworm's body was covered in mucus. And the mucus was covered with a lot of yellow sand. So it had a natural concealment. However, the huge body that was like a python was at the moment writhing madly like a maggot. It was known that Lu Yun was a kind person. Even if the other party said monster, Lu Yun could not bear to see the other party being tortured by pain. So at that moment, with great compassion, a dragon charge smashed over, taking advantage of the opponent's stunned effort, raised the dragon fortress and directly sent the latter to receive a box meal. After finishing the battle in a flowing manner, Lu Yun then took long core and continued on. Only that the two of them had just walked for a short while when the sound of a wolf's howl suddenly resounded in front of them. When this wolf howl sounded, numerous more wolf howls rang out one after another in all directions. The sound of these wolves was like the low roar of the god of death. And even though this was a hot and dry desert, it could bring a cold feeling to the crowd as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Upon hearing a wolf's howl that suddenly resounded in all directions, Lu Yun and Long Core immediately stopped in place before seeing a wild wolf with reddish-colored fur appearing at the very front. This wild wolf had a deep gaze, a crimson fire flickering in its pupils, and above its head, there was a crown condensed from flames. When this wild wolf appeared, it stared straight at Lu Yun and the two of them, then tilted its head and let out a wolf howl. Ow! After the wolf howls fell, numerous wolves also appeared one after another around Lu Yun and the two of them. These wolves were also all clad in reddish-colored fur with flames burning in their pupils, except that there was no crown coalescing from the flames on their heads. Apparently the wild wolf with the flaming crown on its head was the leader of the pack, commonly known as the Wolf King. Wolves have never been pack animals, even when they appear as monsters. The two of them, Lu Yun, were already surrounded by wolves. If it was anyone else here, surely they would have been so scared that their bladders contracted and they would have directly crushed the blue crystal wind tightly pulling and calling out. Lu Yun was an exception, and instead of fear, a strong color of excitement surged in his eyes, as his eyes swept the surroundings. The number of these wolves was at least several hundred. I didn't expect to come across so many points when I've only just arrived. That's right, in Lu Yun's eyes, these terrifying wolf-shaped monsters were just pure points, with the flame attributes damage reduction, not to mention that all of these guys were only at level 15. Even if they were all at level 20, Lu Yun wouldn't be the least bit weak. After all, he was the Dragon Knight who single-handedly swiped the field average monster level 40 copy of the Fire Elemental Elf Extinction Overture. Kagome. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Core beside him, and as a marriage partner who already had several times of experience in solo copying, Long Core instantly understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately within those crimson eyes, a giant dragon totem suddenly surfaced, followed by the space around them suddenly distorting violently. A crimson-colored boundary descended from the sky, instantly enveloping both Lu Yun and the many monsters. Above the red-colored boundary, there were countless fire dragons circling and roaming, filled with a destructive flame power, which was precisely one of Long Core's skills, binding spirit dragon prison. Upon seeing that the space around him was blocked off, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. That way there's no fear of running away with those arriving points. Slaughter, it's official. And upon seeing the smile on Lu Yun's face, the Wolf King in the lead was directly confused. What was wrong with the human in front of him, directly using his means to trap himself here, and actually laughing out loud? What kind of divine operation is this? Moreover, they were the most powerful monster race in this area, and instead of being afraid, the other party could still laugh when they encountered them. The Wolf King expressed 100,000 incomprehensions. However, he didn't want to think too much about it. The general level of the wolves was around level 15, and as the leader of the wolves, his level had even come to the level 20 level. He didn't believe that the human in front of him was already strong enough to, single-handedly, take on all of their wolves. Ow! The Wolf King suddenly tilted his head and let out a roar, and the surrounding wolves instantly charged towards Lu Yun like mad, and the moment they rushed out, their reddish-colored fur instantly began to burn with roaring flames. This was one of the wolves' skills, Flame Crash. Bang! The red-colored body of the wild wolf that rushed at the forefront slammed into Lu Yun, who was instantly covered in red-colored flames as his body was knocked out several hundred meters away. It was only after cutting a long gully in the desert that it managed to stabilize. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain, thinking that Lu Yun was already dead. That's it? How did such a weak strength dare to see them and not run just as quickly? The Wolf King's gaze was violently frozen as he realized that Lu Yun, who had been knocked away, had actually stood up again. As the flames on his body dispersed, Lu Yun's figure reappeared. Not to mention his injuries, all his fur was still there. Not a hair out of place. Not a hair out of place. The Wolf King was a little confused. Just then, after seeing that Lu Yun was fine, a few more wild wolves slammed into Lu Yun. Bang! Lu Yun had just been knocked out of the way, and was then slammed into the other direction by another coyote, being ravaged like a leather ball. After being continuously knocked out dozens of times, Lu Yun's body was also once again covered in red-colored flames, and his entire body became a fireman. If it was any other student, most of them would have been burned to a crisp by now. However, when the flames disappeared, Lu Yun still appeared intact. He first moved his limbs, and a crackling sound of bones clashing came from the joints of his body before he grinned. The wolves really had something going for them, and he wanted to test the damage reduction of the flame attribute, so he stayed out of the way the entire time. He wanted to see how much damage these guys could do to him, and their performance didn't disappoint Lu Yun, as more than a dozen wolves actually dealt a total of up to 123 huge bludgeoning damage to him. Lu Yun's blood volume was also directly reduced sharply by 1%. Although the blood volume that Lu Yun lost was only restored in an instant's effort is all. At this moment, not only the Wolf King, but also the rest of the wolves realized Lu Yun's uncomplicated nature, and they all began to retreat, not knowing what to do. However, Lu Yun walked directly to a wild wolf, squatted down, and reached out to gently stroke the other wolf's head. But in the next moment, Lu Yun frowned fiercely again as he realized that the fur on these wolves was quite cutthroat and not at all comfortable to touch. Lu Yun became furious and pulled out his dragon fortress and slammed it down, flattening his opponent's head on the spot. Wolf! The rest of the wolves were also instantly stunned. A move to kill one of their own kind. This guy in the end, what is it? Right at this moment, Lu Yun once again looked at the other wolves and directly activated Justice Taunt. Have to admit, this skill is really good. Taunt range hold open. Dozens of wolves suddenly uncontrollable toward Lu Yun, and then was Lu Yun a few moves to send to the small western heaven to worship Buddha. Dozens of his kind were killed, and the Wolf King finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him appeared to be a tough nut to crack. Immediately, the Wolf King let out a roar and ordered all the wolves to retreat. Just at the beginning, Long Kor had run a boundary to block off the surrounding area at Lu Yun's signal, and right now, the wolves couldn't escape at all. Some wolf-shaped monsters that had already been scared out of their wits tried to force their way through the boundary, but the moment their bodies touched the boundary, their bodies burned with a roaring flame. In just less than a few breaths, it was directly burned to ashes. With this one's previous experience, the other wolf-shaped monsters didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Seeing that they didn't move, Lu Yun had to take the initiative. Justice Taunt paired with Dragon Fortress, Lu Yun didn't even utilize any other killing skills and directly sent these monsters to the west with a physical overwhelm. In the end, hundreds of wild wolves were all decimated one after another, and only the Wolf King was left at the scene. The Wolf King looked at Lu Yun and was so scared that his wolf whip retracted. If he had a human body, he would most likely have to kowtow a few times to Lu Yun and pray for him to let him live. He now finally understood why the human in front of him was quite excited to see them instead of being afraid. The feelings are invariably reversed from the very beginning. The identity of the prey and the hunter. They were the one who were the prey. Lu Yun was the hunter. Lu Yun clapped his palms and carried the giant dragon fortress to the Wolf King's nearness, who bent his knees down to stare at Lu Yun in death, a low hissing sound emanating from his mouth. Don't be nervous, I'm a person who actually hates fighting and killing. Lu Yun squatted down on the Wolf King and stretched out his hand and said with a smile, a look as if he was teasing a dog. The Wolf King didn't say anything, but after glancing at the corpses of the wolves littered all around him, a sudden urge to curse rose. Don't like to fight and kill? You just killed my entire fucking pack. And now you say you don't like fighting? Can you humans have any fucking face at all? It's also very simple to want me to let you go. Take me to the monster refresh point. Lu Yun suddenly spoke again, and the Wolf King directly froze. This guy's going to a monster refresh site? Although he didn't know what Lu Yun was going to do. In order to save his life, the Wolf King eventually nodded in agreement. I hope we work well together. Lu Yun stroked the Wolf King's doggy head, in order to think that he would be able to score many more points later on. The Wolf King, on the other hand, lowered his condescending head, not daring to look Lu Yun in the eyes. Although the other party was smiling, he found it rather oozing. Immediately afterward, Lu Yun asked Long Kor to put away the boundary, and with the Wolf King leading the way, it didn't take long for Lu Yun to arrive at the monster refresh point in this desert. At the center of the refreshment point, the monster cube was slowly rotating in the air, and the numbers above the cube were still slowly passing by. 10 o'clock, 9:59, 9:58, Do we need another 10 minutes? Lu Yun looked at the countdown on top of the Rubik's Cube, murmured softly, and simply sat down on his knees and began to wait. Lu Yun was still in a beautiful mood when he thought that when the countdown ended, he would have several thousand points to his name. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred, and an excited laughter suddenly exploded violently from behind. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yun, I've finally found you. Lu Yun twisted his head and realized that the visitor did not recognize himself, and the badge on his chest proved that he was not a student of the first high school, but of the 6th high school. You're looking for me for something? Lu Yun asked. He didn't know the other party, so how could he look at the other party's expression? But it was a rather excited look. Suddenly, Lu Yun seemed to think of something and his heart thumped. This guy doesn't have a dragon yang fetish, does he? Seeing that he is suave, jade-like and handsome, so this is why he secretly found himself at this time to show his feelings? Looking at the other party's eyes that were so excited that they were about to smoke, Lu Yun felt more and more that this was the case, and suddenly his stomach turned over and he almost threw up. This bastard looks fathead, the whole body skin above a layer of grease. Just look at the appetite, not to mention that what? Vomit. Finally, the more he brainstormed, the worse the churning in his stomach became, and Lu Yun, who was not a professional after all, finally didn't hold back and threw up. And when he saw Lu Yun throw up after just a few glances at him, the fat man burst into a rage. What? Is it gross to be fat? Did I eat your rice? How dare you insult me like that? Blanche, without saying a word, Fatty directly opened the marriage door and summoned his marriage partner. Not every spiritist would bring their marriage partner with them. After all, not every spiritist's marriage partner was a great beauty like Long Kor, and most of the transmigrants would not bring their not-so-good-looking marriage partners with them. The only time it would be summoned was if it was needed for battle, or if it was in danger. This is why many students tend to expect to marry beautiful matches before they enter the matrimonial gates. A beautiful marriage partner is not only something you can roll with, but also something you can carry around with you to show off at all times. But only beautiful appearances also cannot always be around, such as Zhao Qingsong's zombie mother. Although the zombie mother's appearance is impeccable, but the zombie's unique attributes, resulting in the object of his marriage, cannot be exposed to the sunlight. Long-time exposure to sunlight, the strength of not only will be sharply reduced, and then cause damage to his body. Marriage objects like Long Kor, who could follow Lu Yun around regardless of any conditions, were already rare, especially if they were beautiful and still had terrifying strength. They were 1 in a million. Buzz. As the door of the marriage opened, a horrible pig demon suddenly stuck to the doorframe and walked out. The pig demon was also covered with layers of fat, big waist. At first glance thought it was the heavenly Pang Marshal descending to the earth, just standing here with a mortar and pestle. It gave people a huge oppressive force. The moment he saw this pig demon, Lu Yun cast a sympathetic gaze at the fat man. If he was the one who had chosen such a marriage partner, he probably would have wanted to die. What are you looking at? My marriage partner is an epic combatant. Everything in this world is not to be looked at on the outside but to be appreciated for its inner beauty. I prefer my little piggy to those demonic bitches. When Fatty finished speaking, he immediately roared, and a layer of golden light suddenly emerged from his entire body. And when these golden lights disappeared, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on his body. The armor was engraved with the pattern of a fat pig, the thick lines echoing each other, releasing an ebony glow under the sunlight. This is the epic level profession Wild Pig Warrior. From the initial awakening, it comes with a strong defense attribute, and there is also the ability of Berserk. Belonging to the early stage is one of the more fierce profession. This kind of profession in the copy group also belongs to as the front row warrior. Not only can resist damage, there is a certain output. Therefore, it is also quite popular within the copy group. Because of this, when this fat man awakened the Mad Pig Warrior, not many people laughed at him. Instead, there were quite a few people who invited him to team up with them to brush copies. I don't seem to have any grievances with you, right? Seeing that the other party looked like he was about to strike, Lu Yun suddenly frowned and asked, It's true that I don't have any grudges against you. If you transfer all 7,000 plus points to my blue crystal right now, I can let you go, Fatty said with a grim smile on his face. He just happened to be assigned by the 6th form to look for Lu Yun's trail, and he didn't expect to really find Lu Yun by mistake. Originally, according to the agreed plan, he had to be the first to report to the others when he found Lu Yun and wait for the others to provide support. But when he saw Lu Yun, his desire overcame his reason and he decided to strike out single-handedly. Lu Yun's single brush with the fire elemental elf extermination prelude hadn't been spread for the time being, and this matter was only known to the people in the first form. Mythic level professions are indeed the strongest career class, but these types of professions often struggle to explode with too much damage in the early stages. coupled with the fact that his awakened Mad Hog Warrior was capable of fighting and resisting in the early stages. He had the confidence to go toe-to-toe with Lu Yun. Very few people in the other two high schools knew about it, and if they knew about it, they probably wouldn't have been so rampant with this fatty. So you're here for my points. It was then that Lu Yun realized that he hadn't thought much about it after the leaderboards had appeared earlier, not realizing that his points had actually been targeted. I'm afraid that this fatty is just a microcosm, and there should be no shortage of people who have their eyes on their points. After all, 7,000 plus points was definitely not a small amount, if not particularly large. How could Lu Yun know that with over 7,000 points? He was already leading the pinnacle and becoming the brightest presence in the room? In addition to a bunch of them, talented students from two other high schools had already hit on him. This is not only for the honor of the school, but also for your own future. Since you're not willing to hand over the points yourself, let's use strength to speak. The fat man assumed a fighting stance and sneered at Lu Yun. Make your move. I'm going to learn the terror of a mythic rank profession today. Lu Yun glanced at his opponent's level. It was only level 15, a level Lu Yun didn't even bother to take a shot at anymore. Over to you. Do this guy and I'll let you go. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the Wolf King beside him and said. When the Wolf King heard this, he was immediately overjoyed, and when he brought Lu Yun here, he wanted Lu Yun to let himself go. Nay, he couldn't speak, and even more so, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he had no choice but to stay honestly by Lu Yun's side. Now that Lu Yun had given the word, he naturally begged for it. Immediately, with a wolf howl, he turned into red lightning and charged towards Fatty. Upon arriving beside Fatty, the crown on the Wolf King's head instantly released a terrifyingly high temperature, and a sea of crimson flames covered the surrounding area of several meters in circumference into it. Seeing this scene, Fatty's pupils suddenly shrunk and he directly panicked. How could this monster listen to Lu Yun's commands? Aren't monsters and humans opposites? What the hell is going on here? However, before Fatty could get his head straight, the Wolf King's attack was already close at hand. Boom! Seeing this level 20 Wolverine charging towards him, all of Fatty's fat flesh instantly tightened up, his face turning white with fear. It was good that at the last moment he finally remembered the shield in his hand and held it up in a panic. Bang! The Wolf King's body hit heavily on top of the shield, which suddenly flashed with a bright light, and the Wolf King was then sent flying out a long way. Upon stabilizing himself, the Wolf King's entire head was buzzing, and he was already stargazing in broad daylight. Also thanks to this goods as a monster itself is thick skin. All aspects of the basic attributes are also very strong. If it is replaced by a human to sew a bit, high and low is also a concussion to start. And right after the Wolf King was shaken away, that fat man's loud laughter followed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Old me. The wild pig warrior's defense is terrifying, and a mere level 20 monster can hurt me? The fat man's eyebrows fluttered. The word dejected was almost written on his face, and as he began to laugh, his entire body's fat flesh began to sway rhythmically. He didn't know how Lu Yun was able to manipulate this level 20 Wolf King, but all he needed to know was that Lu Yun couldn't change the end of the points being robbed with this Wolf King alone. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme is bullshit. After the fat man laughed, he was ready to pursue the attack, only to see his feet violently pointing to the ground, and then stomped with force. The whole person suddenly rushed up to the sky, just like a flying big fat pig smashed straight towards where Lu Yun was. Even though Lu Yun was a dragon knight, where had he seen such a battle before? He was scared into a cold sweat. In the past, I often heard elders say that as long as they stand on the tip of the wind and waves, even a fat pig can take off. Before, Lu Yun did not know the concept of a fat pig taking off. Now he kind of understand. Other than that, just this appearance looked really scary. Like a meteor. If this was smashed on the body, even with Lu Yun's defense, I'm afraid that he would have to drink a pot. Just in the nick of time, the Wolf King that had been shaken away by Fatty suddenly rushed back with a roar. And then his whole body burned with a blazing flame, and once again rushed towards Fatty, who was falling from the sky. Whoosh! Fatty's descending speed was fast with the added force of gravity, but the Wolf King's speed was even faster, like a backwards shooting meteor, instantly colliding with Fatty's huge body. Boom! The moment the two figures collided together, it was like a spark hitting the earth, splashing a ripple, and under the influence of this ripple, the yellow sand all around began to fly rapidly. The desert was like boiling water, splashing with overlapping waves of yellow sand. A particularly spectacular scene. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, Fatty actually did block the Wolf King's attack, only to see that this fellow held his ebony black shield in front of him against the Wolf King's onslaught, and even though the raging flames rose around the Wolf King, it was still difficult to cause any damage to him. It seems like this Fatty really isn't blowing smoke. The wild pig warrior's defense is indeed very high, Lu Yun said softly as he looked at the two men facing each other. Although the mythic level profession is very strong, but the profession is the advantages not necessarily all manifested in the early stage. Some mythic level professions can only reason later to reveal the sharpness, show the horror that overwhelms other professions. As for the legendary class professions, epic class professions and such, although the height of growth in the later stages was not as high as the mythic class professions, they were able to obtain a terrifying increase in power in the early stages, and the fat man in front of him was a typical example of this. This also sounded an alarm for Lu Yun. He absolutely could not be blindly arrogant just because he was a mythic rank profession, because in the early stages, if a mythic rank profession failed to stay alive, there might not be a later stage. Thinking of this, Lu Yun became even more determined to live meticulously. It seems like we'll have to act more cautiously in the future. Lu Yun murmured softly. What he lacked the most right now was time. As long as he had the opportunity to develop to a later stage, that time would be his launching point. Just as Lu Yun froze, the confrontation between the two sides had quietly tilted. Originally, Fatty was able to fight against the Wolf King with his shield as well as his own powerful attributes, but as the flames around the Wolf King burned, Fatty suddenly realized that something was wrong. The ebony black shield was gradually scorched to crimson, and the fat pig design on the shield began to gradually become blurred. The hardened shield was actually starting to become soft under the burning flames, like an overworked plow ox. Zip, zip, zip. Later on, there was even a sound of roasting meat in the air, and an aroma of roasted pig's feet drifted out with it. Lu Yun was wondering where the smell was coming from when the fat man's face had completely changed drastically, because the palm of his hand holding the shield was already moist with oil from the red-hot shield. It wasn't the smell of roasted pig's trotters, but the smell from his palms being grilled. Blanche. Fatty's pupils contracted. His entire body's fat flesh instantly tightened together, and his entire body was bad. His physical defense was indeed perverse. But he didn't have Lu Yun's attribute of being 70% immune to flame attributes. It was true that he could resist against the Wolf King's impact, but he couldn't resist against this flame at all. Blanche. Fatty had wanted to force himself to endure the pain, but the temperature of the shield continued to climb, and his pig's hoof-like palms began to moisten with oil. There's already a burning smell coming from it. If he continued, I'm afraid his entire hand would be roasted, and he would really become a pig's hoof. Unable to do anything else, the fat man could only scream miserably and finally let go of the shield in his hand. And the moment Fatty let go of his shield, he instantly lost his support and fell towards the ground, while the Wolf King counterattacked in the same direction, and his body wrapped in flames instantly lunged towards Fatty, as if cotton wool had met fire. Next moment, pust! Fatty's incredibly fat body was also instantly set ablaze by the flames. Ah! The fat man screamed madly. Everywhere he looked was a sea of fire. He knew that he had lost his great power. At this moment he was actually incomparably remorseful. If he had known that he shouldn't have acted rashly, he should have sent a message to notify the others when he discovered Lu Yun's whereabouts. It's just a shame he didn't. And there are no pills for regrets in this world. The pain of having his entire body seared by flames was truly unbearable, and Fatty had originally thought of pulling out a blue crystal and crushing it and then directly abstaining. But to his despair, under the burning flames, his limbs became incomparably stiff, and he was unable to pull out the blue crystal at all. In other words, he didn't even have a chance to abstain at this moment, which couldn't help but make the fat man even more ashen. Feeling like the world had lost its color. Done. Do I, Fatty Hi, want to be roasted alive here? Fatty Sai is already waiting to die. Just then, the flame that had originally wrapped around him began to slowly disappear, and it turned out that at the critical moment, Lu Yun had called off the Wolf King. The Wolf King withdrew the flame and glanced at Fatty Hi, who was already scorched black and half dead, before looking back at Lu Yun. Alright, you can go now. Lu Yun naturally knew what the Wolf King meant and said with a wave of his hand. Ow! The Wolf King let out a light howl, and the entire wolf was relieved, nodding towards Lu Yun before disappearing in a puff of smoke at the end of the desert. When the Wolf King left, Lu Yun came to crouch beside Fatty Hi, who looked like a dead dog, and casually picked up a stone and touched it on his body. Cool, chubby Sterling, cool. Fatty Hi swore that this was definitely the most vicious words he had ever heard in his life. He wanted to reply to Lu Yun, cool your ass, but he didn't dare, for fear of being beaten. Cool, very cool. Fatty Hi's charred face forced out a smile and said. Lu Yun suddenly got up and decided to promote the spirit of helping others. Since you're so happy, I'll let you have another good time. After saying this, Lu Yun extended his index finger and a small flame suddenly sprang out from his fingertip. Fatty Hi's face was full of convulsions, and he suddenly had the urge to curse his mother. Are you the devil? Is this guy a pervert by profession? What a way to say something so cold and bone-chilling in this 37-degree mouth. Fatty Hi hurriedly changed his words. No, not cool. In fact, I am very upset. Lu Yun winked. Since you're so upset, it's all the more reason for me to add more fire to make you feel good. Chubby Sterling. He now really wanted to greet Lu Yun's ancestors. It's not okay to say it's cool. And it's not okay to say it's not cool. What the hell do you want me to do? Are you a dog? Please be a human being. Lu Yun's words were actually just to scare the other party. Although this fat man was hitting on his own points, both parties were after all students in Jinsha City. That was why Lu Yun didn't lay a deadly hand on the Wolf King and took the initiative to let him stop. Otherwise the bastard would have been a charcoal by now. Lu Yun glanced at the guy and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that the countdown above the monster cube was about to end. Let's deal with business first. Lu Yun said softly before letting Long Kor keep an eye on this guy. Then he himself went to the front of the monster cube and waited for the army of monsters to refresh. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Fatty High's eyes became confused, and when he reacted to what this place was, he immediately screamed out, "Crap! This is a monster refresh point. The damn countdown is almost over. What the hell are you doing?" Fatty High didn't know what Lu Yun was planning to do and wasn't interested in knowing. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing, and immediately braced himself and began to crawl towards the distance. As a profession that could fight and resist, he also had some restorative skills, and although he wouldn't be able to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, at the very least, he could now crawl around. But he had only taken a few steps to climb when a pair of long legs in hibis appeared in view blocking his path. These long legs were flawless, slender and delicate, and just by looking at them with his eyes, Fatty High could imagine how comfortable it would be to touch them. As his eyes continued to move upwards, Fatty High saw two majestic peaks. Previously he did not understand why so many people liked to climb mountains in the name of conquering nature. Now that he knew, conquering nature must have been a blast. The line of sight continued to move upwards. It was a perfect to impeccable face. Before Fatty High could react, Long Kor then narrowed her eyes, releasing a danger signal within her ruddy eyes. "Look around again. Beware, I'll gouge out your eyes," Long Kor said expressionlessly. Aside from Lu Yun, she hated it when other men surveyed her with such gazes. Fatty High smiled awkwardly, and his movements that were about to continue moving upward froze, then hurriedly closed his eyes. "I'm not looking, not looking." As he spoke, Fatty High quietly put his palms into his pants pockets, wanting to crush the blue crystal to directly abstain. Right now, the monsters were about to refresh, and even if Lu Yun didn't intend to deal with him, he felt that it would be difficult for him to get out of there peacefully. In his current state, he was bound to become a living target when the monsters were refreshed. Since he knew that he could no longer continue the test, he might as well just admit defeat. Anyway, he had already killed nearly 800 plus monsters by virtue of the special characteristics of the wild pig warrior profession. Even if you forfeit now, when the points are converted, the ranking should not be low. But just as he had just ground the blue crystal out of his pants pocket, a pair of jade hands suddenly snatched it away from him. "My stuff, you give it back." Fatty High Kai was instantly enraged and wanted to take back the blue crystal. Long Kor played with the blue crystal in her hand, stepped on the bastard's head, and said indifferently, "Be honest if you don't want to die, or I'll step on your dog's head right now." The blue crystal was in the opponent's hands, and now he couldn't voluntarily abstain from teleporting out of here. Fatty High was really bitter and could only honestly lie on the ground with a lifeless expression, glancing at the countdown that was about to return to 0. His heart was even more silent. Done. This time it's really over. Now the only means of staying alive is gone. When the monsters refreshed, he would definitely be beaten to death by the group. Had he known that it would end this way, he would not have taken the initiative to trouble Lu Yun to death. He should have signaled the others first. "I'm still losing to the greed in my heart after all." Fatty High pounded his chest and couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps. How can you be so greedy? What a stupid thing to do. Just as Fatty High complained about himself, the monster cube's countdown finally went to 0. That's when there was a sonic boom right next to his ears, as well as the sound of flames pulverizing his body. Hearing the voice, Fatty High closed his eyes in despair. A line of tears slipping from his eyes, he was already prepared to wait for death. After waiting for a long time, Fatty High did not feel his body being attacked by the monster and opened his eyes in confusion. "I blanch." Then the guy sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and directly exploded, because he saw the most unbelievable picture in his life, only to see Lu Yun alone facing hundreds of monsters with a completely overwhelming attack. Just a few casual moves. Those level 10 plus monsters were easily exterminated. When these monsters first came out from within the vortex, each of them was majestic and domineering. However, when they saw Lu Yun's inhumane massacre, they were all scared out of their wits, and they actually reversed their direction to try to get back into the vortex. This wasn't the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing was that there were level 20 boss level monsters on the way to escape. This level of monsters, he couldn't even eat any of the attacks. However, Lu Yun had resisted all of his opponent's attacks and was still unharmed. Not a single hair had been burned off. When the boss's attack ended, Lu Yun cast Justice Taunt, then raised the Dragon Fortress in his hand and rushed over for a dunk. The result was that, under Lu Yun's devastating physical supremacy, these bosses that had just been refreshed from within the vortex instantly claimed their box lunch. Hiss! Taking it all in, Fatty Hai was already completely stunned, and without realizing it, his body was already wet with cold sweat. What kind of monster has he messed with here? Fatty Hai just watched the Lu Yun solo show for almost 10 minutes in a dazed manner. After killing all the monsters that came out of the vortex, Lu Yun's points came to over 9,500 points, just short of 500 points to reach 10,000. I don't know what rank my current points can be ranked at, but even if it's not the highest, it shouldn't be far behind. Looking at the points display within the blue crystal, Lu Yun murmured softly. It was also thanks to Fatty Hai not hearing his words, or else High and Low would have to spray out a mouthful of old blood. Boy, big brother, you now points can be said to be ranked first. No one can shake. What do you mean even if it's not the highest? It shouldn't be that far off. The number of points you have now is several times that of the second place. Once everything was packed up, Lu Yun returned to Fatty Hai, who had completely dared not call out to Lu Yun after seeing his uncharacteristically pugnacious battle. Immediately, he grinned, revealing a brilliant to the core smile and said, "Brother Lu, I am now aware of your true ability. I blame myself for being blinded by the lard and actually hitting on you. It's my fault. It's me who is brainless. I am here to sincerely apologize to you, and beg you to give me a way out. Return the blue crystal back to me, and allow me to abstain from the game and leave." Lu Yun was stunned before he saw the blue crystal that Long Kor was holding and playing with in her hands. Lu Yun smiled and didn't say anything, but reached out and picked up the blue crystal before placing it near his own. Buzz! The moment the two blue crystals touched together, they simultaneously emitted a light blue light, and when the light dissipated, the several hundred points within Fatty Hai's crystal instantly disappeared. The blue points in Lu Yun's hand, on the other hand, had suddenly increased by several hundred points. It turned out that Lu Yun had absorbed all of the points within Fatty C's blue crystal. Blanche! Seeing this scene, Fatty Hai gritted his teeth and almost shed tears. Ever since he came to the replica, he had fought various monsters in battles, and due to the many armies of monsters he encountered, several times he had narrowly escaped. It could be said that these points were his lifeblood, and now that his lifeblood had been taken away just like that, he was so angry in his heart. What made him even more bitter was that he was quite upset with Lu Yun, but at the moment, he could do nothing about the other party. Fat Hai looked at the replica sky with his eyes inert. The sky was azure blue in color. The sun shone on the earth, although it was fake, but it could sprinkle warmth. But Fatty Hai's heart at the moment is a burst of cold, feeling that life is no longer running. We're all students from Jinsha City. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Yun tossed the blue crystal in his hand and laughed. Fatty Hai's eyes instantly glowed as if he had come back to life. Since we are all students of Jinsha City, give me back the crystal now. I admit defeat this time. I'll crush the crystal and admit defeat now. However, Lu Yun shook his head and laughed. The crystal cannot be returned to you right now. After saying this, Lu Yun added, when the time is ripe, I will naturally give it to you. Don't worry, I'm not one to go back on my word. Lu Yun's words were like a pot of cold water that instantly doused Fatty Hai's newly born hopes. Fatty Hai once again looked like a dead salted fish lying on the ground. The whole person had a lifeless expression. Forget it, he was really tired. Love it or hate it, life and death are destined to be rich and famous. I'll just lie down. Seeing this bastard's expression, Lu Yun felt a burst of amusement. So he said, I still prefer the untamed expression you had when you started out than the dead look you have now. Chubby Sterling. Immediately after that, Lu Yun didn't say anything, letting Long Kor take the form of a giant dragon before carrying Fatty Hai to the back of the dragon and letting Long Kor head to the next map. Long Kor's speed was extremely fast, as if she was an aircraft carrier, and it only took a few minutes for her to lead Lu Yun out of the endless desert. After Long Kor carried Lu Yun for some time, the original golden color disappeared and was replaced by a world covered in wind and snow. The sky was covered with goosefeather snow, and all the places as far as the eye could see were wrapped in white snowflakes, which gave the impression that heaven and earth were one color, and heaven and earth were perfectly fused together under the white connection. After arriving here, Lu Yun did as he had done and let Long Kor return to her human form before pulling Fatty Hai and strutting through the snow. A few people hadn't traveled forward for long when a group of monsters suddenly appeared. These monsters were all around level 10, and at the head of them was a huge white-furred bear. The white-furred bear's limbs were particularly strong, and underneath the white fluffy fur was filled with immense power. In the surroundings of this white hairy bear, there were many other white hairy bears, only that the size of these bears was far less than that of this leading hairy bear, and it was obvious that this leading hairy bear was precisely the boss of this group of guys. Long Kor was a flame-attributed dragon, and after marrying Long Kor, Lu Yun awakened the profession of a dragon knight who was also a fire-attributed dragon knight. And the flames just happened to restrain the cold. It just so happened that the monsters here, due to the nature of the ice world map, were all of the cold ice attribute, which caused Lu Yun to be even more of a fish out of water here than he was in the desert. While the 70% damage reduction from flames can't be used here, his extra damage from flames is much better. With the restraint of his attributes, Lu Yun was able to deal bludgeoning damage with a single normal attack from his hand. 999, 989, 998. When a few moves down the line, all the monsters around were successfully sent to receive their boxed lunches by Lu Yun. Lu Yun wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled in relief. He himself was considered to have transformed the world, and it had only taken less than a few hours to transform nearly 10,000 monsters. If Buddha is alive in heaven, high and low have all dreamt of thanking him, and after seeing this brawny fighting style of Lu Yun, Fatty Hai became even more desperate, his eyes glaring, no longer knowing how to describe his feelings at this moment. He felt more and more like a clown when he thought about the very beginning, when he actually looked towards Mono eating such a monster. On the other hand, the strongest white-furred bear was not much better off than Fatty Hai. Seeing that his little brother was killed by Lu Yun in 2 or 3 moves, the white-furred bear's soul was about to be lost. Immediately turned around and wanted to run, but just at this time a fire suddenly fell from the sky. After the fire descended on the snow, the surrounding frost was melted. Eventually a ring of fire formed on the ground, encircling the white-furred bear directly. Seeing that its retreat was blocked, the white-furred bear had no choice but to look at Lu Yun again, the corners of its mouth opening slightly to emit a low growl, already prepared to fight to the death. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly spoke. I'm not interested in fighting and killing. Take me to the monster refresh point here and I can let you go. In the time that followed, Fatty Hai witnessed Lu Yun soloing yet another monster refresh point in this world. Seeing Lu Yun reap another several thousand points, his heart was unperturbed and he even wanted to laugh because he was completely numb. Once he was done harvesting the monster refresh points in this side of the world, Lu Yun followed Long Kor to the other regions and then did as he had done, walking through more than 10 different areas in a row. Lu Yun also single-handedly swiped more than a dozen monster refresh points, and his points broke through to 40,000. Just as everyone else was frantically searching for Lu Yun, the leaderboards for the duplicate points were being updated in real time, so everyone witnessed Lu Yun's points go from a few thousand to tens of thousands in a very short period of time. Jiang Shishir, who was now second on the leaderboard, had a difference of tens of thousands of points between her and Lu Yun, which was a very scary number. How is this possible? How the hell did he do that? It's on. I'm going to report this guy. He's definitely cheating. My goodness. That's 40,000 points for one person. Hiss, this sun is terrifying as hell. Lu Yun's current points made the scalps of numerous students go numb, and at the same time, it made countless people even more excited. If we can grab all of these points, it will definitely allow our school to come out on top, and then we will definitely benefit from it. It could even be said that any of the 3 universities, but which side could gain so many points, would surely be the first place. For a while, the crowd's desire to find Lu Yun became even stronger. Those people who were originally not interested in Lu Yun's men and were still hunting monsters on their own to gain points had also changed their strategies. The monsters weren't killing anymore either, and were bent on finding Lu Yun then flying high. With such a mountain of gold in front of them, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they got it. Why would they still have to work hard to hunt monsters? Realizing that a monster could only be exchanged for 1 point, they would need to kill 40,000 monsters if they wanted to gain 40,000 points. And right now, as long as these points were snatched from Lu Yun alone, naturally no one would be willing to continue hunting monsters. Inside an ocean world, Lu Yun was lying on the beach with Long Kor basking in the sun with a dog's tail grass in his mouth rather leisurely. It wasn't that Lu Yun had started to swing for the fences. In fact, he wasn't sure if 40,000 points counted as much. Nay, he had already explored all the areas within the entire copy. He also went to the monster brush line points in each area, and now Lu Yun really didn't have much to do. Apart from the monsters at the monster refresh points, there were many monsters in these areas instead, but these monsters were scattered, and it was too much of a waste of time to look for them one by one. Moreover, Lu Yun had the title of Monster Slaughterer. Slightly close to these monsters were like birds of prey fleeing frantically, folding so that Lu Yun did not have any way to hunt them. At this time, Fatty Hai was also lying beside Lu Yun and was looking at the sky in a lifeless daze. When he saw Lu Yun push across all the monster refresh points in the area one after another, he realized what kind of terrifying monsters he had incurred. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly handed a blue crystal to Fatty Hai, and the moment he saw the blue crystal, Fatty Hai froze. "What are you waiting for? You don't want the blue crystal?" Lu Yun said indifferently. Fatty Hai reacted to this, and held the crystal in his hands in surprise. "This thing is an important credential for this examination, and only holding it in one's hands will make one feel safe." But it was unusual that Lu Yun would return something so important to him so easily. After all, he had come after his points. The other party just beat him up violently and let him go? It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Fatty Hai was fuming with the blue crystal when he suddenly sensed something and looked fiercely at the blue crystal, only to see that the points on top of the crystal showed a full 3,000 points. Hiss! Seeing these points, Fatty Hai immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Lu Yun next to him in confusion. What the hell is the meaning of this? Not only did he return the crystal to himself, he also gave himself 3,000 points. What the hell does this guy want to do? 3,000 points was an astronomical amount for him. Even if he was a level 15 Mad Pig Warrior, an epic level transmuter, it would be difficult for him to gain so many points within the examination time. Having gained so many points, he should have been happy, but at this moment, he couldn't be happy because he knew that pie wouldn't fall from the sky. "What do you need me to do?" Fatty Hai asked warily. "I know that the students from the 3rd and 6th middle schools are hitting on my points. I need you to go out and find them and bring them here to meet me," Lu Yun said with a smile. Fatty Hai instantly understood Lu Yun's meaning. Right now, the monster refresh points had all been hawked by Lu Yun, and Lu Yun was starting to hit on the idea of these students. It wasn't that Lu Yun was unorthodox. He originally didn't have this kind of idea, but since the other party had already hit him with the idea, it shouldn't be too much for him to return the favor in his own way, right? But to Lu Yun's surprise, Fatty Hai did not agree, but instead refused. "You are delusional. I will not victimize my own classmates and alumni. Don't think that you have a horrible strength, so you can underestimate the bond between us. Fatty Hai is also a person with principles." "Lu Yun, another 1,000 points for you." Fatty Hai was first stunned, and then instantly stood up with a donkey roll and came to Lu Yun's body, fly rubbing his hands, his face full of fawning. "You're a good judge of character. I'll go over there and bring them over. Don't worry, brother Lu. I won't let you down. I promise to complete the mission." The fat sea chest beat thumping, swore to guarantee some, then took 4,000 points and left in a fart. In the face of absolute interest, the so-called bottom line of custody is simply nonsense. Although he, Fat Hai, is a little ugly, he still has his own judgment in front of the big right and wrong. "If you don't pay me to do something, then I'm a very principled man, paid to do my job. I still manage to keep the bottom line, but if given enough money." "Classmates? What a classmate? I think you have enough points." Only after Fatty Hai left did Long Core open her mouth. Lu Yun glanced at the leaderboard in the sky. His name was already at number 1, no one could shake it, but Lu Yun still felt a sense of crisis. Not enough. He had a hunch that maybe someone could temporarily block the leaderboard stats as well. To make sure you're in first place, it's only natural that the more points you have, the better. Just as the two of them were chatting, Fatty Hai on the other side had already left the place, and not long after he had left, he encountered a large troop of people who had come to look for Lu Yun. Good show. Officially, there were probably dozens of these guys, with an almost even number of 6th formers and 3rd formers, and they had all teamed up to find their way here. This was because there was a divination mage in the crowd, a profession that was not very offensive but was able to see things before they happened. This profession was also more popular in the copies, and it was this divination mage that they relied on to find their way all the way here. Upon seeing Fatty Hai who suddenly appeared, the people from the 6th form immediately surrounded and said, "Fatty Hai, why are you here?" They relied on the divination mage to work hard to find this place, only to have this bastard beat them to it. "I'm naturally here for Lu Yun, and I've just met with him." Fatty Hai was suddenly full of gravity. Seeing this, the crowd was aroused with curiosity. Someone quickly asked, "How strong is that guy?" "Mythic rank professional Dragon Knight, and he has gained so many points, so you can imagine how terrifying his combat power is. To be honest, we are still a bit weak." "A little weak? If you're really weak, how did you find your way here?" "It's called a man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake." Fatty Hai laughed coldly in his heart for a while before continuing to start his performance. "That guy isn't as evil as you guys think. The reason why he was able to kill so many monsters was purely because of a special skill that has an innate restraining effect on the monsters within this replica." Fatty Hai lied without even playing drafts. If Lu Yun was here, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and say cowhide. After Fatty Hai's colorful narration, the crowd's fear of Lu Yun dissipated quite a bit. "I told you, mythic level professions are usually only more fierce in the later stages, and the early stages are often not so cowhidey. The student who had asked before was also relieved, and then hurriedly said, "Fatty hi, hurry up and take us to that Lu Yun, and you'll also get a share of the points when it's done." Fatty Hai shook his head and swept the crowd. Although that guy is not as heaven-defying as imagined, he is ultimately a mythic rank profession and possesses the strength to be able to decimate so many monsters. If we want to take him down, it is not enough to rely on us alone, it's best to notify the others. Fatty Hai's words did not arouse the suspicion of the crowd. Because of the previous violent beating by Lu Yun, this fellow still had many wounds visible to the naked eye all over his body, obviously traces of the aftermath of the great battle. I owe the injuries on my body to that guy. Luckily my mad pig warrior is able to fight and resist. That's how I managed to escape. We are all for the points. There's no need for me to lie to you guys. If you want to deal with that kid, you have to call some more people. After Fatty Hai said these words, all the people had no opinion and started to exert their means to call people. The blue crystals on each person not only keep track of points, but they can also send messages to each other. But they are also limited to the same school. Fatty Haiyan, it's fortunate that you provided timely information. You won't be missing out on the points when it's done. Someone patted Fatty Hai's chest and exclaimed. Fatty Hai nodded on the surface, but inwardly, he was sneering. Did not expect it? Old me, I am a double agent. Smile now, as big as you can, because later you won't be able to. Not to mention just the group of people in front of him. Even if the entire students within the replica came here, he didn't think that this group of people would be able to do anything about Lu Yun. This one, after all, had solo brushed dozens of regional monster refreshment points. At the same time, the people who were searching for Lu Yun's traces elsewhere all received the news from this side at the same time, and immediately rushed towards this side quickly with a flash of light in their eyes. Somewhere inside the copy, Yumi, who was hunting monsters with her 2 elementary school sisters, suddenly froze as she also received a message from this side of the group. How stupid can these guys be? How dare they hit that guy's idea? Don't they need to use their brains to think about it? Are people picking up so many points? Yumi, who had learned the news, was angry and anxious, and hurriedly took the 2 elementary school sisters towards their destination. She couldn't care less about the 3rd formers, but she had to stop the 6th formers from doing something stupid. At the very beginning, she didn't believe that Lu Yun could be so terrifying, but after witnessing Lu Yun single-handedly swipe a copy, she then clearly realized how terrifying the other party was. If she was a genius, then Lu Yun definitely belonged to the monster level. Nowadays, Lu Yun's points had risen from a few thousand at the very beginning to tens of thousands now, and she knew with her ass where these points came from. It must be from Lu Yun's single brush with the monster refreshment points in other areas. Such a ruthless person also dared to provoke. These people were really tired of living. At the same moment, Jiang Shishir, who was hunting monsters, also received the news from the 3rd center, and at that time, her entire body was confused. Although she wasn't sure about Lu Yun single-handedly brushing the monster refresh point, she could know how terrifying Lu Yun was without having to think about it from what she knew about him. Coupled with Lu Yun's skyrocketing points, she had worked so hard for so long that she now had less than 10,000 points. But Lu Yun had already broken 40,000 points. The gap was simply not too obvious. These guys, in the end, where did they get the courage to dare to provoke that guy? I'm afraid that without waiting for them to snatch that guy's points, their points will be snatched away instead. Just like Yumi, Jiang Shishir also directly put down the things under her hand and quickly rushed towards her destination. She had to stop the people in the 3rd form from doing something stupid. At the same time, someone in the 1st form happened to notice the movements of the 6th and 3rd forms, and rushed to pass on this information quickly. When they learned that the people from the 2 high schools might have found Lu Yun's whereabouts and were gathering their manpower, the people from the 1st high school were not idle and hurriedly headed towards the meeting point as well to try and stop this. It was less than a kilometer away from the beach where Lu Yun was. Half an hour later, the people from the 3rd form were the first to arrive here, followed closely by the people from the 6th form. Basically everyone from both universities had arrived on the scene, adding up to a total of over 400 people in extent. Of course the total number of students from the 2 universities must be more than that. It's just that these were the only ones who participated in the examination this session. When these people met, an atmosphere of saber rattling came over them. A teenager from the 6th form suddenly took a step forward and looked unkindly at the people from the 3rd form and coldly grunted. For the record, whoever can snatch the blue crystal in that Lu Yun's hand first, the points inside will go to whoever can do so. Let's each speak on our own merits. Exactly. The man from the 3rd middle school chimed in with a cold grunt. After the 2 finished speaking, a few of the vibes in the air of the scene were much lessened. But just then, the people from the 1st school also finally arrived at the scene. Zhao Qingsong rushed at the very front, and when he saw that people from both universities had basically gathered here, his heart immediately sank. Hurriedly, he roared to the first formers behind him. You guys hold them off here. I'm going to find Lu Yun right now to inform him of the situation, so that he can hurry and retreat with the points. But as soon as he finished those words, the way ahead was blocked by none other than the people from the 3rd and 6th forms, trying to go over there and air it out. Do you think that's possible? The student in front of him who was blocking Zhao Qingsong's way sneered. Zhao Qingsong's face sank as he suddenly raised his hand towards the ground and gently waved it. The ground instantly cracked open and 2 hideous skeletons burrowed out of the ground, directly pouncing on the students in front of him. However, before the 2 skeletons could get close to each other, a sword shadow flashed through space in an instant, and the moment the sword shadow disappeared, the 2 skeletons were also instantly turned into a puddle of bone fragments. Zhao Qingsong's face sank once again. The skeleton minion he had summoned was actually seconded. It wasn't that the necromancer was too weak. On the contrary, the necromancer was considered a good profession. It was just a pity that Zhao Qingsong's current level was too low to summon the powerful skeleton king. He could only summon skeleton minions now, and only 2 of them too. And with 2 skeleton minions, it was obvious that they couldn't get out of the predicament in front of them. He's trapped. Not only Zhao Qingsong, but the people from the 1st middle school who rushed behind them to support them were also surrounded by people from the 3rd and 6th middle schools. In terms of numbers, the 1st middle school did not have the upper hand at all, and the people who had come to support Lu Yun this time were only a portion of the group. Not all of the people in the 1st grade were there. Not everyone had a favorable impression of Lu Yun, and in total, there would be a portion of people who were jealous because Lu Yun was too dazzling. Looks like there's no way for you guys to report it. We'll take that kid's points for sure. Seeing the people from the 1st middle school being blocked, the people from the 6th middle school and the 3rd middle school were mocking to the extreme, and immediately arranged for some of their people to block the people from the 1st middle school here when they were done. The other part of the group was approaching in the direction where Lu Yun was. Blanche, seeing that he couldn't report to Lu Yun, Zhao Qingsong was so angry that he cursed. What's the point of bullying a small number of people? If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Hee. There are so many of us that if we don't fight with you in a group instead of fighting with you one-on-one, that would be truly sick. The people from both 6th and 3rd middle schools sneered, thinking that they had already eaten Lu Yun's points. But just then a sudden change occurred. Zhang Shishir finally arrived here at the last minute. Everyone in the 3rd form stop. Everyone in the 3rd middle school looked at Zhang Shishir at the same time showing puzzlement. They didn't expect a genius like Zhang Shishir to appear here as well. Subconsciously, he assumed that Zhang Shishir had come to surround Lu Yun just like them. Great! With senior sister Shishir here, we'll be more confident in dealing with that Lu kid. A genius from the 3rd middle school shouted excitedly. But who would have thought that Zhang Shishir's next words would directly dumbfound the gang? You absolutely cannot go and trouble Lu Yun. Zhang Shishir looked at everyone and said word for word. Senior sister Shishir, you can't be joking, right? That kid has so many points. Let's just grab a little bit of it and it'll be enough to win glory for 3rd middle school. I'm not joking. That guy's strength is not trivial. If you guys go to him rashly, this isn't robbing him of his points. It's sending your own heads. Hearing Zhang Shishir's words, many people felt that she had overstated her words and had not taken them to heart at all. It's true that mythic professions are strong, but it's early days. Moreover, with so many people surrounding Lu Yun, even if Lu Yun he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was absolutely powerless to fight against them. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the people in the 3rd form, Zhang Shishir became a bit anxious. Though she was the pride and joy of the 3rd grade, not everyone was convinced of her. After all, we were all students of the 3rd middle school, not extremely vocal figures. Why must we listen to Zhang Shishir? Sister Shishir is right. You guys can't go after that guy. Right at this moment, another low drink suddenly rang out. It was Yumi who arrived with 2 6th form elementary school girls. Yumi. Seeing Yumi, Zhang Shishir was also slightly surprised. Yumi nodded at Zhang Shishir and laughed. It seems that I share the same hero's opinion as Shishir-san. The two are not students at the same university, but they are good girlfriends, the kind that don't talk about anything. So with just a glance, the 2 women knew what the other was here for. Yumi also didn't say anything more with Zhang Shishir, swept a glance around and said, I can't control the people in the 3rd form, but the people in the 6th form absolutely can't go to that guy's trouble. That's a pervert who can single-handedly brush the monster refresh point. Yumi directly recounted what she had seen and heard, and the 2 elementary school girls came forward to testify. At first, the crowd was still boiling with fervor, itching to find Lu Yun on the spot to snatch his points, but now after hearing that Lu Yun was actually blocking the monster's spring to kill them, they were not calm. Really? Is this guy so scary? Go directly to the monster refresh point to hunt monsters. This seems to explain why that guy's points have skyrocketed so fast. Monster refresh point has no less than a few thousand monsters refreshed each time. Is this an operation that a normal person can do? Hiss. Yumi's words instantly calmed down the crowd that had just gone up in arms, and then they began to analyze it. After a round of analysis by the crowd, Lu Yun's probability of single-handedly brushing the monster refresh point was indeed high, and since Yumi was not related to Lu Yun, there was no need for her to deliberately help Lu Yun lie to the crowd. After combining this information, the crowd, even if they were no longer willing, had to admit a horrible fact. That was that right now, even in the early stages, Lu Yun, the Dragon Knight's strength was already very terrifying, even going far above the crowd. However, although the results of the analysis made many people jealous, many people were still unwilling to give up the opportunity that was about to come to them. For a moment, there was an eerie silence. As for Yumi, she wasn't talking either. All she could do was to tell the crowd how powerful Lu Yun was. As to whether the crowd should continue to go after Lu Yun or not, she couldn't manage them all. In the end, after a short period of contemplation, only a small portion of people took the initiative to come forward and withdraw from the siege operation against Lu Yun. But still, most of them were silent, unwilling to give up this opportunity. So what if that kid is terrifying? Are so many of us still not a match for him alone? Suddenly someone stood out and said in a loud voice, "That's right, we're outnumbered. We'll take turns to kill him." In front of absolute numbers, even mythic level professions aren't enough to look at. His words were immediately echoed by the crowd. Yes, but all of a sudden, a teasing voice suddenly rang out, and then the crowd heard a dragon's whistle from above the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up towards the sky, and then they saw a behemoth swooping towards the crowd at a rapid speed. It was a huge dragon covered in red scales and armor, and at the top of the dragon's head stood a figure. This figure stepped the dragon head under its feet, like a legendary dragon slayer warrior. Just its aura was enough to sweep everyone at the scene. The person who came was no other than Lu Yun. A terrifying aura was brewing in the air, and it was clear that earlier, the crowd was still planning to surround Lu Yun, but when Lu Yun truly appeared in front of them, instead, they were stricken with fear, an unconcealable throbbing suddenly bursting from the depths of their souls. Right at this moment, Lu Yun's voice once again descended from the sky like a mysterious voice from beyond the heavens. "Your points. I want them." When they saw Lu Yun appear, everyone in the first middle school was instantly overjoyed, but immediately afterward they couldn't stop laughing. Lu Yun's forced appearance with his feet on a fire dragon was indeed sufficient, but he seemed to have overlooked one fact. He's just a guy. Even counting the crowd from the first school that came to support them, they were still outnumbered by the 6th and 3rd schools. It was said that it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and facing a far greater number of competitors. Even if Lu Yun had the advantage of a mythic rank profession, he was bound to suffer a great loss. Lu Yun, hurry up and leave, there are so many of them. What are you doing out here? Zhao Qingsong was the first to yell out towards Lu Yun, hating to replace Lu Yun's feet and open the moisturizer. Aren't you pulling the strings at this time? The rest of the first form panicked as well. Seeing that the crowd had been convinced by Yumi and Zhang Shishir, they didn't dare to go and actively trouble Lu Yun. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would actually take the initiative to show up? Wasn't he jumping into the fire pit himself? However, Zhang Shishir and Yumi's pupils both suddenly shrunk upon hearing Lu Yun's voice. It couldn't be that this guy had put out the word that he was going to turn the tables here and rob the crowd of points. Could it? Impossible. He wants to single-handedly take on everyone in the 6th and 3rd middle schools? You know that there is no lack of epic-level professions within these people either. Zhang Shishir said in shock. After all, it's a bit of a pie-in-the-sky thing to do when there are so many people, isn't it? Even though the mythic rank profession was very powerful, it was now the early stage after all. Where could a mythic rank profession have such a perverted existence? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Yomi suddenly narrowed her eyes. You mean? Zhang Shishir looked like she had thought of something, and her whole body suddenly became bad. She had forgotten what Yumi had said earlier about Lu Yun sweeping through the monster refresh points by himself. Then it doesn't seem to be too difficult to steal the crowd points. After all, the monsters at the monster refresh points, all of which had started refreshing in the thousands, were more numerous than the people in the 6th and 3rd forms combined. However, compared to the nervousness of the two girls, at this moment, the people of the 6th and 3rd middle schools were briefly stunned before falling into ecstasy. Just now, under the persuasion of the two women, they had really dispelled the idea of going to trouble Lu Yun. But now that Lu Yun took the initiative to show up, it was the same as taking the initiative to stick his face out for the crowd to head up. If they missed out on such a great opportunity, they would look down on themselves. Ha ha ha, what a heavenly opportunity. I didn't think this guy would be so arrogant as to actually stand up on his own and let us fight. Together, under the joint hands of so many of us, we don't believe that we can't resist him, not to mention that he's only a mythic level profession. Even if he's an invincible profession, we'll have to teach him to be a human being today. 40,000 points. If we can grab them, this examination will be secure. Everyone, don't hold back. Whoever can snatch the blue crystal first, the points here will go to them. The 6th and 3rd formers were abuzz, summoning their marriage matches and shaking their fists in preparation for the big event. Quickly go, he's targeting you guys. You're the prey now. Don't let him take away your points. Just then, Jiang Shishir and Yumi's voices rang out, filled with tension. It was just that the two women's reminder was not taken to heart by the crowd. Don't you two senior sisters stop joking here. Lu Yun is just one person. Is it possible that you want to say that he surrounded more than 400 of us by himself? A 6th form student said with a bright smile as he looked at the two girls. However, his words had only just fallen, only to see the giant dragonized dragon core suddenly possessed and rushed down, instantly descending into the center of the crowd. 6th grade and 3rd grade people simply could not react in time, only felt a fire flash in front of their eyes, and then they were shocked by the horrible strength of the people toppled over. The strength of a little weaker people were even directly shocked by tens of rolls on the ground fainted after the fainting. At this moment, the crowd that had been clamoring to snatch Lu Yun's points shut up. The scene was dead silent, and the only thing that could be heard was each other's violent heartbeats. Lu Yun jumped down from the dragon's head as if he was a god of heaven, and immediately came directly in front of those who had been shaken away and began to collect them. An unlucky man had just been shocked and tumbled to the ground, falling on his face, and was only just about to stand up when Lu Yun arrived close to him. Then reaching out his hand, before the unlucky man could react, he pulled a blue crystal out of his arms and placed it in front of his own. Buzz! As a buzzing sound rang out, the points within the unlucky egg's blue crystal instantly cleared to 0, and all the points came to Lu Yun's blue crystal. Grass! The unlucky man froze for a few breaths of time before he reacted, and with a fierce look up, he exploded a foul mouth at Lu Yun. However, before he could fully drop this cursive word, Lu Yun crushed his blue crystal. Buzz! A wave of spatial force wrapped this unlucky person and he was instantly teleported out of the copy. After doing so, Lu Yun dashed to the other unlucky ones like nothing else. Pull out the blue crystal, transfer credits, then crush the crystal. The entire set of actions flowed smoothly, and in just under a minute's time, 10 unlucky people were successfully sent away by Lu Yun. Too damn arrogant. Everyone out to subdue him. After a short silence, someone finally reflected and pointed at Lu Yun and shouted. The rest of the people heard the words, also have their sword eyebrows upraised in anger. We are so many people here. You actually really dare to make a move. You're still collecting points as if we don't exist? We don't want to lose face. Can you be so rampant with your mythological profession? After the crowd reacted, they immediately cast the characteristics of their respective professions, and at this moment, the people of the 6th and 3rd forms had silently cooperated and joined forces. They naturally wanted to compete for Lu Yun's points, but before that they had to subdue Lu Yun before they could do so. Immediately, the mage exerted his means and summoned countless tang binds to bind Lu Yun's limbs to the ground. There were also warriors who rushed towards Lu Yun with their shields in hand, and the immense force directly pressed Lu Yun into place. Unable to move, the crowd played all their cards, without the slightest reservation. Just when everyone thought that Lu Yun had been bound in place and unable to move, completely reduced to a lamb to the slaughter, only Lu Yun smiled evilly, and then his body suddenly burned with a red-colored flame, and the moment this red-colored flame burned up, the binding effect that the crowd had imposed on Lu Yun instantly disappeared. Temperance was burned to ashes. The frost was melted instantly. Even shields and such were burned right into a puddle of iron. At this moment, the whole room froze. The crowd suddenly felt that what they had done earlier could be perfectly summarized in one sentence. One operation is as fierce as a tiger, and a closer look is 250. Can't suppress this guy. All of us will make a move together. Since we can't suppress him, we'll beat him until he's convinced and make him hand over the blue crystal by himself. Suddenly someone reflected and said loudly once again. In fact, when all of the people's binding skills were broken free by Lu Yun, many of them had already noticed that something was wrong. But nay, the arrow had to be fired, and they had no choice now but to continue to do it. An epic profession flame mage resolutely stepped forward to preside over the situation. Because the flame mage itself is high burst damage strong, the key is still ranged damage, so it becomes a copy of the necessary damage type occupation. Fiery rainstorm. After this one stood out, he cupped his hands together and muttered for a while, then suddenly stretched out his palm towards the sky and flicked it. Boom! A reddish-colored cloud appeared in the space above where Lu Yun was. The cloud seemed like a burning flame, and soon after it appeared, a torrential downpour started, only that these downpours were not rain, but rain condensed by flames, which were like molten lava, tilting down from the sky, densely packed and simply impossible to dodge. This is Li Fan from the 6th form. In the 6th form besides Yumi, This guy is considered a genius. The flame mage has a high burst in the early stages, and the damage from the flame attribute is explosive in itself. This guy is finished. Seeing Li Fan's strike, someone soon stepped forward to explain, and when this person's explanation was spoken, the rest of the people became incomparably excited. Under this strike, even if Lu Yun managed to fend it off, I'm afraid he'd still have to be in quite a mess, right? At that time, they would then strike again and would definitely succeed in taking Lu Yun down. In the old days, there were the three young men fighting Lu Bu. They are now the swarm battle myth. When these molten rains fell, terrifying heat waves swept in all directions, and those who were a little closer could feel the dry heat in the space. Even when these molten rains fell on the ground, the entire ground was scalded and smoked. It's not hard to see the terrifying heat from that. However, when these molten rains fell on Lu Yun's body, the damage sustained was minimal. Even Lu Yun didn't run any means to resist, allowing this rainwater to fall on his body. Lu Yun took a deep breath, then spread his hands and closed his eyes, his face full of coziness and enjoyment. It was as if this was not a rain of fire, but a March spring rain. Swish! Once again, the scene fell into a dead silence. Is this guy a monster? These rains that contained horrifyingly high temperatures, even monsters would grimace and wail in pain when they were dipped in them. But Lu Yun acted like nothing was wrong. Is he invulnerable to fire and water? In fact, if one were to look closely, one would realize that there was a faint red barrier on the surface of Lu Yun's body, and it was this barrier that blocked most of the damage from the fire rain. 70% fire damage reduction is no joke. Crap, is this guy even human? Seeing that his attacks could not have the slightest effect on Lu Yun, Li Fan was also instantly dumbfounded, feeling that he was dreaming and that it was all so unrealistic. I don't believe this. Right at this moment, another person holding a 9-ringed greatsword stood out. This person was wearing black armor, and the 9-ringed greatsword in his hand was exceptionally conspicuous, for the greatsword was almost taller than this one. He is the genius of the third form. He Junhong, awakened the epic level job Chaos Bladesman. It's considered to be one of the tougher professions amongst the bladesmen. It also belongs to the explosive type of professions, and the attack comes with a true injury effect. When this one stepped forward, his identity was instantly recognized by the others. Although the Chaos Bladesman was only an epic level profession, it was more terrifying than even the Flame Mage, because the Chaos Bladesman's attacks inherently carry their own true damage. The true damage gets higher as you level up. In the later stages, the strength of the Chaos Bladesman could not be compared to mythic level professions either, but it was not weaker than some legendary level professions. Blade and sword. He Junhong gripped the hilt of the 9-ringed greatsword with both hands and let out a fierce low cry before he slashed down towards Lu Yun with both hands holding the sword. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Lu Yun still did not dodge the attack, and he simply allowed the 9-ringed greatsword to slash at his body. The blow landed solidly on Lu Yun. He Junhong's lips rose at the sight of it, just about to laugh it out, and the next moment the smile that hadn't had time to blossom on his face directly stiffened. This strike he did slash, but it did not cause any damage to Lu Yun as the strike landed on the giant dragon fortress. In the nick of time, Lu Yun held the dragon fortress in his hand to block the blow. When an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and then a huge force of recoil came over, and He Junhong instantly felt his hands holding the hilt of the sword being numbed by the shock. A bloody gash was popped out of the tiger's mouth, and blood flowed out quickly as if it were a fountain. He Junhong looked at the mouth that had been popped out of his hand, and then at Lu Yun, who stood unharmed and even looked at him with a smile on his face. Straight up messy. Hiss. I didn't realize that even this one is no match for Lu Yun. What kind of monster is this guy? This is real damage. A mythic rank profession. Is it really that awesome? I'm not convinced. Seeing that the two geniuses could not help Lu Yun with their strikes one after another, the crowd's emotions were more or less broken. Lu Yun was a little too powerful, a little too desperate. In fact, compared to the previous Flame Mage, He Junhong's attacks did pose the most threat to Lu Yun. It was just a pity that Lu Yun had the platinum level equipment, the Dragon Fortress, plus he himself had a strong defense as well as recovery. The so-called real damage has little to no sway. These two geniuses were the more representative existences in the two high schools besides Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Now seeing that none of them could do anything to help Lu Yun, the rest of them had hesitated a bit and hardened their hands. The crowd was wide-eyed, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward for a while. Didn't we agree to wheel this guy to death? Didn't we agree that 2 fists are better than 4? How is this not going according to the script? Seeing that the crowd were all silent with each other, nor did they make a move, Lu Yun touched his nose, then blossomed into a smile that was as bright as it could be. Since you guys aren't going to make a move, it's my turn. Oh. Just as the words fell, Lu Yun directly cast Justice Taunt. Buzz. The row of guys standing at the very front were instantly enveloped by a yellowish light before they realized with horror that their bodies were uncontrollably walking towards Lu Yun. Mockery. Justice taunt is a taunt skill, but it can barely be interrupted due to its higher priority. The moment the crowd was taunted, Lu Yun instantly disappeared into a stump, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the crowd, and at this moment, the taunt time had ended, and the crowd realized that they were already able to move freely, and only after making sure that there was no damage to their bodies did they prepare to make a move on Lu Yun. However, upon seeing what Lu Yun was holding in his hands, the crowd that was just about to make a move stiffened in place again. Their blue crystals. How did they all run into Lu Yun's hands? Dead silence. Once again there was a deathly silence in the air. It was as if this world had been frozen. Everyone lost their minds as they stared at the pile of blue crystals in Lu Yun's hands. Why were these blue crystals in Lu Yun's hands? Naturally, Lu Yun had gotten his hands on it earlier while they were being taunted. Upon obtaining these crystals, Lu Yun first transferred the points in them to his side and then pinched them with force. Crap, you can't. Seeing Lu Yun about to crush his crystal, these unlucky bastards instantly panicked and rushed out to try to stop them. But unfortunately, it was too late. Before they could even finish their words of stopping, along with the crystal being crushed, their surroundings were also suddenly blocked by a spatial force. The next moment it directly disappeared in place. And that's how they were teleported out. The entire room had once again fallen into dead silence. The crowd's worldview had been turned upside down I don't know how many times since Lu Yun had appeared. They had seen geniuses and could imagine how powerful they were. But Lu Yun like this was really beyond everyone's comprehension. This could no longer be described as genius. It was clearly a monster, powerful to the point of despair. Almost all of the people from the 6th and 3rd middle schools who were participating in the examination this time were here, adding up to several hundred times Lu Yun's number. And they were actually unable to do anything about each other. This is outrageous. While shocked, many people looked at the two women, Yumi and Jiang Shishir, and suddenly understood their plight. Earlier, the crowd was still unimpressed by the two women's persuasion, thinking that they were making too big a deal out of it, but now they realized that they were the ones who were superficial. This Lu Yun was really strong, to strike out like this and attempt to snatch the sky's points. What was this, not dancing on the tip of a knife? Crap, is a mythic rank profession so terrifying? After seeing Lu Yun's methods, Zhao Qingsong was not calm. Before he had entered the marriage gate to become a dragon knight, Lu Yun had been living on a shoestring, and now he was finally at the end of his misery. With his current strength, Lu Yun would surely receive key training from above, and his life would surely get better and better in the future. Perhaps it wouldn't even be long before Lu Yun would become an existence that he could only look up to. As diehards on both sides, Zhao Qingsong naturally wished Lu Yun better and better. The people in the first form were also quite surprised. They had traveled all the way here to tip off Lu Yun, but now it seemed completely redundant. Lu Yun's strength was so terrifying that even if they didn't come here, the people from the 6th and 3rd forms couldn't do anything to him. Who else? Lu Yun's gaze swept around and his head slightly raised to faintly ask. As soon as these words came out, an invisible hegemony was instantly released. Lu Yun seemed to have his own aura, and this aura actually made people not dare to look directly at him. This was Lu Yun's character. Although he was a steady person, even too steady at times, he would never be false when he should be arrogant. These guys were trying to join forces to steal their points, so they didn't need to give them a good look. You're a bully. We admit it. Let's call it a day on this matter. Just then He Junhong sighed and shook his head grimly as he fought the 9-ringed greatsword on his shoulder. Originally, he was still thinking of robbing Lu Yun's points to make a name for himself, but now he realized that his idea was actually so ridiculous. Robbing people of their points? Laugh your ass off. It turned out to be no match for others. That's the end of it? Lu Yun smiled at his words, however, and said, you guys wanted to rob me of my points before, but now that you realize that you can't beat me, you want to make a big deal out of it? Ever asked my opinion? What do you mean by that? Although we are no match for you, but at least there are so many people. A dog will jump over the wall when it is anxious. Do you still want to make a move against us? Hearing Lu Yun's words, He Junhong immediately frowned. So many of them were here. If Lu Yun really wanted to force his hand, he's definitely going to suffer. The person who just made a move hand over all the points and I can forget about it. Otherwise I'll have to do it myself. Lu Yun fumbled with his fingers and swept a glance at the people present as his lips lightly spat out the sentence. And it was such words that made everyone's face change. No one had thought that Lu Yun would actually be overbearing to such an extent that this group of people had failed to rob them and actually wanted to be robbed by Lu Yun instead. The reversal of events is too magical, isn't it? Lu Yun, let's stop here. We are all students of Jinsha City after all. Yumi suddenly opened his mouth to persuade. Only the officials are allowed to set fire to the people? They can rob me, But I can't rob them? Lu Yun felt a pang of amusement. These words also directly disliked Yumi's dumbfoundedness, because Lu Yun hadn't said anything wrong, and even he wasn't wrong for doing so. At best, it's just a case of doing unto others as they do unto you. Jiang Shishir was also eager to open her mouth to persuade Lu Yun, but after thinking about it, she ultimately did not say anything. Last time, thanks to Lu Yun, she was able to get her life back, and now that Lu Yun wasn't wrong for doing so, she was even less qualified to advise the other party on anything. Alas, this is a sin of your own making, so bear it yourselves. Jiang Shishir sighed, then silently retreated to the side, and her action like this instantly made everyone in the third form despair. Originally, after seeing that Lu Yun was serious, they had expected Jiang Shishir to make a move to join them in dealing with Lu Yun. Who would have thought that this first-day talent of the third grade would actually leave his hand behind? Just then, everyone in the sixth form also looked at Yumi at the same time. You guys didn't listen to my advice in the first place. There's nothing I can do about it now. Deal with the trouble you've caused on your own. Yumi shook her head as well, then stepped back from meddling as well, because she knew that even if she made a move, it wouldn't change anything. This guy was able to sweep through the monster refresh points. His battle power was definitely too much stronger than hers. With the two women stepping back and stating that they would not intervene in this matter anymore, the people from both the 6th and the 3rd middle schools were quite desperate, and quite a few of them began to regret their previous recklessness. However, there were also people who didn't want to sit around and wait for their turn, and they had joined forces to launch a surprise attack on Lu Yun. It was a pity that the crowd's offense was broken in front of Lu Yun, and a single justice taunt made everyone's bodies freeze in place. Lu Yun then easily solved the guys, robbing them of their points and crushing their crystals. Seeing this scene, how could the rest of them dare to have any other thoughts? Knowing that it was hard to escape, they immediately had no choice but to blacken their faces one after another and hand over their blue crystals of their own accord. Spinning around the scene was such an odd picture. The students of the 6th and 3rd forms lined up obediently as if they were elementary school students to hand in their blue crystals. Every time someone handed Lu Yun his blue crystal, he would have all his points transferred by Lu Yun and then crushed the crystal. In the blink of an eye, everyone's crystals had been turned in and were directly teleported out after being crushed by Lu Yun, and Lu Yun's points thus came to 55,123. The changes that appeared in the leaderboards above the replica now were in addition to the three of them, Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir, and Yumi, as well as the many students of the 1st middle school. All the rest of them had their names erased from the list at the same time, because they don't have a single point left. Yumi and Jiang Shishir exchanged a glance and then looked at Lu Yun with complicated expressions. Immediately afterward, after a slight hesitation, Yumi also took out his blue crystal and was ready to hand it over to Lu Yun, but he was stopped by Lu Yun. I'm a very principled person. The reason I took away their points was because they wanted to rob me of my points. You guys didn't make a move on me just now. We're all classmates from Jinsha City, so naturally I won't be hard on you. Lu Yun waved his hand and said. The two women sniffed. Their expressions became even more complicated. This guy was indeed very principled. If he could be used as a companion it would naturally be excellent. On the contrary, if he became a rival with him it would be quite terrifying. It's just a pity that those idiots can't see the form clearly and have to make enemies of such people. It can only be said to be self-inflicted when it has been brewed into the present consequences. Alas, I'm going to lose face with the 3rd and 6th middle schools in this examination. Jiang Shishir sighed, and then he whirled around and crushed the crystal himself to teleport away. Yomi followed suit and crushed the crystal to leave. They all had rather mixed feelings right now. Among the students in this session of the examination, only the two of them had points. The points of the rest were manually zeroed out by Lu Yun. I also wonder how the principals of the 6th and 3rd forms will look when they learn about this, but it doesn't take much thought to realize that it's going to be quite exciting. When the people from the 6th and 3rd middle schools had left, Lu Yun then looked at the many students from the 1st middle school who had come forward to ventilate the situation. Thanks for this time. Lu Yun nodded at the crowd and said. Earlier Lu Yun had witnessed what was happening below from the air and naturally knew that the crowd had all come to ventilate the situation. And naturally, it was quite appreciated. See what you're saying, while we're here to help you no doubt. We're not doing any favors, so you don't have to thank us. Zhao Qingsong came to Lu Yun and patted his shoulder smilingly. Yes Lu Shun, the reason why you were able to solve the crisis at hand is all due to your own strength and has nothing to do with us, so there's no need to say any words of thanks. The rest of the group chimed in. There were no compliments in their remarks. They were entirely from the heart. Lu Yun had already conquered this group of people with practical actions. This phrase Lucian is truly true to its name. Lu Yun, however, shook his head and laughed. I'm still grateful to you guys no matter what. For you guys to give up hunting monsters all the way here to inform me of the situation on my side. I naturally can't let you guys make a trip for nothing. Lu Yun thought for a moment and then whirled around. Tell you what, I have quite a lot of these points, so you guys bring the crystals over and I'll share some of them with you. Lucian is serious. These points are related to the final examination later. What will we do with ourselves if you give them to us? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, there were quite a few people who immediately began to refuse. Although they also coveted these points, they all knew what these points really meant. But what everyone didn't expect was that just after Lu Yun had finished speaking these words, Zhao Qingsong smiled and handed his crystal to Lu Yun. People in the crowd were dumbfounded for a moment. You're really not being polite at all. Even Lu Yun's mouth was twitching, although his words were not a joke. This guy was a little too straight. Seems to be aware of the crowd that odd gaze. Zhao Qingsong rolled his eyes in a bad mood. You are all stupid. This guy is being guaranteed by the Magic Martial Arts University. Points for him dispensable. There is a cheap do not take advantage of the son of a bitch. You do not want to, I want it myself. After saying that, Zhao Qingsong winked at Lu Yun again. Brother, this test can all depend on you. Anyway, these points are useless for you to hold on to. Why don't you give me some more? The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and then he also received the guy's crystal. And after a flash of light, Zhao Qingsong had 3,000 more points within his blue crystal. Grass, dude is awesome. Seeing these 3,000 points, Zhao Qingsong suddenly had the urge to hug and kiss Lu Yun. With these 3,000 points, the subsequent final exam is solid. The rest of them were also moved by the situation. Just as Zhao Qingsong said, these points were important to them, but they were basically nothing to Lu Yun. Since Lu Yun had taken the initiative to offer to share some few points with them, it was natural to not want it for nothing. Immediately, the rest of them stopped pretending and lined up in order to stand in front of Lu Yun to gain points. Lu Yun wasn't ambiguous either, and distributed all of the 123 points to the crowd, not keeping any for himself, because these points were literally useless to him. Just making sure that they were in the hands of the students of the first school was enough. When all the points were distributed, the crowd was quite exuberant and expressed their gratitude to Lu Yun before crushing the crystal and leaving the place. There were less than 5 minutes left until the end of the examination, and there was no point in continuing to stay, so it would be better to leave on his own. When the crowd left, Lu Yun also looked at his empty blue crystal with a faint smile before he too crushed it. In the meantime, Li Zhang is going down with the two principals. Just at this time, a teacher of the first middle school suddenly hurried over to report the situation. Principal Li, this examination is over. Li Zhang sniffed and immediately brightened up. The other two principals were also quite excited. Ha ha ha, it looks like the results have already come out. Since that's the case, don't all freeze. Go and take a look at the situation and see who's really at the bottom this time. Lin Jipeng laughed brightly, and then he was the first to get up and leave. Old Li, the mythic rank profession is indeed very strong, but the school's comprehensive evaluation can look at more than just his one Lu Yun alone. Wang Qingwei, the principal of the three middle schools, also patted Li Zhang's shoulder and left immediately after him. Li Zhang was originally quite confident in Lu Yun, but when he heard the two of them say this, he immediately did some fumbling. At the beginning of the examination, the three principals were able to see the point rankings of the individual students within the replica. But in order to ensure the fairness of the examination, when the examination entered the middle stage, the outside world would no longer be able to see the ranking situation inside. So it's not clear to any of the three high schools exactly where they stand in the point standings right now. But just at this moment, that first middle school teacher was calling out to Li Zhang, with a complicated expression. Principal Li, something big has happened in this examination. Something big happened? Could it be that one of the boys is underperforming? Li Zhang instantly frowned, but immediately thought of Lu Yun and shook his head again with a smile. No matter, Lu Yun will fight for the glory of my first middle school. After saying this, Li Zhang left without looking back. At the early stage, Lu Yun already had over 7,000 points. Such a result had already broken the record. Even if the others in the first school did not perform well this time, it would not hurt. Looking at Li Zhang's back, that first middle school teacher was unable to cry. Who said the first school performed poorly this time? He had already seen the crystal replay situation of the other students, and was going to say that something big had happened in this examination, and Lu Yun had directly snatched the points of all the students from the other two high schools. He had wanted to inform Li Zhang about this matter, so that Li Zhang could think of a way to explain it to the other two principals, who had thought that the other party had completely misunderstood his meaning. The playground of the first middle school had already gathered numerous students who had just teleported out from within the replica. In the past, at the end of each examination, the crowd would fiercely discuss their previous performance and what they expected to achieve with their points. But this time it was an exception. After everyone appeared, they were all silent, and their expressions were even uglier than their dead parents. With all the points taken away from them, It would be strange for them not to have a hard time. At this point, the two principals also finally arrived here. And then they saw this bizarre scene. What's with the dead air? Lin Jipeng came to his own students and frowned. Sixth forms give me a boost of spirit to come. Since it's an examination, naturally there may be cases of bad play. No matter what, this is only a midterm examination. Even if the performance is poor this time, there is still the next chance. Wang Xingwei also walked over and swept a glance at the crowd and said, "Students, the midterm examination can only help us to establish an advantage. What can really change your future route is the final examination. That time is the stage of the sprint. Now even if your performance is poor, there is still a chance to remedy the situation. As long as you try your best, the school will not blame you." I had thought that hearing my encouragement would make the many students a little more relaxed. Who would have thought that once they said this, the crowd continued to be silent, and their expressions even became more ugly. The two principals naturally could not have imagined that their group of students were just performing poorly there. They were clearly blowing up directly. Not a single point. In the assessment records of the three universities in Jinsha City, this is still the first time in the world. The reason why the crowd didn't dare to speak was that they felt it was too humiliating. Why are they all silent? Could it be that something has changed in this examination? Lin Jipeng frowned as he sensed something was wrong. However, as soon as his words fell, the two girls, Jiang Shishir and Yumi, were also teleported out. The two principals' attention was also drawn to the two girls. After all, both girls were the most demonic geniuses within their two high schools. So both principals are curious to see how they do. Sure. How many points did you harvest from this examination? Wang Xingwei came to Jiang Shishir's side and asked curiously. A little over 3,000. I think. Not doing too well. Jiang Shishir whispered. 3,000? Wang Xingwei, however, suddenly let out a loud laugh. The best scores on the current midterm exams at the three high schools are just over 2,000 and less than 3,000. Excluding Lu Yun, the demon, Jiang Shishir's 3,000 plus points was considered a record breaker. He felt that Jiang Shishir was being deliberately modest. If more than 3,000 points was considered a bad performance, then no one would be able to perform well. Seeing how well the third form performed, Lin Jipeng also rushed to say nervously, "Yumi, how did you do this time?" "Only 564 points. I can't compare to Sister Shishir," Yumi said truthfully. In fact, if she hadn't chosen to tail Lu Yun midway, she might have been able to reach 3,000 points as well. But it didn't matter, because even if she also had over 3,000 points, she was still a younger brother in front of Lu Yun. In the face of Lu Yun's points, the points of the two of them together were worthless. 564 points is not bad, but without any surprises, you should be ranked third in points in this examination. Principal Lin Jipeng sighed in relief. He really wasn't wrong about Yumi. He was already quite satisfied with such an achievement. Although they all knew that Lu Yun's points were more than they had ever had, but no matter how many points he alone had, he couldn't change the results of the other people's assessments from the three universities. They are confident in their own students. It was at this point that Li Zhang belatedly arrived at the scene. However, he had only just arrived on the scene when he was given a jab by the two principals. "Old Li, this examination looks like your first middle school is really hanging by a thread. All the students from our two middle schools have come out. Just your first middle school students haven't come out yet. It looks like they know that the points are too little, and they're still continuing to work hard to hunt monsters. It seems that Lu Yun is the only one of you who is good. It's just a pity that it doesn't make much sense for him to have more points alone. It's important to synthesize the performance of the rest of the students in your first form. If the good and the bad are mixed, it will affect the school's rating." After listening to the two principals, Li Zhang's expression kept changing. So something really happened. It was indeed difficult to change the situation with just Lu Yun alone. At the moment, it looks like he first school might actually be at the bottom of the heap. "Sorry, old Li. It looks like the title of first middle school belongs to my third middle school this time." Wang Xingwei was full of smug smiles. As a principal, he was naturally quite happy when his own students did well. "The people from my first grade haven't come out yet, so it's not clear how the result will actually be." Li Zhang skimmed his lips and said indifferently. That said, he was ready for anything. Right at this moment, a burst of light suddenly lit up in front of them, and immediately after that, the people from the first form were also teleported out. And when the crowd from the first high school appeared, there was an immediate contrast with the students from the other two high schools. The people in the sixth and third forms were dead calm, not even daring to raise their heads, while on the contrary, the people in the first form were talking, laughing, and quite excited. Seeing this scene, Li Zhang rekindled his hope. Did he do okay this time in the first grade? "Lu Yun boy, how did you perform this time? You had more than 7,000 points in the pretest period. Do you have more than 10,000 points now? Li Zhang rushed to Lu Yun and asked expectantly. The principals of the 6th and 3rd middle schools also pricked up their ears wanting to hear Lu Yun's answer. Although they all felt that the 1st middle school was definitely going to be at the bottom of the list this time, Lu Yun was after all a mythic ranked profession, so it was inevitable that people would be curious about his final performance. However, Lu Yun's reply directly stunned the 3 principals' jaws. My performance this time was average. I didn't get any points at all. Lu Yun scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. His 50,000 plus points had all been distributed, and he hadn't kept a single point for himself, so naturally he didn't have a single point. It was just that although the process was like this, Li Zhang didn't know it yet. He almost fainted when he heard Lu Yun's words. Grass, you're at least a mythic ranked profession, and in the end you don't have any points at all? What about the 7,000 plus points? Did you lose it? If he didn't know that Lu Yun was from the 1st school, he even suspected that Lu Yun was deliberately acting him out. Mythic rank profession. That's the top profession level. In the end there's no points at all. Even if the mythic rank profession is not strong in the early stage of performance, it's not so outrageous, right? I'm afraid no one would believe this story if it were told. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The principal is too old to stand up to jokes like that. Where are your opening points? Where did they go? Li Zhang pressed Lu Yun's shoulder nervously trying to confirm, but Lu Yun's reply directly made his heart sink to the bottom. Principal Li, there's really no need for me to go and joke around on this matter. I really don't have any points. All my points have already been distributed to other people. Li Zhang directly froze in place, suddenly having the urge to explode in place. As for Lin Jipeng and Wang Qingwei, they were directly laughing like crazy. Ha ha, oldly looks like you guys are really going to the bottom this time. Lin Jipeng was about to go off the deep end laughing. Mythic genius with 0 points? Although I don't know what happened in the late stage of the examination. It was a shocking first time. Oldly, I don't think you need to be too sad. Victory and defeat are commonplace. It's no big deal. Wang Qingwei also came over, seemingly comforting, but actually mocking ramen. However, just as Li Zhang was doubting his life in place, a 1st grade teacher suddenly ran over in a hurry with a special stone. Principal Li, the points tally is out. This teacher shouted up at Li Zhang from a great distance away. But what puzzled the 3 principals was the shock and dismay in this teacher's eyes. It was like seeing something amazing. It was actually no wonder that this teacher was so shocked. It was really because Lu Yun's performance was too astonishing. It was true that people outside couldn't view the situation inside the copy in real time, but there was a special crystal that was able to record everything that happened inside the copy and play it out in full. This crystal is called a replay crystal, but any copy that involves various matches and such will have this replay crystal on hand to look at the details. For example, looking at students for cheating behavior, etc., and so on and so forth. And this time, everything Lu Yun and the others did after entering the copy was all recorded in the replay crystal. Once the copies were closed and everyone was teleported out, the teacher in charge of inspecting the playback crystals began to inspect the situation, verifying any cheating, as well as tallying the changes in the points of the many students. As a result, many teachers saw Lu Yun's amazing performance, directly blocking the spring water as soon as he appeared, frantically hunting monsters, and his points were even far ahead of the others. Upon seeing this scene, numerous teachers thought they had blurred their eyes, even a teacher from the 1st middle school because he was older. After seeing this scene, an emotional almost heart attack recurrence left this beautiful world. The rest of the teachers were shocked and couldn't believe it was all true. Not to mention other places, at least among the many examinations in Jinsha City, it was the first time they had seen a student who was so raw that he dared to gamble on the springs at the monster refreshment points. Originally, he thought that blocking springs was already awesome, but who knew that after the 1st spring was blocked, Lu Yun started to continue blocking springs again. All of the monster refreshment points in all of the areas within the replica had been swept by Lu Yun. Things should have ended like this. Who would have thought that later on, Lu Yun would actually not be the least bit weak in the face of the many students of the 6th and 3rd middle schools joining forces, and that he would take the initiative to show himself before people even found their way in front of him. First, he showed his super strength, and then he directly robbed the gang of all their points. This was no longer as simple as just being perverted. This copy trip was more like Lu Yun's one word. It's almost like doing whatever you want from the beginning to the end. But before the teachers of the 1st middle school could explain the situation to Li Zhang, they were subconsciously led to believe that Lu Yun and the others had performed really poorly. It was very likely that Lu Yun's points had all been robbed, so the mood was even worse. Not even to listen to the debriefing. You don't have to say anything, I already know the outcome. Hearing Li Zhang said, that teacher sniffed and immediately froze, then suddenly realized, worthy of being their own principal, this insight is keen. He hadn't even recounted the results yet. and he didn't expect the other side to know about it already. Right at this moment, Li Zhang suddenly turned to look at the many students of the first middle school, his expression serious and his voice resounding. All students, people have lost their hands and horses have lost their hooves. Everyone in this world has bad performance times. You don't need to be too upset. This is only the midterm examination. What is really vital to your life is the subsequent final examination. The current failure is only temporary. I believe that as long as you are willing to work hard, in the future, each of you sooner or later have a day to excel. The first high school student was confused when that came out. Bad performance? They didn't do enough this time? The concerted effort to save Lu Yun directly caused the other two high schools to lose almost all of their points. Not only did they retain the title of first high school, but they also slapped both high schools in the face. Such a performance. When looking at the previous examinations, it was already shocking. That teacher with the playback crystal was also stumped. The performance of the first high school this time was quite bright, and the unity at the critical moment was incomparable to the other two high schools. Lu Yun, in particular, had truly displayed the terror of a mythic rank profession. Principal Li, actually, this teacher looked back and tried to explain something, but he was stopped by Li Zhang waving his hand. Needless to say, isn't it just a defeat? I, first middle school, am the one who can still afford to lose. There's nothing to say, but the other two principals are waving their hands. Laughed, old Liu, this cannot be right. Although this time you first middle school bottomed out, but at least you should look at the replay. Or let the two of us to help you together to analyze the analysis of your gang of students in the end where the mistakes are. The two principals already thought that their own students had won over the students of the first middle school, and at the moment, they were really bathing in the spring breeze and were full of red light. But they didn't notice that their own students' expressions were all a little complicated. That principal is actually Zhang Shishir clenched her teeth and tried to tell the truth about what happened. In addition to the first high school, the third and sixth high schools really pulled their crotches this time, and to play back everything in the replica in public would be tantamount to a public lynching for the two high schools. However, Wang Xingwei waved his hand and said, Sure, you don't need to say anything, we are all alumni of Jinsha City, and since one middle school did not perform well this time, we naturally have the obligation to help them analyze the key to their failure. Wang Qingwei appeared to be declaring righteousness, but in reality, he simply wanted to be angry with Li Zhang. The first high school had ruled Jinsha City for too long, and had always been the strongest high school in Jinsha City, the best place to study in the minds of many geniuses. And now that the undefeated myth of the first high school for many years had finally been defeated, he was truly happy from the bottom of his heart. A whale falls and all things come to life. The first school has gone downhill and they are going strong with the third and sixth schools. Are you two old guys trying to see my jokes on purpose? Li Zhang asked as he frowned at the two men. Old Li, see what you say. We really only want to help you analyze the reasons for the failure. We also know your mood at this time. So, when it's done, our brother and sister invited you to have a good drink. Wang Qingwei said smilingly. Li Zhang didn't want to continue talking nonsense with these two and immediately waved his hand at that teacher. Only then did that teacher react. And then he hurriedly took out the playback crystal and then ran his power to inject it. Buzz! When the power was injected into the crystal, a projection of light appeared in the space in front of them, and after the light gradually became clear, the appearance within the replica appeared. What had played out within the replica was once again played out in front of the crowd. At this moment, the many students of the 6th and 3rd middle schools had all lowered their heads in shame, and they no longer dared to look at the scene in the picture. As for the students of the first high school, they showed considerable excitement. Nothing too special ahead. Everyone was looking for monsters within the copy and then hunting them down. But right at that moment, with the sudden turn of the screen within the copy, everyone froze directly in place. Holy shit! Crap! Wang Qingwei and Lin Jipeng's pupils shrunk, directly bursting into foul language. Really shocked by the scene in front of them and unable to say anything else, Li Zhang did not bother to look inside the light screen for the first time, until he heard the two principals exclaim, which was when he looked up and swept a glance. He had thought that it was the students from the two high schools whose performances were too bright that caused the shock, but it turned out that this time he looked up but saw Lu Yun, only to see Lu Yun deep inside the jungle where the monsters were refreshing. He directly began to block the spring, and as the monster cube's countdown ended and the portal opened, the monsters began to swarm out. Lu Yun, on the other hand, blocked outside the portal and began to kill like crazy. At first, these monsters looked quite angry to see a human dare to come to their refreshment point to block themselves, and directly attacked Lu Yun. But then, as Lu Yun performed a strong strike, these monsters lost their souls in fear and actually ran madly towards the teleportation portal. This, Li Zhang's mouth slightly opened wide, feeling bad about his entire being. His head went down for several seconds, although they all knew that Lu Yun had gotten more than 7 000 points in the opening round. They didn't know how Lu Yun had done it. Now I realize that the boy has gone to plug the spring, blocking a spring within an examination copy. Such an operation is also considered unprecedented, right? It didn't take long for Lu Yun to resolve all the monsters within the refresh point, and at this moment, Lu Yun's points ranking was also the first within the copy. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and the many students in the first high school were shocked because they had seen someone blocking the spring with their own eyes. The sixth and third formers were too ashamed to speak. People were so bullish, they actually wanted to beat people's points. No wonder it backfired on the other side and took all the points. After staying silent in place for a long time, Li Zhang suddenly looked at Lu Yun and said, "Didn't you kids say you didn't have any points at all?" Lu Yun spread his hands and said, "These points aren't of much use to me, so I'll distribute them to the other students." Split? The other two principals sniffed with somewhat odd expressions. Maybe the other students in the first grade did so poorly that's why he's splitting the points? However, after Lu Yun finished brushing all the refresh points, he should have tens of thousands of points, and with such a high number of points, he could already completely determine the ranking of the three high schools. Just then the scene shifted again to the final moments. Lu Yun single-handedly challenged the students of the 6th and 3rd middle schools, domineeringly defeating them before making them line up to surrender their points. When this was done, Lu Yun then distributed all of his points to the many students in the 1st middle school. After seeing this scene, the scene was then completely silent, and the atmosphere became incomparably awkward. God of Lu is awesome. No wonder the land god has so many points. Feeling that all the refresh points in the region have been patronized by him once. What a fucking pervert. Y'all didn't see the look of terror on those monsters' faces, and these guys have suffered in old age. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if we were to hunt monsters normally, all the points of the people from the other two high schools combined wouldn't be able to compare to that of the Lu god alone. Ugh. It's just a monster. If only I was half as strong as the land god. The students of the first school were both shocked and emotional. The heads of the students in the 6th and 3rd forms were even lower. They could hardly stick to the ground. It was really too humiliating. The principals of the 6th and 3rd forms were also staggered in place at the moment. The smiles on their faces had frozen, and their entire condition was particularly out of place. Already skeptical, it was only when they saw what was going on within the replay that they realized all that was going on within the replica. Originally, he thought that he had absolutely stabilized the first school this time, but he didn't expect this to be the result. In both high schools, only 2 students have points, and all the rest are clean ducks. It's fucking outrageous. The two of them were silent for a long time, feeling like there were ants crawling all over their bodies, uncomfortable as if they had eaten several pounds of flies. As for Li Zhang, he changed his previous silence and a bright smile instantly surfaced on his face, his white teeth reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Blanche, this kid is so damn powerful. With Lu Yun's performance this time, even if the others had 0 points, it would be enough to blow him away for a while. He looked at Lu Yun with a burning gaze, feeling that a treasure had really come out of the first middle school this time. In his cognitive power, mythic level professions were more or less limited up front, and Lu Yun's performance had already surpassed most mythic level professions in his opinion. Other mythic rank professions at Lu Yun's level definitely didn't have such heaven-defying battle power. Sweep through all monster refresh points within the copy. Grab all the points from the remaining 2 high schools. Both of these things, if word got out, would definitely garner widespread attention as advertisements for enrollment. More talented people will surely come to study in the first school by then. Even the resources on it, instead of diminishing, will be richer. Thinking of this, Li Zhang was suddenly in a good mood and looked at the 2 deadpan principals and said, "I'm sorry you two. It seems that there was a misunderstanding before, and this time it seems that my first middle school has won." The 2 were silent, not speaking. It's not that they are jealous. As a principal this pattern they still have. Just really do not know what to say. What else can they do when their own student points are up for grabs? Ha ha ha, victory and defeat are commonplace. It's no big deal. Go go go. I'll treat the 2 old brothers to a drink. Li Zhang was in a good mood, sweeping away the previous haze, directly smiling broadly and wrapping his arms around the shoulders of the 2 men. He forcefully pulled the 2 men to drink. As for the rest of them, they were dismissed in place, and the many geniuses from the 6th and 3rd middle schools didn't even dare to look at Lu Yun as they left in silence with their heads bowed. The only 2 women who stayed behind were Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Congratulations, although you don't have any points this time. With this performance, it's surely enough to get the attention of the top. Jiang Shishir said softly. Lu Yun himself was a mythic rank profession, had already been enrolled by the Magic Martial University, and was now displaying such terrifying strength. I'm afraid that in the future, even if he reaches the Magic Martial University, he will be the object of key cultivation. Why are they so afraid of me? I'm not a man-eating monster. It's not like I'm going to eat them. Lu Yun nodded his head, then looked at the backs of the many students of the two high schools who were leaving in a puzzled whisper. The two women's faces darkened on the spot at the words. It's true that you're not going to eat them, but there's something ultimately psychological about robbing them of all their points. I'm afraid that this group of people had now been left with a deep psychological shadow, and would no longer dare to face this monster. Lu Yun. In the future. Mr. Lu Yun. Congratulations. Your performance this time is really quite bright. As your teacher, I feel very proud. Just at this time, 1,000 charming words suddenly rang out. After these words fell, Lu Yun smelled a rather nice fragrance before he saw Zhang Qingqing walking over from the distance with a smile. She had been at the scene and had seen the earlier replay, and seeing how terrifying Lu Yun was, she felt more and more that she had chosen the right person. The person she was waiting for was undoubtedly Lu Yun. As long as she hugged Lu Yun's thigh, when the other party grew up in the future, she would really be able to muddle through and be a simple housewife. To others, life is about moving up the ladder to gain greater power and status. But Zhang Qingqing's brain circuits were different from the norm, and she did not have such similar thoughts at all. Her thoughts were simple. Genius needs talent as support. Although her talent wasn't bad, she was still far from being a genius. Since she couldn't be a genius, she would be the woman who could sit on a genius. Despite the difference in status, the effect is exactly the same. Mr. Zhang. Lu Yun nodded at Zhang Qingqing. Lu Yun was still happy to receive this one's praise. In Lu Yun's mind, Zhang Qingqing had always been a teacher worthy of respect and had treated himself well. However, Long Kor, who was beside Lu Yun, was so furious that she clenched her shell teeth, even though she had already united the front with the other party. However, seeing the other party so close to Lu Yun, Long Kor was still a bit squirmy. Lu Shun, can I get an autograph? Just then, a female student from the first middle school ran over covering her hands and whispered. This girl was considered to be relatively good looking, and there were quite a few suitors within the first middle school, but it was just a pity that compared to Zhang Qingqing as well as Long Kor, she was a bit ordinary. It wasn't that this female student was mediocre in appearance, but the two girls were simply too dazzling, especially Long Kor, as the noble princess of the Fire Dragon clan. She herself carried her own arrogance. Other women had a feeling of being crushed in front of them, both in terms of appearance and temperament. And there was one good thing about Lon Cole that other schoolgirls could never match. That pair of white balls is unbelievably huge, and at a glance, you can tell that they can sing and dance raps and have excellent ball skills, so they can completely crush 90% of the Dasha girls. Seeing this girl start, other girls who were watching from afar also had the courage to come to Lu Yun's side to ask for autographs and photos. Many of these girls also kept throwing winks at Lu Yun, the meaning of which was self-evident. Their eyes were almost drawn, obviously wanting to have a physiological knowledge debate competition with Lu Yun. A hero loves a beauty, and a beauty loves a hero just as much. Who doesn't want their date to be the pride of heaven? And Lu Yun, whether it was his face value or his talent, had perfectly fulfilled the fantasies that these girls had for their other halves. But in terms of the eyes of these schoolgirls and siblings that were on the verge of sprouting stars, but if Lu Yun was willing, he could have a battle of 100 right now. Seeing Lu Yun surrounded by a large number of girls, Long Kor was so jealous that her black pupils instantly turned red. Buzz! The fire elemental power within this space was instantly mobilized. The temperature began to rise rapidly, and a vague sound of a dragon's whistle came out from within Long Kor's body. It was just a pity that the atmosphere was so overwhelming that many of the girls let out shrill hisses of excitement. This sound of a dragon's whistle was drowned out just as soon as it appeared. This made it even harder for Long Kor. If it wasn't because of the marriage partner, she would definitely step out and slap these women away. You can't get your hands on the man that the princess has her heart set on? The scene was a mess. Lu Yun was squeezed in the crowd by many schoolmates and sisters. The air became incomparably sweet, and his body was incomparably hot, and being pushed against his body by the many ping-pong balls, he almost had a feeling of suffocation. Lu Yun's entire face was suffocated in red, and because the crowd was so chaotic, soon Lu Yun's eyes widened violently. It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Whose hands are fumbling? Crap. Not here. And touching is touching. Why do you have to pinch me? Small hands were like wild horses wandering recklessly on Lu Yun's body, pinching and touching, and even some people directly put their hands into Lu Yun's clothes and started to feel the touch of 8-pack abs up close. Fellow student Lu Yun has just finished his examination now and needs to rest, so you shouldn't be disturbing him. It was good that Zhang Qingqing spoke up at this time. Zhang Qingqing was known to be a good person at school and was also very strict at certain times. Therefore, once she opened her mouth, many schoolmates could only stop even if they were no longer willing to do so. Order was finally restored to the scene. However, many lip marks appeared on Lu Yun's face. The clothes are also crooked. Lu Yun felt that if Zhang Qingqing had opened her mouth a little later, her bottom would have been lifted off by these schoolgirls. Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker as she watched Lu Yun's wretched appearance. The man she had her eye on was indeed very attractive. It seems like a lot of elementary school girls kind of like you. Long Kor was also relieved at this time. Seeing Zhang Qingqing open her mouth, her hostility then dissipated a lot. While sharing a man with this woman was a bit off-putting, she was high and low enough to recognize the truth. As long as this woman was around, it wasn't very easy for other women to get close to Lu Yun. Mr. Lu Yun, let's go first. Where to? Lu Yun had just gotten out of the tenderness, and now he felt a little disoriented throughout, irritated by the scent of perfume. His sanity was a little off. The openness of these schoolgirls and sisters, Lu Yun certainly liked it, but the perfume smell of their bodies mixed together was still very uptight. Unlike Zhang Qingqing and Long Kor, the two women almost didn't have the habit of spraying perfume, and the good smell on their bodies was purely all body odor. This flavor is more natural and better for you, and most importantly, it definitely doesn't go to your head. Zhang Qingqing felt a burst of amusement and said softly, "Of course it's to go and celebrate. You have performed so brightly this time. Not only did you let one middle school successfully retain its title, but also let our principal Li successfully pretend to be a pussy. I believe it won't be long before the rewards from above will come down." Reward? Lu Yun wasn't interested in anything else but the word reward. I wonder what the school will reward him with for such a bright performance this time. In fact, he wasn't greedy. A random million would be enough. It was mainly because he was scared of the poor life in the past. Plus now there was Long Kor, the spendthrift marriage partner, by his side. In the past, even if he was living in straitened circumstances, Lu Yun was not particularly short of money, and even managed to save quite a bit of money. But now, Lu Yun glanced at Long Kor, who was wearing high silk next to him, and silently sighed in his heart. The dragon lady is pretty, but it's really costly. After the three of them left the school, Zhang Qingqing directly drove Lu Yun and Long Kor back to the villa in her own Porsche. Lu Yun returned to his room, and after simply changing his clothes, he was taken by the two women to go out and celebrate. Originally, Lu Yun had no thoughts of celebrating. In his opinion, he had already been bailed out and this examination did not mean anything to him. Not to mention that with the advantages of a mythic rank career, it was normal to be able to perform like this, but it couldn't hold the enthusiasm of the two women. Zhang Qingqing's thoughts were simple, wanting to take the opportunity to get a little closer to Lu Yun in order to facilitate hugging his thigh in the future. Long Kor's thoughts were even simpler. Going out means you get to shop, and shopping means you get to spend money. Since arriving in the human world, she had found that she had come to love the feeling of spending her money lavishly. Though in the Fire Dragon world she was a noble princess and basically belonged to what she wanted. But the Fire Dragon world wasn't as rich as the human world. It didn't take long. The three of them then went to the shopping center in Golden Sands and started shopping. This was the busiest zone in Jinsha City, with many people coming to spend money every day, and the stores inside were lavishly decorated. There are many well-known luxury brands among them. Why don't we just not go in, and casually go out for a meal and go back? Lu Yun asked tentatively. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a stroll, it was mainly because he really didn't have any money now. His savings had been squandered by Long Kor, and now he only had a few gold coins left. A few gold coins can't even buy a meal here. Zhang Qingqing saw Lu Yun's dilemma at a glance and laughed. It's alright, you don't have money, teacher has. Let's celebrate today. Teacher pay out, even if it's a personal reward for you from me. The teacher. I'm afraid this isn't too good, is it? Lu Yun was a bit hesitant. What's wrong with that? I think it's quite good. Sister Qingqing, let's go there and take a look. Long Kor directly interrupted Lu Yun and pulled Zhang Qingqing's hand towards a specialty store. Looking around at the wide array of goods, Long Kor's eyes were glowing. The human world is just wonderful, and every time I come out I see so many things I couldn't see before. She was curious about the world, looking at everything new and wanting to carry everything home. Hearing Zhang Qingqing say that she would pay for it out of her own pocket, Long Kor rarely felt that Zhang Qingqing was a lot more obedient. Seeing the two women holding hands and laughing, Lu Yun rolled his eyes behind him. It's true that women know best. Soon several people came to a clothing specialty store. Just coming in, Long Kor was attracted by the various colors of clothes inside. This is a women's clothing boutique with all styles of clothes. JK, Lolita, professional clothes and such through and through. Seeing Long Kor's eyes glowing with excitement, Zhang Qingqing felt as if she knew the other party's preferences. After all, the other party was Lu Yun's marriage partner, and if one wanted to hold on to Lu Yun's thighs, then it was indispensable to make peace with Long Kor. Therefore, Zhang Qingqing directly laughed and said, "Buy whatever you see directly. I'll pay for it." Sister Qingqing, you're so nice. Long Kor was so excited that she asked for 3 sets of clothes on the spot, then went to the fitting room and started trying them on. Mr. Zhang, isn't that not very nice of you? Lu Yun came to Zhang Qingqing's side and said, spending the other party's money. This made Lu Yun feel like he was being adopted. I don't feel too good about it either. There's no such thing as pie in the sky in this world itself. Zhang Qingqing stroked the broken hair on her forehead. Then she winked at Lu Yun and said, since you're over it, how about giving your body in return? Lu Yun, seeing Lu Yun's hand-wringing look, Zhang Qingqing suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. Forget about teasing you. If you're really over it, just give it back to me when you have the money. Lu Yun nodded. Good. Just in the gap between the two of them chatting, Long Kor had already finished trying on and walked out from the fitting room. Long Kor was wearing a professional small suit. The upper half of the suit was brown, and the lower half was a short black skirt. Her slender legs were covered with a layer of high silk, which made her look even more well-proportioned and eye-pleasing. Seeing Long Kor's outfit, Lu Yun couldn't help but light up. The current Long Kor had a flirtatious and mature flavor. Even the attendant of the boutique complimented Long Kor on her great figure and temperament. She was simply a natural clothes rack. Long Kor was so flattered that she immediately asked the waiter to wrap this set of clothes, and then tried on several sets of clothes one after another. Girls were all obsessed with good-looking clothes, and a fire dragon princess like Long Kor was no exception, trying on several sets of clothes one after another. Each was a different style, but with her top-notch face and body, each style Long Kor was able to hold with ease. Service eyes are looking envious. On Long Kor's condition, even the ground floor goods can transmit a sense of high class. Zhang Qingqing also couldn't help but feel a little envious. If I were a boy, I would have to envy you too, having such a beautiful marriage partner. In response, Lu Yun just smiled awkwardly without saying anything, because he envies himself. Aside from being a big spender when it comes to spending money, Long Kor is actually pretty good in every way. Do you want to take a stroll to the body store later? Zhang Qingqing asked with a sudden turn of phrase. Why? Lu Yun was curious. You are now the pride of the first middle school and a future student of the Magic Martial University. You have to take care of yourself. Some things can hurt your body if you are too indulgent. Lu Yun was first stunned. Then his face instantly turned red when he reacted. No need. My body is actually okay. I can't use those maintenance products for the time being. Lu Yun was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out the 3 rooms and 2 rooms with his toes. Yes? Zhang Qingqing breathed heavily, her eyes glowing as she said, some other day there will be time for teacher to personally check your body. I won't hide it from you. Teacher used to be a medical student as well. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but ever since he awakened the Dragon Knight, he always felt that Zhang Qingqing's attitude towards him was completely different. Although Zhang Qingqing had treated herself well in the past, that was limited to the relationship between teacher and student. And now, Zhang Qingqing had a sense of molestation towards herself instead. In the end, Long Kor looked at 3 sets of clothes, and after Zhang Qingqing checked out, she took the 2 of them, Lu Yun, to the restaurant for dinner. On the way, both women walked in front of them talking and laughing, while Zhang Qingqing popularized the various cuisines unique to the human world to Long Kor's harumphs were coming out from listening to it. As for Lu Yun, he was silently following behind, carrying many shopping bags in his hands, a typical tool man. A few people also attracted a lot of attention along the way, mainly because the 2 women were too bright, and were quite conspicuous wherever they went. But just then, a shocked voice suddenly sounded from the back. Lu Yun, is it really you? After this familiar voice rang out, Lu Yun immediately turned to look, and then he saw a familiar figure. Chongli. This was Lu Yun's classmate from his junior high school days, and he hadn't seen him for a long time since he first graduated. What a coincidence. Lu Yun nodded at the other party, but was not overly enthusiastic. After all, although the 2 were classmates, they weren't on very good terms. In fact, Lu Yun had no real friends when he was in middle school, because at that time Lu Yun's life was even more straitened than even in college. Naturally, no one was willing to spend time with him. At that time, Lu Yun was the little transparent one in the class. So much so that when they graduated from junior high school, the other students added contact information to each other, and there was even a special group chat. Only Lu Yun had nothing. It's really you, Lu Yun. I didn't realize that you really haven't changed at all after all these years. Li Chong in turn appeared incomparably enthusiastic, patting Lu Yun's shoulder with a big smile, and then looked toward the 2 Zhang Qingqing and Long Kor in front of him and said, these 2 are. I'm his date. Long Kor said as she came to Lu Yun's side. I'm his date too. Zhang Qingqing winked at Lu Yun and smiled. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. As for Li Chong, he was completely nonplussed. Both of these 2 flowery superb women were actually Lu Yun's objects? Not only do you have your feet in 2 boats, but these 2 boats are actually in such harmony. This made Li Chong couldn't help but get jealous. Also both men. He had been keeping his traditional craft for several years. Compared to Lu Yun, it was not a world at all. The sound of the two women's replies were not small, and there was a gasp of surprise from the spectators watching from the side, especially the men, whose gazes were on the verge of devouring Lu Yun alive. Two such superb women were actually eaten by this kid. It's a waste. You're a ravishing kid. Li Chong reacted with an awkward smile, then turned his words around and said, but strength is the most important thing these days, and the ultimate goal in life should be to become a powerful transmuter, not to engage in these meaningless things. Speaking of this, Li Chong suddenly became a bit proud and said, Lu Yun, you've also become a transmuter after this marriage, right? I wonder what level race your marriage partner is, and what profession they have awakened. Lu Yun was about to speak when Li Chong crossed her arms and laughed. I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm in the second middle school now. I'm already an outstanding level transmigrator. My marriage partner is an elf. My awakened profession is also an elf knight, with superb tandemness and attack power. An elf rider? If Lu Yun remembered correctly, this was a rather awkward profession. The damage in the early stages wasn't that scary, and the candor wasn't that high either. As for the later stages, although the frankness and attack have been improved, they can be hung by the transmogrifier of other professions in all aspects of their attributes. Lu Yun was tempted to tell the other party that he had awakened the mythic rank profession Dragon Knight, but on second thought he didn't say it. He was afraid of hitting the other side, and he also knew that the other party was only saying this purely to try and pretend in front of him, and Lu Yun wasn't particularly fond of pretending. He had always kept a low profile, so he smiled and agreed. Impressive, much more impressive than me. I just awakened a profession that isn't too high or too low, and my level is only average. Who had thought that? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Li Chang's eyes instantly lit up and said, that's good. I just happen to be going to a party right now, or else you'll follow along. Lu Yun, isn't it not good for me to go? Lu Yun wanted to refuse. Actually, there are quite a few of our old classmates at this party, and what's more important is that our class president at the time is now the man of the hour in the second middle school. Squad leader? A figure instantly appeared in Lu Yun's mind. His junior high school class president named Zhang Wentian. When the knowledge assessment of this guy times are failing, but did not think that now actually mixed with the wind and water. Is he very powerful now? Lu Yun asked curiously. Li Chong was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly a few times. Not too powerful, but his old sister is not ordinary. Now it is the strongest demon in the third middle school. Legendary profession Thunder and Lightning Taoist. Zhang Shishir, the name you should know, right? Sissy Kong? This is Zhang Wentian's oldest sister? Lu Yun's entire body was dumbfounded because he didn't know about this. It wasn't Lu Yun's fault. It was really because Lu Yun was too transparent. He was very communicative with people, so he didn't know about these seemingly unusual things. Seeing Lu Yun's unseen appearance, Li Chong instantly found a sense of superiority. This party will not only Zhang Shishir will be there. This good girlfriend Yumi will also be there. This Yumi is a genius student of the 6th middle school. These two are the strong representative of the prospective graduates of the Jinsha city. At that time, even if you can't make friends with these two, as expanding the horizons of the good and based on your appearance, in case of good luck by the two, is not it can be a direct you'll be able to eat soft rice until you die? Looking at Li Chang's frowning appearance, Zhang Qingqing and Long Kor beside him wanted to laugh out loud. Lu Yun was the genius of the first middle school, and although his popularity was not as high as Zhang Shishir's two girls, his strength was far above them. If he knew Lu Yun's identity, this guy would definitely not be able to laugh. Lu Yun himself was speechless. He was at least a mythic level professional now, and had been internalized by the Magic Martial University, but he actually had to go to such an occasion to open his eyes? Forget it, I have things to do. Lu Yun had wanted to refuse. He didn't want to participate in this kind of occasion, perhaps because he had been a little transparent since he was a child. Lu Yun didn't really like this kind of lively occasion. However, Long Kor was the one who jumped the gun and said, I do think it's not bad to go and see and grow more knowledge. What do you think, Sister Qingqing? Zhang Qingqing blinked and smiled. I also think it's not bad to go and take a look. Lu Yun was a bit confused, not knowing why the two women agreed. However, when he heard the two women's words, Li Chong was excited. As long as Lu Yun attended this party, he would be able to take the opportunity to pretend in front of Lu Yun. He was the one who had the worst time in junior high school, but nowadays he seemed to be quite a bit better than Lu Yun. Life is hard, and there are still times when you need to pretend as a moderator. Alright then, I'll send you the address first. Just go there by yourselves when the time comes. I have things to take care of right now, so I won't be able to join you for a while. Li Chong first added Lu Yun's friend and then sent Lu Yun the address of the party before leaving in a hurry. When the bastard left, Lu Yun then looked helplessly at the two women and said, I really don't want to go to this kind of place to join in the fun. Why don't you go? Didn't you know that guy was just pretending to be a pussy in front of you? If he can act tough, why can't you? Long Kor crossed her arms and huffed. She was holding out for Lu Yun. This was her own man, actually being stomped on by someone else to pretend in front of her. Where could Long Kor stand it? I also think Kor has a point. You're a first middle school demon. Letting people look down on you is not only a disgrace to yourself, but also a disgrace to first middle school. I think you can go and put on a proper act this time. Let them see what you've accomplished now. Zhang Qingqing also echoed Long Kor's words and said. Lu Yun was speechless on the spot. He had seen people who liked to pretend these days, but being forced to pretend was the first time he had encountered such a thing. At the request of the two women, Lu Yun had no choice but to follow the address to the party venue. The party place was called National Color and Heavenly Fragrance, which was the most extravagant nightclub in Jinsha City, and its scale had spread throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. The national colors can be found in almost every city, and this is also a veritable place of luxury. Those who can come here to spend money are either rich or expensive. In short, it can't be the average person. Upon arriving outside, Lu Yun was shocked by the decorations of the national colors. The decoration style of this place was very characteristic of Xia, and the halls and pavilions seemed to have been created out of thin air, with a natural beauty and the majesty of the ancient aristocracy. A great contrast to the matchbox-like skyscrapers that surround it. Lu Yun was usually quite frugal. Where had he seen such a place? It was a shock at the time. If he didn't know that this was a place of consumption, he would have even thought that this was the palace of some ancient noble. When Zhang Qingqing parked the car, the few people walked towards the inside of the national color. However, a few people had only just reached the door when they were stopped in their tracks by service eyes. Hello several, do you have an appointment? We're here to find someone. 888 Heavenly Box. After a brief communication, the waiter then personally led Lu Yun and the others to the door of the box, then bowed and left. Worthy of being a luxury place? The standard of service here is better than even a certain low salvage. Lu Yun let out a sigh of emotion, and then he was ready to push open the door of the box room and walk in, but the palm only just reached out but froze in the air. What's wrong? Zhang Qingqing asked. Lu Yun scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't know how to act. Zhang Qingqing froze and looked at Lu Yun with some incredulity. Long Kor also looked deeply at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a little hairy from the two women's stares and said helplessly, I really don't know how to act. Zhang Qingqing reached out and touched her forehead with some conviction as well. The strongest genius in the first grade. Mythical occupation. These two titles Lu Yun, but wherever he casually said one out, it was enough to shock these people speechless. This guy is so good, he doesn't even know how to act. In fact, it was not Lu Yun's fault. It was really because he used to be so small and transparent that he didn't even have any friends. So how could he pretend to be a pussy? The strongest genius in the first form. A mythic rank profession. These two titles are enough for them to drink a pot of water if you casually speak them out. Zhang Qingqing said helplessly. Lu Yun nodded his head plausibly, then took a deep breath and pushed the door and walked in. At this time in the box, there are already more than 10 men and women gathered. The front of the box is a bar. There are special bartenders are mixing drinks. The crowd was sipping wine and chatting, and the atmosphere was quite cordial. When Lu Yun pushed the door and walked in, all eyes fell on him at the same time. Lu Yun? When they saw Lu Yun come in, someone suddenly opened his mouth and called out his name, and the expressions of the rest of the people all turned odd one after another. In fact, this gathering was technically considered a class reunion, as those present were all Lu Yun's former classmates. Because of this, the crowd was so shocked when they saw Lu Yun appear. When Lu Yun was in the class, he was so small and transparent that the group chat established after graduation didn't even have Lu Yun in it. And now that Lu Yun had suddenly appeared, everyone was a bit lost in thought. Hello everyone. Lu Yun swept his gaze across the crowd one by one, although he hadn't met for so many years, and everyone had more or less changed their appearance. He could still recognize them at a glance by and large. Seeing Lu Yun's behavior, Zhang Qingqing's mouth twitched then. How are you guys? Knew it. This one's here to play hard to get. Those who didn't know thought he was really here for the party. Zhang Qingqing poked Lu Yun with her elbow and whispered, Don't forget what you came here for. After Zhang Qingqing's reminder, Lu Yun then remembered the purpose of his visit, and immediately coughed lightly and said in front of all the students, In the past, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with alienation. Now I'm showing my cards. I'm a genius demon, I'm not pretending. Lu Yun pointed to Zhang Qingqing and said, This is my teacher in the first middle school, Zhang Qingqing. Then he pointed to Long Kor beside him and said, She is my marriage partner, Long Kor of the Fire Dragon clan, a mythic class creature. In the end, Lu Yun pointed at himself, I am the strongest genius of the first middle school, as well as an internal student of the Magic Martial University. After Lu Yun finished those words in one breath, a silence fell over the box. Half a day later, Suddenly someone burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Luyan, you guy is afraid to laugh me to death. You used to be quite honest. Why have you become so vain now? The rest of the group reacted and laughed their asses off. TSK, still mythic profession. Still mythic creature. You're afraid you haven't woken up from your dream, right? If you can awaken a mythic rank profession, then I'll be the principal of the Magic Martial University. Are you guys alright? Purposely running here to act like a bully? What qualifications do you have to act like a pussy in front of us with a strength like yours? Numerous students were completely unconvinced that Lu Yun could become a mythic ranked professional, and they all felt that Lu Yun was joking. At first, Lu Yun had entered the first middle school because of his good grades in the knowledge test, but awakening a profession required luck, and good grades in the knowledge test didn't mean that he could become a high-level professional. Lu Yun, you weren't invited to our gathering this time. I don't know how you found your way here. Since you're here, I would welcome you, but since you're here, you need to know who the king of sizes is. Just then, a familiar figure stood out. It was Lu Yun's former class president, Jiang Wentian. My sister is such a genius as only a legend-level profession. A transparent person like you can also become a myth-level profession. Really bragging about it. There are many classmates today. I don't want to say anything more. It's kind of a way to give you some face. When Jiang Wentian said this, the crowd once again erupted in laughter. At this time, someone suddenly said, speaking of mythic-level occupation, I do know that our Jinsha city's first high school is out of such a demon. It is said that not only is the mythic-level occupation, awakened or rare Dragon Knight, can awaken the Dragon Knight, not only need luck, but also need a strong talent. That the future achievements of the person I'm afraid that is not limited. That one is indeed very strong. And my sister was once saved by him. I've already asked my sister to invite him to the party, so maybe you'll be able to meet him then. Jiang Wentian tilted his neck and said with a proud face, and this statement caused an uproar when it fell. Worthy of being class president Jiang, this network is just strong. If this one is here, then this gathering of ours will be quite golden. The strongest demons of the 3 high schools will all be here. If we can befriend such a person, even if we go out to brag in the future, we will have absolute capital. The crowd's topic began to shift, directly ignoring Lu Yun, and began to discuss the genius of the first middle school. This directly rendered Lu Yun speechless. However, if there was a person from the first middle school here, he or she would definitely be able to recognize Lu Yun's identity. This group of people looked down on Lu Yun, but worshipped that first-grade genius. Unbeknownst to them, the transparent man in their eyes and the genius of the first school are both the same person. Many students in the box were talking to each other, directly ignoring Lu Yun, but some were attracted by Zhang Qingqing and Long Core's face value and came up to take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, they were simply ignored by the 2 women. Now what to get? Lu Yun looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked awkwardly. Zhang Qingqing was also at a loss for words. She didn't expect Lu Yun to be so transparent in the eyes of this group of people, and it was so unsuccessful to pretend to be a pussy. Lu Yun did directly report his title as she said, nay, no one believes it at all. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhang Qingqing felt so stifled as well. Just then, Lu Yun's cell phone suddenly received a message. It was only when he saw the person who sent the message that Lu Yun immediately raised his eyebrows, because the person who sent the message was none other than Jiang Shishir. The 2 of them had added each other's contact information after coming out from within the copy last time, and Jiang Shishir had said that she would have time to treat Lu Yun to a meal in the future to show her appreciation. Jiang Shishir, Lu Yun, are you busy right now? I have a party I want to invite you to for dinner. Just as a thank you for saving me last time. Lu Yun's expression instantly became a bit odd. Invite yourself to a party? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Is the party you're talking about at the National Color? Lu Yun asked in a direct message after thinking about it. A shocked emoji was sent over there at once. Ginger, how do you know? Lu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that sometimes the world was just so coincidental. I'm already there. You're here already? Zhang Shishir on the other side of the phone, who was taking the car to this side, was a bit confused. Although she didn't know why Lu Yun was here, she still sent a message. Then wait, I'll be right there. Lu Yun bitterly smiled and turned off his cell phone. Just then the door to the box room was suddenly knocked on. Immediately, he saw a middle-aged man with a beer belly walk in with many waiters, and in the hands of these waiters were also carrying many expensive wines. Every bottle of wine here is enough to convert into several hundred gold coins. It's worth several years of living expenses for an unusual person. The middle-aged man brought the waiter with a flattering face to Jiang Wentian and smiled. Jiang Xiao, you can choose the party in our Jinsha City National Color is our honor. These drinks is to Jiang Xia to help the fun, but also a little bit of my meaning. A small gift is no respect. The middle-aged man was the manager here. The National Color as the industrial chain throughout the entire existence of the summer country. Even a small manager status is extraordinary. However, at this moment, he was respectful to Jiang Wentian, and Lu Yun's eyebrows raised then. This guy's identity doesn't seem simple. Manager Huang is polite. I'll accept the thought. If there's nothing else, go down first. Jiang Wentian waved his hand and said. Manager Huang smiled sarcastically and nodded, letting the people put down their drinks before they all retreated. As soon as Manager Huang left, the scene exploded. Worthy of being class president Jiang. This identity background is too strong. They are a big family in Kyoto. Can they not be strong? When we graduated, class president Jiang went to the second middle school, where he went to Kyoto as an exchange student to do exchanges, and had a not-so-small connection with Xianling University, and now that he's awakened his legendary level occupation, he's directly guaranteed a place by Xianling University. Both siblings are awakening to legendary level professions. This is too strong. Numerous classmates slipped in their words. Hearing these compliments, Jiang Wentian's vanity was greatly satisfied and his heart was fluttering. It wasn't true that he was an awakened legendary rank profession, but his legendary rank profession was the weaker kind, and it wasn't too strong when placed within Xianling University. However, Xianling University was in existence second only to the Magic Martial University, and there were many capable people. If he were to compare himself to these old classmates from the past, he would definitely be called the pride of heaven. The sense of superiority came up at once. Lu Yun, who was left out in the cold next to him, had wanted to leave. He really couldn't intervene here, and continuing to stay was like sitting on pins and needles. But what he didn't expect was that right at this moment, Jiang Wentian actually took the initiative to come to Lu Yun with his wine glass. More accurately, it came to Long Kor. Seeing the other party come to herself, Long Kor instantly frowned slightly with some displeasure. She'd had her eye on this guy for a long time, and the guy had been quietly checking himself out ever since he'd come into the box. As the saying goes, when wine meets a close friend, this guy was so arrogant in front of Lu Yun. So naturally, Long Kor didn't have a good feeling about Jiang Wentian. Anything? Long Kor thought that the other party was here to look for Lu Yun, and when she realized that the other party had been staring at her the entire time, she finally couldn't bear to speak out. Beauty, we can get to know each other. My name is Jiang Wentian. I'm from the Jiang family in Kyoto. Can we clink glasses? Jiang Wentian revealed a gentle smile and handed Long Kor the wine cup after he finished. He directly brought out his Jiang family's identity in an attempt to make Long Kor worship. Kyoto belongs to the most prosperous place in the summer country, where there are already hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although the Jiang family is not a top family here, but also more or less some energy. This was also why the manager Huang had taken the initiative to come here to give Jiang Wentian a drink. Whenever Jiang Wentian picked up girls, as long as Jiang Wentian moved out of the Jiang family, these women would almost always take the initiative to fall back on him, becoming birdlike and at his mercy. It's a tried and true trick. It's just a shame that this time he's met his match. Before Jiang Wentian could finish pretending this pussy, Long Kor interrupted him with a face full of disgust, waving her hand and saying, I don't know anything about the Jiang family, nor am I interested in knowing. Everyone could see that Jiang Wentian had his eyes on Long Kor, and originally thought that Long Kor would fall back. Who would have thought that it would actually be such a cold attitude? A deathly silence fell over the box for a moment. Numerous students looked at each other with as many wonderful expressions as they could muster. The male students were holding on for dear life. As for the female students, they were staring angrily at Long Kor, thinking that this woman was too ungrateful, with Jiang Wentian's status, but whenever the other party looked at them, they were eager to take the initiative to offer themselves here. Long Kor was good. She actually refused directly, not even giving Jiang Wentian the slightest bit of face. Lu Yun, look at what kind of people you brought with you. How dare you not give face to class leader Jiang? If it wasn't for class leader Jiang, how would you guys have the chance to come to a place like this to drink? A teenager with an inch-haired head suddenly stood out and reprimanded Lu Yun. This one's name was Zhang Huangjun. Speaking of which, he used to be Lu Yun's deskmate, but this one was Jiang Wentian's lapdog in the beginning, and he usually didn't intentionally humiliate Lu Yun. Now that he saw that the people Lu Yun had brought dared to not give face to Jiang Wentian, he was the first one to stand out and let his voice be heard at that moment. Jiang Wentian's outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in place, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Clearly he hadn't expected it to end like this either. He glanced at Lu Yun and then at Long Kor, neither stopping nor appreciating Zhang Huangjuan's outburst in the face. It was obvious that he was also quite upset by Long Kor's rejection, but he just didn't personally speak out due to his face. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huangjun was even more energized, directly exerting the essence of the fox and tiger, and directed a burst of oral penmanship at Lu Yun. When the other students saw this, they all started accusing Lu Yun with the mindset of hugging their thighs, and some of the female students even directly cursed at Long Kor. When they saw Long Kor's stunning face, they were already quite jealous and upset. and now that there was this opportunity in front of them, they naturally wouldn't miss it. For a while, this classmate reunion had just turned into a denunciation of Lu Yun. In the face of the crowd's insults, Long Kor was still able to tolerate it a little. She was after all the high and mighty princess of the Fire Dragon clan, or else she wouldn't have been able to live the life of a clothed and carefree housegirl. Naturally, he couldn't be guilty of bothering with this group of mole crickets, if it wasn't for the fact that he was limited by Lu Yun's strength after coming to this world. With the group in front of her, she could sneeze a large portion of them to death. However, this group of people abused Lu Yun along with them, something that Long Kor could not stand. Boom! In an instant, a flame instantly burned within Long Kor's crimson eyes, and the skin of her entire body began to reveal a faint crimson luster. In the center of Long Kor's eyebrows, a flame mark even appeared. The moment this flame mark appeared, the temperature inside the box began to climb rapidly, and in just a few breaths, less than a minute, the crowd began to sweat. It felt like coming to the alchemy furnace of Lord Taishang. Suddenly, Long Kor's figure disappeared in place, and when she reappeared she had already arrived in front of that Huang Jun. Earlier, this guy was the one who had screamed the loudest, and it was also this guy who had first stood out to humiliate Lu Yun. Long Kor naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Long Kor was domineering and peerless, just like a supreme empress descending into the world, stretching out her white palms to strangle the latter's neck in death. Then he picked up Zhang Huangjun as if he was carrying a chicken. This guy's talent was no good, and even though he had become a transmogrifier, he was only a relatively common rare class, and his level was only at the level of 15. Believe it or not, I'll break your neck right now, Long Kor said with an expressionless face. Swish! Zhang Huangjun's brain instantly went blank. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, an unconcealable fear instantly spread throughout his body. His face flushed red as his survival instincts made him start to struggle. Nay, the difference in strength was too great, and his struggles were meaningless in front of Long Kor. As Long Kor struck out, the scene once again fell into a moment of silence. The hearts of the crowd set off waves of shock, especially Jiang Wentian, whose entire being felt bad. He noticed the other party when Long Kor walked in with Lu Yun and was directly attracted by the other party's aura. Originally, he had thought that it didn't matter even if Long Kor was Lu Yun's girlfriend. Everything was marked up these days. Who had this woman he had his eye on? Who was actually not human? She's not human. She is of the Fire Dragon clan. This is the mark of the Fire Dragon clan. Someone suddenly recognized Long Kor's unique Fire Dragon mark, and the scene was in chaos. Since all of Long Kor's features as a dragon race could be perfectly hidden, it was usually impossible to tell the difference between her and a human. At this moment, after Long Kor's identity as a Fire Dragon clan was exposed, the most desperate person should be Zhang Huangjun. The bastard's bowels were turning over with regret. Had he known that Long Kor was not an ordinary human, killing him would not have dared to stand out and take a chicken feather as an arrow. Wrong. I know I'm wrong. Spare me. Zhang Huangjun was truly afraid that Long Kor would break his neck, and at that moment, he begged for mercy with a difficult voice. Long Kor's aura at this moment was too terrifying, and he felt that his bladder was already showing signs of being out of control. Lu Yun, tell your men to let go of him. After a short period of shock, Zhang Wentian also came back to his senses and said to Lu Yun in a commanding tone, "What if I don't let go? What can you do?" Lu Yun said with a smirk. He wasn't here to cause trouble either. If the other party had spoken properly, he would have definitely told Long Kor to stop, but the biased bastard actually spoke to himself in a commanding tone. Lu Yun has a characteristic of this person. He eats soft food and refuses hard food. The more you think about enduring a moment, the more angry you become, and the more rampant you become when you take a step back. Since the other party was arrogant to such an extent, if they were still tolerating it now, it would only make people look down on them even more. How dare you talk to me like that? Zhang Wentian revealed an incredulous expression, as if he couldn't believe the fact that the little transparent one who was there in the beginning, now when he learned of his identity as the Zhang family's eldest young man, actually dared to go against him. What's your problem? Lu Yun sneered. You seek death. Zhang Wentian furrowed his brows and suddenly unleashed his might with a cold snort, and a terrifying astral wind instantly swept across the entire box. When the rest of them saw this, they all snapped out of their shock, and then they were in a state of ecstasy. Right now is the perfect opportunity to hug your thighs, regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter. As long as they insisted on standing on Zhang Wentian's side, wouldn't this favor come afterwards? Zhang Wentian is the Zhang family's eldest young man, and also has a lot of industries in Kyoto. Today can hold this big leg, later casually arrange a job for them. They will have no worries in this life. As for Lu Yun, they weren't worried about offending Lu Yun at all. In comparison, Lu Yun had no background, so it didn't matter even if they were offended. Lu Yun, hurry up and get your men to do it. Don't ruin the party atmosphere. We had a nice class reunion, and look what you've made of it. If you don't let her stop, don't blame us for being impolite, and when the time comes to really fight, don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. The crowd was so righteous that those who didn't know would really think that it was Lu Yun who was being unreasonable. Lu Yun, we are all classmates. Why do we have to hurt each other like this? Hurry up and tell your marriage partner to stop. If she strikes out indiscriminately, the situation will be serious enough to get a warning from the school, and you won't be able to go to college anymore. Let's make it a big deal and get it over with. Just then, Li Chong, who had brought Lu Yun here, also rushed to open his mouth to persuade him. However, as soon as the bastard's words fell, Lu Yun's sharp gaze was directly on the other party before he threw out a slap through the air. Snap! Li Chong felt the pain coming from his face. The whole person was dumbfounded. How dare you hit me? Li Chong blared angrily at Lu Yun. I actually wanted to beat you up a long time ago. Didn't you bring me here just to pretend in front of me? Were you dead when I was mocked earlier? Now that it's clear that they're being unreasonable, they're actually asking me to stop and apologize. Do you really think I'm a soft touch? Since the situation had progressed to such an extent, Lu Yun simply stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. Long Kor's body swirled around and radiated heat, causing the people in the box to sweat as if they were in a volcanic crater. Lu Yun, you'll regret it. Class leader Jiang is the youngest member of the Jiang family, and he's also a guaranteed student of Xianling University. Do you know what the concept of Xianling University is? That's an existence second only to the Magic Martial University. Li Chong looked resentfully at Lu Yun. Now that it's all said and done, I'll just show my cards. Lu Yun looked at Jiang Wentian and laughed coldly. I'm a mythic rank profession. I've already been internalized by the Magic Martial University. If you want to retaliate against me in the future, you can go to the Magic Martial University to look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Yun had said this before, but at the time it was treated as a joke by the crowd and no one cared. And now that Lu Yun once again said this, everyone suddenly came back to their senses. Long Kor had displayed terrifying strength before, which was definitely a mythic level existence. And right now, this woman appeared here with Lu Yun. The results have spoken for themselves. Could it be that this small transparent person at the beginning has really become a mythic level profession now? But in the current Jinsha city, the only mythological career is the one in the first high school. Lu Yun is also a student of Jinsha No. 1 middle school. Could he be the rumored mythic genius who single-handedly swiped the fire elemental elf extinction overture? At the moment of silence, someone suddenly thought of the key and shouted. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. If Lu Yun's words were true, then he must be that genius from Jinsha No. 1 middle school. It was just that the original small transparency had suddenly transformed into a mythical genius, and many students had felt physiological discomfort. Some of it is unacceptable. No matter who you are now, even if you're the king of heaven, you have to release the people today. Jiang Wentian's face was expressionless as he said coldly, if you dare to hit my people, my Jiang family won't give you good fruits. I hope you won't misuse your own future. He didn't care about Lu Yun's true identity. Even if Lu Yun was really that mythological genius, it wouldn't mean much. He might not be able to compare to Lu Yun in terms of talent, but he was completely crushed in this aspect of his background. Just because a genius can fall to ruin these days doesn't mean it's necessarily a good idea to get ahead. How easy is it to grow up without a strong background and resources to back it up? A genius who failed to grow up was not really much different from a wastrel, and as the youngest member of the Jiang family, he was destined to inherit the entire Jiang family in the future. And even if he wasn't a mythic rank profession, he was still destined to reach a very high rank in the future. So while others feared Lu Yun's identity, he, Jiang Wentian, was not at all vain. What if I don't let go? Lu Yun also laughed coldly. It seems you really don't know what you're doing. Jiang Wentian laughed coldly, the aura around him becoming even more intense as the floor of the box began to tremble slightly. Seeing that Jiang Wentian was prepared to fight Lu Yun to the end, the rest of the people followed suit and strengthened their own pressure. It was as if they would follow Jiang Wentian as long as Lu Yun didn't release them. If other people were here, they would definitely be pressured into choosing to compromise. But Lu Yun was different. He was after all able to single-handedly brush even the monster refresh points. This number of people was nothing to him, not to mention the fact that none of the group's levels were high. Even if they went together, Lu Yun was not the least bit weak. As the atmosphere began to get tense, the big battle appeared to be on the verge of breaking out. But just then, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. When the door to the box room was pushed open, two figures walked in. It was the two women, Jiang Shishir and Yumi. I'll see who dares to take a shot at him. Jiang Shishir had just pushed the door in and chided loudly, bringing Yumi directly in front of Lu Yun. When Jiang Shishir arrived at the scene, the crowd's expressions were a bit strange. Jiang Wentian also withdrew his aura, and the rest of them followed suit when they saw this. The atmosphere of the scene eased off. Just then, Jiang Wentian said in disbelief, "Sister, why are you helping an outsider? He touched my people in front of me. Can't I teach him a lesson?" Jiang Shishir didn't bother with the bastard, but instead showed Lu Yun an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, this brother of mine has been spoiled since he was a child, and I didn't expect you guys to clash." Lu Yun shook his head without speaking. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir sighed in her heart. Although Lu Yun didn't say it explicitly, she could still tell that Lu Yun was really angry. Jiang Shishir whirled around and looked at Jiang Wentian, immediately slapping up a face and saying, "Jiang Wentian, who gave you the guts to dare to take a shot at him? Do you know who he is? He's the first genius of Jinsha 1 middle school, and once even saved my life in a replica. You're putting me in an unkind situation." Ha! Hearing Jiang Shishir's words, Jiang Wentian was also instantly confused. This guy actually saved his sister? If that was the case, then he really didn't have any ground to stand on in this matter today. He saved his sister, and instead of thanking him, he looked at his woman. What's going on here? Although Jiang Wentian was a playboy and acted arrogantly and domineeringly on weekdays, he thought that his 3 views were still positive. "I'm sorry, today was my problem. I caused the trouble myself. I'm here to apologize to you." Jiang Wentian got up and came to Lu Yun, bowed and said with a guilty face, "This appearance wasn't feigned." And seeing that the other party was so sincere, Lu Yun didn't say anything more and directly asked Long Kor to put the person down. The other side has shown something, and he has to give a step down. Long Kor let out a cold snort, which caused Zheng Huangjun to throw himself on the ground as if he were a piece of trash. Zheng Huangjun sucked in his breath with a big mouthful. His expression was full of fear. Just now he had already had his eyes bleed and felt like he was going to report to hell. Don't! But who would have thought that just at this moment, Jiang Wentian took the initiative to open his mouth again. And when he said this, Zheng Huangjun immediately felt that this world was full of malice. "Lu Yun, you are my sister's savior, yet this guy dares to contradict you. For this kind of fool, he must be given a sufficient lesson to make him remember." "You can continue. Feel free to get as many as you want, as long as you don't get killed, and stop when you're relieved of your anger." Hearing Jiang Wentian's words, not to mention Lu Yun, even Zheng Huangjun, the person in question, was dumbfounded. "Boy, am I standing up for myself? Am I not standing up for you? Mr. Kong, what is it about your 37-degree mouth that makes such icy words?" Zheng Huangjun wanted to cry. Originally wanted to stand up for Jiang Wentian to hold the thigh. Did not think that the opposite is not their own inside and outside people. He wanted to slap himself a couple of times. "What's wrong with you?" The rest of the people looked at this guy with a face full of sympathy, secretly thankful that they were not the first to be the first to take the lead, or else they would be the ones in bad luck right now. After all, who would have thought that Lu Yun had actually saved Jiang Shishir? When Jiang Wentian learned that Lu Yun had once saved Jiang Shishir, his attitude had undergone a 180-degree reversal at that time, and from this, it was easy to see how good the two siblings' relationship was. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Naturally, he didn't continue to torment that guy. He now felt that his head wasn't enough instead. Is this guy's attitude changing so fast? And just as Lu Yun froze, Jiang Wentian picked up his wine glass again and walked over. His face filled with a warm smile as he said, "I'm sorry, fellow Lu Yun. It was my fault earlier. I'll do it here first." After saying that, he tilted his head and drank the red wine in the glass, then poured himself another glass and came to Long Kor. "I'm sorry, beautiful. I lost my manners before. I apologize to you here as well. I'll punish myself with another drink." After saying that, he tilted his head back and finished swirling another glass of wine. Only after finishing the matter did he put down the wine glass and bumbled to Jiang Shishir, blinked his eyes and tried to put on an innocent look, and smiled sarcastically. "Sister, I've apologized now, so you can't move your hands on me anymore." Jiang Shishir's face darkened, and on the spot, she reached out and pinched Jiang Wentian's ear before twisting it with force. The scene was immediately filled with Jiang Wentian's miserable screams. The whole box was just the screams of the bastard. Lu Yun stood frozen in place, already not knowing what to say. No wonder this guy's attitude changed so quickly and his apology was so positive. Feelings are afraid of Jiang Shishir, the oldest sister. The many students at the scene were the most surprised. After all, no one had expected Jiang Wentian, the Jiang family's eldest young man, to be so afraid of his own sister. But it was normal for a sister to have a natural bloodline suppression for her brother. Jiang Shishir was sort of on point and quickly withdrew her hand, but Jiang Wentian was still reddened by the pain. Seeing many of the surrounding students could not hold down their mouths and snickered, this Jiang family's great young man immediately felt that he had lost face. Angrily, he said, "Let's call today's class reunion a day. You guys go back first. I still have things to discuss with my sister." The crowd naturally knew what Jiang Wentian meant. and immediately left one after another in a very sensible manner. Lu Yun was the only one left in the box. Originally, Lu Yun also wanted to leave, but Jiang Shishir insisted on keeping him behind, saying that he wanted to thank him for saving his life earlier. Student Lu Yun, I'm really sorry for what happened earlier. I'm here to apologize once again. Inside the box, Jiang Wendian once again apologized like Lu Yun. I don't know if he was genuinely repentant or if he was afraid of getting his ears pinched by Jiang Shishir again. And under Jiang Shishir's questioning, Jiang Wendian didn't dare to hide and recounted what had happened. Hearing Jiang Wendian's narration, Jiang Shishir was so angry that she went to pinch the bastard's ear again. But fortunately this time, Jiang Wendian was prepared and directly dodged away. Other people's women, you also dare to hit the idea. I really don't know what you think. It seems that the family is usually still too lenient to you. When I go back this time, I will tell father about this matter, so that he can discipline you properly. Jiang Shishir said coldly. Jiang Wendian instantly shriveled up and hurriedly said, Don't sis. I really know it's wrong. In fact, this can't be completely blamed on me. Who made this beautiful woman so good looking? The Jiang family was a large family, and they were very strict in disciplining their offspring, especially since Jiang Wendian was the future heir of the Jiang family. This discipline is even more very harsh. If his family knew about this, he would definitely have a layer of skin pulled off. How dare you be poor? Jiang Shishir frowned at once. Forget it, I don't think he meant it. Just then Long Kor took the initiative to open her mouth, with a blush on her face. Even the princess of the Fire Dragon clan also likes to be praised, especially also praised for being beautiful. At that time, her heart was beautiful. It was indeed her own charm that was too much, which caused the other to act inappropriately. With a pretty little she-dragon like me, it's no wonder he acted in such an inappropriate manner. Long Kor shook her head and said to herself in her mind, it's a sin to be pretty some days. Seeing that Long Kor was personally pleading for her favor, Jiang Wendian, a human savant, also reacted and hastily chimed in. Since this one has opened her mouth, sis, I don't think this matter needs to be reported to the clan. It's really because this one is too beautiful. After saying that, he looked at Lu Yun again and stuck out his thumb. It should be said that this matter, student Lu Yun also has a responsibility. Lu Yun pointed at himself confused. I'm also responsible? That's true. People's marriage objects more or less have some characteristics, but your marriage object is so beautiful. After transforming into a form, there is not the slightest difference with humans. Such a woman which man can hold back and not be touched by his heart. I'm a man, or a normal man. It's normal for my heart to be moved. Lu Yun was dumbfounded at that moment. If I really want to talk like this, I have to apologize instead? Apologize for being too good for my marriage partner? However, Jiang Wendian had eased the atmosphere of the scene quite a bit after this highly emotional speech. Instead of hating this guy, Long Kor felt that this guy had a great vision. As for Lu Yun, he was never one to forgive others, and since the other party had already apologized, he naturally did not pursue the matter further. Alright, in that case then I'll give you another chance. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. Seeing that Lu Yun and the two of them were fine with it, Jiang Shishir didn't say anything more. Spinning around, a few people reordered some more dishes. This is, after all, the most extravagant place in Golden Sands, and the food is plentiful and delicious. After having enough wine and food, Lu Yun was about to leave with Long Kor and Zheng Qingqing. But just then, Jiang Shishir suddenly called out to Lu Yun. That Lu Yun, I have something I want to ask for your help. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Lu Yun's expression, who had just gotten up, froze. Didn't you invite me to dinner today to thank you for saving my life? How is it that you've just finished dinner and you're asking me to help again? You're the lady of the Jiang family. There shouldn't be anything I can do to help you, right? Lu Yun said with a smile. In the past, in front of Jiang Shishir, he was still proud of the fact that he was a mythic rank profession. Now that he knew the identity of the other party, it was true that there was no sense of superiority at all. He had heard of the Jiang family. It was a big family in Kyoto, and when you were born into such a family, even if you only had an ordinary occupation, you could be clothed and fed for the rest of your life. And with the help of the family's vast resources, even the most trashy career talent could reach a very high rank. In the later stages of a professional's life, the competition was not just about talent, but also about rank. A high-level professional can fully utilize the ability of his or her marriage partner. After all, no matter how strong the marriage partner is, it is limited by the professional's level, so even if it is strong, it can't be utilized. And leveling up requires resources and background. If you don't have enough resources, leveling up in the later stages is very difficult. This is the stark reality. I've thought about this matter for a while, and you're the only one who can help me. And after it's done I can try to fulfill one of your requests as a token of my appreciation. Jiang Shirshi's character was relatively dry, and without too much nonsense, she directly recounted her needs. During this time, the Jiang family has identified a blind date for Jiang Shirshir, and that blind date just happened to be coming to Jinsha City recently to do something, and came to see Jiang Shirshir on the way. According to Kang's family, that blind date of Kang's was quite nice and excellent in all aspects, but Kang was very disgusted by such behavior. It was true that there were few marriages between the big families, but she didn't want to get engaged so early. She wanted to fight for her own happiness, so ask Lu Yun to pose as his boyfriend and just piss off that blind date. Simply put, it's making Lu Yun a shield. Although Lu Yun hated being a shield, the other party's sentence of being able to try to fulfill one of Lu Yun's requests was very heartwarming to Lu Yun. It wasn't that Lu Yun wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make excessive requests like letting Jiang Shirshir sleep with him, but he really had something that he needed the Jiang family's help with. But this was something he could not do himself at the moment. The Jiang family might be able to do it. That would be the fire attribute monster crystal cores. After a fire attribute monster was killed, it would leave behind a crystal core, which was a fire attribute crystal core and was quite precious. This was because fire attribute crystal cores could be used to create all kinds of equipment. The monsters that could pop out fire attribute crystallized cores were often higher level monsters, so these types of things were basically priced out of the market. With Lu Yun's strength, he was currently unable to get such a thing, but if Jiang Shirshir made a move, it might be possible to do so with the help of the Jiang family's power. The reason why Lu Yun wanted the fire attribute crystal core was naturally not to build equipment, but to save his life. Humans were different from other creatures after all, and ever since Lu Yun had signed a contract with Long Core, their souls were connected and their powers had been intertwined with each other. It was because of this that Lu Yun was able to execute Dragon Core's unique dragon race skills, and even gained a fire attribute immune physique. However, Lu Yun was, after all, a human body, completely different from Long Core's fire dragon physique, and couldn't withstand the power of such intense flames. At the very beginning, Lu Yun was not aware of it, and as time passed, this flame power began to gradually invade Lu Yun's body. When he had first soloed the fire elemental elf extermination prelude, Lu Yun would feel his limbs and tendons incomparably hot while fighting. At that time, Lu Yun thought that he was too tired and didn't care until the system gave a prompt when he was assessing the copy. It made it imperative for Lu Yun to find the crystal core of the fire elemental monster as soon as possible and use the power of the flame to suppress the power of the flame within him. It seems to be a form of treatment that fights fire with fire. Lu Yun had originally planned to solve this problem once this examination was over, and initially, his idea was to seek help from the school. He himself was now considered a genius of the Golden Sands First High School, and he was even accepted by the Magic Martial University, so he believed that the school would not stand by and do nothing. But now that Jiang Shirshir of the Jiang family was begging for help, it was entirely possible to obtain the fire attribute crystal core through the Jiang family. So naturally, there was no need to trouble the school side anymore, and if he really bothered the school side, he would owe favors, and Lu Yun had been strapped for so long, the last thing he wanted to do was owe favors. Jiang Shirshir stared nervously at Lu Yun in the box, her heart in her throat, deeply afraid that Lu Yun would reject her. Could be. After a long moment of silence, Lu Yun nodded and smiled. Jiang Shirshir finally took a long breath and placed her hands in front of her rippling evil and whispered, "Thank you, Lu Yun." Lu Yun laughed. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. I do have a favor that I really need you to do for me." Jiang Shirshir nodded with a red face. "Go ahead. Whatever I can help you with, I'll try to fulfill it. I need the fire elemental crystal cores of high-level monsters." Fire elemental crystal cores of high-level monsters? Jiang Shirshir furrowed her brows. Monster crystal cores were already harder to obtain, especially high-level fire elemental monster cores. Fire elemental monsters were all relatively brutal under the influence of the fire element, and many times these guys would rather blow themselves up than let humans pick up their equipment. What's more, the burst rate of fire elemental monster cores was also relatively low. Therefore, the fire elemental crystal nucleus was also the most difficult to obtain among the many crystal nuclei. However, once he thought that Lu Yun was going to act as his shield, he couldn't let him help for nothing. After a short thought struggle, Jiang Shirshir still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try my best to do this matter." Although fire elemental crystal cores were more difficult to obtain, it could still be done if she utilized the energy of her Jiang family. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Yun didn't say anything more and waved his hand before leaving with Long Core and Zheng Qingqing. "Sis, you let this guy pretend to be your boyfriend?" When Lu Yun and the others left, Zhang Wentian then asked weakly. Under the suppression of his own sister's bloodline, this Jiang family's great young man acted extremely humble. "You have a problem?" Jiang Shirshir asked with a cold face. "I don't have a problem with that." Jiang Wentian hastily shook his head, smiled bitterly. Just that your fiancé can be very difficult to deal with. That Lining is from the Magic Martial Arts University. Strengthened connections in all aspects are not to be underestimated. If you find out that you suddenly have an object, I'm afraid, it's my own business. It has nothing to do with him. Not to mention that I have never admitted that I'm in a relationship with him. He's not my fiancé. Jiang Shishir skimmed her lips. The mention of this guy gave her a hard time. Lining was very famous over in Kyoto, and was also a typical playboy. Under the aura of the genius of the Magic Martial University, the object was almost a week to change, and the object was not the same every time. It was because she had heard these things about Lining that Jiang Shishir was so disgusted with this bastard. She would not want to spend the rest of her life with such a person even if she were to die alone. Upon sending Lu Yun and Long Kor back to the villa, Zhang Qingqing said that she had something to leave. Looking at Zhang Qingqing's departing back, Lu Yun had a somewhat complicated expression. Long Kor followed Lu Yun's gaze and teased. Looks like you can't bear to part with this teacher of yours? If you can't let go, why don't you stay and sleep together? Lu Yun instantly rolled his eyes. She's my teacher, and I've always respected her in my heart. Suppose this teacher of yours wants to throw herself at you. What are you going to do? Long Kor said with a bad smile. Lu Yun backhanded Long Kor's head. He's a decent person. How could he do such a thing? Long Kor let out a pained cry and rubbed her small head in aggravation and said, well, since you said that she is a decent person, then she is a decent person, right? After saying that, Long Kor added in a sudden turn of phrase, but she's a decent person. I'm not a decent person. I'm going to take a bath first. You go wait for me in your room first. Lu Yun's body was chilled all over after hearing this. Ever since signing the contract with Long Kor, this ninny had been coming almost every day. Even his iron body couldn't stand it. Initially when he heard these words Lu Yun was happy every time, but now he was really a little afraid. You should be hungry after shopping for so long, right? I'll go to the kitchen first to make you a snack to eat. After Lu Yun said this, he fled and rushed to the kitchen to cook, but with such an excuse, he still didn't escape the fate of having his essence devoured. It's not like the kitchen is out of the question, but it's not like I've ever experienced it in this place. Long Kor stretched out her index finger and placed it in front of her pink lips and gently nodded and laughed. Lu Yun, who had just run to the kitchen door, almost didn't go limp on the floor when he heard this. That night, Lu Yun fell into another deep sleep and exhaustion. When he came to school the next day, it was directly under a big black eye. Seeing Lu Yun appear, many people were attracted to look over, not only because of Lu Yun's panda eyes, but also because of Long Kor, who was shaking her long legs beside Lu Yun. Today Long Kor realized the freedom of dressing. For the first time the hive is out. The big routine in the hive is plus the killing power was pulled directly full. Let a person look at it cannot remove their eyes. Motherfucker, I'm so envious of the life of the land god. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this divine day. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful Long Kor beside Lu Yun, many of the male students revealed expressions of envy. Their marriage partners are either afraid of the light, can't be seen for long periods of time, or are massively ugly. Lu Yun's marriage partner was not only beautiful and on the level of a goddess, but she could even follow Lu Yun around all the time, with such a stunning beauty accompanying her. Even if she died now, it would not be a wasted life. Lu Yun was very tired now, and he was forcing himself to stay calm when he walked, because the slightest relaxation of his feet was going to cause them to shake like crazy. It's a sign of overexertion. Strongly bracing his tired body to the classroom, Lu Yun was like a person who grabbed a life-saving straw in the midst of the rapids and instantly collapsed in his chair. Comfortable. He felt his entire being relax. Just then, numerous students also came to take their seats on the class one after another. It didn't take long for the sound of high heels colliding with the ground to come from outside the corridor. And then Zhang Qingqing, dressed in professional attire, came to the classroom with a pile of lesson plans in her hands. She also wore a pair of rimless glasses on purpose today, and had the air of a gentle teacher in an island movie. Students, half a month has passed since you became transmutineers, and in that time you have all gained strength and your contract with your marriage partner has grown. I would like to congratulate you all on having officially become a qualified transmuter, and from today onwards, all of your studies will be related to training, and the knowledge course no longer needs to be continued. Hearing that they didn't have to continue with the boring and tedious knowledge class, numerous students danced with joy, just before they had time to be happy for too long. Zhang Qingqing's next words directly poured cold water on the crowd. From now on, we will have a weekly test, and those at the bottom of the rankings will receive devil's training. So in order to get into a good university, you'll all have to work hard from now on. When Zhang Qingqing's words fell, a burst of sighs came from the classroom. Although it's cool that you don't have to take knowledge classes, the tests are exhausting. Students, now go to the playground. We will have our first assessment. Zhang Qingqing pushed his glasses and smiled. A few minutes later, the first high school playground in Kinshasa. Zhang Qingqing stood at the very front, and beside her there was a special sandbag, which used the latest technology to maximize the absorption of power. This was a sandbag specially designed to test the power of a transmuter, and it contained a high-precision detector that could clearly upload the detected data into the terminal. Simply put, it's the ability to data materialize the power of a transmogrifier. Now the test begins. All you have to do is to launch an attack on this sandbag with all your strength. You can use any means and power. In short, don't hold back. Zhang Qingqing didn't talk too much nonsense and went straight to the point. Numerous students were instantly energized by the words. Was it just sandbagging? Not a bit of difficulty. Soon the first student stepped forward, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand through the air. The long sword flashed coldly and was quite domineering, but there was a pair of rabbit ears near the hilt, which was quite incongruous with the domineering sword. It was obvious that this student's marriage partner was a rabbit, and his awakened profession was a rabbit swordsman, which was considered to be a high explosive profession, but with relatively low candor. My bunnyman swordsman just happens to be a high explosive warrior, and this test is just made for me. This student was full of excitement, and with both hands gripping the hilt of his sword he swung it out violently. A sword shadow immediately coalesced in the air, and then impacted on top of the sandbag. But what surprised people was that the sandbag was actually unharmed by the fall of the sword. Instead, the sword shadow was directly absorbed. Buzz! And right after absorbing the sword shadow, a humming sound came from within the sandbag, and then the instrument in Zhang Qingqing's hand reacted. The value on top of the instrument began to jump wildly, and finally stopped at 198. The full score limit for this test is 999. It's already quite good for Lee to reach 198, but there's still a bit of a gap from the passing line of 600, so keep up the good work, Zhang Qingqing said as she glanced at the data above the instrument. I'm such a high explosive profession, but I only have a score of 198? That Lee student suddenly fell wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous, and then went down in a state of disorientation. And after seeing this one with only a score of 198, the originally relaxed crowd suddenly became nervous. It seems that this examination wasn't as simple as they thought for so long. Next, Wang Mang. Zhang Qingqing pushed up his glasses, looked at the list and read out a name and said. The student called Wang Mang instantly came to the sandbag with quick steps, stretched out his hands around his chest with a low gulp, and immediately his body began to expand. Zip, zip, zip. The sound of clothes being held up and shredded suddenly rang out. The clothes on Wang Mang's body turned into fragments, leaving only a pair of close-fitting triangular pants. Countless veins instantly rippled. The original lean body instantly turned into a muscular man. Even his height directly soared to 3 meters. At this moment, he looked like an ape. This one had awakened to a strength-based profession. Heavy armor Tarzan. A profession that could both fight and resist. And although he didn't have overly bright skills, his comprehensive attributes were quite perfect. Boom! After turning into a muscle-bound man, Wang Mang blasted out with a punch with all his might. The muscles of his entire body instantly tensed together like a tight spring, with an impeccable sense of power. After a punch landed, the sandbag was motionless, and this power of his was instantly absorbed by the sandbag. Zhang Qingqing glanced at the instrument and nodded. A score of 589. Although it doesn't reach the passing line, but it's still pretty good. Keep up the good work. Hearing that he didn't reach the passing line, Wang Mang was very disappointed. But when he thought that he was just a few points away from the passing line, he felt a lot better. When Wang Mang went down, and one after another came up many students. Most of these students did not reach the passing line. Only a small number of people came to the degree of 500 or so. From the passing line is still a difference of some degree. But there were a few who just happened to break through the pass line and were all smiles and excitement at the time. And Zhang Qingqing was also encouraging and recognizing those students who passed. This examination was originally designed to test the students' current battle power situation, and it was actually normal to fail. After all, it had only been half a month since the crowd had become transmigrators, and the crowd's levels as well as all aspects of their lives hadn't risen too much yet. This will improve when you start training later. When the crowd finished their tests one after another, Zhang Qingqing looked at the list again and smiled with a raised eyebrow. It's Lu Yun's turn next. Hearing this, the scene that was clamoring suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Luo Ren in unison. Is it finally my turn? Lu Yun forced himself to endure his sleepiness and waited for half a day. He didn't pay attention to the results of the many students' examinations because he fell asleep standing up 3 times because he was sleepy. Hearing Zhang Qingqing finally read his name, Lu Yun hurriedly took 3 steps to the front of the sandbag. It was finally his turn. All he wanted now was to finish the test and get back to class to catch up on his sleep. Continuing to stand any longer, he felt like he was going to fall asleep again. Retracting his thoughts, Yun forced himself to get himself pumped up before raising his hand and directly blasting out with a punch. Yun's punch was just swung out casually, but it was supported by the perverted attribute bonus, as well as his current level 20. The punch landed, directly dry humping the entire sandbag. The people present didn't even react before they saw the sturdy and durable sandbag explode instantly, scattering all kinds of instrument fragments all over the place. Swish! The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was wide-eyed, only feeling their throats tighten, not being able to say a word. It wasn't until a long time later that there was a gurgling sound of cool air being sucked in. Hiss, is this the terror of a mythic rank profession? If this punch were to hit me, even if I'm a meat shield profession, I feel like I'd be smashed high and low into half a body. This is too terrifying. Are Dragon Knights also power professions? That burst is almost as good as many assassins. Listening to the shocked speeches of many of his classmates, Yun's entire body was bad. That. Yun looked at Zhang Qingqing somewhat sheepishly and smiled sarcastically. Teacher Zhang, there might be a problem with the quality of this sandbag. It has nothing to do with me. He was now penniless and couldn't shell out 10 gold coins, so he was really afraid that the other party would ask him to lose money. But where could Yun have imagined that at this moment? Zhang Qingqing did not think about this aspect at all, and was as shocked as many of his classmates. She was aware of Yun's greatness, and that was why she purposely arranged for this kid to be at the end, in order to take a good look at this guy's performance. Who would have thought that even though she had already prepared herself mentally, Yun's performance was still far beyond her imagination. That's too strong. At this time, the classes testing on the playground were not only Yun's third class, but there were 3 other classes that were also conducting assessment tests. Directly in front of the third class, the second class was testing, and a teenager stepped forward with his hands folded just as he was about to take a shot at the sandbag in front of him. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and in a whirlwind a piece of sandbag skin was instantly thrown over. It was just a layer of outer skin wrapped around a sandbag. Hardly any weight. At best it was relatively strong, but under in the effect of a huge impact. The strength of this piece of sandbag skin was beyond imagination, and when it hit the teenager, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. The entire person was shaken out 30 meters away. Then he lay unconscious on the floor, directly seriously injured and unconscious. Swish! At this moment, not only the people from the third class, even the students from the other 2 classes looked over. When looking at the broken sandbag, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The sandbags in the school were specially tailored for transmigrators, and it was almost impossible for them to be blown up. And right now, Yun was considered a record, worthy of the land god. He actually blasted the sandbags to pieces. It's a record. The mythic profession is too strong. Just pity this unlucky guy. Before he can be assessed, it looks like he'll be in the ICU. The students from the other 2 classes also talked about it, their words filled with admiration and envy for Yun. Their gazes were all quite clear, and no one was jealous of Yun because Yun's level was too much higher than theirs, making it impossible for them to even give birth to the desire to be jealous. They knew that even if they were jealous, they could not possibly compare to Yun. Mythic level professions are supposed to be 1 in a million. It could be said that the moment he became a mythic rank profession, Yun's life trajectory had already been disjointed from theirs. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Yun finally spotted the seriously injured and unconscious classmate and panicked even more then. He hadn't used all his strength in this punch. He should have kept some of it if he had known. Now it's kind of in trouble. I didn't realize that I was just taking a test and almost killed someone. Luckily, after the second class teacher's examination, it was determined that the teenager's life was not in danger, but only a broken limb, which would require him to stay in bed for at least a few months. It's okay, you don't have to pay for it. The school will take care of these things themselves. Zhang Qingqing came to Yun and said, which gave Yun's overwhelmed mind some comfort. Immediately, Zhang Qingqing added meaningfully, your performance is very good, worthy of being a mythic rank profession. It seems that the profession of Dragon Knight is already very powerful in the early stages. Mr. Zhang, what's Lucian's grade? Just then a curious student asked. The rest of them pricked up their ears at the words. They all wanted to know how many points Yun would get for such a performance. What his grade is I don't know. Zhang Qingqing spread her hands and said helplessly, as you can see, the sandbags were directly blasted to pieces, and the testing instruments inside were all broken. Lu's score has exploded. I don't know exactly how much, but it's definitely already more than a perfect score of 999. Swish, the grades exploded. More than a perfect score. These words immediately caused many students to be surprised and unable to close their mouths for a long time. Many people suddenly developed a strong sense of frustration. They finally felt the gap between geniuses and ordinary people today. Students, today's test scores don't represent the final result. You still have enough time to train and improve your strength as soon as possible before the final examination comes. Zhang Qingqing lightly coughed a few times to forcefully pull back the topic, and said in a loud voice, "The first round of assessment is over. Now let's directly enter the second round of assessment." The examination was divided into 3 rounds in total, and each round of examination would target a special attribute ability, and doing so could also more accurately determine the current level of strength of the transmuter. The first round is a strength test. The second round is a speed test. Soon all of them were brought to the runway by Zhang Qingqing. The distance of one lap of the runway was exactly 10,000 meters, which was also tailor-made for the transmigrants. After letting everyone stand in their respective positions, Zhang Qingqing then said, "The next test is also very simple. After the whistle is blown later, you guys will run with all your might. It's the same old rules. During this period you can't use the special means of the transmogrifier, you can only run by virtue of your physique, and whoever can reach the finish line in 10 seconds will be qualified. 10,000 meters in 10 seconds. This was almost impossible for ordinary people, but transmutants were able to do it, because their physique is inherently different. After a brief introduction of the rules, Zhang Qingqing told everyone to take their positions and then blew the whistle. The moment the whistle blew, everyone turned into a wild horse and ran frantically toward the front. Even some of the students' feet wiggled right into stumps. But just then, whoosh, all the people had just started, suddenly felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then there was a strong wind coming from their side. Not waiting for the crowd to react, it was then that he saw Lu Yun had already rushed out as a ray of fire. In just the blink of an eye, Lu Yun came straight to the point at the end of the runway. Eye blanch. Seeing this scene, many of the students were directly frozen in place and dumbfounded. How does this play? They've only just started running people to the finish line. Mr. Zhang, I want a report. The land god is open for business. Teacher Zhang, I want to report it. Lucian, he cheated. He must have used the special attribute of a transmogrifier, otherwise he couldn't have been so fast. It's just too much to bear for someone to come forward and prosecute. When this student opened his mouth, the rest of the people also looked at Zhang Qingqing, waiting for this one's answer. In fact, not to mention that student, even they felt that Lu Yun had cheated. How could a normal person be that fast without utilizing their transmuter abilities? It was only a second or so before the whistle blew. Right, and this one went straight to the finish line, which was outrageous. However, under everyone's gaze, Zhang Qingqing shook her head, took out the pocket watch in her hand and shook it. He didn't cheat. The main reason why Zhang Qingqing was so sure that Lu Yun had not cheated was because of the pocket watch in her hand. This pocket watch was not simple. It contained a fluctuation sensor that specialized in detecting the power of transmutants, the purpose of which was to prevent someone from cheating in the middle of the test, and from the beginning to the end. The pocket watch did not emit a strange sound, indicating that Lu Yun did not utilize the power of a transmogrifier. Hiss! Lucian, this is also too terrifying. Such a fast speed is actually really him running out by himself? Wow! I really wanna cry. This is too much of a blow. If it is born of Lu, why is it born of me? Being in the same school as the god of Lu is already annoying. Being in the same class as the god of Lu is even more incredibly desperate. Upon realizing that Lu Yun hadn't cheated, many of the students couldn't bear the blow. Some kneeled on the ground and wailed, while others sat on the ground and beat their chests. It's just that the intensity of their careers is far superior to theirs, but now the physicality is far superior to theirs as well, and that's really too big of a blow. Even though their strength wasn't too weak, they felt like they were typical losers after such a comparison with Lu Yun. There's even a feeling of inferiority rising from the bones. Since numerous students had stopped in their tracks when Lu Yun reached the finish line, Lu Yun accepted this test to come back again. At the end of the assessment, the fastest student took almost 8 seconds. Many more simply failed the test. After all, 10,000 meters in 10 seconds is a bit difficult. When this examination ended, before the crowd could complain, Zhang Qingqing led them to the last examination site. The last test tested the true combat power of the transmigrant. So the test was conducted within the replica. This is the Sky Giant battlefield. It also belongs to as a newcomer copy. The level of the monsters here are generally around level 15. What you guys don't want to do is to reach the end of the line in the shortest time possible. Those who reach the end of the line successfully within an hour will be considered successful in the test, and you can use any means during this period. But you cannot make alliances or report to a group. Zhang Qingqing began to explain after bringing the crowd inside the copy, which was different from the copy near the beach defense line in Jinsha City. The replica here is within a high, and it belongs to the category of being a man-made replica, where everything in it is created artificially. Everything from the smallest flower to the largest replica monster is created entirely by man. Therefore it is also quite safe and is used as an exclusive copy of the student test, because there will be no danger in conducting the test here. The place was actually in the middle of a deep mountain, with dense undergrowth nearby, and the occasional bird could be heard. There was no difference between this place and an ordinary deep forest, but that was only on the surface. There could be a horrible monster hiding in every clump of bushes here. And with the focus that the crowd was trying to reach located at the top of the tallest mountain at the very front, it didn't take much thought to realize how difficult it would be to try to get to the exact focus within an hour, because no one knows how many monsters are hidden in this deep mountain. Now the test begins. Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth and then her body disappeared in place, appearing directly on top of the mountain peak at the end of the line. Since this place was an artificially created copy, Zhang Qingqing, as the examiner, belonged to be a god here, and instantaneous teleportation was just a matter of a thought. When Zhang Qingqing left, the crowd also started sprinting, and they all dashed towards the bushes in front of them as fast as they could. Despite knowing that there might be many monsters hidden in here, they could only tough it out in order to pass the examination. Lu Yun also followed the crowd and rushed out together, while Long Kor, as the marriage partner, followed behind Lu Yun in a well-behaved manner. Swish! Just at this time, rushed in the forefront of a student just came to the shrubs. Suddenly footsteps violently stagnant. Then face showed panic, actually directly turned around and turned his head to run back. At first the crowd was a little puzzled by this one's actions, but soon they understood. Roar! An ear-piercing roar suddenly rang out, and immediately the crowd saw the shrubs in front of them begin to shake violently, and then a huge thing directly stood up. It was a monster with a body size of up to 6 meters. Originally, the crowd thought that this was a small dirt slope. The monster showed its teeth and hissed and screamed at the crowd, but it didn't attack the others. Instead, it directly chased after the teenager furiously. The monster's body was huge, and the ground shook wildly with every step. It's a characteristic within the copy that the first one the monster sees becomes the target of the attack. The teenager who was targeted by the monster, on the other hand, had his face twisted almost on the verge of crying. While running, he wailed, "Don't come over. I'm just a fucking milkmaid. What do you mean you're chasing me? Even if you catch up with me, I won't let you The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Spinning around, they all continued on their way as well. As the crowd began to go deeper into the jungle, and one after another students were targeted by monsters. There are more confident in their own strength of the people, directly to the monster and it's hard to the end. There were also some more cautious ones who chose to fight and retreat looking for a chance to get away. There was also a portion of people, like the teenagers before, who were scared out of their wits at the sight of the monster's hideous appearance, and directly turned their heads and ran away. As for Lu Yun's side, he had only just taken a few steps when he also encountered a monster. Roar! The monster Lu Yun encountered was a terrifying wolf-shaped monster. This monster possessed extremely fast speed. It could be said that as long as it was targeted by it, it basically couldn't run away. Unless you can defeat this monster, don't try to get out of each other's hands. It's over. Lucian's luck is too bad. He actually encountered a wind-chasing wolf. This is the nightmare of every student who takes the test. But whenever you're targeted by this guy, you basically won't be able to pass the test. Many people had shaken their heads thinking that Lu Yun had no chance, but there are others who hold a different view. The land god is a mythic rank profession after all. It feels like it should be able to handle it. What's a level 15 wind-chasing wolf? The land god is a level 20. However, just as many students were talking about it, an eye-opening scene happened. When this wind-chasing wolf appeared, that ferocious gaze was directed at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun also looked at the wind-chasing wolf without the slightest bit of weakness. A man and a wolf just locked eyes. Just as the wind-chasing wolf showed its teeth and prepared to strike at Lu Yun, suddenly a string of words appeared above Lu Yun's head. Monster Slayer. When the line emerged, a terrifying pressure radiated from Lu Yun's body. Wind-chasing wave's ferocious eyes instantly became terrified, and he even directly clamped his tail and let out a wailing sound, as if he had been greatly frightened, turned and scampered off. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged. The crowd was also outright speechless. Nearby students have suspected that they are just old eyes, and have rubbed their eyes and continued to stare fixedly. Only the wind-chasing wolf that fled with its tail between its legs was still desperately running wildly. The crowd was dumbfounded. Rub? What's going on here? Why isn't this monster attacking the land god? Is it hard to believe that the land god has a backdoor here? It shouldn't, should it? Why should the monsters they encountered directly bare their teeth and unleash their attacks on them, as ferocious as they wanted to be? And the monsters Lu Yun encountered didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Could it be because of the title on the land god's head? Suddenly someone looked at the title on Lu Yun's head and said. The rest of the people had also noticed the problem. The title was Lu Yun's, and they didn't know the exact attributes, but vaguely they all felt that it might have something to do with the title. But even knowing this, the crowd was still a little depressed. they felt like they were here for an examination, while Lu Yun was more like he had come in for a vacation. I didn't realize that the title I obtained within the replica back then was now playing a role. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled. Then he continued on his way. But this time, within a few steps, another monster hissed and charged out from within the jungle. "It's a flaming monkey," a student exclaimed. Although the flame monkey wasn't as tricky as the wind-chasing wolf, it was still a rather difficult opponent. This was a monster that had mastered the power of flames, and its explosive power was quite terrifying. If the wind-chasing wolf was simply pestering his opponent, then the flaming monkey definitely had the strength to be able to seriously injure his opponent. It's really a flaming monkey. Many geniuses in the past examinations had mediocre grades just because they encountered this thing. I don't know what the Lu God will do this time. Many people began to look forward to it, wanting to see how this mythic-level genius was going to face the predicament in front of him. But right at that moment, another roar sounded at the same time, followed by the ancient trees in front of Lu Yun starting to break and fall to the ground one by one. Amidst the crowd's awe, a giant spider measuring 8 meters appeared waving its sharp claws. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment this thing appeared, the air around it chilled a few points. It's like a mobile bunker. Wherever the 8 sharp spider legs pass through, anything would be pierced through, especially the huge head with 8 pairs of eyes, which made one's scalp numb just by looking at it. It was a monster whose mere appearance was enough to make people feel sick inside. It's the demon hunting 100 spiders. Suddenly some of the students recognized the spider and their voices became alarmed. If the wind-chasing wolf from before was already a rather tricky existence, then this demon hunting 100 spider was absolutely capable of making people despair. Because this thing's characteristic is spawning. Don't look at this thing, only has one head. It will spawn like crazy when fighting. An adult demon hunting 100 spider could produce 100 eggs at once. A giant spider monster plus 100 small spiders. Such a lineup would not be able to escape unless it grew a pair of wings. Otherwise it would not be able to escape at all. It's not an exaggeration to say that this thing is the aircraft carrier of monsters. The surrounding crowd all tacitly moved away from Lu Yun, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. And even a touch of pity was born in their eyes when they looked at Lu Yun. Is this how geniuses are treated? Being targeted by 2 monsters one after another. This was considered unprecedented among the previous examinations. Fuck me so much? At this time, Lu Yun was also a bit confused. Although this was his first time coming to the examination, he had never heard of an examination student being targeted by 2 monsters at once. However, since things had already come to a head, Lu Yun could do nothing but let go. Both of these guys were level 19 existences, only one level different from Lu Yun, and besides that flaming monkey, the demon hunting 100 spiders were not fire-attributed monsters. This also meant that Lu Yun was unable to fight over the level with his advantage in the fire attribute. The big battle is imminent. Boom! With a roar, that flaming monkey took the lead in turning on Lu Yun, waving its burly limbs and charging towards him. However, to everyone's surprise, the bastard's body had only leapt high into the air when something suddenly penetrated his chest. It was the sharp claws of the demon hunting 100 spiders. The slender sharp claws were like spears that directly pierced into the body of the flame monkey. Squeak! The demon hunting spider made a strange sound, as if telling the other party, the prey that I have my eye on is also something that ants like you can get your hands on? As the same monster, the flame monkey was also quite violent, and immediately his whole body burned with red-colored flames wanting to forcefully break free from his body. But before the flame monkey could exert his means, the countless barbs on top of the spider's legs that had pierced into him began to release venom. This was just another skill of the demon hunting 100 spiders, highly toxic. When the venom was released, the flame monkey hadn't struggled for long before it gradually entered a state of paralysis, and its body directly stalled in place. Then it was torn to pieces by the demon hunter 100 spiders hard. Seeing this bloody and brutal scene, many students' stomachs began to turn over with a feeling of wanting to vomit. After settling their rivals, the demon hunting 100 spiders' gazes also returned to Lu Yun. Kagome. Lu Yun suddenly pulled out the dragon fortress and said in a deep voice, "Understood." Long Core nodded her head, and immediately a flash of flame flashed within her eyes as well, entering into a fighting state. But just as the two sides were on the verge of a great battle, a dramatic scene occurred. That demon hunting 100 spider was about to launch an attack on Lu Yun when it suddenly realized the title on Lu Yun's head. The moment it looked at the title, a terrifying pressure suddenly radiated out, causing the demon hunting 100 spiders to feel fear from their souls. This kind of fear was like a maggot on the bone, making it impossible for the demon hunting 100 spiders to escape, and they couldn't even muster the courage to fight Lu Yun head-on. At that moment, he actually turned around and fled into the distance with dozens of long legs, seemingly fearing that Lu Yun would catch up. As the bastard ran, that huge abdomen also began to wriggle rapidly. Swish swish swish. 100 white things were spewed out in a split second. Those were precisely the eggs of the demon-hunting 100 spiders, and when those spider eggs touched the ground they would quickly hatch and form small spiders with combat power. One small spider may not be a strong deterrent, but 100 small spiders are scarier. This was why the crowd was so excited to see the demon-hunting 100 spider appearing to regret it. Lu Yun knew this as well, so he directly executed the flaming dragon breath slash the moment the 100 spider eggs hadn't even hit the ground. Whoosh! A fiery sword shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, directly incinerating these spider eggs at their most vulnerable point. When Lu Yun was done with this, the scene once again fell into dead silence. Lu Yun himself was stunned, then reacted with a dumbfounded laugh. I remember that the effect of monster slaughter is that monsters of a lower level than oneself will unconditionally feel fear. And this demon-hunting 100 spider just happens to be one level lower than me. That's why it didn't dare to fight me and directly escaped. After murmuring to himself, Lu Yun shook his head with some emotion. In a sense, this title is really perverted. No wonder the burst rate is so low. Not even 1%. But Lu Yun knew why it was like that. The rest of the students didn't know. I've heard of abandoning a car to save a man. But I've never heard of abandoning an egg to save a man. Aren't the eggs of this thing for fighting? Grass. What on earth has the land god done that people and gods are so angry about? Why do I feel like all the monsters here are afraid of him? Numerous students have been messed up again. Lu Yun, on the other hand, continued on like nothing was wrong. Knowing what was going on, Lu Yun relaxed quite a bit, because the level of the monsters within the current replica was generally not that high. Those that could reach level 20 were almost difficult to encounter. This also meant that with the title attribute of Monster Slayer, Lu Yun would be able to walk to the finish line without any obstacles, without any problems. Fruity. Right after Lu Yun had just taken a few steps, he encountered a new monster. But when he saw the title on Lu Yun's head, he instantly also threw his armor and ran away. Seeing this scene, the crowd was also more and more convinced that the monsters here feared Lu Yun. I don't know why, but they were greatly shocked. Lu Shun, can you give me a ride? Just then, a male student came to Lu Yun and asked with an expectant face. I would like to give you a hand, but it's just a pity that it's not like you don't know the rules of the examination. Lu Yun shook his head. That student thought about it and thought it made sense, and immediately left in a lost cause. Upon hearing the word rules, the other students who were ready to jump into action gave up the idea. If they wanted to complete the examination, they had to rely on their own strength, and if they sought Lu Yun's help, it would be a violation of the rules. A serious point is to be cancelled from the assessment. But just after this male student left, a female student with better posture came to Lu Yun against the waves. She put her hands behind her back and twisted and shook her body, making the waves fall even more. That. Lu Shun, can you take me? It's not necessary for you to bring me to the finish line. Just bring me to the foot of the mountain. Mr. Zhang shouldn't find out. And if you agree, I can double row with you. This female student's voice was a thin mosquito, with both the shyness of a young girl and the sluttiness of a mature girl. This time Lu Yun was silent. He suddenly felt that it didn't matter what rules or not. Since we were all classmates, it was only right that we should help each other. It wasn't so much that he wanted to have a double team with this one. It was mostly because he liked to be helpful. However, just as Lu Yun was mesmerized by the waves, a sudden sharp pain came from his waist, and Lu Yun turned his head to see Long Kor's furious red face. Long Kor stared straight at Lu Yun and didn't say anything. Lu Yun was a bit vain and said, "What are you looking at me for?" Long Kor remained silent. Lu Yun touched his nose and laughed before he looked at the choppy schoolmate and coughed lightly. Since it's an assessment, I think it's better to be fair and impartial. Believe in yourself and cheer up. You're the strongest. After saying this, Lu Yun resolutely turned around and left, leaving only a magnificent back to the elementary school girl. This Lu Shin is also too unsympathetic. He actually refused after all the words were said, a student said with dissatisfaction from the side. However, this elementary school girl interrupted and defended Lu Yun. I think God Lu has a point. Since it's a test, you should work hard on your own. If you can hug God Lu's thigh this time, what about the next time? The elementary school girl looked at Lu Yun's back with a face full of admiration before clenching her fists and saying, I'll listen to God Lu. I can't rely on other people's power. In fact, she didn't know if there was any truth in what Lu Yun said, but Lu Yun was handsome enough and talented enough. When a man like that says something, it definitely makes sense. What Lu Yun didn't know was that because of these words, he had actually gained a little fangirl. The next assessment process, the crowd reverted back to normal to start fighting with the monsters. Lu Yun, on the other hand, walked all the way and easily arrived at the top of the mountain, where Zhang Xingxing had already been waiting for a long time. Past? Seeing Lu Yun being the first to arrive, Zhang Xingxing was not surprised. However, only less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the test, and Lu Yun had managed to reach the finish line. a speed that even she hadn't expected. Well, there's nothing difficult about it overall. Lu Yun laughed. Zhang Qingqing didn't think much of it and smiled. Then congratulations to you, Lu. You've set another record this time. And I believe this record will be hard for the students behind you to crack. Lu Yun scratched his head a little embarrassed. The reason why he had such a good result this time was mainly due to the title. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to complete the examination so quickly. It didn't take long for the test to end, and due to the immense difficulty of this final test, not even 1/3 of the people who passed the test. However, Zhang Qingqing was already satisfied with such a result. After all, it hadn't been long since the crowd had become transmigrators, and there was still a lot of room for improvement in the aftermath. When the assessment was over, Zhang Qingqing also reported the results to the school's senior management. Boy, who said mythic level professions were lackluster up front? After seeing Lu Yun's scores in the 3 examinations, Li Zhang couldn't even sit still and put on his presbyopic glasses while looking in Tisking. The Whirlwind also reported this side of the situation to the Magic Martial University. Although Lu Yun was already an internalized student, Lu Yun's performance in this side of the test and such also needed to be reported to the Magic Martial University. Reporting is reporting. And if you don't perform well in your normal assessment, you will more or less suffer. It's not unheard of that even if the performance is too poor, the enrollment is simply cancelled. Only after all this was done did Li Zhang look at Zhang Qingqing and said seriously, Teacher Zhang, regarding the matter of Lu's assessment results, the two of us need to keep it a secret, and we can't let anyone else know about it, especially those outside of our Jinsha 1 high school. Zhang Qingqing was puzzled. Lu Yun is a genius. If his test scores were known by others, wouldn't it be a good thing to win honor for us? It will also expand the popularity of our first middle school. However, before Zhang Qingqing could finish her sentence, Li Zhang waved his hand and interrupted her, revealing a secretive expression as he said, You're still too young, Lu Yun. This kid's performance is too good. If other schools knew about it, they would definitely come over to snatch it up, which would bring huge troubles to this kid. The Magic Martial University has already given us a million instructions in order to be able to enroll him in school smoothly. And the above has specially pulled in many sponsorships for us. It's not because of these sponsorship resources that we have to keep it a secret. It's mainly because with the talent that this kid has shown, he's too popular. You know? Zhang Qingqing nodded at his words. It was not uncommon for talented transmigrants to be madly snatched up by many universities after graduating from high school since the past. Even certain universities are willing to offer great prices in order to secure talented students. What a master teacher one-on-one single pass. What tens of millions of gold coins. Even the year before last, the president of some second-rate university married off his granddaughter so that he could pull in a genius for enrollment. While this sort of thing may seem scenic, it often all adds up to a lot of angst for the people involved. By doing so, Li Zhang made Lu Yun worry less. After dismissing Zhang Qingqing, Li Zhang re-sat down and unscrewed the thermos cup to take a sip of the wolfberry tea, lamenting, I'm really a good principal, thinking too much about my students. A person like me was bound to be a saint reincarnated in his last life. If Lu Yun were here to hear these words, he would definitely be so angry that he would fight with this old man. It's not even if you messed up the reward gold coins you agreed to last time by making it a villa, but you actually came to stop the major schools from robbing me. If he could make a choice in this matter, Lu Yun would definitely come to the highest bidder. He'll go with whoever bids the highest. Anyway, given the nature of his career, it doesn't matter which college he goes to as long as he has the resources. When this test was over, it wasn't long before the results were announced without incident. The first place was bagged by Lu Yun without exception. The crowd didn't feel surprised. After all, this one was a mythic rank profession, and his performance in the 3 rounds of examination was obvious to all. Now that the title of Lucian shines even brighter, the little fangirls have become more numerous again. Many of the elementary school girls and college sisters of the first high school had developed a love for Lu Yun, and even some of the bold girls had written love letters to Lu Yun openly and honestly. Such a change in the many schoolmates and sisters also made it quite difficult for the many male students to be filled with great hostility towards Lu Yun. That, Zhao student, can I trouble you to give all these things to Lucian? Somewhere around the corner of the Golden Sands First High School, an elementary school girl in a short JK skirt shyly handed over a bunch of things to Zhao Qingsong and asked in a pitiful manner. All right. Zhao Qingsong scratched his head with an odd expression and agreed. Seeing this, the elementary school girl was instantly excited. Red-faced and softly thanked before leaving the place in a hurry. Zhao Qingsong took a look at the things. Basically some snacks and stuff. And a love letter. The seal of the love letter is in the shape of a love heart. So you can see that this elementary school girl has put her heart into it. Alas, I think I, Zhao Qingsong, am also handsome and suave. Why is it that no schoolgirls write love letters to me? Zhao Qingsong put the things away and touched his jade face, then left the place with a sigh. He did receive many love letters from schoolmates and sisters during this period of time, but unfortunately, these love letters were all for him to pass on to Lu Yun. In addition to love letters, these schoolgirls and sisters often asked him to help bring Lu Yun meals and whatnot. At first Zhao Qingsong felt nothing, but over time it became a bit difficult. Although the marriage partner is nominally the other half of the transmogrifier, the two parties are of different races after all, and it is the norm for most people to look for a human partner after having a marriage partner. Only a very small percentage of transmutineers have only one partner for their entire lives, the marriage partner. His zombie lady was not human after all, despite her big waves, especially this one who was all cold and icy. It's fine when it's hot when the two are exchanging ideas, but once it's cold, it's suffering. Also, a lot of times he moves a little too much and the zombie lady's head falls off. Although the ability to drop his head at any time greatly increased the amount of play, it was still quite scary more often than not, and Zhao Qingsong still hadn't gotten used to it. The thought of Lu Yun's marriage partner was not only the legendary Fire Dragon clan, but right now there were so many schoolgirls and sisters pursuing him. Zhao Qingsong couldn't mention how envious he was. When he came to class 3 and found Lu Yun, Zhao Qingsong handed Lu Yun a large pile of snacks as well as a love letter. Here, please sign for your delivery. Zhao Qingsong hung his head and sat down after handing over his things to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, on the other hand, didn't even look at these things before stuffing them under his desk in a brain. You didn't even look at this love letter? Zhao Qingsong was sitting right in front of Lu Yun, and his eyes widened when he saw Lu Yun's action. Aren't you curious about what's written inside? Not curious. Lu Yun looked calm, then pointed underneath his desk and said helplessly, don't say yes if someone asks you to bring me something again in the future. I'm troubled right now. Trouble? Zhao Qingsong didn't understand Lu Yun's meaning until he took a glance towards the bottom of Lu Yun's desk and then his eyes turned red. Only Lu Yun's desk was filled with many small gifts from his schoolmates and many love letters that were stacked up. How peachy must this be to be treated like this? Every time he saw the eyes of these schoolgirls and siblings looking at Lu Yun that were on the verge of pulling the wool over their eyes, he even felt that. But if Lu Yun was willing, you can even change the object every day, and this guy is actually in a good place. What a waste. Seeing Zhao Qingsong looking like he was about to go crazy, Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said, you really think so many schoolgirls and sisters like me? Zhao Qingsong froze. Nonsense? If they don't like you, why are they giving you gifts? They just see my talent and want to hold on to my thigh. Lu Yun smiled without explaining too much. While he wasn't bad looking, he prided himself on not being at the point where a woman would fall in love with him just by looking at him. Before he had become a transmigrator, he was a little transparent. Not to mention girls writing him love letters, there was not even anyone who took the initiative to climb into conversation with him. And the reason why the transformation was so drastic now wasn't because he had become a mythic level professional. The world is real. Many times it is not as simple as it seems. The world is just for profit. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Qingsong nodded his head as if he understood. Just then, an alarming voice suddenly rang out from outside the classroom. The Golden Sands Beach defense line has become the center of attention. Lin Xiu has already led the Paladin Union to blockade the entire defense line, and members of the other unions have rushed to the scene as well. Immediately after this voice fell, someone asked, what's going on here? Could it be that the monster has gone berserk? It's said that Lin Ning rushed to this side of the beach defense line and has already begun to deal with that boss. Now many people have gone to spectate. Let's hurry and take a look too. Hearing the noise outside, Zhao Qingsong instantly frowned and said, has Lin Ning finally arrived here? I wonder what kind of performance the genius who has been furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University for 2 years can have now. He's a level 60 superpower. He should be able to deal with this level 40 monster in seconds, right? At this time, Lu Yun also became interested. He knew about the Sands Beach Defense outbound boss before. Last time, the top 3 ranked labor unions in Jinsha City all made a move, and still they all lost and suffered heavy losses. I wonder how this Lin Shadow will behave. Let's go take a look as well. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he pulled Zhao Qingsong to rush to the Jinsha Beach defense line as well. Anyway, the school was scheduled for a free day, so they had plenty of time to watch the fun. Sands Beach Defense. This place, as Lu Yun had seen last time, had been completely blockaded by the strongest members of the major labor unions, and the lineup of labor unions that had been deployed this time was quite luxurious. The Paladin Union, the second union in Jinsha City where Lin Xiu was from, the Jinsha City Magician Union led by Fei Bingru, as well as a few other unions with not so low rankings, were all out in force. Their purpose for being here was simple, to maintain order at the scene and cooperate with Lin Ning to kill the diamond-level boss, the Weaving Inferno Fire Hatchling. The outside of the blockade line was full of people watching and eating. Not only were there students from Golden Sands No. 1 high school, but even students from No. 3 and No. 6 high schools had come. When Lu Yun arrived at the scene, he saw quite a few familiar figures in the crowd. Yumi was with Jiang Shishir, and when they saw Lu Yun, the two girls nodded at him. Yumi greeted Lu Yun enthusiastically, while Jiang Shishir had a somewhat soulful appearance, looking preoccupied. Seeing the two women, Lu Yun nodded at them. Obviously they had also gotten the news to come here to watch the fun. Lu Yun's gaze swept over the students of the 3rd and 6th forms, and when this group of students saw Lu Yun, they all changed their faces in unison, revealing a look of incomparable trepidation, as if they had seen something terrifying. The last time Lu Yun single-handedly challenged all of them by himself was still fresh in their minds, making their scalps numb even now. For them, the seemingly gentle exterior is dark on the inside. That's all these guys have. It seems like the psychological shadow you left them with last time was just too big. Zhao Qingsong touched Lu Yun's shoulder with his elbow and squeezed his eyebrows. Lu Yun just smiled and didn't say anything when he heard that. This is not to blame that he is too hard. The main treatment of the enemy, he really will not be merciful and soft. At first, if not this group of guys to play his points of attention, there will not be things behind. Can only say that all this is their own self-inflicted. Everyone lean back. Don't go beyond the cordon. And don't get close to the cordon. It's quite dangerous here. All hurry back. Right at this moment, a member of the labor union stepped forward to maintain order at the scene. These unions are usually competitive, but today they are united. This is normal. Trade unions in order to develop. Inevitably some friction and conflict, but in the face of the big right and wrong these people still see through. Trade unions definitely exist for more than just keeping warm, but also to be able to respond to any sudden situation at any time. For example, last time when the weaving inferno young bird initially appeared, the first ones to rush to the front were this group of union members. Trade unions also belong to different localities and are treated differently. There are unions that are directly co-regulated by the Summerland and enjoy the highest resources. There are also unions that are created in the name of a particular university. Both of these unions tend to have people providing resources and are pretty good when it comes to benefits. However, the threshold for joining these two types of unions is also extremely high, and it is not something that ordinary people can join. More unions in the Summerland are still the third type of union, which are often created in the name of an individual without any support behind them. These types of unions tend to be the most bitter. With all the resources they need to fight for themselves. As a result, they have to desperately go to copies of monsters and collect equipment and other resources to sell, which leads to the high sacrifice rate that these types of unions tend to have. Just at this time, a burly man walked out, and it was none other than Chao Monglong, the vice president of the Magicians' Union. Behind this one was followed by an elegant woman with a tall figure wearing magician's robes, precisely the president of the Magicians' Union, Fei Bingro, who had a brief encounter with Lu Yun. When these two appeared, there was a commotion in the room. Both of these two were absolute powerhouses in Jinsha City. Such a strong person would normally rarely show his face, and would normally not join forces. The last time they appeared together, it was when the weaving flame young bird first appeared. It's just that at the time, while the two were dominant in their appearances, they ended up in quite a mess, almost being finished off by the weaving flame hatchling. After the two of them, another figure walked out. His face was calm and steady, with a resolute look in his eyes. Only this one was a cyclops, with his right eye covered by an eye patch. This was none other than Lin Xiu, the president of the second union in Jinsha City, the Paladin Union, whose level was already 53. The Paladins Union only had Lin Xiu appearing alone, not accompanied by a vice president. The Paladins Union originally had a vice president, Lin Xiu's younger brother, Lin Ing, but since then, after Lin Ing left the union to further his studies at the Magic Martial University, the Paladins Union no longer had a vice president. When Lin Xiu appeared, the scene once again erupted into a sensation. Just then, two more figures walked out one after another. At the forefront was a mature woman with red hair. The woman was wearing a wraparound skirt, the fabric of which fit her torso perfectly, revealing very tantalizing curves. Seeing this one come out, the scene instantly clamored and boiled over. This one has actually appeared as well. How uncommon. The No. 1 ranked union in Jinsha City, Dengfengji. I didn't expect them to show up this time as well. It's said that Dengfengzuo's union in our Jinsha City is just a branch. People's unions are almost all over the Xia Kingdom, and they are also ranked at the top of the list of existences in the Xia Kingdom. If the people from Dengfengzuo had appeared the last time, that boss might have already been solved. They actually showed up here this time. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Lu Yun realized the identity of the red-haired woman in front of him. I didn't realize that this was the president of the No. 1 guild in Jinsha City, Dengfengzhi GZ. This woman is not bad, right? This body and this temperament. TSK. Whoever can last 3 seconds in her hands. I'm willing to call him a real man. Zhao Qingsong stared at GZ's graceful silhouette and laughed obscenely. Lu Yun rolled his eyes without any good reason. Why didn't he realize that this guy was so lewd before? He had a zombie lady and he was still so frivolous. He really didn't know if the zombie lady would be jealous when she knew about this guy's behavior. Despite this thought, Lu Yun's gaze couldn't help but look over. And it was indeed something else. However, Lu Yun didn't have such evil thoughts as Zhao Qingsong. He swore that he was just purely appreciating it. Appreciation is a human instinct, and appreciating beautiful women is even more of a man's instinct. It was a normal thing to do, and Lu Yun never resisted these kinds of things. Good looking? After a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind her, Long Kor beside her looked at Lu Yun with a smile on her face and asked. Lu Yun's expression instantly stiffened. I think it's better for my family courtier to look good. Lu Yun decisively withdrew his gaze and smiled sarcastically. He suddenly envied Zhao Qingsong a little. Due to the zombie lady's fear of sunlight, she couldn't accompany Zhao Qingsong at all times. This guy could look at beautiful women as he pleased. But he can't. He was accompanied by a little dragon lady who could not move without overturning her jealousy. Poof. Hearing Lu Yun's reply, Long Kor skimmed her mouth with some dissatisfaction. That's a scale I've had too. Long Kor murmured softly as her gaze swept above GZ's waves. But when the gaze moved downward, a feeling of inferiority suddenly bubbled up again from within the limbs. She really couldn't match the scale down there. It's too warped. She can't do it. Thinking of this, Long Kor grew more and more irritated, and after reaching out her small hand to viciously pinch Lu Yun's waist, she directly disappeared from the spot. She took the initiative to go back to the marriage space. Lu Yun was also quite helpless at this. He had only taken one more look with an admiring attitude. There was absolutely no need for Long Kor to be jealous. Look, that's Lin Ying. This genius who has been furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University for 2 years is here. A sudden exclamation suddenly rang out from the side, instantly attracting the gazes of countless people. Has the main character of the day finally made his appearance? Everyone's eyes looked toward the front, but under the left and right they could only see the blank stares of the rest of the people. Not to mention Lin Ying himself. He didn't even see a single hair. Where are the people? Didn't you say that Lin Ying had already arrived? Who was just talking nonsense? Find out and beat him to death. The crowd felt tricked. Lu Yun also followed the gazes of the crowd as he looked around and did not see Lin Ying's figure either. I felt a strong fluctuation of breath. Right at this moment, Long Kor suddenly came out from the marriage space. She stood beside Lu Yun, looked up to the sky and said softly, and immediately returned to the marriage space after she finished speaking. Lu Yun, have you met your natural enemy? Lu Yun raised his head towards the sky and his pupils shrank. At this moment, only a black shadow suddenly covered the sky and instantly covered the sun above the crowd. Such a strange change also instantly caught the attention of some of the people present. Look guys, there seems to be something in the sky. An alarmed voice rang out. The crowd looked up towards the sky, only to see a huge dragon appearing above the sky at an unknown time. The giant dragon's body was like a small mountain, and as it roamed in the sky, it even emitted an ear-piercing sound of dragon's whistle. When this voice of the dragon's whistle came out, the entire space seemed to tremble violently, and a horrifying might immediately swept all around. The power of that might was so strong that it seemed to have the ability to turn the world upside down. And under this might, all the people present felt a deep fear in their souls. No matter whether it was the crowd that came to watch the spectacle, or whether it was the many Union's supreme powerhouses, all of them had the impulse to worship from the bottom of their hearts. Even Fei Bingruo, Chao Monglong, and Lin Xiu felt an extremely strong pressure, and their faces instantly became as pale as paper. Among all the people present, apart from Lu Yun, only that GZ who had ascended to the peak was unaffected. The main reason why Lu Yun was safe and sound was because of the contract he had signed with Long Kor, even if it was limited by Lu Yun's rank, causing Long Kor's strength to not be fully utilized. But she was after all a mythic level existence. The level was here, and very few races could suppress her with their might. As for Lu Yun, after signing a contract with Long Kor, he had also gained the characteristics of the dragon race, so naturally, he wouldn't be affected by the might. Lu Yun looked at GZ and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was all Long Kor's fault that he was able to ignore the effects of this might. But how did this GZ manage to remain unharmed? Even the one next to Himiko, although she didn't have an uneasy face like the others, her face was a bit pale. The moment Lu Yun looked at GZ, as if he had sensed Lu Yun's gaze, GZ also looked up at Lu Yun. After their gazes briefly locked in the air, GZ suddenly nodded at Lu Yun, revealing a meaningful smile. Lu Yun was first stunned, then he also nodded at the other party. This woman, she's not simple. Lu Yun didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he was incomparably shocked. Although he didn't know the other party's exact level or occupation, just a simple glance at his eyes made Lu Yun detect some strange feelings. Oh my god, What is this thing? Why is it so huge? That's almost as big as an airliner, isn't it? This seems to be a monster. Could it be a boss-level monster within a certain copy that has rushed out of the copy boundary? The scene was a mess, and there were already some timid people who were ready to wipe the oil from their feet and skedaddle directly. The reason why the monsters inside the copy will not leave the copy is because there are boundaries that can restrict the movement of the monsters inside the copy. Once this boundary was damaged, monsters were also able to break out of the copy and invade the city directly. A similar incident had occurred in Jinsha City before. Once a certain copy suddenly erupted in a monster beast tide, causing the copy boundary to be broken. At that time, countless monsters swarmed out of the replica into the city, causing great damage to the city. In the end, it was only when the strongest of the three high schools joined forces at the same time that these monsters were completely put to death. So the moment they saw this behemoth, many people subconsciously thought that this monster was a boss that had run out from within some copy. Something's not right. You guys, look at the giant dragon's head. It seems like there's a person standing on it. Just as many people were preparing to run for their lives, suddenly a sharp-eyed person realized something and pointed at the giant dragon's head and said loudly. The crowd subconsciously looked, and sure enough, they could vaguely see a figure on top of the dragon's head. This figure stood with his arms folded, standing on top of the giant dragon's head, his robes dancing with the wind, looking extremely domineering. It was just like a king who was overlooking the world, overlooking the civilians. And although he couldn't clearly see the other party's specific appearance, it wasn't difficult to feel the domineering aura. However, before the crowd could react, they saw the dragon suddenly turn around and swoop down towards the crowd below. The sight paralyzed a whole bunch of people right then and there. Crap! It's over! To life! Somebody help me! The crowd felt that this giant dragon was launching an attack, and on the spot, their heads went blank and despair arose in their hearts. The dragon's speed was fast, like a meteor swooping towards the ground, leaving no chance for the crowd to escape. In this situation, many people closed their eyes in despair and waited for death to come. But they waited for half a day and didn't hear the sound of a giant dragon hitting the ground. Many people had opened their eyes in curiosity, only to find that the dragon had only come to a height of a few hundred meters from the ground before suddenly hovering. At such a close distance, the crowd could even feel the hot breath slapping against their faces as the dragon gasped for air. The giant dragon was covered in a dark green color, and each of its scales were quite distinct, as if it was a set of green armor, incomparably domineering. Just as the crowd was wondering why the dragon suddenly stopped, a figure suddenly dashed and jumped down above the dragon's head. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was instantly shocked. The visitor wore a straight suit, his face was resolute, and there was a slight touch of heroism in his eyebrows. Although he was just standing here, he still gave people a feeling of sharpness. Big brother, long time no see. The visitor first swept a glance through the crowd before looking at Lin Xiu in front of him, a smile appearing on his handsome face as he said, "Big brother?" Hearing this one address Lin Xiu, many people then reflected on it. Lin Shadow. This was the demonic Lin Ying who had been furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University for 2 years. You kid, just come, and actually make such a big scene. Lin Xiu had only just reacted. Just earlier he had thought that some boss had escaped from within the copy. The two brothers smiled at each other and came up for a big bear hug. Only then did Lin Ying laugh. Big brother, it's not that I intentionally made such a big row. This is just my battle pet. I travel by it, just a figure of convenience. Battle favorites. As the name suggests, it is used to fight pets. When the transmogrifier has a certain strength, we'll buy some special equipment to take in some monsters as war pets, to assist in combat, or travel on behalf of the travel. When looking at the huge dragon in front of them that was so huge that they couldn't see the whole thing, all of them couldn't connect it with the battle pet. This thing is probably even level 40, right? Such a terrifying dragon. But it's only a battle pet? When the crowd reacted, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Don't be so hoity-toity. Lin Xiu looked deeply at this younger brother of his and suddenly reached out to pat the other party's shoulder, nodding his head. Good job. Didn't give your big brother me any shame. At that time when you entered the Magic Martial University to further your studies, I knew that you would definitely be able to reach very high heights in the future. However, I still underestimated you, and your current performance is way better than what I had expected. Such a terrifying battle pet. Even as the Paladin President, he couldn't even think about it. It shocked him and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Is Lin Ying a bully now? Natural bull. But it's such an awesome person who still has to call him big brother. Can he not be proud? After the two brothers briefly chatted for a few moments, Lin Ying's gaze scanned over the crowd at the scene, and when he saw one of them, a faint smile appeared on this one's face as well. Sure, we finally meet again. The moment Lin Ying said this, the crowd at the scene was incomparably shocked. listening to Lin Ying's tone. The two seem to know each other? And it's not just as simple as simply knowing each other. The two seem to have an uncomplicated relationship. Lu Yun, who was originally watching from the crowd, was also stagnant as he looked at Jiang Shishir, who was full of hard feelings, and then at Lin Ying, who was spirited like the chosen son in front of him. Suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched with a bad feeling. The person this girl was talking about before wouldn't be this guy, would it? If that was the case, Lu Yun would want to cry. Although people were only epic level professions, they were still level 60 powerhouses anyways, and although he was a mythic level profession, he was only level 20 at the end of the day right now. Whether it was epic level or mythic level, a transmuter who could reach level 60 already belonged to the pride of the heavens. This was why Lin Ying, who was only epic level, could have such a high reputation and still go to the Magic Martial University to further his studies. Throughout the ages, there have been many people who have fallen on the road to growth, and professional talent is only one dimension to judge. The most important thing is the level. If this was to compare the current Lu Yun with Lin Ying, Lu Yun was definitely inferior to the other party. After all, he was at best a promising future now, while others were already giants on one side. There was absolutely no comparison between the two. If the object in Jiang Shishir's mouth was really Lin Ying, Lu Yun's shield would probably be torn to shreds. Don't call it so intimate, making it seem like we're very familiar. In the face of Lin Ying's enthusiasm, Jiang Shishir's behavior was somewhat cold. Originally, when they saw Lin Ying take the initiative to greet Jiang Shishir, the women present were envious. When it came to an envy and jealousy, however, after hearing these words from Jiang Shishir, all of their faces changed drastically. Such a proud son of heaven. They couldn't wait to go up and curry favor. But it turned out that Jiang Shishir had this kind of attitude, simply being in the midst of bliss and not knowing the blessings. But it's better this way, so that we can have a chance. Originally thinking that Jiang Shishir's attitude would definitely displease Lin Ying, who would have thought that Lin Ying's reaction would also catch many female students off guard. Shishir, you really love to joke. The Jiang family has already agreed to our marriage. According to custom, you should be my fiancé. There's nothing wrong with me calling it that. Lin Ying's words shattered the Dao hearts of many pregnant women. Fiancé. Jiang Shishir was actually this strong man's fiancé. This made many women feel hopeless at once. At the same time, they were all shaken up in droves. Even the students who were in the same school as Jiang Shishir were incomparably shocked, as none of them knew about Jiang Shishir's engagement with this person. This is something Kong never mentioned to anyone else. In fact, this was normal. Jiang Shishir originally had no feelings for Lin Ying, so naturally she wouldn't make a big deal out of this. But hearing Lin Ying's words, Lu Yun could be quite desperate. And really, he guessed right. This woman also looks up to me, actually using me to block Lin Ying. Lu Yun laughed bitterly, already beginning to regret why he didn't ask for clarification before agreeing at that time. And after hearing the three words fiancé in Lin Ying's mouth, Jiang Shishir once again furrowed her eyebrows slightly and said, the attitude of the family's side doesn't have anything to do with me. I've never admitted to a relationship with you. I already have a sweetheart. It's impossible between us. Yes? After hearing that Jiang Shishir had an object, Lin Ying didn't have too many mood swings, but instead laughed. Then call out your object and show me the eye. I'd like to see who can snatch the woman that I, Lin Ying, have my eye on away from me. He just thought that Jiang Shishir was joking and wanted to use it as a way to get himself to back off. How could one fall for such an obvious trick? When Jiang Shishir heard this, her gaze couldn't help but look at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's body stiffened instantly. Sure enough, what's coming will come. At this moment, Lin Ying also noticed the change in Jiang Shishir and followed her gaze to land on Lu Yun. He's the one I'm with. Jiang Shishir took a deep breath and suddenly pointed at Lu Yun in a loud voice. For a while, Lu Yun became the brand new focus of the scene. Numerous strange gazes landed on Lu Yun at the same time. There was surprise, and disbelief, and more than a little teasing. It wasn't true that Lu Yun was a mythic genius, but in the end, he hadn't grown up yet, and mythic geniuses tended to be more likely to be hated. And there were not a few mythic geniuses who had died prematurely in history. Instead, there were many epic and legendary geniuses who had grown up. So if the current Lu Yun were to compare himself to Lin Ying, there was really no comparison. Crap, Lu Yun, when did you secretly get it on with Goddess Jiang? Zhao Qingsong beside Lu Yun was also startled. No wonder this kid is blind to so many schoolgirls' love letters. It turns out that he already has a heart. Lu Yun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. The baby is suffering inside. However, since he had already agreed to be this shield, Lu Yun didn't back down when it came down to it, but instead, he hardened his heart and came to Jiang Shishir. Hello, my name is Lu Yun. I'm Shishir's boyfriend. Lu Yun stretched out his hand at Lin Ying and said in an unassuming manner. However, Lin Ying did not reach out in response. but instead took a good look at Lu Yun and then said, "Lu Yun, you're that mythical genius from Jinsha City?" "It's me," Lu Yun said indifferently. "Do you think you deserve her?" Lin Ying suddenly asked, seemingly casually, but there was a sense of oppression in those words. If anyone else was here, they would have been nervous and at a loss for words, but Lu Yun was completely unaffected. Instead, he felt slightly offended because of the questioning tone of the other party. "I don't know if I'm worthy of Psyche or not, but we've been double-teamed. She's my woman now, and this thing is a fact." Lu Yun's words were not surprising. The moment these words came out, the entire room was directly dead silent. Lin Ying's nominal fiancé had actually already double-teamed with Lu Yun. What kind of counterintuitive news is this? Originally, the crowd had gathered here to watch Lin Ying deal with the boss of the Golden Sands defense line. "I didn't realize I could eat such an amazing melon." Zhang Shishir's face instantly burned when she reacted. She had originally thought that Lu Yun would back down after knowing that the subject was Lin Ying. If that was the case, it wasn't like she couldn't understand. After all, the other party was Lin Ying. But how could she not expect that instead of feeling intimidated by the other party's identity, Lu Yun would speak so sharply? Although he knew that Lu Yun said this to discourage Lin Ying from thinking about her. But it's still shy and embarrassing to be outed in public for double-crossing someone before marriage. "I really didn't expect it. But God Lu actually had an affair with Goddess Shishir. People are at least the woman that Lin Ying has his eye on. Isn't this a public cuckolding of others?" Alas, Lucian may be finished. He's a level 60 big shot. Even if Lucian is a mythological genius, he wouldn't last more than a few rounds in Lin Ying's hands. Numerous students had begun to pity Lu Yun, thinking that Lu Yun would more than likely not have a good life. Just by the fact that Lin Ying had reached level 60 at such a young age, he must be beyond imagination in terms of connections. If the other party really wanted to take action against Lu Yun, they didn't even need to personally step in. They only needed to move their lips and it would be enough to make Lu Yun collapse. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lin Ying's expression froze, his eyes instantly turning crimson as a murderous intent suddenly rose from within his chest. But after a while, the killing intent suddenly disappeared again. The scene fell into a deathly silence, just when everyone thought that Lin Ying was about to explode. Unexpectedly, Lin Ying didn't make any movements. A smile returned to his face once again as he said, "Let's not talk about this matter for now. It's still important to get down to business." After saying this, Lin Ying looked at Lin Xiaodao. "Big brother, where is the boss? Take me there now." "I'll take you there." Lin Xiao also reacted, first giving Lu Yun a complicated look, and then he led Lin Ying deeper into it. Seeing this, the strongest members of the various labor unions followed. Although they weren't capable of dealing with this weaving flame hatchling, they could still help out with the fight by following over. This boss had seriously affected the order and safety of the Golden Sands Sea defense line and had to be eradicated. Seeing this scene, the many people who were eating it also followed up, wanting to witness how Lin Ying killed this boss, but they were blocked by the Paladin Union's people. "It's dangerous inside. Idle people are forbidden to enter," the member of the Paladin Union said in a cold voice. The crowd immediately revealed a disappointed expression. They had wanted to see what kind of shocking scene a level 60 powerhouse would be like when they struck out. It was just a pity that they were not going to have that chance. "Let them all come in." Just then the forest shadow in front of him suddenly stopped and turned around. "This seems a bit out of order, doesn't it?" That member of the Paladins Union was a bit worried. "It's just a small problem. This boss is no threat to me. I can erase it with a wave of my hand. There's no harm in letting them come in and take a look," Lin Ying said in a cloudy voice, and then his gaze fell back on Lu Yun. "You can also come in and take a look to see the gap between us. This guy is not simple. It seems that he already knows that Zhang Shishir and I are just singing a double act." He was now asking the crowd to follow along with him, clearly wanting to put on a show in front of everyone. If this pussy was successfully faked by him, this would make it even more obvious that he was not worthy of Zhang Shishir. What a trouble! But it just so happened that Lu Yun also wanted to see how a level 60 transmogrifier actually fought, so he didn't refuse and followed the crowd inside. At Lin Ying's suggestion, the many eaters all entered the Golden Sands beach defense line together. The moment they stepped into the defense line, the crowd could feel a special power lingering in the air. This is exactly the power of the knot. There were many copies of the Sands beach defense line, and it had happened before that monsters within the copies had broken through the boundary and invaded the city. Therefore, in order to prevent something like this from happening, isolation boundaries were placed around the entire Jinsha City beach defense line by powerful mages. This was also the reason why, after that weaving flame young bird appeared, it only wandered inside the defense line and did not appear outside it, because the press can't get out. Upon coming within the defense, there were many replica entrances in front of them. What had been a plain in front of these entrances was now reduced to a scorched earth, all burned to the ground, and in front of a copy of the entrance there are many traces left behind during the battle. Through the traces it is not difficult to see the grueling battle at first. This was exactly the trace left behind by the major guilds when they fought with the weaving flame young bird at the beginning of its appearance. When they saw these traces, the many strong unionists couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs, and they were reminded of the fear they had felt when they were dominated by the weaving flame young bird. But what slightly reassured the crowd was that weaving flame young bird wasn't here right now. Right at this moment, a mage in the crowd suddenly stepped forward and said, "I sense an extremely strong fire attribute power that is rapidly approaching. That boss sensed our presence and is rushing in our direction." In fact, there was no need for this one to open his mouth. The crowd had already sensed the difference. The originally cool space suddenly became hot and dry, as if the entire world had turned into a furnace. Even some of the vegetation on the ground that hadn't been burned up yet actually burned up out of nowhere. The weaving yin young bird was heading their way. The hearts of all the people instantly tightened together, their hearts jumping out of their throats. Having seen the terror of this guy, everyone was worried that the situation would be out of control later. Many of the people who were watching the event felt a sense of withdrawal and developed the urge to leave the place. It's nice to watch, but it's not worth it to lose your life just to watch a good time. Just as the hearts of the people at the scene were scattered, Lin Ying suddenly said indifferently, "Don't worry, gentlemen, with me here, you're absolutely safe." Hearing Lin Ying's words, the panicked crowd calmed down a little. Yeah, that weaving flame young bird was only level 40, but Lin Ying was a level 60 transfigurator, and the two were not at the same level at all. Even if that weaving flame young bird was powerful, wouldn't it still be easily crushed in front of Lin Ying? Lu Yun was actually a bit flustered. He was only level 20 even now, and it would be very tricky to take on a level 40 weaving flame young bird. Stealing a glance at the two people from the Ascendant Union, he was slightly relieved after seeing that both GZ were calm. Be careful later. Never be lax and careless. This beast was already close to being defeated by us at that time, but it suddenly evolved temporarily, and I don't know what exactly is going on now. Lin Xiu also tensed up his whole body to be alert, and instructed Lin Ying beside him. "Don't worry, big brother. A beast is just a beast. Even if it evolves, it's at most level 50. I'm still sure I can deal with it." Lin Ying, on the contrary, showed enough confidence, and this confidence of his naturally stemmed from his powerful strength. As the temperature within the space grew higher, the crowd was sweating profusely and it was becoming somewhat unbearable. Right at this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look guys, the weaving flame young bird has appeared." The crowd looked up and saw that a huge figure appeared above the dome of the sky, and this figure was burning with crimson flames. It looked as if it was the product of a coalescence of flames, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. "Falcon, it's time for your show." Lin Ying also looked up and then said softly. Falcon was exactly the name of his battle pet. Swish! As Lin Ying's words fell, the huge body of that giant dragon suddenly rose up into the air, directly transforming into a cold aura and rushing towards the weaving yin young bird at the top of that heavily dome. "Nothing will happen if you let your battle pet go out, right?" Lin Xiu was a bit worried about this. Lin Ying, however, was very confident and said with a smile as he clasped his hands on his knees, "The hunting falcon is a level 45 being. It's more than enough to deal with this beast." Hearing this, the many melon eaters were incomparably adoring. That's what an expert is. Against this kind of boss you actually don't even need to personally take action. A battle pet is enough to solve it. If I had such a powerful battle pet, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You guys probably don't get it. The main reason why people have such powerful battle pets is because they are strong themselves. If only I were that strong. I didn't know how high-level transmutators fought before, but now I've had my eyes open to the fact that transmutators who engage in rank and file don't even have to personally fight when they meet their opponents. What do you mean by pushy? Now that's pushy. Numerous melon eaters marveled and all sorts of slipped up. And even though Lin Ying didn't care about all of this, he was still a bit flustered. He didn't move and glanced at Lu Yun, sneering in his mind, "Kid, seeing as you're pretending to be Shurshu's object, I'm not going to bother moving you. But today, I have to let you know what it means to have a gap." It was also thanks to the fact that Long Kor had already returned inside the marriage space. Otherwise she would have definitely glared back at Lu Yun when she saw him being stared at by this bastard like this. Lu Yun also noticed the other party's expression and laughed out in his heart. Combined with the various behaviors this guy was currently displaying, Lu Yun already had a rough idea of what kind of person the other party was. This is an egotistical and arrogant guy. Earlier, when Lu Yun stood out and called himself Jiang Shurshu's boyfriend, the reason why Lin Ying didn't freak out was because he was conceited that the two of them weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend. Although this was true, it could be seen from his reaction of first anger and then silence that he was previously unaware of Lu Yun's existence. This meant that he wasn't 100% sure. Yet he still thought that Lu Yun and Jiang Shurshu weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Secondly, The other party had a high level, and the current Lu Yun was still only level 20. Although such a level wasn't low, it still seemed inadequate in front of Lin Ying. Such a level difference made him disdainful of anger and too lazy to use his tactics. Also, just now, he chose to let his battle pet fight alone, but did not choose to unite a group of powerful people to surround him. These were all signs of extreme conceit and arrogance. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound came out, and immediately, under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Ying's hunting falcon collided heavily with that weaving flame young bird. Ear-piercing sonic booms exploded, and terrifying ripples instantly radiated out in all directions with the two monsters at the center. It's over. Lin Ying's lips rose in a smug smile. Hearing his words, the many people eating the watermelon even bragged. Worthy of being a level 60 genius, having furthered his education at the Magic Martial University was different. Facing this kind of powerful boss, he actually didn't even need to personally make a move. It's just so easy to fix. Just the next moment, the expression on Lin Ying's face, however, froze. Even the excitement on the faces of the eaters gradually became odd. Lu Yun looked up, and when he saw the scene in the sky, he didn't hold back and laughed outright, only to see that the mighty dragon, now covered in fire, letting out a pained roar while scurrying back and forth in the air. This appearance is like a loach in a farmland. Where is there any semblance of majesty? Obviously this giant dragon was not a match for the weaving flame young bird, and in just a single glance, it was entangled in flames and lost its combat power. Just this? Lu Yun laughed. How is this possible? Lin Ying, on the other hand, had some difficulty accepting it. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had already investigated the details of this weaving flame young bird when he came. This weaving flame young bird was only level 40, while his hunting falcon was a level 45 existence. This 5-level difference was enough for the falcon to easily end the fight. So how did it come to this? Even if it was no good, it wouldn't be so bad as to become so wretched in a single glance, would it? However, at this moment, that weaving inflammation young bird still do not stop. Roar! Flame wings unfolded, instantly caught up with the giant dragon in the sky scurrying, and then wings to the giant dragon's huge body as a fierce swing. Boom! The crimson-colored storm formed instantly enveloping the giant dragon's body in it, and even if they were far apart, the crowd could feel the terrifying temperature within that flame storm. Zip! 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 A crackling, similar to the sound that occurs when meat is roasted, rang out, followed by the smell of roasting meat. The huge body of the dragon struggled madly in the flamestorm, and in a short while it completely lost its resistance. Just like a puddle of mud falling towards the ground, it eventually fell to the ground with a thud, knocking a deep crater into the ground. At this moment, everyone was silent. The crowd looked at Lin Ying with a lustful expression, not to mention how odd it was. Lin Ying had previously sworn that his battle pet alone was enough to take care of the weaving inferno young bird, and now that his battle pet was being hung by others, this smack in the face was coming too fast. After seeing his battle pet lose, Lin Ying's face was embarrassed. Don't look at him at level 60. When he was trying to take in this giant dragon to become his battle pet, he had spent huge amounts of resources. Lin Ying dodged to the dragon, reached out and pulled out a black orb from his pocket, then aimed it in the direction of the dragon. A black light was suddenly released from within the orb, and in the next moment the huge body of the dragon instantly transformed into a ray of light and entered within the orb. This orb was an equipment made of special materials called the Battle Pet Orb, which had its own space inside for the battle pet to rest. Upon putting the giant dragon away, Lin Ying was filled with heartache. The gargoyle was now heavily wounded, and he would have to pay a great price to heal it. In the meantime, he could no longer ride around on a dragon and pretend to be something he wasn't. Thinking of this, Lin Ying burst into a rage and suddenly looked up at the weaving flame young bird above the dome of the sky. Bastard! What a toast! Lin Ying roared, and a golden light suddenly flashed out from behind him, and when the light dispersed, a pair of gigantic golden wings suddenly appeared behind Lin Ying's back. The wings were made up of countless golden feathers and looked quite honorable. It's a piece of flying equipment. Gold and red wings LV40. Occupation, all occupations. Attribute, flight speed plus 10. Evaluation, a better functional equipment. Can't fly also deserve to be called a strong man? Equipped with this prop, you can go up to the sky. A must for the strong. Lu Yun's detection system automatically detected the information about the twin wings on Lin Ying's body. Seeing the introduction of the gold and red twin wings, Lu Yun's eyes reddened. Equipment that could fly was rare, as the burst rate was very low and the price on the market was very high. Unless you were lucky and it popped right out, or you had to spend a high price to buy it. It's not something the average person can afford. Also, flying equipment is functional equipment and can have random negative attributes, and some flying equipment may have negative attributes even though it is capable of flying. A pair of wings like Lin Ying's, which had no negative attributes and could also increase flight speed, were considered very good amongst flying props. If Lu Yun also had this kind of equipment, his flexibility would be enhanced quite a bit, and his combat power would be greatly increased. Even when the others looked at the pair of golden wings, a strong color of envy surfaced in their eyes. Flight equipment was already unattainable. Not to mention that Lin Ying's current flight equipment was of such high quality. Seeing the envious gazes of the onlookers, Lin Ying's vanity was greatly satisfied and he couldn't help but straighten his spine. In fact, this pair of golden wings was not something that belonged to him, but a reward from the Union War. He only has 3 months of access, and it will be taken back when the time is up. Counting on time, this gear will have to be turned in at the end of the week. But so what? He was just making the most of what he had between the last use of the pair of wings and pulling them out to pretend. And now it seems that he did achieve his goal. The envy in the eyes of the crowd made him feel like he had become a human being. Not too much bullshit. The wings flared and incited violently. Whoosh! With the addition of the wings, Lin Ying was like a god of war possessed. His feet fiercely pointed to the ground, and the wings behind him instantly unfolded, even with a range of 3 meters. The next moment his entire person was like a backwards shooting meteor directly transforming into a golden light rushing towards the weaving flame young bird in the sky. However, it was at this time that the weaving flame young bird seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at Lu Yun below. Lu Yun also noticed the other party's gaze and could not help but frown. What was this thing doing looking at itself all of a sudden? For some reason, Lu Yun suddenly developed a bad feeling. And just then, whoosh! The weaving flame young bird actually suddenly turned into a red-colored lightning bolt and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had already swooped down in Lu Yun's direction. Swish! The moment, Lin Ying, who had only just rushed above the sky dome, was instantly dumbfounded. I just rushed up, and you just rushed down? What about playing 2-level reversal here? Not only Lin Ying, Lu Yun himself was confused. Grass just looked at me and came right at me. Am I breaking the law? There's no need to take it so personally, is there? Your opponent is Lin Ying, not me. I'm just a fucking to come to a hilarious eating crowd. Lu Yun was a bit flustered. He was pretty sure that the other party was rushing at him. In the next moment, Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he took the initiative to reveal his title of Monster Slayer in an attempt to make the other party cower. Although Lu Yun also knew that this title was only valid for monsters whose level was lower than his own. Immediately, 5 big words in golden light appeared above Lu Yun's head: Monster Slayer. However, the moment the weaving flame young bird saw this title, it actually instantly sped up the amplitude of its wings. The bastard actually got more excited. Lu Yun's entire body was bad. Grass. 10,000 heads of Cha Nima spewed saliva furiously in Lu Yun's heart. He felt like he was being targeted. Even if he was handsome, suave and elegant, did he deserve to be targeted by the weaving flame young bird? Crap. This guy seems to be coming for the land god. Lucian, did you steal someone's bird eggs? Get out of here. Away from the land god. The melon eaters reflected on the situation and yelled in horror, busily moving away from Lu Yun. There are even some people who are so terrified that their bladders are so loose and weak that they run and pee and yell at the top of their lungs. For a while, the scene was in chaos, and even Fei Bingro and the other Union powerhouses stayed away from Lu Yun as if they were avoiding the plague, because they were also no match for the weaving flame young bird, and if they were spared, they would also be heavily injured. The chaotic crowd at the scene was in stark contrast to the calm Himiko too. Facing the swooping weaving yen young bird, the 2 men, however, appeared quite calm. Himiko, strike? The other Denjiki member asked faintly. There's no rush. GZ's flaming red lips rose slightly, her hands clasped in front of her chest squeezing the softness that was hard to reach, and she said in a slightly lethargic manner, it's not the right time yet. Hearing GZ's words, the man didn't say anything more. At this time, Lin Ying, who had just rushed to the sky, finally reacted that he had actually been teased by this beast. On the spot, he was furious. The golden feathered wings behind him fiercely pressed down, and the whole person shot explosively towards the bottom. Although he didn't mind Lu Yun's life and death, after all, he had said that the crowd would not be in any danger with himself personally. Allowing the crowd to enter this place together was in itself a violation of the operation, and if there were still people killed as a result, he would be punished as well. So he had to stop this. The weaving flame young bird was a level 40 terrifying existence, even if its immediate target was Lu Yun. If it really was rushed to the ground, I'm afraid that Lu Yun would not be the only one to die at that time. It would definitely cause extensive casualties, and many people would have to die tragically at the scene. Although Lin Ying's speed was fast, it was obviously too late to stop the weaving flame young bird. Lu Yun below felt the red-colored storm that came head-on. His brain instantly went blank, his body sweating, and for the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. Swish! Right at this moment, Longcore appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Yun and raised her head with a face full of gravity to look at that weaving flame young bird and said, "If my strength was not limited, I could easily kill this kind of existence in seconds, but currently my strength is tied to your level. Things are tricky." There was no need for Longcore to remind Lu Yun that he was in danger this time. Although he had already exterminated many level 40 monsters within the Fire Elemental Elf Extermination Overture, but those guys were just gold level bosses, and their level was just pure level 40. The Weaving Inferno young bird at the moment, however, was a diamond level boss, and the difference between diamond and gold was not a half a star, and the opponent wasn't simply a level 40, but an evolved level 40. Even if Lu Yun had an extremely strong flame attribute damage reduction, it would mean very little, and he would be instantly killed by his opponent's power. Lu Yun took a deep breath to force himself to calm down and roared, "System, parse the boss." Parsing complete. Younger bird boss. Level 40. Class, Diamond. Rarity, 4 stars. Attack power, 850. Blood, 10,000. Skill 1. Flaming Sky. The Weaving Inferno juvenile bird utilizes the power of the fire element, and launches a ranged attack after a long period of time to build up its power, inflicting a 50% sustained burn effect. Skill 2. Field of Inferno. The young bird of Inferno triggers the power of the bloodline of the god bird Bifong to actively create a field, within which his blood recovery is increased by 50%, damage is increased by 50%, and agility is increased by 50%. Skill 3. Bloodline Evolution. The young bird contains the power of the god bird in its body, and there is an 80% probability of its bloodline evolving at the moment of life and death. After evolution, it possesses a trace of the power of the god bird, and its attributes are increased by 30%. And it possesses the bloodline suppression, and monsters whose level is lower than that of the young bird will be suppressed and submit voluntarily. Weakness. This young bird has great potential and cannot be defeated unless it is crushed by a powerhouse of far greater strength. Evaluation. This is a race originating from the Fire Dragon God realm, descending to the blue planet for some unknown reason, and if you encounter it, you can experience a free cremation service. A blue luster flashed within Lu Yun's eyes, and after taking in the information introduced by the system, Lu Yun instantly rolled his eyes. Experience a free cremation service? Lu Yun had never expected that he wouldn't be able to find this guy's weakness even through the system. According to the system introduction, this guy's attributes were quite terrifying, and had far exceeded the attributes of a level 40 monster. That's just as well. But the skill of this thing is even higher. All attributes increased by 30%. Is this a skill that a human being can come up with? System, the moon has its shade. A monster in the district actually has no weakness. Are you fooling me? Lu Yun reluctantly asked. Detected that the weaving flame young bird has locked onto the host and the attack is about to fall. Please enter the battle state as soon as possible. The system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yun only felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were about to explode with anger. I don't need you to tell me that I know that this thing's attack is close at hand, but you tell me its weakness. Not knowing the weaknesses and being in a state of being crushed, Lu Yun appeared to be just looking for death no matter what he did. Just as he was freaking out in his mind, a sonic boom suddenly came from beside him. Lu Yun turned to look and saw that Longcore had already charged at the weaving flame young bird in the sky. Kagome. When Lu Yun saw this, his eyes turned crimson and his voice was almost hoarse. Longcore's attributes in all aspects were naturally quite terrifying, and were even far superior to this weaving flame young bird, but due to the limitations of the contract, the strength she could utilize right now was only level 20. She was now taking the initiative, which was tantamount to seeking death. You hide first. I'll hold up here for now, even though my strength is restricted, but at least this young lady is the princess of the Fire Dragon Divine Realm. Even if I can't do away with it, it won't think of killing me. Longcore's voice suddenly rang out from Lu Yun's head, and after the two of them signed the marriage contract, they could communicate with their souls. Hearing Longcore's words, Lu Yun in turn became even more bitter, and both his fists couldn't help but clench a few points. How could he not know that Longcore was deliberately saying this because she didn't want him to worry about her? No matter how honorable Longcore's previous status was, her current strength was ultimately limited. Swish! Thinking of this, Lu Yun clenched his teeth and wanted to go up and help, but unfortunately, he was unable to fly and could only stand in place at the moment. At this moment, Lu Yun had never had such a strong desire for flying props. If he also had a flight prop, he would be able to go up and help, and Longcore wouldn't have to take on such a great danger alone. Though this ninny is a big spender and sometimes big-headed and jealous at the drop of a hat, but without realizing it, Lu Yun had long since gotten used to each other. If one day Longcore suddenly disappeared from his world, Lu Yun simply didn't dare to imagine the consequences. I'm so useless. I can't believe I can't do anything at this time. Lu Yun half-kneeled on the ground and reached out to pound the ground hard. His nose was sore and his heart was in a bad place. Feeling like crap. It was hard to become a dragon rider, but in the end it was a dragon rider who could only hide behind the dragon lady when in danger. But just then, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Along with the sound of this slap, the originally panicked crowd at the scene froze. Lu Yun was silent for a split second before he hastily raised his head towards the sky, and then he saw, for the rest of his life, an image he will never forget. Long Core similarly rushed to the weaving flame young bird's heel with lightning speed, and after the two sides looked at each other, Long Core's delicate body trembled and directly released her own aura. Even though her strength was restricted by Lu Yun, her aura was still quite terrifying in nature. The moment that the terrifying aura of the fire dragon race stirred out, Long Core's long skirt was windless, and her black high silk all turned into ashes under the scorching heat, revealing those long white and smooth legs. Originally, the weaving yin young bird had already opened its sharp beak, preparing to send a fireball to Long Core. When Long Core released her breath, the weaving flame young bird's huge crimson-colored pupils actually shrunk violently, and then revealed a terrified expression, as if a humble maidservant had seen a noble empress. There's no hiding that fear that stems from the depths of your soul. After the weaving flame young bird revealed its fear, its body that was originally falling rapidly actually directly hovered in midair and was suddenly fixed. Even the attack was forgotten. Long Core didn't notice the other party's change in demeanor. All she knew now was that she had to stall the other party as long as possible. It was absolutely impossible to let Lu Yun get hurt. Hey, that kid has such a good relationship with women. And there are so many schoolgirls and teachers pursuing him. And now that I'm facing danger, but I'm taking the initiative to stand in front of him. How does it feel that this young lady is just like a female licking dog? Long Core suddenly thought of this, and her heart suddenly felt a little hard. With Lu Yun's womanhood, even if he suddenly lost himself, he shouldn't feel too much sadness, right? After all, without a Long Core, there were other women to fill in her place. But soon, Long Core shook her head again and smiled. As a marriage partner, protecting the safety of a transmigrant is a matter of course in itself, isn't it? Lu Yun's current expression also clearly said that he truly cared about himself. There is also the fact that he has also given himself a lot of joy, the kind of joy that one has never experienced by having a small meeting. Thinking of this, Long Core was much more relieved, discarding the chaotic thoughts in her head, and raising her hand, she smacked her hand towards the weaving yin juvenile bird's huge head. The moment this one fell, a ripple of flame instantly swept through the air. Snap! A crisp slap sounded, and then there was the scene that Lu Yun and the others saw. Bang! The head of the weaving flame young bird was slapped by Long Core, and the tremendous force instantly caused the giant bird's mind to become dizzy, and its body fell downward uncontrollably. Crap! Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yun snapped out of his sadness and just hurriedly exerted all his strength to dodge to the side. Bang! It was also at the instant Lu Yun dodged away that a deep pit instantly appeared in the ground where he had previously been, and the weaving flame young bird's gigantic body fell. The entire ground trembled violently, dust filled the sky, and the fire elemental ripples that failed to dissipate stirred in space. In the meantime, Long Core hurriedly dashed to Lu Yun's front and said worriedly, "Are you alright?" Lu Yun shook his head. "I'm fine." Looking at Long Core's concerned expression, his heart warmed and he suddenly said, "I didn't think that you, Core, were so powerful and actually cared about me so much." Long Core heard instantly her small face slightly red. Then she arrogantly twisted her head and coldly hummed, "I am not concerned about you. After all, you are this young lady's man. In the future, this young lady is going to marry you, so you can't die now." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he said, "Shouldn't I be the one to marry you?" Unbridled, Long Core twisted her head to look at Lu Yun, flames flickering in her crimson eyes. "This young lady is the princess of the fire dragon divine realm. With this young lady's honored status, only you can be married off to me, not me marrying you, no?" Lu Yun laughed. Knowing that this niece was in a dead duck's mouth did not break it down. Seeing that Long Core was fine, the stone in Lu Yun's heart also counted on the ground. Okay, I'll marry you, okay." Although Lu Yun's answer was somewhat perfunctory, Long Core nodded with considerable satisfaction. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly frowned. "And so on, the fire dragon god realm?" Long Core was from the fire dragon clan of this world, and he had heard Long Core say that before. And according to the system's introduction just now, this weaving inferno juvenile bird appeared to be from this world as well. So, both sides are from the same world? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes as if he had detected some key clue, but before Lu Yun could speak, a figure suddenly rushed to the ground, and it was none other than Lin Ning. Seeing that the weaving yin young bird had only been slapped to the ground by Long Core, Lin Ning instantly felt that he had overestimated this beast. He had read Lu Yun's information when he arrived. After all, He was a mythic rank professional. It was hard not to draw attention to him, so he wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of Long Kor. However, he was surprised that Long Kor was able to slap the weaving flame young bird out of the sky. At this time, the crowd had also come back to their senses from the previous shock, and they were all looking at Long Kor as if they were looking at a monster. This marriage partner of Lucian is a bit raw. It looks beautiful. I didn't realize it would be so horrible. A slap to the ground for such a terrifying boss. It seems that I have overestimated you. This beast is nothing more than that. And it seems that it was just a coincidence that it heavily injured my battle pet earlier. Lu Yun was currently only level 20, and normally as his marriage partner, Long Kor would only be able to exert her strength at level 20. Then since even the level 20 dragon Kagome could slap the weaving flame young bird and call it down from the sky, wouldn't he be able to just slap the beast to death if he did the same? Thinking of this, Lin Ying suddenly felt that his moment to act like a bully had arrived, and immediately followed suit, raising his right hand and calling out to the weaving flame young bird that hadn't yet risen from the ground. Boom! This slap had Lin Ying running all of his power, and it didn't accidentally hit the weaving flame young bird smoothly. Then a string of numbers popped up. -250. Rub. Lin Ying looked at the string of numbers that popped out. People are stupid. This guy a total of 10. 000 blood. His own slap, not to mention call out the other side of the death, just reduced the blood of 250? Lin Ying suddenly looked at Long Kor. The same are 5 fingers and a palm. How come the gap is so big? At this moment, the many melon eaters also fell into an unprecedented silence. The super strong Lin Ying, who they had given high hopes to, had actually only slapped his opponent's blood volume by 250 with his imposing slap. They were all at once in a bad way as a whole. Grass, run for your life. I don't know who suddenly shouted such a voice, and the rest of the people on the scene all started running wildly, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing. It wasn't that they were timid, but the way Lin Ying acted like this really made them feel very insecure. Seeing the crowd start to get confused again, Lin Ying also panicked a bit. He had thought of a script when he came here, originally thinking to settle this beast with a crushing stance, and then formally confess to Jiang Shishir in front of everyone. Manifestation of the Holy Spirit before men. Hold the beauty again, who had thought that the evolution of things was beyond control. If this matter was not handled well, he was bound to lose face and could not raise his head completely. A level 60 powerhouse couldn't even deal with a level 40 boss. Wouldn't that be a laughing stock? There's no need to panic, everyone. Lin Ying wanted to stabilize the crowd's confidence before striking out against the weaving flame young bird. He was a level 60 transmigrator, and there were still a lot of underhanded tactics he hadn't shown yet. Fruity. Upon hearing these words from Lin Ying, the originally chaotic crowd calmed down a bit once again. The crowd looked up only just now full of expectation at Lin Ying. Then he saw that the weaving flame young bird that had fallen to the ground suddenly shook its huge body and stood up. Then its mouth opened and directly swallowed the Lin Ying that was talking into its stomach in one gulp. Weaving yen juvenile, burps, eater. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd were unprecedentedly terrified. Brother! Lin Xiu stood on the spot, petrified on the spot, feeling like the sky had instantly collapsed. How does this all feel so unrealistic in front of me? Normally at Lin Ying's level, shouldn't he be able to easily resolve the weaving flame young bird? How come it looks like Lin Image is here to play the game? Even if the weaving flame young bird hadn't been resolved, now it had been swallowed by the other party instead. He was really confused. Blanche? Lu Yun's brain was also a little bad. He even began to doubt whether the Lin Ying in front of him was himself or not. In his impression, a level 40 transmuter could already be called strong. As for the level 60 transmogrifier, it fully deserved the word bull. Lu Yun's current contact with a level 60 powerhouse was only Lin Ying, but the strength the other party displayed was clearly inconsistent with his level. If you don't know, you'd think he's a comedian invited by monkeys. Boom! However, just as the crowd was shocked and overwhelmed by the scene in front of them, the beak of the weaving flame young bird was suddenly forced open. Lin Ying's face was full of grimace, and he suddenly broke free from the bird's beak with a roar of fury and force. He was, after all, a level 60 transmogrifier, and despite being swallowed up, he was still able to charge out with his own strength. But he was covered in a lot of slime, and his originally straight suit had become disheveled, so his whole body looked incomparably wretched. Bastard! You've angered me! Lin Ying was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. His own hallowed level 60 genius was now being humiliated like this. If he couldn't kill this beast today, he would be disgraced for the rest of his life. Swish! Lin Ying's large hand stretched out, and a bow and arrow suddenly appeared within his palm. The bow and arrow as a whole condensed from light, shining so brightly that one could barely look at it directly. Holding a radiant bow and arrow in his hand, Lin Ying drew the bow with his left hand and held his right hand tightly on top of it. Whoosh! Just the moment his left hand made the action of drawing the bow, A glittering arrow also instantly coalesced on top of the bow. The tip of the arrow not only had a light on it, but also a heart-stopping killing aura. Lin Ying's profession was Radiance Archer, an epic-level profession. Radiance Archers possessed the elemental power of light, which was a special elemental power, and there was hardly any elemental power that could restrain radiance. On the contrary, light attribute professionals were unable to restrain professionals and monsters with other attributes. This means, however, that whenever you go up against a light attribute professional, you will not be able to make an effective restraint with any of your means. In a sense, the profession had no weaknesses, which was quite a scary thing, because every profession had strengths and weaknesses. The weaknesses were more important than the strengths, and the death of a professional was often due to the weaknesses being exposed and thus being targeted. And weaknesses in attributes were a concern for all professions except light attribute professions. In addition, the chance of awakening a profession with light attributes was less than 1 in 100,000, meaning that out of 100,000 students, there was barely one that could awaken a profession with light attributes. From this, it is not difficult to see the rarity of the light attribute, but wherever the light attribute profession can be awakened, not to mention just the epic level, even if it is just the excellent level is also quite terrifying, it will be madly snatched by all the major schools. This was also the reason why Lin Ying was able to enter the topmost magic martial arts university for 2 years of further study despite being only epic level. Lin Ying had no reservations. Under the light, his entire person changed, as if a heavenly god had descended. The light made it impossible to open one's eyes. Even the wretched suit seemed to have become much straighter. At this moment, the power of the surrounding light all began to rapidly coalesce towards the arrow, and this square space was filled with this light. Such power shocked the eating public. This is the level that level 60 should be. It's worthy of being a light attribute profession. Even if it's only epic level, it's still more terrifying than many legendary level transmuters. It seems like Lin Ying didn't really move earlier. Once he strikes now, this weaving flame young bird will definitely be killed on the spot. Feeling Lin Ying's aura, it was as if the crowd had eaten a tranquilizer pill to be completely at ease. One after another, they began to cheer for Lin Ying from the sidelines. As for the strong men from the various guilds who had come to help fight, at this time, they all stood in place without the intention of going forward, because with the strength that Lin Ying was displaying right now, he alone would be enough to deal with the weaving flame young bird. Worthy of being a level 60 genius, this kind of strength is truly not something we can compare. Fei Bingro looked at Lin Ying's back and whispered, an indescribable feeling in her heart. A profession with light attributes is indeed powerful. Chao Manlong also nodded his head in agreement. If he were to take this arrow from Lin Ying right now, he would probably be killed on the spot. The members of the other labor unions were all talking at the moment. They couldn't help but think differently. If they were to stand in front of Lin Ying, can you block this arrow from Lin Ying? The answer is clearly no. They can't block it. Not to mention the level of their professions. They had even been suppressed by Lin Ying by dozens of levels, and the two sides were not at the same level at all. At this moment, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief as they all felt that the countdown to the life of the weaving flame young bird had begun. When this arrow fell from Lin Ying, it was the time for the weaving flame young bird to die. It looks like it's time to end it. And while this guy started out a bit of a 1-2 punch, the strength is still there in the end. Lu Yun also agreed with the crowd. He had already learned about the skills of the weaving inferno young bird through the system. Therefore, Lu Yun was able to affirm that after Lin Ying's arrow landed, the weaving flame young bird would be instantly killed in seconds, not even having a chance to evolve its bloodline. And at that moment, the weaving flame young bird obviously also felt the threat of this strike, and its whole body was burning with flames, already ready for battle. Swish swish swish. There was a dead silence. The weaving flame young bird's entire body was burning with flames, and each feather was also burning madly, and this power coalesced in the air, actually turning into a rain of flames. Countless red-colored feathers fell from the sky like countless red-colored butterflies dancing in the air. The big battle is imminent, truly a move to decide life and death. Seeing these red-colored feathers floating down from the sky, some people reached out and caught them in their palms to curiously examine them. Lu Yun also curiously extended his hand to catch a red-colored feather. Although the feathers were burning with flames and looked incomparably ruddy in color, they actually had no temperature whatsoever, and instead, they were just like ordinary feathers, which were very comfortable to touch. Lu Yun silently chanted in his heart. System, help parse it. Weaver's feather, equipment, occupation, all occupations. Attribute, permanently increases fire damage by 0.00012%. Comment, the feather dropped by the weaving yin young bird when she casts fiery burning sky with all her strength. Kiss the feather to get a quest card. If you love her, go and kiss her. There will be unexpected rewards. Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Yun's mouth twitched. not realizing that this random feather floating down was also a type of equipment. It was a pity that the increase in it was so low that it was completely negligible. As for the mission card, when I soloed the Snow Wolf Lord before, I obtained a quest card, Snow Wolf Lord's Last Wish. Completing the quest would allow you to obtain a mounted pet, and since there was a top-tier mount, Long Core, this quest hadn't been completed until now, so find the time to complete it. Lu Yun lifted the weaving yin juvenile bird feather to his mouth and kissed it. Long Core was inwardly shocked when she saw Lu Yun's actions. What are you doing, Lu Yun? Obtain quest card, Props Weaving Inferno Juvenile Birds Redemption ×1. Quest card, Props Redemption of the Weaving Inferno Juvenile. Mission description: the Weaving Inferno Juvenile Bird was unintentionally descended into this world, resulting in the original power in its body being restricted by the power of the world, and under the suppression of the power of the world, it caused the Weaving Inferno Juvenile Bird to lose its consciousness, and it completely fell into the role of a copy boss. Quest content: find the Weaving Yin Juvenile Bird and sign a contract to make it the host's new marriage partner. Quest reward: the Blessing of the Weaver's Bird. Lu Yun's entire body was dumbfounded. Is the system playing tricks on me? What a hook 8 task in this task card. Radiance Infusion. Lin Ning suddenly let out a low roar, and the light above his bow shone to the extreme at this moment. This is one of the skills of the Radiant Archer. Although there was no specific damage increase, the terror of this skill was that it could not be dodged. This meant that there were only 3 endings for a target targeted by this arrow. Either hard just block this attack, either that or just defuse the blow with a powerful force. If you can't do either of those things, then you can only die under this strike. And in Lin Ying's opinion, the end of the weaving flame hatchling clearly belonged to the third party. It could only be killed by one of his arrows. After the low drink fell, Lin Ying was about to loosen his fingers holding the arrow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers followed suit, holding their breath in anticipation of the power of this strike. Quite a few people were even flushed with excitement. Even though this arrow hadn't been shot yet, they had already begun to fantasize about the image of the weaving flame juvenile bird being killed by a single arrow. This was the skill of a level 60 powerhouse, and it was the first time that many people had seen the effect of this level of skill, and it was a normal reaction for their moods to surge. After all, with Lin Ying's level, it was perhaps the pinnacle that the crowd could reach in their lifetime. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly stepped out and blocked the front of the weaving flame young bird. This person was naturally Lu Yun. It wasn't that Lu Yun had a compassionate heart, it was mainly to fulfill the mission. Dog system, if I die here, I won't spare you even as a ghost. Lu Yun roared madly in his heart after he stood out stiffly. His state at the moment could be completely described in one sentence: panicked as hell. Earlier, when he was on the outskirts of the defense line, due to his agreement with Jiang Shishir, he had to stand out as Jiang Shishir's boyfriend and taunt Lin Ning. Although the guy didn't have any reaction on the surface at that time, he knew with his ass that the bastard must want to get himself killed. At this time, seeing that the boss was about to be killed, he suddenly jumped out to stop it. Isn't this just going up the pole and giving away your head, giving people a reason to kill you? He could only hope now that this guy wouldn't lose his mind and strike himself down in front of a large crowd. But Lu Yun had underestimated his own talent. He was at least an internal student of the Magic Martial University now, and a rare mythic level transfiguration. So even if Lin Ning was no longer upset with Lu Yun, he wouldn't have struck out at him in front of so many people. When Lu Yun stepped forward to block the weaving flame young bird's path, Lin Ning directly froze. Did this person know so little about heaven and earth? Relying on his mythic rank talent was also too much to put himself in his eyes. Lin Ying's eyes sank, killing intent clearly flashing in his eyes. He really wanted to get this kid who didn't know the heights of heaven killed. What do you do? Lin Ning asked in a deep voice. The rest of them also looked at Lu Yun with puzzled faces. Lu Yun's throat rolled and he was speechless for a moment. What am I supposed to say? If he directly said that he wanted to stop Lin Ning from killing the weaving flame young bird, he was afraid that he would be eaten alive by the crowd. Because of the presence of the weaving flame young bird, almost no one dared to go in the copies of the Golden Sands defense line during this period of time, a situation that had long since caused many people to be dissatisfied. Killing the weaving yin young bird and restoring order to the Golden Sands defense line was expected by all, and he himself now stood out and sang against the crowd. That's an exciting result to think about. Lu Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as he contemplated his countermeasures. You can't kill it. After a long time, he finally spoke with his lips lightly parted. Swish! Fruity! Lu Yun stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. Everyone was confused when they heard his words, completely unaware of why Lu Yun was doing this. Lu Yun, what the hell are you doing? Jiang Shishir, who was next to him, said with incomparable anxiety, rushing up and trying to pull Lu Yun out of here. She'd seen people who were protective, but she'd never seen someone who was protective of a monster yet. especially since this monster was also a diamond-level boss. In Jiang Shirshi's opinion, Lu Yun was simply crazy. What's Lu Xun doing? Why is he on the boss's side now? I don't know. This wave of operation by the god of Lu is fascinating. The people of Jinsha know. One middle school also looked at each other in confusion, completely unsure of what Lu Yun was actually doing. At this time, the students of the 3rd and 6th forms who had been taught a lesson by Lu Yun earlier within the examination copy stood out and mocked. I think this guy should be worried about being robbed of the limelight by Lin Ying, and that's why he stepped forward at the last minute to deliberately mess things up. I think it's really possible. He's a mythic rank profession. He must be proud of it. Before Lin Ying appeared, he was the center of attention in the entire Jinsha city, and now that he's been overshadowed by Lin Ying, he must be upset and jealous. TSK. I didn't expect that the only contemporary mythic ranked transmuter in Jinsha city would actually have this kind of narrow-minded character. What an eye-opener. If such a person can also be internalized by the Magic Martial University, I think I can too. The gang's words were quite vicious, full of mockery and disdain. Typical fall from grace. They had suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Yun and were unable to retaliate as they were outmatched in terms of strength, so they were now falling into a well and targeting Lu Yun. And it really worked, and a lot of people bought into it. After all, this was the only reason that could explain Lu Yun's behavior. Is the land god really because of jealousy? The land god is also a human being. Isn't it normal to have jealousy? Fair enough. At this moment, even the crowd of First High felt that Lu Yun was jealous of Lin Ying. Thinking of this, the gazes of the people looking at Lu Yun all changed more or less. Originally, the last time Lu Yun had distributed the points from the 3rd and 6th middle schools to the 1st middle school crowd within the examination copy, the crowd was still incomparably grateful and respectful to Lu Yun. Now that respect has begun to sour. After all, being deliberately difficult because of jealousy really doesn't endear a person like that. Long Kor stood beside Lu Yun without saying anything. Although she had not been in contact with Lu Yun for a long time, she knew that Lu Yun was not this kind of person. Just now, looking at Lu Yun's intoxicated look when he kissed the feathers, could it be that the bird feathers triggered his special hobby? She didn't utter a word of explanation either, because even she wasn't sure why Lu Yun suddenly stood up to stop Lin Ying. Lu Yun, you're not this kind of person, right? Hearing the crowd's comments, Jiang Shishi got a little anxious and asked nervously as she grabbed Lu Yun's hand. Do you think I'm one of those people? Lu Yun asked with a smile. I don't think you are. Jiang Shishi took a deep breath and said in a firm tone. She had once been saved by Lu Yun and was quite trusting of him. This kind of trust originated from the depths of her soul, and she couldn't put her finger on it. But no matter what happened, she would trust Lu Yun unconditionally. You're right. I'm really not like that. Lu Yun nodded, then squinted at Lin Ying and said, in terms of face value, I'm finished with him, and I'm directly finished with him compared to his talent. If I grow up, a mere Lin Ying wouldn't have the qualifications to shine my shoes, so how could I be jealous of such a person? Don't look at Lu Yun's lightheartedness, but he still did a long mental struggle when he said these words. Since he wanted to save the weaving flame young bird, he first had to act strong so that he had enough capital to shake the scene. As expected, the scene directly exploded after Lu Yun's words. The crowd's eyes fell wide open, and many of them even felt like they were recognizing Lu Yun for the first time. In the crowd's perception, the Lu Yun before his awakening was still low-key and humble, but the current Lu Yun was as domineering and arrogant as he could be. Originally, with Lu Yun's capital, he did have the qualifications to do so, but now he was in front of the level 60 Lin Ying, not those students who had yet to graduate. This inevitably made it a little difficult to understand Lu Yun's thoughts. Kid, don't think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because you're a mythic-level transfigurator. Lin Ying gritted her teeth, itching to rush up and strangle Lu Yun right now. Don't you want to protect this beast? Fine. I'll give you a chance today. If you can't speak up to justify it, I guarantee you'll be miserable. Blatantly harboring a monster is an extremely irrational act. Just then, Fei Bingro walked out from the crowd, her long legs under her mage robe still quite bright. She sighed as she looked at Lu Yun and said softly, there was someone who had done something similar in the past with an overflowing Holy Mother's heart, which later caused great damage and led to the tragic deaths of the transmigrants. And the monster was still killed afterward. And that transmigrant with an overflowing Holy Mother's heart was also heavily punished for it and was directly executed. Although Fei Bingro didn't say it explicitly, it was also in the words. The meaning was that Lu Yun must not suddenly be overflowing with a motherly heart. After all, monsters were monsters after all. Although certain monsters also had spiritual intelligence, and even spiritual intelligence was not lower than that of humans. But monsters are monsters. They are brutal by nature. It's genetically ingrained in their bones. Unless it was possible to use special equipment to forcefully tame a monster into a battle pet. Otherwise the threat of monsters will not be removed. Kid, Your talent is good. You are already an internal student of the Magic Martial University. Your future is bright. Don't do anything foolish. Chao Monglong also stood out and followed suit. He also knew about Lu Yun. Although he was not related to Lu Yun, both sides were equally from Jinsha City. Right now he was still very happy to have such a mythic-level transmogrifier appear in Jinsha City. Jinsha City belonged to a small and inconspicuous part of the Summer Kingdom, and there had never been a mythic-level transmogrifier here. Lu Yun's appearance was considered to be an honor for Jinsha City, and he didn't want to see Lu Yun go astray. After Chao Monglong, Lin Xiu also stood out and frowned. Lu Yun, I don't know why you're doing this, but have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? At this moment, GZ and the two of them didn't say anything and looked at Lu Yun in a good manner. Now that Lu Yun had become a target, they were curious as to what Lu Yun would do next. One must know that earlier. If it wasn't for Long Kor's hand, he would have already been smashed into meat froth by the weaving flame young bird. Thank you all for your concern. Lu Yun cast a thankful glance at Fei Bingro and the others. He was a little surprised that his popularity was so good. They were still willing to stand up for him at this time. After thanking him, Lu Yun turned his words around and said, but please don't worry. I definitely didn't come forward because of a flood of saintly motherly hearts, but because this weaving flame juvenile bird is in my sights, and I want to make it my second marriage partner. Swish! Lu Yun directly shocked the entire audience when he opened his mouth. Second marriage partner. In fact, there is no limit to the number of marriage objects, and certain powerful transmutants are able to have more than one marriage object at the same time. Take for example, that 189 ranked town goddess sword goddess Akagi Sakurako of the Sakura Kingdom. This one has 3 matches at the same time, but all 3 of Sakurako Akagi's marriage partners were also selected in the marriage room. I have never heard of being able to choose your own marriage partner outside of the marriage room. Normally, even without considering aesthetic issues, as well as emotional issues, beings from other worlds are unwilling to become marriage partners for humans, because humans were too weak before they awakened their professions. And secondly, the marriage contract was too much of a constraint on beings from other worlds, so it was only possible to forcefully instill the marriage contract in the other party through the power plus of the marriage partner. This kind of marriage contract is a hegemonic contract in which the other party has absolutely no choice but to accept it. That was why the crowd felt that Lu Yun was talking nonsense and didn't believe Lu Yun's words at all. A look of disappointment appeared in Fei Bingrou's eyes. She also felt that Lu Yun was joking. It seemed like this guy was determined to shelter this diamond-level boss. Lu Yun could naturally see that the crowd didn't believe it, so he didn't say anything more. The only way to dispel the crowd's concerns was with the truth. So under the gazes of the crowd, Lu Yun came to the weaving flame young bird and asked somewhat nervously, "Are you willing to be my second marriage partner?" Lu Yun couldn't be nervous if he wasn't, because he didn't know if the other party would agree. All of a sudden, roar! The weaving flame young bird let out a chirp. Its huge red wings suddenly unfolded, transforming into a red lightning bolt that quickly exploded towards the sky dome. Seeing this, Lu Yun had mixed feelings. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to become his marriage partner. This is not going to end well today. Seeing this scene, the melon eaters also bloated. Right at this moment, a complex formation suddenly appeared under Lu Yun's feet, and as the formation surfaced, a terrifying flame power suddenly surfaced. At the same time, similar formations appeared around the weaving flame young bird above the dome of the sky. After the formation lingered around the man and the bird for a while, it suddenly transformed into a scroll that appeared in front of each of them. It's a marriage contract. Crap! The god of Lu actually succeeded. And this monster is actually willing to become the god of Lu's second marriage partner. How is this possible? This guy is just a monster. Is it a creature from another world? The crowd was completely stunned by this scene and froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. Not to mention Lin Eng, Fei Bingro, and the others. Even the two who had been undisturbed by Deng Peak's constant waves were dumbfounded at this time. Such a thing was unheard of for them. The first time they had ever seen it. The 3 views crumbled right into pieces. How is this possible? GZ's fiery red lips opened slightly, and a strong color of shock surged on that extremely mature and charming face. Phew! While the entire audience was shocked, Lu Yun was relieved as he took a deep look at the weaving inferno young bird and immediately wrote his name on the scroll through the air. At the same time, the weaving inferno young bird above also operated its power to write its name, Weaving Spirit Child, on the scroll. Swish! After their names appeared on the scroll, a special fit instantly locked onto both of them at the same time. At this moment, Lu Yun felt that he and the weaving flame young bird were already soul connected, and he was even able to clearly sense the flame power flowing within the other party. Although this flame power was not as good as Long Kor's flame power, it was still quite terrifying. Lu Yun's mouth was slightly open, somewhat incredulous. He had originally just taken a chance. I didn't think it would really work. He's now a transmogrifier with 2 marriage partners? All of this, like a dream, is so unreal. Along with the end of the contract, the formation lingering around the two gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Only Lu Yun himself hadn't changed at all. Normally, after signing a new marriage partner, the transmogrifier is given a chance to choose a profession, depending on the particulars of the new marriage partner, and this occupation is known as a second career. Simply put, Lu Yun could have two professions at the same time, which was quite a heaven-defying thing. But the point now was that Lu Yun hadn't gained the so-called opportunity to reselect his occupation after he had successfully signed the contract with Braided Spirit. Moreover, Lu Yun was unable to click on the Weaving Spirits system panel to inspect the other party's attributes. It was clear that the two had signed a marriage contract and had become marriage partners, but it was as if nothing had happened and nothing had changed. This caused Lu Yun to be a bit stunned, not knowing what was going on. System, can you tell me what's going on here? Lu Yun suddenly asked the system. Does the host choose to parse? The mechanical voice of the system came out and said. Lu Yun was instantly delighted at his words and decisively said, parse. Buzz. After a cacophonous mechanical sound, Lu Yun felt what appeared to be scanning his body. If he was able to mentally go within, Lu Yun could see a hair-thin blue light inside his body slowly scanning his body. After about a few seconds had passed, the blue light then disappeared. The system's voice rang out. Second marriage partner, Weaving Yin Juvenile, Weaving Linger, age, combat power, rank, 40, stamina, power, agility, spirit, bloodline, skill 1. Flaming Sky, the Weaving Inferno juvenile bird utilizes the power of the fire element, and launches a ranged attack after a long period of time to build up its power, inflicting a 50% sustained burn effect. Skill 2. Field of Inferno, the young bird of Inferno triggers the power of the bloodline of the god bird Bifong to actively create a field, within which his blood recovery is increased by 50%, damage is increased by 50%, and agility is increased by 50%. Skill 3. Bloodline Evolution, the young bird contains the power of the god bird in its body, and there is an 80% probability of its bloodline evolving at the moment of life and death. After evolution, it possesses a trace of the power of the god bird, and its attributes are increased by 30%, and it possesses the bloodline suppression, and monsters whose level is lower than that of the young bird will be suppressed and submit voluntarily. Lu Yun? When he saw the system interface displayed in front of him that only he could see, Lu Yun was filled with question marks. What does this attribute mean with all the question marks after it? Could it be that even the system couldn't view Weaving Spirits' attributes? Just as Lu Yun was puzzled, another brand new column appeared. A mythic tie system. Current bond unlocking level, 0%. Suggestion, please raise the degree of soul fit with the second marriage object as soon as possible. As a marriage object, only the spirit and the body communicate with each other to completely integrate in order to play out each other's strength. Upon seeing the final proposal, Lu Yun, however, directly froze in place. Ties unlocked at 0%? Enhancing the fit? A complete exchange of spirit and flesh? Lu Yun felt that his head was a little short, and if he wanted to obtain the tie skill, he had to raise the level of his tie unlock with Weaving Spirit, and the way to raise the level of bond unlocking was the same as Long Core, which was the fusion of soul and body. I didn't realize that I would need to do this now to unlock the power of the second marriage object. The main problem was that the Weaving Spirit was a bird. How do you fuse with a bird? System, for a bird, what do you have to do to raise the level of bonding? Lu Yun asked irritably. There was a silence in the air, and the system did not reply. Are you serious? Not a word? Lu Yun asked again. The system remained silent. Sometimes I really quite want you to have an entity. I bought a watch last year, quite want to show it to you. Lu Yun gritted his teeth as the displeasure in his heart reached its peak. However, after saying these words, Lu Yun was a bit enraged and was about to continue saying something when the system finally reacted. Blanche. Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrunk, almost screaming out, Blanche, only this one word? However, this time the system did not bother Lu Yun, but Lu Yun already understood the meaning of the system. It seems that there is no other way other than this. Lu Yun's mood is very complicated. Parsing backwards came out, obviously has said, but like nothing, Lu Yun want not to be depressed is difficult. It seems that for the time being the second marriage partner will not be able to provide much help. Just as Lu Yun felt his head spinning, the weaving flame young bird in front of him was suddenly wrapped in a flame, and when the flame dissipated, that huge body disappeared with it, and a little barefooted loli appeared before everyone's eyes. The little loli was wearing a red shirt, while the lower half of her body was a small white skirt, and her little bare feet were pink and red stepping in mid-air. It's a top-notch ingredient without a doubt. Not only were these jade feet of ingredient grade, but the little loli's looks attracted a lot of attention. It was like God's most perfect craft. The pink carving was incredibly cute. And those big ruddy eyes were so incredibly clear that one couldn't help but want to hug on and kiss them hard. The little Lori's double ponytail, but also the perfect steering wheel. Many people cannot help but fantasize. If now driving to run the mountain should be how pleasant. But for Lu Yun, a long core was a bit too much for him to handle, and now there was a weaving spirit. Lu Yun felt that he might have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Not to mention that Long Core was a jealous woman. If he really did this, there was no guarantee that something would happen, which gave Lu Yun an incomparable headache. Crap, is this the land god's second marriage partner? Don't tell me that's the earlier weaving flame hatchling. It's actually so cute. And it's a little barefoot lowly. Holy shit, what kind of shit luck is the Lu god? It's actually really done by him. Damn, people are simply more angry than people. Seeing Lu Yun successfully sign a contract with the weaving flame young bird, the crowd was extremely shocked, and after seeing how stunning the weaving flame young bird that had taken human form was, the crowd's hearts were even more unbalanced, and their eyes were on fire with jealousy. Most of their marriage partners are difficult to describe, and the difference in race makes it not very convenient to implement many activities. It's actually not unacceptable for the marriage partner to be a little bit ugly, so if you have the courage, you can still use them at least a little bit. But there are some special matches that are literally only to be seen from afar. For example, Li Ji in the third form. His marriage object is a fire elf. Fire elf although also belongs to the elf family, but the whole body is wrapped in flames. The temperature of the body has long exceeded 100 degrees. Trying to drive with such a marriage partner is not just a matter of courage. You also have to have a body that is resistant to high temperatures. In short, putting aside the level of the marriage partner, just talking about the face value and appearance. The appearance of Weaving Linger was enough to make everyone's eyes glaze over. Under the gazes of the many male demented men, Weaving Linger's slender lowly jade feet gently stepped out, and the fire elements under her feet intermingled, condensing a flame feather. Weaving Linger was like a flame princess, her feet stepping on a ladder made up of flame feathers as she walked step by step in front of Lu Yun. Then he placed his hands on his heels and looked nervously at Long Core. Lord Long Core. She was naturally nervous because she felt the unique aura from the Fire Dragon race on Long Core. The two women were both equally from the Fire Dragon Divine Realms race, but their status and position were extremely different. Weaving Linger came from the Weaving Yen Bird clan. Even though the Weaving Yen Bird clan belonged to a first-rate great clan within the Fire Dragon Divine Realm. However, if one were to compare it to the Fire Dragon clan that Long Core was a part of, there was still a huge gap. After all, the Fire Dragon clan was the overlord of this world. Previously, her consciousness was affected by this world and she completely lost her mind and fell into a monster, trying to strike out at Long Core's marriage partner and making the following mistake. Weaving Linger is a little worried about Long Core settling scores, but the good thing is that Long Core also knows that this niece has lost her mind earlier and did not blame. Why did you come here? Long Core interrupted and asked. She was able to come here because she was chosen by Lu Yun in the marriage room to become Lu Yun's marriage partner. Instead, Weaving Linger had appeared in the form of a monster. And if she hadn't felt her fire dragon breath being awakened to her consciousness, I'm afraid that she would all still be a diamond-level boss in the eyes of the crowd right now. The end that awaited her would inevitably be decapitated by a powerful transmogrifier. I don't know. Weaving Linger shook her head and said in a trance. At that time, I was playing a game in my clan, and hadn't even left the house for 300 years, so I don't know why I suddenly had a blackout in front of my eyes. And when I woke up again, I came here. Then I felt that my consciousness was gradually confused under the influence of the power of this world, and then I knew absolutely nothing. Thinking about this, Weaving Spirit still had a pang of fear. If Lu Yun hadn't stepped forward in time to protect her, she might have died at the hands of Lin Ning. She appeared here as a monster, and since she was not a creature of this world, and without the aid of a marriage partner, many of her powers and skills could not be utilized. Hearing the other party's narration, Lu Yun fell back with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This Weaving Linger seemed to be a housegirl just like Long Core. I can't believe I stayed home for 300 years. Could it be that the geek girl had been a geek for too long? Died suddenly, and then traveled to this world? If that was the case, Weaving Linger should belong to the travelers and should have a system in place. Lu Yun asked curiously, do you have a system in your body? System? Weaving Linger blinked her big innocent eyes. What is this? Long Core also looked at Lu Yun with a suspicious face. Nothing. Lu Yun shook his head and didn't say anything more. It seemed that there was no so-called system within Weaving Spirit's body. As for how exactly she came here, Lu Yun couldn't figure it out. Right in the middle of the conversation between a few people, the hearts of the many melon eaters were extremely unsettled. Lin Ning was even more incomparably uncomfortable, like suddenly eating 3 pounds of dead flies. His stomach turned over and he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. This was supposed to be the stage that belonged to him, but it turned out that it actually fulfilled Lu Yun in the end. Instead, He had come all the way here to become a companion. And this huge discrepancy made it a little difficult for Lin Ying to accept. He was so angry that he directly snapped the radiant arrow in his hand and threw it on the ground. What the hell is going on here? Come on, let's go back and talk first. Lu Yun was about to leave with the two women when he finished speaking. There were too many people here, and it was too high profile for him to obtain a second marriage partner in public. Lu Yun felt that it was better to keep a low profile for now. You can't leave. However, Lin Ying suddenly took a step forward to block Lu Yun's path, pointing at Weaving Linger with a dark face. You can't take her away. She is now my betrothed. Why can't I take her? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. These words really put Lin Ying blocked. The goods twisted half a day like a fish in the throat. A batch of difficult. Hard to say a word cannot be said. If Weaving Linger was still a mere monster as before, they could naturally stop Lu Yun from taking her away. But now Weaving Linger was already Lu Yun's second marriage partner. He really had no reason to stop Lu Yun from taking the other party out of here. It's hard. Lin's shadow drilled into both fists' hard heart. Liver, spleen and lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Lin Ying didn't say anything, Lu Yun smiled and turned around to leave. Please stay. However, right at this moment, the two GZ, who had been silent, suddenly blocked Lu Yun's path. For these two, Lu Yun was still a bit scornful, but Lu Yun remained unassuming. Is there something wrong with the two of you? Can you speak further? GZ glanced at Lu Yun before she said with a complicated expression. Their appearance here today was actually directed towards the weaving flame young bird, which had something they needed. Originally, they had wanted to find an opportunity to strike. Who would have thought that the weaving flame young bird would actually become Lu Yun's marriage partner now? Lu Yun blinked and didn't say anything. GZ suddenly said, "Don't worry, we don't mean any harm." Lu Yun nodded. Good. Half an hour later, several people appeared in a restaurant box. Lu Yun ordered a large table of dishes. The restaurant was very fast. It didn't take long for a large table of colorful and flavorful meal delicacies to be served. Long Kor's eyes instantly glowed when she saw this, and without any hesitation, she began to gorge herself, eating with her mouth full of oil, and quickly finished 3 bowls of rice. Lu Yun had long since seen it all. Long Kor had always been very raw in the area of eating, and she ate a lot. Maybe that's why she's as big as she is. After all, the larger the scale, the more nutrients you need and the more you naturally eat. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, the small and cute-looking Weaving Linger was similarly disregarding her image and gorging herself. It's so good. Weaving Linger caught a chopstick of shredded meat with green pepper and put it into her mouth. The juicy shredded meat suddenly exploded inside her mouth along with the fragrance of the green pepper. Weaving Linger's eyes were glowing, and she kept wiggling her little buttocks in excitement. Then she took another chopstick of braised pork. The braised pork that had been stewed for 3 hours was fatty but not greasy and melted in her mouth. So delicious that Weaving Spirit couldn't help but let out a moan. She didn't know how long she had been in this world, so long in the form of a monster with a muddled consciousness, and it had been a long time since she had eaten such a delicious meal. Long Kor see Weaving Linger eating actually also so elegant, cannot help but this niece gave birth to a sense of closeness. The two girls then as if no one else's crazy dry rice. The food was heavenly. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched and his hand holding his wallet began to shake. Long Kor alone was a bit too much for him to feed, and now that there was an equally edible Weaving Linger, Lu Yun lamented that he might have to eat dirt in the future. Himiko, can I trouble you about something? Lu Yun suddenly looked ahead at GZ and opened his mouth. GZ froze, then smiled and said, if there's anything that Mr. Lu has to do, you might as well just say it. If we can help we definitely won't refuse. Although she didn't know what Lu Yun wanted her to do, but being involved with such a genius was definitely something that would do more good than harm, so she naturally wouldn't refuse to help. Lu Yun was instantly grateful when he heard this, then scratched his head and smiled coyly. I wonder if Miss GZ recognizes those tycoon bigwigs to introduce me to some brick-lifting jobs. Swish! Hearing this, GZ and the other member of the Ascendant froze in place with their mouths slightly open on the spot. Lu Yun thought that the other party was unwilling, and immediately became even more embarrassed, adding, don't worry, GZ, I'm very good at moving bricks, not to mention that I'm now a Dragon Knight, so it's absolutely no problem to move a stack of bricks at once. Kiko. The corners of Himiko's mouth twitched and she didn't know what to say. A mythic-level Dragon Knight, a 1-in-a-million mythic-level genius, now actually offered to move bricks? Does this kid have some special fetish? You enjoy moving bricks? GZ looked at Lu Yun and asked tentatively. Lu Yun twisted his head to look at the two women who were eating and drinking, then nodded with a smile worse than tears on his face. Like it a lot. Kiko. In fact, Lu Yun wasn't exaggerating in this regard. In the past, when he hadn't awakened his profession yet, he was living in a rather tight spot. At that time it was just a matter of moving bricks to make ends meet. In addition to moving bricks, Lu Yun actually had a better option, which was to go to a nightclub and work as an escort, with a daily salary of nearly 300 gold coins. Although Lu Yun was poor at that time, his face value was still very capable, and he was the object of many rich women's affection. But Lu Yun is not a casual person. Knowing that the water in the nightclub is very deep, and that he may lose his innocence if he is not careful, so he refused. Originally, after awakening the Dragon Knight, the school side was giving villas and supplies, and Lu Yun had no intention of moving bricks to subsidize his family for the time being. But now with the arrival of Weaving Linger, Lu Yun felt compelled to plan ahead. Lu San is really good at joking. GZ felt that Lu Yun was joking again and did not take it to heart. After a long pause, she turned her words around and said seriously, "In fact, I won't hide it from you. We purposely rushed to Jinsha City this time for the sake of the Weaving Inferno juvenile bird." Lu Yun glanced at Weaving Linger, only to see that this ninny was still earnestly drying her rice, completely oblivious to what a few people were chatting about. Because of her, Lu Yun frowned, and his eyes became a little wary. "There's no need to be nervous, Lu. We don't have any malice towards her. We're just entrusted with some of her flame power, which has no effect on her itself." GZ didn't drag his feet and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Can I know why?" Lu Yun asked after a long moment of silence. "It's not a secret. I wonder if Mr. Lu has heard of the Heavenly Vault creation?" "The Heavenly Vault creation? Are they the ones who want to weave spirits' flame power?" Lu Yun's expression became a little odd. The Heavenly Vault maker Lu Yun had heard of it. It was also an extremely powerful labor union, and he had heard that it was itself formed by the top brass of the Xia state, with unions all over the Xia state. In addition to all of the above, there was one other thing that made the Heavenly Vault Makers Union different from other unions. The members of the union were generally not strong in combat. The main thing is that the professions of the members absorbed by this labor union are basically not of the combat class, and the ones absorbed are those who have extremely strong attainments in building equipment or have the relevant professions. To put it bluntly, the individual combat power of the people in this union is weak, but they can build many powerful and functional equipment. For example, the Battle Pet Orb, which was used exclusively for taking in battle pets, was from the handiwork of the Heavenly Vault creation. In addition to auxiliary equipment like the Battle Pet Orb, Heaven's Vault creation often created a variety of powerful equipment, and these are the top equipment that everyone aspires to. Many human powerhouses were even willing to pour out their family's wealth to get a piece of equipment tailored by the Heavenly Vault maker. It was because of this that Heavenly Vault creation was extremely well liked amongst the many labor unions, having few rivals and certainly not daring anyone to make an enemy of them. The depths of the Heavenly Vault creation were terrifying. That was why Lu Yun was so surprised after realizing that it was the Heavenly Vault creation that wanted to weave spirits' flame power. Heavenly Vault creation has recently been developing another new equipment, a fire attribute equipment that requires the flame power of a powerful monster as a source of power. And when they learned about the Weaving Inferno young bird, they thought that the flame power within the Weaving Flame young bird was a perfect match for the new equipment they were building. So they specifically found us and wanted to get some of the flame power. Originally, GZ and the others were thinking that after the Weaving Flame young bird was taken care of, they would ask Lin Ying for some flame power to go back and deliver. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would not follow the norm and directly take in the Weaving Flame young bird, so they could only manage to claim Lu Yun now. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. He was a bit strange. There were many powerful monsters that possessed the power of flames, such as Long Kor's power of flames. Even though Long Kor was not a monster, her power of flames was much more terrifying than weaving spirits. So why did they look at weaving spirits? After thinking about it for half a day, Lu Yun thought of a possibility. Perhaps a flame power like Long Kor's was too powerful, and instead, weaving spirits' flame power was just right. It's not that the power of the flame can't be given to you. It's just that. Lu Yun looked up at GZ and the others and smiled without saying anything. GZ, however, instantly understood Lu Yun's meaning. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we won't ask for your flame power for nothing. We will give the corresponding payment. Please feel free to speak up if you need to use my Dengfengji anywhere in the future." This was what GZ had thought of saying long ago. After saying this, GZ took out a nameplate and handed it to Lu Yun. The nameplate had a special pattern on it. As long as Lu Yun took this nameplate and went to Ascendance to seek help, he was bound to receive a response. Ascending Peak was also a top-ranked top union in Xia, and this thing was incredibly precious. However, Lu Yun didn't reach out to take it, but smiled. "I want gold coins." Himiko froze. "Want a gold coin?" Her whole body was bad. The value of this nameplate didn't know how many gold coins it was worth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was priced out of the market. To know that it was a great opportunity to make Dengfomo a favor. This guy actually refused outright? In fact, Lu Yun also knew the value of this nameplate. But naturally, he really needed gold coins right now. Otherwise he couldn't afford to support his two daughters, Long Core and Weaving Spirit. So between favors and gold coins, Lu Yun did not hesitate to choose gold coins. After making sure that Lu Yun wasn't joking, GZ then pulled out a card from her bosom with an odd expression and handed it to Lu Yun. This is a card from the Flower Sea Bank. There are still 3,000 gold coins in it. I wonder if it's enough. Enough is enough. Lu Yun hurriedly stretched out his hands and carefully took the bank card. His face was all smiles. 3,000 gold coins. He used to have to move bricks at the construction site for almost months to earn this much. With these gold coins, living expenses are sufficient for the time being. Lu student, this nameplate, you might as well take it, even as a gift for us to make friends. After handing over the bank card, GZ still handed over the nameplate to Lu Yun together. Originally, their intention was to take advantage of the opportunity to hook up with Lu Yun, so this nameplate was going to be given away no matter what. Originally, Lu Yun was a bit embarrassed. After all, now that he had taken the gold coins, both sides were already even. But unable to resist GZ's enthusiasm, Lu Yun ended up taking the nameplate as well. After he was done, Lu Yun simply and directly asked Weaving Spirit to separate some of the flame power. And Weaving Spirit naturally obeyed Lu Yun's orders. The left hand held a large chicken leg and nibbled on it before extending the index finger of his right hand and gently pointing it towards the front. A wisp of flame power immediately spilled out from between his fingers. Seeing this, GZ hurriedly took out a box-like special device and carefully packed the strand of flame power. The two were in a good mood after completing the mission and waved their hands before bidding farewell to Lu Yun and the others. Wait! At this time, Lu Yun suddenly called out to the two of them, then scratched his head in embarrassment. Can you guys pay for this meal first? I've been spending too much money lately, and I'd like to save these 3,000 gold coins. After saying these words, Lu Yun's face was as red as a monkey's, but it wasn't that he was stingy. It was mainly because he had lived a bitter life for too long in the past, and Long Core was too able to spend. And this restaurant they chose for dinner wasn't cheap, especially choosing a private room. His current idea was to save as much as he could. The corners of Himiko's mouth twitched and his entire face darkened. A few minutes later, only after the two GZ left did Lu Yun look at the two Long Core girls. The table was full of food. Lu Yun and GZ and the others didn't even take a bite. The whole time it was the two women who were swirling rice in their mouths. 8 dishes and 2 soups were eaten almost clean without exception. Wine and rice. The two women then touched the round belly cozy leaning back on the leather seats, feeling that life is so colorful. This life is so much more pleasant than the days when they used to stay home and play games. Go ahead and go home when you're full. Lu Yun wanted to cry, and suddenly felt that these 3,000 gold coins didn't seem to last long. Can't help but make up my mind. In the future, if you can cook at home, you should never eat out. It costs too much gold. Leaving the restaurant, Lu Yun brought the two Long Core girls back to the villa, which had enough rooms. After Lu Yun simply tidied up the bedroom on the second floor, he brought the Weaving Spirit over and said, "Let's see if there's anything else you're not satisfied with. Just let me know what's missing." Weaving Linger glanced at the room. The decoration was very plain yet cozy. Lu Yun had also purposely changed the duvet cover to the pink color that girls liked. There was also a small vanity in the front of the room, which Weaver was very pleased with. She flung herself onto the bed in her bare feet, feeling the softness of the couch as she rolled around in it. "Thank you, master. I love it here." Weaving Linger looked up at Lu Yun and smiled sweetly. "Like it?" Lu Yun's old face flushed and he coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, telling Weaving Spirit to find herself if she had anything to do before snatching the door. Thanks to the owner of Nice Guy. It's premature, being softly called master by a cute little loli. Who could stand it? Lu Yun leaned against the door, thinking about what he had just seen. He couldn't help but feel hot. His heartbeat quickened, and his blood seemed to boil. Touching his nose, it was fortunate that since he had Long Core, his physique had been improved and his nosebleed did not flow out. Otherwise, it would be a shame for an adult. Just in the future every day like this really cannot carry. It seems that the future of the need to prepare more blood replenishment products, just in case. Lu Yun really afraid of their own one day due to excessive blood loss and social death. Let Weaving Spirit first familiarize herself with the environment here. And as for the matter of raising the level of bond unlocking, we'll talk about it later. As a marriage partner, Lu Yun had absolute dominance, and under the influence of the contract, Lu Yun could completely order Long Core and Weaving Spirit to serve him. The two women could not disobey Lu Yun's orders, and it could be said that they had to do whatever Lu Yun wanted them to do. This is one of the reasons why, normally, creatures from other worlds do not want to be marriage partners. If you meet a pervert, it's worse than death. And It is because the marriage partner cannot disobey the master's orders that many transmigrants continue to look for other mates after having a marriage partner. As for the marriage partner that came out of the marriage room, it was more often seen as an appendage of the awakened profession, a subordinate that aided in battle. However, Lu Yun was a traveler and had different concepts from this world, especially since Long Kor and Weaving Linger were so cute in appearance and personality. He really couldn't do such a thing. At least for the time being, Lu Yun was still very respectful of the two girls, Long Kor and Weaving Linger, and had never made any excessive demands. Not right. There are a few requirements to be accepted, and they shouldn't be considered excessive, right? Lu Yun had asked Long Kor to wear clothes of different professions and roleplay, simulating some interesting plots and sometimes asking her to strike some unique poses. Well, this kind doesn't count. After settling the matter of the weaving spirit, Lu Yun went downstairs. Arriving downstairs, Lu Yun found Long Kor barefoot with a game console in her hands, curled up on the sofa playing a game. This game console was still the one that Zhang Qingqing took the initiative to buy for Long Kor the last time she went out to dinner with him. As a geek girl, things like game consoles still appealed to her greatly. Looking at Long Kor who was engaged in the game, Lu Yun hesitated for a long time before sitting beside Long Kor. Long Kor, however, didn't notice and remained focused on playing the game. Can you call me master? Looking at Long Kor, Lu Yun's mind suddenly resounded with the bone-crushing voice of Weaving Spiritor just now, and his mind was so hot that he ghosted out. Long Kor's movements in her hands lurched as she put down the game console and looked up at Lu Yun before her stunningly beautiful little face instantly turned scarlet. Lu Yun was a bit confused. I just asked you to call me master. Why are you looking at me like that? Want me to call you master? Long Kor hemmed and hawed and came up to Lu Yun, playfully blowing softly into Lu Yun's ear, causing Lu Yun's body to stifle a wince. Can do that? Lu Yun asked with some anticipation. Although Lu Yun often said some flirtatious words on his lips, he was not from this world after all, and as a single young man in the 21st century, Lu Yun still had no experience at all in this kind of thing. Of course, I'm your marriage partner, bound by the marriage contract. You can do whatever you want to me. Don't worry about my feelings at all. A man should have his own opinion. Long Kor's voice became smaller and smaller, and when she said it later, she simply stretched out her slender fingers and gently rubbed them on Lu Yun's face. Long Kor comes with a body fragrance, a light scent that smells good, and her skin is soft and smooth and comfortable. At this moment, Long Kor's crimson-colored eyes were flickering with flirtation within them, but that dragon race's own temperament gave off a rather domineering feeling, and charm and crumbs. Lu Yun was a little tickled by Long Kor's touch, and just as he was about to speak, Long Kor stretched out her white fingers against the front of Lu Yun's lips, and made a gesture of silencing. I'm going to take a shower first, and since you want to hear me call you master, I'll do it until it satisfies you. Long Kor smiled gently, before she shyly ran to her room and changed into a bathrobe before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. Soon there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Lu Yun, who was sitting on the sofa, however, had his entire body messed up, his eyes gradually coming back from their stagnation and gradually panicking. Geek girls are terrible. Heaven and earth. He just simply wanted to hear Long Kor call himself master. He didn't have those messy thoughts at all. He felt that Long Kor misunderstood something. Blanche. Thinking of this, Lu Yun shivered all up, anxiously turned around in place several times. Suddenly his eyes lit up and thought of a good way, then turned around and put on his shoes and ran towards the door. He planned to deal with the internet cafe for tonight first. He hadn't even replenished his losses from last time, and this time, he felt that his body couldn't hold up to such an intense battle. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lu Yun reached out and pressed the doorknob, his taut nerves finally soothed. Just then, boom! A crimson flame suddenly surged within the bathroom's translucent frosted glass, and then the bathroom door was suddenly rushed open by the power of the flame. A dragon claw condensed by flames reached out directly from within, firmly holding Lu Yun in a lightning-fast grip, then mercilessly propped toward the bathroom. Lu Yun grabbed the ground with both hands and struggled frantically, but in the end, he could only leave a long scratch mark on the ground, desperately letting the devil's claws drag him into the abyss. Immediately, the power of the flames disappeared and the bathroom door reclosed. An extremely flirtatious voice rang out from within the bathroom. 8 parts flirtatious, 3 parts contemptuous. Please command your slave to your heart's content. My master. The next day, Lu Yun came to school by himself. Long Kor was playing a game in the marriage space, while Weaving Linger was watching Long Kor play the game in the marriage space, dragging his tired body. Every step Lu Yun took felt extremely difficult, his legs trembling without any support at all. When Lu Yun arrived at the entrance of the first middle school with great difficulty, it felt as if a century of time had passed. Just then, an elderly grandfather with a cane passed by Lu Yun, and Lu Yun suddenly developed a need for a cane. Although last night's experience had been disastrous, the good news was that Lu Yun's bond unlocking level with long core had reached 39%. This can be done with a few more hard hours at most before reaching 40% and gaining a new skill. Lu Yun came to the entrance of the school, rubbed his face, and straightened his hair to make himself look refreshed. He didn't want to be seen haggard and be told that he couldn't do it. However, right at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly ran out from within the school, and when he saw Lu Yun, he even revealed a great joy on his face. Lu Yun, you're finally here. I was just about to your house to look for you. Zhao Qingsong waved his hand and came to Lu Yun, his face full of spring color. Your zombie lady is giving birth? Why so happy? Lu Yun asked curiously. Not my family zombie mother gave birth. Just married, which can be so fast. And the race is different. Cannot be pregnant or still not good to say? My family zombie mother has a special situation. Her head. Hey, no, off topic. How to say on my things. Lu Yun, you have a heavenly good thing. You have a second marriage object thing. The school side also know. Now Principal Li and Minnie Sr. are in the offices waiting for you. It must be a better deal for you, Zhao Qingsong said with envy. Lu Yun's own mythic rank profession was quite bright, and now he had a second marriage partner, who was also a cute little loli. Such a talent was too exaggerated, and he didn't even dare to imagine just how terrifying Lu Yun could grow to in the future. Although mythic level professions were rare, the population base of Xia was extremely large, with a population size of 1.4 billion. And 30 mythic level professionals appeared before and after, and those who have a second marriage partner are only a handful of existences in the entire Xia kingdom. And Lu Yun was not only a mythic rank profession, he also had a second marriage object, the two buffs stacked on top of each other. It was just too awesome. Zhao Qingsong didn't know what the school side was looking for Lu Yun to do, but he could imagine that it must be to give Lu Yun benefits. I know, I'm on my way. Lu Yun nodded, not expecting it to reach the school leaders so quickly. Lu Yun arrived at the principal's office and found that all the top management of the first high school were there. The crowd was still arguing, but when they saw Lu Yun's arrival they all stopped their movements and looked at Lu Yun in unison, their eyes glowing, like seeing something priceless. Lu Yun was fidgeting when he was stared at so fiercely by so many old men. Although Dude's face is very capable, but Dude's interests are normal. You guys don't look at me like that. I'm panicking. Right at this moment, Li Zhang suddenly stood up from his seat at the very front, came to Lu Yun, took Lu Yun's hand, and said in a tone full of enthusiasm, Student Lu, you've done our one middle school proud again this time. Competing for glory? Lu Yun wondered. Li Zhang excitedly patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and said, That's true, not only have you become a mythic rank transfigurator, but now you've become the second marriage object owner. I've already reported this matter. You can't even imagine how excited the people up there were when they heard the news. Feeling like he was about to have a heart attack, Li Zhang forced down this excitement and stared at Lu Yun with blazing eyes as he continued. News has already come from the side of the Magic Martial University. If you are willing to do so, you can head to the Magic Martial University to begin your studies now. The Magic Martial University was one of the top academies in the Summer Kingdom, and even if one had already been internalized, it would still take some time as an assessment period. During the examination period, the side of the Magic Martial University would pay close attention to the situation of the subject of the examination. But whenever the subject of the examination performed poorly, it was also possible to deprive the qualification of the guaranteed enrollment. But it was different now. When the Magic Martial University learned that Lu Yun had a second marriage partner, Lu Yun's talent could no longer be measured by the usual system. So they decided to break the rules and invite Lu Yun, and as long as Lu Yun was willing, he could report to the Magic Martial University anytime now. This is something unprecedented and a great honor. But Lu Yun is not too happy about this. Magic Martial Arts University is originally guaranteed. Early to go, late to go, the difference is not very big, and suddenly have to change an unfamiliar environment, more or less some reluctance. In addition to a middle school to send the villa, Lu Yun has not lived enough. Everyone had their own comfort zone. Jinsha City was Lu Yun's comfort zone. Lu Yun had only been converted to a Dragon Knight for a short while. He had not yet fully adapted and was not ready to leave Jinsha City for the time being. I don't have this plan for now. It's better to stay in Jinsha City for now and just graduate normally, Lu Yun said after thinking about it. Could be. Li Zhang nodded his head, understanding Lu Yun's thoughts at this time, and didn't do anything to force the issue. But immediately, Li Zhang rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly, You've already obtained a second marriage partner, so you should be a double transmuter now. I wonder what level your second occupation is and what occupation it is. Double transmutator. It was not too much to say that such a genius was a phoenix. There weren't many of them in the entire Xia kingdom. However, without exception, but all dual transmutators, In the end, as long as they could grow up, they were all extremely powerful existences in terms of battle power. Akagi Sakurako, for example, already belonged to the Jinhua class of powerhouses. No awakening yet. My bond with my second marriage partner is too low to unlock a new profession just yet. Lu Yun scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. So it is. Li Zhang was not too disappointed, but patted Lu Yun's shoulder and encouraged. Since this is the case, then find a way to raise your bonds as soon as possible. If you can unlock the second profession before you go to the Magic Martial University, you will be able to top the list when you head to the Magic Martial University in the future. The talented students who went out from their own families, even when they arrived at a place like the Magic Martial University where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, they would still be able to overpower that group of geniuses. Their Jinsha city had never seen a mythic level transmigrator before, so they hadn't been mocked by people from other places, and this time, Lu Yun was considered to have fiercely fought for their honor for once. It's all because of me, Li Zhang. Ha. Just thinking about it made Li Zhang very excited. Upgrading the bonds? I'd love to, but the way he elevated his bond was to enter the cave, and Lu Yun expressed his difficulty. After all, with Long Core as the rightful owner, Lu Yun was truly afraid of knocking this jar of jealousy over, and Lu Yun was also worried that Weaving Spirit was unwilling. If the other party was not willing to discuss physiological knowledge with him, Lu Yun would never force himself. Wait a minute. A half-assed push is not considered an imposition. Alas, this matter can only be taken one step at a time. Lu Yun sighed and said in his mind while spitting out this outrageous method of ascension. It was only after half a day that Lu Yun looked at Li Zhang and re-asked, "Is there anything else Principal Li wants to see me about? Other than that, there is really something big that I need to discuss with you." Big deal? At those words Lu Yun also became serious. Because of you being a dual transmuter, the higher-ups have paid quite a bit of attention to our first school and given us many resources. So in order to reward you, we've decided to fulfill one of your wishes. Wishes? Any wish? Lu Yun's throat rolled with excitement. In principle speaking, as long as it's not particularly outrageous, we can fulfill you. Li Zhang revealed an amiable smile, and the more he looked at Lu Yun, the more agreeable he became. Hearing this, Lu Yun's first thought was to ask the school to find him a fire elemental crystal core. Lu Yun had been using the Fire Dragon Clan skills from Long Core, but he was, after all, a fleshly mortal and did not have the physique of the Fire Dragon Clan, and with such a terrifying power of flames traveling through his body day and night, his body was already in a bad shape. If he couldn't find the Fire Elemental Crystal Core to eliminate this effect, it would have a very great impact on Lu Yun's strength. However, Lu Yun thought for a moment that by making this request to the school, the other party would definitely ask why he wanted the Fire Elemental Crystal Core. By telling the school about his situation, his weaknesses will be exposed, and now that he's a celebrity, he might be exploited by someone with an axe to grind. In addition, the Fire Elemental Crystal Core was very precious, and it wouldn't take long for himself to leave Jinsha City, so the school might not be able to get it during this time. When the time came, the Fire Elemental Crystal Core was not obtained and his weaknesses were still exposed, so Lu Yun dismissed the idea. To be on the safe side, it would be better to take care of the Fire Elemental Crystal Core matter personally. Mr. Lu was struggling to make ends meet before, so I think it would be better to just give him gold coins as a reward. At this moment, a school senior spoke up. Lu Yun looked at this senior, his eyes releasing a grateful gaze. This one is truly a man of nature. He really knows himself. These words spoke directly to Lu Yun's heart. However, Li Zhang quickly rejected the senior's proposal and huffed. What kind of qualified genius is student Lu Yun? He's a mythic level transfigurator, a dual transfigurator with 2 marriage partners, a genius among geniuses. Who doesn't have gold coins and who can't give them? If people know that we are only giving away a few gold coins, we will be looked down upon. And with something like gold coins, the future Lu Yun will have as much as he wants. This is just numbers to him. This kind of reward means nothing to him. The rest of the top brass heard this and nodded their heads in agreement after some thought. Don't. I just want gold coins. I'm such a simple person. I'm not picky. Lu Yun was about to collapse. Even if with his talent, he wouldn't be short of gold coins to spend at a later stage. He was now truly penniless, and his 2 wives at home could barely afford to support him. He really wants gold coins to save his life. I actually think. Lu Yun stretched out his hand, wanting to tell the crowd in the chamber that he was currently short of gold coins. You don't need to open your mouth. Mr. Lu, I know what you want to say. Li Zhang interrupted Lu Yun with a confident smile as he looked at him. Lu Yun froze. Could it be that this old man was enlightened and knew what he was thinking? Immediately, Lu Yun Sanwei rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation as Li Zhang opened his mouth. However, Li Zhang's next words directly caused Lu Yun to have the urge to vomit blood. I think we should just give Lu the title of honorary tutor? Upon hearing Li Zhang's words, many of the higher-ups looked at each other. I agree. Someone said. I agree. It's a great honorary reward as well as letting people know that Lu Yun is from our Golden Sands First High School. Numerous executives did not object to this. A mentor, unlike a teacher, is a higher rank title and is often responsible for things such as overseeing a student's training. Take Zhang Qingqing for example. She was not only Lu Yun's homeroom teacher, but also a mentor, and a high school tutor in Xia who specializes in training professionals is very respected in this power-dominated world, and on the surface, will enjoy some privileges of Xia's chicken ribs, but it's more of a hidden privilege, because no one knows how many professionals a tutor has actually trained. An honorary mentor, on the other hand, is one who enjoys only the amenities that come with mentorship without having to be responsible for the student. Honorary mentor? What's this? Can I get money for it? Lu Yun's face was filled with death. He wasn't interested in the title of honorary tutor. He only wanted money. Lu Yun suddenly realized at this moment the significance of the saying that high buildings rise from the ground and everything still depends on oneself. Since you won't tell me, I'll tell you myself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun raised his hand and said weakly, actually, I want to. Lu, with your performance, the school's later training tests don't mean much to you anymore. This honorary tutor position is quite suitable for you. From now on you are the only student with the status of honorary tutor in my Jinsha City No. 1 high school. As an honorary tutor, you are now qualified to set up your own union. Looking at Lu Yun's look of desire to speak, Li Zhang smiled gently. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Your talent is worthy of this title. If anyone displeases you, bring him to me. The principal will stand up for you. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged. I thank you. In the end, Lu Yun still didn't have the heart to say the words I want gold coins. One can only leave with a chill. All he wanted now was to find the fire elemental crystal core as soon as possible. As for creating a guild, he had absolutely no plans in that regard. It's possible that the school was planning to reward me with gold coins last time as well, and perhaps it was because this old man interfered that they ended up rewarding me with a villa. Lu Yun thought about it as he walked, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he had the urge to dig up the ancestral graves of Li Zhang's family. The old man is an abomination. As the principal of the first high school, his conscience is greatly bad. What a way for a 37-degree mouth to spit out such cold, biting words. In the meantime, San's 3 middle school playground. Numerous students had been training on the playground until a black Primera suddenly appeared, causing an uproar. Crap, this car doesn't seem cheap, does it? Paramara, this is the first time I've seen this car in reality. Anyone who can afford to drive a car like this is either rich or noble. Is there an invisible sun in our school? Just as many students were talking, an elementary school girl in the crowd suddenly touched Jiang Shishir's elbow and said enviously, Sister Shishir, look at this car. It's so handsome. I wonder what it would feel like if I could sit in it and drive around for a while. Jiang Shishir glanced up, and then she lowered her head to continue training. She herself came from the Jiang family, and this kind of luxury car had been seen since she was a child, so she naturally couldn't raise too much interest. But the next moment, another gasp sounded, only to see the Primera stop and the rear door open, and a man in a suit stepped down. It was none other than Lin's shadow. Seeing Lin Ying appear, the squeals of female voices resounded here and there on the grass, and many young girls' eyes were on the verge of sprouting little love hearts. Lin Ying had also walked out of Jinsha City in the beginning, and the stories about him were still being circulated today. Although Lin Ying's performance in the Jinsha defense line last time was a bit of a crotch puller, but after all, Lin Ying's deeds had influenced Jinsha City for several years, and this small mistake couldn't change the crowd's admiration for Lin Ying. In the eyes of this group of students in Jinsha City, Lin Ying was an existence equated with genius. It's actually Lin Ying. He actually came to our 3rd middle school as well. Sister Shishir, could he have come to find you? That elementary school girl said with envy. Jiang Shishir looked up at Lin Ying, her eyebrows slightly knitted in some displeasure, mentally praying that this one wasn't coming for him. She really didn't want to cross paths with the other side too much. But the next moment, swish, under the blazing gazes of the many students, Lin Ying walked directly towards Jiang Shishir's direction. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir's movements that were originally training stalled, and her entire face became incomparably ugly. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Sissy. Lin Ying walked quickly towards Jiang Shishir while a self-proclaimed handsome smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand in preparation for a greeting. But Jiang Shishir kept her head down and didn't bother herself. When Lin Ying saw this, the smile on his face froze, and the hand he had just extended hung awkwardly in mid-air. He was not a fool. Where could he not see that Jiang Shishir deliberately pretended not to see him, clearly not wanting to make contact with him? Who is he? He, Lin Ying, was a genius who had furthered his studies at the Magic Martial University for 2 years. Level 60 superpower. During the period of time when he was furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University, countless women dreamed of climbing into his bed, and he changed his object every 3 to 5. It had never happened before that a woman would actually reject him. Sure, I came to see you. Lin Ying took a deep breath and forced himself to keep a smile on his face as he continued. This time Jiang Shishir couldn't keep up the pretense. Don't need to come looking for me in the future. I don't have any relationship with you and I don't want to have anything to do with you, Jiang Shishir said softly with cold eyes. These words were like 1,000 needles that ruthlessly pierced Lin Ying's heart. It's not so much the heartache of being rejected by someone you like. Quite the contrary. He didn't have feelings for Jiang Shishir either. After all, counting the one time in Kyoto, the two had only met twice so far, mainly because being rejected by a woman made Lin Ying, who had always been used to being starstruck, feel like it was a disgrace. Is it because of the kid named Lu? Lin Ying asked. I'd advise you not to go looking for trouble with him. Hearing Lin Ying mention Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir furrowed her eyebrows and said in a threatening tone, this is between us and has nothing to do with him. She was the one who had asked Lu Yun to act as a shield. But at this time, for some reason, she didn't want Lu Yun to be affected by this. With Lu Yun's talent and potential, Jiang Shishir didn't doubt his future achievements in the slightest. However, compared to the current Lin Ying, Lu Yun was still too weak. If the other party went to trouble Lu Yun, this was not what Jiang Shishir wished to see. But what Jiang Shishir didn't know was that it was because of this reaction of hers that made Lin Ying resent Lu Yun more and more. Lu Yun, it's this Lu Yun again. The last time he was at the Jinsha defense line, Lu Yun stood out and presented himself as Jiang Shishir's object. At that time, Lin Ying did not get angry, partly because the occasion was different, and partly because he could see that the two were just playing along. But now it looks like he appears to have gone off the deep end, regardless of whether or not the two were playing along. At least Jiang Shishir's concern for Lu Yun was something he truly felt. It's not even if the woman you fancy doesn't care about you, but instead goes to care about other men. In Lin Ying's opinion, this was no different from directly putting a cuckold on his head. Sure, what do you take me for? I, Lin Ying, am not that kind of narrow-minded person, but I won't give up either. I will continue to pursue you until you agree to marry me. Lin Ying smiled faintly, then he turned around and left. Throughout, he did not say what was in his heart, but behaved in a rather easygoing and refined manner. Although such a disguise did not win Jiang Shishir's favor, it charmed the many schoolgirls. Senior Lin Ying is so gentle. If you can marry a man like that, you'll be very happy in the future. Alas, it's a pity that it's not me that Senior Lin Ying has his eye on. The many schoolgirls were all very sorry, and at the same time, they all felt a million pangs of incomprehension towards Jiang Shishir's behavior. They really couldn't figure out why Jiang Shishir would reject such a good man. Only Jiang Shishir herself knows clearly that Lin Ying is a typical hypocrite who is not the same inside and outside, and she would rather remain unmarried for the rest of her life than put the rest of her life in the hands of such a person. With this episode with Lin Ying, Jiang Shishir wasn't in the mood to train and found a reason to leave the playground before pulling out her cell phone and calling her brother. Jiang Wentian, sis, that guy actually came to you just now? Hearing Jiang Shishir's account, Jiang Wentian on the other end of the phone was filled with surprise. Well, he's just left now, and although I've already warned him not to go looking for trouble with Lu Yun, but with the other party's vindictive character most likely won't listen. Speaking of this, Jiang Shishir rubbed her temples and felt a big headache, and immediately said, don't you have a lot of foxy friends? Tell them to pay more attention to the situation over at the first middle school recently, and tell me in time once anything happens. Jiang Wentian nodded his head and said, understood sis, this matter is wrapped up in me. Don't worry, but I'm curious. What woman does that surnamed Lin want that he can't find? Why does he have to pester sis that you won't let go of? Could it be that he really has his eye on you? I'm afraid he's played with more women than you've ever eaten. And the reason he's pestering me is mostly because he wants to borrow my Jiang family's power. Is that so? Hearing Jiang Shishir's words, Jiang Wentian didn't say any more, but instead assured that he would definitely keep an eye on the situation over at the first middle school. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shishir let out a long sigh of relief, then clenched her fists and said, it seems that if I want to completely get rid of this guy, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. My own life. I must be my own master. Sands Beach Defense. After Lu Yun left his office, he went to the Golden Sands Beach defense line. Ever since the weaving spirits problem was solved, this place had returned to its former prosperity, and there were people everywhere who came here to brush up on their copies. After all, you can get great rewards for swiping copies, and these people who came to challenge the replica were all formed into a small team. After all, the replica was quite treacherous, and the occupational characteristics of each transmogrifier were different. Some have strong defenses but not attacks, and some have strong attacks but low defenses. So the only way to maximize the effect and be safer is for the crowd to join together. Grouping was a fairly common thing, with Lu Yun being the only exception. From the beginning to the end of each copy he practically soloed his way through it. And Lu Yun's purpose for coming to the Golden Sands Beach defense line this time was simple. To complete the quest cards mission, Lord Snowwolf's Last Wish. After completing the redemption of the Weaving Flame Young Bird last time, Lu Yun obtained the blessing that rewarded the Weaving Flame Young Bird. This so-called bestowal of blessings was actually the Weaving Spirit herself. And this time, after completing the quest of the system card, he would be able to obtain the Snow Wolf Young Lord, and Lu Yun would be able to have a traveling mount in the future. Although the Snow Wolf didn't have Lin Ying's giant dragon dominance, it was better to have it than not to have it. Long Cour was also able to take the form of a fire dragon for Lu Yun to ride, but this ninny was extremely shy and was only willing to allow herself to be ridden in bed, not to be ridden in public, so finding a mount was imperative. After strolling around the duplicate entrance a few times, Lu Yun managed to find the duplicate required for the quest card. Immediately, he walked in. Buzz. After walking into the replica, a world of white everywhere appeared in front of Lu Yun's eyes, and everything he could see around him was a snowy white. If you look down from the sky, you can see that the whole world is covered with snowflakes. There were snowflakes in the sky that were continuously falling down. The temperature in the copy was extremely low. Lu Yun had just walked into the place when he felt a chill. Even the air he exhaled instantly froze into an ice mist. It's still really cold in here. Lu Yun rubbed his hands together and blew out a breath of hot air, which had only just been blown out when it condensed into an icy mist in the air. Luckily, Lu Yun had the power of flames within his body to counteract the cold. Just as Lu Yun was about to move to search for the iron-armed ape lord, a ripple suddenly appeared behind him, and then a six-man squad appeared at the same time. The 6 people had different professions, but their levels were generally around level 15, and it was obvious that they had also come to explore the copy in a group. Land God? Seeing Lu Yun in front of them, all 6 of them were a bit surprised. Lu Yun had become the man of the hour in Jin Shano, one middle school by virtue of his profession as a dragon knight, and it was rumored that he had now become a double transmuter, and with the double halo added to his body, Lu Yun had already become a godlike figure. The 6-member squad was incomparably excited, and one of the elementary school girls was even slightly red in the face, as she had written love letters to Lu Yun some time ago, and had still asked Zhao Qingson to help forward them. During the period of time when the love letter was sent out, this elementary school girl couldn't sleep all day and night, and kept expecting Lu Yun's reply, only to wait for days and days, and didn't wait for Lu Yun's reply. Then this elementary school girl had an epiphany: her performance was lacking in sincerity. In order for Lu Yun to see her sincerity, she decided to write to him every day as a way to show her sincerity. So from the day before yesterday, the elementary school girl would write 3 love letters every day and ask Zhao Qingson to help forward them to Lu Yun. Are you guys students from Golden Sands First High School? Come here to brush your copies as well? Lu Yun asked casually as he greeted a few people. Lu Shun, the boss here is very powerful. The monsters are ice attribute. Basically have control type skills. A little carelessness is possible to suffer a big loss. There have been a lot of students have suffered here. You actually a person to awe? One of the members of the 6-member squad couldn't help but ask curiously, but just as he finished speaking, he was knocked on the back of the head by that elementary schoolgirl. The land god is a mythic rank profession and a double transfigurator. The dangers here are only a minor problem for him. A character like him doesn't even have the need to form a group, alright. Hearing the elementary schoolgirl say this, the rest of the people in the 6-member squad nodded their heads. With Lu Yun's terrifying strength coming to a place like this, there was indeed no need to form a team. After all, this is a tough guy who has plugged his spring. You guys hold steady. I'll leave you guys alone for now. Lu Yun lightly smiled and waved his hand at a few people before preparing to go about his business. However, that elementary school girl called out to Lu Yun, God Lu, if you're so powerful, can you escort us for a ride? Our target is the White Bear Lord. It's not far ahead. Can you help us deal with it? The rest of the group had also revealed expressions of anticipation at the words. They still weren't too sure even though there were 6 of them. If Lu Yun could join in, the situation would be greatly different. It's not impossible for this person to help out, but the main thing is that I still have things to take care of right now. Lu Yun revealed a difficult look. Don't worry, Lu Shin. We won't let you help for nothing. If you're willing to help, we can give you 1,000 gold coins. The elementary school girl took the initiative to open her mouth to stare at Lu Yun expectantly. 1,000 gold coins? When Lu Yun heard this, although he was still brooding on the surface, he was directly smiling on the inside. I was thinking of shrugging it off, but I didn't expect such a surprise. 1,000 gold coins is not a small amount, especially for Lu Yun now. He had 2 wives to support and was very short of money. Gold coins or no gold coins is not a problem. The main thing is that we are all classmates and I am still an honorary tutor. So since you guys need help, I am naturally obliged. Lu Yun pretended to contemplate for a long time and nodded in agreement. The 6-member squad was incredibly excited when they heard this, and with Lu Yun joining them in this brush copy, it was basically a sure thing in their opinion. Just as the 6 people in the squad were overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Yun extended his hand with a few light coughs. The crowd froze. Lu Yun said with a warm smile on his face, 1,000 gold coins for now. I wasn't going to accept the money, but since it's your intention, I can't refuse. Several people were twitching at the corners of their mouths. What happened to the promise that gold coins or no gold coins are no big deal? Thinking that Lu Yun's joining the team could greatly increase the success rate of brushing the copies this time, the 6 members of the squad quickly scraped together and took out 1,000 gold coins. Lu Yun took the heavy gold coins and put them into the marriage space. Then he grinned. Festive event. In the future, if there are still similar things, you can find me at any time. I'm a person who is very helpful. A day of not doing good is as if my whole body has ants crawling again. Crowd. As the saying goes, take the money and eat it. After collecting the money, Lu Yun naturally had to do his job, and immediately followed the 6-man squad to besiege the White Bear Lords. As for the matter of the mission card, it was temporarily thrown out of Lu Yun's mind. In Lu Yun's opinion, the Snow Wolf Cub Master is not as important as gold coins. Without gold coins, the 2 wives really couldn't survive. Moreover, the tasks on the task card can be done at any time. Earning gold coins is not something that can be encountered randomly, and it's just a substitute mount, so there's no rush now. The crowd traveled along, but they didn't encounter any monsters on the way, and they didn't know if it was because Lu Yun's Monster Slaughterer title came into play. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at a very special place, surrounded by huge icebergs. These icebergs are not the original mountain peaks frozen up, but the product of water being frozen. Lu Xun, we have done our homework before we came. According to the introduction, this White Bear Lord should be nearby. Let's be careful, the elementary school girl reminded softly, probably because she was scared. After saying that, she even took the initiative to approach Lu Yun, and reached out to pull on Lu Yun's clothes. Lu Yun originally wanted to let the other party loose. After all, he was now considered a man with 2 wives. However, seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, Lu Yun held back his words of rejection. Helping others is a traditional Chinese virtue, as long as you can help relieve the other person's fear. It's not worth it for a man to suffer a little bit. Even if Long Kor was here, he would have done the same thing. Long Kor had to understand himself. Long Kor and Weaving Linger were playing a game in the marriage space, and they definitely wouldn't notice this side of the situation at this time. Lu Yun was happy in his heart. The crowd began to explore around, looking for signs of the White Bear Lords, but after half a day of searching there was still no sign of it. Could the information be wrong? Is the White Bear Lord really here? Someone scratched his head in surprise and spat. Lu Yun stepped on the small snow slope in front of him and glanced around. Nothing was found. However, in the next moment, Lu Yun's brows suddenly furrowed. Lu Xun, did you find something? The elementary school girl asked nervously when she noticed Lu Yun's reaction all of a sudden. The rest of them also leaned over to wait for Lu Yun's answer. Lu Yun didn't pay attention to the crowd, but instead looked down at the small snowy slope under his feet, and the force under his feet increased by a few points. Feeling the feedback coming from his feet, Lu Yun's frown deepened. The 6 people in the squad also looked at Lu Yun's feet when they saw this, but Lu Yun's feet were just small snow slopes. There was nothing. What's wrong, Lu Xun? Kahaku asked nervously once again. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10, Lu Yun said in a deep voice. Why is this thing soft? Soft? The 6 members of the squad were simultaneously confused. The temperature here is extremely low, even the snow is frozen hard. How come this little snow slope is soft? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Lu Yun was the one who suddenly increased his force and kicked hard at the small snow slope. In the meantime, a roar suddenly came from below. Roar! Then the crowd saw that the original small snow slope suddenly moved. A huge white bear that was nearly 3 meters tall slowly stood up from the ground and opened its bloody mouth to charge directly at Lu Yun. All 6 members of the squad froze in place. Lu Yun was also briefly disoriented. Crap! I feel that this little snow slope is the White Bear Lord himself, with the natural camouflage added by the white fluff. It was no wonder Lu Yun and the others didn't find the other party's whereabouts. Roar! After the White Bear Lord got up, he showed his teeth and roared violently. An ear-piercing roar accompanied by a strong wind. A strong stench spewed out with it. The squad of 6 had been so shocked by the scene that they had lost the reaction they should have had. Lu Yun was no better. Originally, the sudden appearance of this goods let Lu Yun was frightened. This sudden stench is even more smoked Lu Yun heaven and earth. In the nick of time, Lu Yun instinctively threw out a slap. When the White Bear Lord saw this, he immediately stood in place with his arms crossed, and above his bare face even revealed a touch of disdain. The district human wasn't even half as tall as him, so how much force could the slap have? However, when the slap fell, the White Bear Lord was confused on the spot. Snap! Blitz 555. Scarlet-colored numbers jumped out violently, and the White Bear Lord's blood level was directly reduced by 1/5. Blanche! The White Bear Lord was directly dumbfounded. What was the situation of the human in front of him? At this time, the 6-member squad also reacted, staring wide-eyed as if they had seen a monster. This is too raw for the land god, isn't it? A slap that draws 555 blood? Don't you guys forget that Lucian's Dragon Knight is a fire elemental profession, and has an inherent restraining effect on ice-attributed monsters. Yeah, how did we forget about that? Lu Yun, who was in situ, also jerked with a jolt. Yeah, his own Dragon Knight was also a fire elemental profession, so he wouldn't be able to walk sideways in this place? Not to mention that the other party was level 20 like himself. Even if the other party's level was a bit higher, Lu Yun could still manage to suppress it. After all, class restraint. It's a no-brainer. It is as if fire will be extinguished when it meets water, and wood will be ignited when it meets fire. Figuring this out, Lu Yun didn't pretend anymore and directly rolled up his sleeves in preparation for a big fight. However, the White Bear Lord had already discovered this, so how could he give Lu Yun a chance? It actually turned around and ran straight away without hesitation. Run! Run! Seeing this, the squad of 6 froze once again. In their impression, the bosses within the copies were basically representatives of ferocity, and many of them would even fight to the death when threatened. But right now, how this head guy just ran away. Is this guy such a wimp? If the White Bear Lord heard the crowd's heartfelt words, he would surely be infuriated and spit out blood. Do I look like a wimp? I call this knowing what's good for you. Knowing that the other party's attributes restrained him. It wasn't true that he was a monster, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Want to run? Did I let you go? Lu Yun's lips rose as he suddenly said, "System, parse the boss." In order to prevent accidents, Lu Yun decided to probe the other party's specific information first. Parsing complete. White Bear Lord boss. Level, 20 rank, silver, rarity, 2 stars, attack power, 358, blood 5890. Skill 1, White Bear's Fury, the White Bear Lord roars, and the power of frost forms a field, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the field by 30%, increasing the White Bear Lord's movement speed by 30%, and increasing the damage of ice element by 25%. Skill 2, Lord Summoning, the White Bear Lord summons White Bear Golems, each of which has 50% of the body's blood and damage, and currently summons up to 20 White Bear Golems. Weaknesses, the White Bear Lord fears the elemental power of fire and earth, and its main skills need to be activated by roaring, so if you can't restrain it in the elements, you can start with the bear's mouth. Comments, this is a monster that blends in perfectly with the snow, due to its love of fish, resulting in unparalleled power of bad breath, so if you have a keen sense of smell, please prepare a gas mask. After reading the system's parsing, Lu Yun realized why this bastard's mouth could be so foul. Is the mouth the key? Lu Yun took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his index finger, and a small red-colored flame slowly danced out above his fingertip. Immediately, Lu Yun's fingertips flicked towards the front. Flaming Dragon Breath Chop. Buzz! A red-colored pillar of fire burst out from Lu Yun's fingertips at once, but the target of this strike was not the White Bear Lord. Instead, it turned into a ripple of flames that blocked the retreat around the White Bear Lord. This was because Lu Yun knew that with the power of this strike it wasn't enough to directly decapitate this white bear. Boom! When the retreat was cut off, the White Bear Lord could only be forced to stop where he was, following which he turned to look viciously at Lu Yun. Stupid humans, do you really want to kill them all? If that's the case, then we'll just have to kill the fish and break the net. The White Bear Lord turned to look at Lu Yun and said in a hoarse voice, "A fish out of water. And you deserve it?" Lu Yun smiled disdainfully. This guy, as a copy boss, had countless humans who had been heavily injured by him, so naturally, Lu Yun wouldn't talk too much nonsense with this guy. Immediately, he flashed into a flaming shadow and charged towards the White Bear Lord. Seeing this, the White Bear Lord could only harden his head and prepare for battle. It violently opened its bloody mouth, preparing to unleash the skill Lord Summoning. However, the moment the creature opened its mouth, Lu Yun suddenly appeared in front of him. Then with his right hand stretched out, a vortex of flames coalesced in his palm, and he directly shoved it into the bastard's mouth. Bang! The flame vortex exploded violently inside the White Bear Lord's mouth, instantly blowing the bastard into a bloody mess, with his entire mouth almost rotting away. Even if the power of this strike had been a little stronger, the bastard's head would have exploded along with it. Woo woo! The White Bear Lord let out a whimper in pain, because his mouth had already exploded. Even the screams could not be issued can be said to be extremely miserable. Seeing this scene, the 6-member squad in the distance was then jolted. The land god's methods were too ruthless. It doesn't give the opponent a chance to fight back at all. The mouth is rotten. Let's see how you can catalyze your skills. After abolishing his opponent's bare mouth, Lu Yun then relaxed and walked over to the White Bear Lord. The White Bear Lord rolled back and forth on the ground in pain, having completely lost his fighting strength. The battle was far easier than Lu Yun had imagined. Of course, this was thanks to the system's parsing function. If he didn't know the other party's weaknesses in advance, a big battle would definitely be inevitable. Immediately, Lu Yun took a step in front of the White Bear Lord and stomped on his opponent's head, ending his short life. There was no psychological burden on Lu Yun to kill these monsters. These monsters themselves are antithetical to humans. If it wasn't for the boundary restriction within the replica, they would have left this place long ago to go ho-ho the humans. And right after resolving the White Bear Lord, a faint light suddenly surged out from within the White Bear Lord's corpse into Lu Yun's body, gaining a medium amount of experience value. The system's prompt rang out, and then Lu Yun felt that all of his overall attributes had been greatly improved. His level had come to 21. Seeing this, Lu Yun hurriedly called up the system interface bar. Lu Yun, LV 21. Stamina, 315. Blood, 6,500. Power, 201. Agility, 150. Mental strength, 160. Skills, Flaming Dragon's Breath Slash. Lance Mastery. Dragon Scale Body Protection. Life Regeneration. Justice Taunt. Lu Yun's attributes in all aspects were now far superior to what they were back then, and Lu Yun had already accumulated 51 free points. Free points are similar to the attribute bonus in the online game. Some old 6 transmigrants tend to be very fond of putting free points on defense, directly pulling the defense full. That is really sturdy and durable. There are also some people who like to maximize their output and will choose to pull it full. Anyway, free points are at your disposal, and the choices vary from one transmuter to another. Lu Yun's original intention was actually to pull all of his free points above blood so that he could have a higher margin for error. However, thinking about it, Lu Yun decided to look at the situation for the time being, and there was no rush to use the free point thing first. After closing the system interface, Lu Yun realized that a piece of fur had appeared in front of the White Bear Lord, which was the equipment that Lu Yun had dropped after killing the White Bear Lord. Lu Yun parsed it with his system. White Bear Lord's fur material can withstand extreme cold, and is a supplementary material for wearable equipment. After watching the analysis, Lu Yun lost interest in this thing. Although this thing is a little worn roll, can be taken out to sell not much money. In general, the value is not very big. But just then the 6-man squad had come back from their shock and jogged all the way to Lu Yun. Seeing the gang all staring at the White Bear Lord's fur on the ground, Lu Yun looked strange and said, "You guys want this?" The 6-member squad nodded their heads vigorously one by one, and the elementary schoolgirl, her face flushed with nervousness, pointed at the fur and whispered, "Lu Xin, I won't hide it from you that we are here for the fur. This is the quest that we took on." Numerous students entered the replica to brush up on the monsters. In addition to leveling up, there were also those who did so because of the quests issued by the school. For example, if a certain material is needed on the school's side, a similar quest will be posted for students to pick up. After the student takes the task, as long as they can successfully complete the task, they can get the corresponding points, and exchange the points for the resources they need and other things. This way the school not only gets what they need, but the students also thoroughly exercise and get points, which is a win-win situation. So that's how it is. Then you guys can take this. Lu Yun nodded and said. The squad of 6 didn't refuse, and immediately one of the teenagers stepped forward and collected the fur into the marriage space. After doing so, the crowd was relaxed and thanked Lu Yun gratefully. Lu Yun, on the other hand, waved his hand and turned to leave, leaving a magnificent back to the crowd. "You can always come to me next time something like this happens." Lu Yun waved his hand, then gradually moved away. Speaking of which, this time it was he who had earned it. Not only did he get the experience of the White Bear Lord, but he was also subjected to more than 1,000 gold coins, earning numbness. Looking at Lu Yun's departing back, the 6-man squad became even more grateful. Thinking about Lu Yun's earlier heroic stance, the elementary school girl's face became more and more flushed, and she actually couldn't help but to clamp her legs together, and her body was covered in a jolt. With a stream of warmth cutting through her, she actually felt a sense of relief throughout her body. Just fantasizing about it for a moment and coming straight to the climax. It was so hard to imagine how wonderful it would be to have a real fuck with the god of Lu. Lu Xin was a dragon knight, and knight-type professions tended to have terrifying physical strength. If this were to go into battle with Lu Yun, it wouldn't be a fight to the death. Elementary school girl, why are you blushing? Someone couldn't help but worry when they noticed the reaction of the elementary school sister. No, I'm fine. Now that the mission has been completed, let's hurry out and resume our orders, the elementary school girl said with a strong sense of shame. Everyone nodded their heads as they heard this. It was good that they had met Lu Yun this time. The whole mission was much easier than they had imagined. They didn't even have to do anything themselves. Lu Yun took care of everything for them. That's 1,000 gold coins well spent. Right after a few people left, Lu Yun on the other side also started to look for the iron-armed ape lord. On the way was also encountered some monsters. These monsters themselves were not level 20, coupled with the attributes were restrained by Lu Yun. Basically were casually wiped out by Lu Yun. Of course the experience gained from obliterating these monsters was so little that it was almost negligible. After walking for a short while, Lu Yun suddenly arrived on top of a huge ice plain, which was surrounded by emptiness. But in the center of the plain stood dozens of statues. These statues are all coiled up pythons. Unlike ordinary pythons, these pythons are angular as if chiseled out by an axe. And in the center of these statues stood a huge ice snake statue. The height of the statue was estimated to have reached a terrifying 3 meters. And the appearance of this statue was even more lifelike and vivid. Although he didn't feel any life fluctuations, Lu Yun still felt in a trance that there was a pair of invisible eyes watching him, a feeling that made Lu Yun's back spine chill all over. There's something weird going on here. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, feeling very much 9 out of 10. System, parse the statues here, Lu Yun suddenly said experimentally. He felt that there was something odd about these ice sculptures, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was odd. And this time the advantages of the system were shown. Parsing complete. Glacier Snake, level, 13 rank, silver, rarity, 1 star, attack power, 158, blood 1300, skill, glacial increase your ice elemental damage by 30% and gain 20% life regeneration. Weaknesses, glacier snakes are fast and fear destructive damage. Evaluation, this is a monster whose attack pulls all the defense but almost zero, and a devastating attack is a disaster for them. Parsing complete. Glacier Python Boss, rank, 20 level, silver, rarity, 2 stars, attack power, 388, blood 3000, skill 1, glacial increase your own ice elemental damage by 35% and gain 35% life recovery. Skill 2, glacier beast, instantly merge into the glacier, then suddenly appear to launch a swift attack on the enemy, with the effect of decapitation, the life of less than 10% of the enemy directly decapitated. Weakness, the glacier python had a fierce battle with the iron-armed ape lord not long ago, and suffered a serious wound to its abdomen. And its strength is only half of what it was at its peak. Evaluation, this is a beast of the snow, capable of launching sudden attacks on enemies in a camouflaged state. So be very careful if you enter its territory. After reading the introduction, Lu Yun suddenly realized, no wonder it always felt that these statues were strange. So they were all disguises. Lu Yun swept a glance at the surrounding ice serpent statues. His lips rose as he suddenly pulled out his giant dragon fortress and smashed it against a glacial serpent statue in front of him. Bang! In fact, as early as when Lu Yun stepped into this place, he had already been targeted by the glacier python, which had originally planned to wait for a perfect time to launch a surprise attack on Lu Yun, but never expected Lu Yun to suddenly come up with such a plan. Bang! In a matter of moments, the statue of the glacier serpent was reduced to slag under the immense force, and a level 13 glacier serpent was killed in seconds. Seeing his own little brother being killed, the glacier python became furious, and that huge body began to tremble violently, the frost on its surface instantly falling off, revealing its original skin. The original skin of this good's a light blue color, and the whole also presents a translucent state, and even able to clearly see many tiny blood vessels inside. And surprisingly, the blood flowing within the veins of this bastard was also a light blue liquid that emitted coldness. Foolish human, you will pay for your behavior. The glacial python spat out human words, and even the sound of the words gave people a feeling of chills down their backs, as if they had instantly fallen into an extremely cold purgatory. When the words fell, the huge body of the glacier python leapt up high, ready to launch the skill glacier increase. Wait! In the nick of time, Lu Yun, however, suddenly reached out to interrupt the other party's spell casting, as he faintly said, I'm a person who doesn't like to fight and kill. We're both civilized snakes, so I think there's something we can talk about. Don't you think so? Don't like to fight and kill? Kill my little brother? Turn around and tell me you don't like fighting. It's a fool's errand. You will surely die today. The glacier giant snake's indifferent words came out from within its bloody mouth full of fangs. Lu Yun sighed lightly. It seemed that reasoning would not work. Buzz! The moment the glacier giant snake was about to touch Lu Yun, a fiery light rose from within Lu Yun's body, and the temperature around him instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, a fire dragon silhouette appeared behind Lu Yun, and the giant dragon tilted its head and roared at the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, this frosty world was violently trembling, and the surrounding glaciers even began to directly melt. Immediately, the giant dragon silhouette was once again integrated into Lu Yun. But Lu Yun's power was increased. Flame Gargoyle Intimacy. After the skill passive was turned on, Lu Yun's fire magic and battle techniques, in terms of immunity and damage augmentation, were augmented in the first place. Upon noticing the change in Lu Yun's aura, the Glacier Python's expression immediately changed. He really wanted to call the police at the moment. This human was hanging out in public. But that wasn't the end of it. After the intimacy of the flame dragon ended, Lu Yun forked his feet again and clenched his fists in front of his chest, like someone who had been constipated for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Yun suddenly frowned with a roar. The blood boils. Boom! Blood boiling belongs to the legendary night skill, activating the life magnetic field buried in the body, increasing the maximum life value to 150% for a full 10 minutes. This was also the first time Lu Yun had cast it, and his blood level directly skyrocketed to a terrifying 250 points. After casting blood boiling, Lu Yun felt that his body was incomparably hot, as if there were flames flowing, and his blood seemed to literally burn. Zip, zip, zip. Beneath Lu Yun's feet, the glacier ground began to melt, and Lu Yun was like a flaming god of war, a flaming footprint appearing on the ground with every step he took. After Lu Yun was on fire, just his aura was enough to shock the glacier python. However, that wasn't all. Lu Yun suddenly held the giant dragon fortress in his hand, and with the enormous flame power added to it, the giant dragon fortress instantly burst into flames as well. Boom! The very front of the dragon fortress was originally a hideous dragon head, and at this moment, the eyes of the dragon head's holes were actually burning with crimson flames, as if the entire dragon had come to life. Lu Yun held the giant dragon fortress in his hand, and he swung it out with force at the plains in front of him. Boom! Terrifying ripples of flame shot up into the sky, instantly melting the glaciers within a few meters of the area, and the flames coalesced in the air to form a giant dragon figure, which ultimately crashed on top of a plain in front of them. After a shocking sound, a huge deep pit appeared in the glacier in front of them, and the glacier within the deep pit was instantly melted and directly vaporized into water vapor. And around the large pit, there were still some residual red-colored flames burning slowly, releasing extreme flame power. Seeing this scene, the glacier python and its many minions directly froze in place, as if their 3 souls and 7 spirits had been drained away. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly a violent heartbeat rang out. It was the heartbeat of the glacier python. The bastard had been scared out of his wits, and the blue blood in his body was close to being frozen. Is this really the strength of a human being? With regard to Lu Yun's previous strike, the glacier python couldn't help but think about what would happen if this strike were to be blasted on itself. Can he or she resist this attack? The fire element was already restraining the ice element. Obviously the answer is yes. He would definitely not be able to resist this attack, and he might even be blasted by it without any dregs left. Golem! After thinking clearly about this point, the glacier python changed its previous arrogance, and its hideous snake head hardened and squeezed out a far-fetched smile and said, "Excuse me." After saying these words, the glacier python couldn't even care about its little brother, twisting its huge body and preparing to wipe the snake's tail with oil to slip away. The horizontal is afraid of the ruthless, and the ruthless are afraid of a little more, and Lu Yun is the one with a little more. He's not a ruthless man anymore. He's a werewolf. The glacier python knew that it was no match for Lu Yun, so of course, it didn't want to stay here for even a minute or a second longer. Did I tell you to leave? Seeing that his tactics had achieved satisfactory results, Lu Yun's lips rose. However, when he saw that the bastard was preparing to bolt, Lu Yun's expression turned cold again. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the glacier python hardened without even having the courage to run away, directly freezing in place before slowly twisting its huge snake head. Big brother, you're so mighty. You shouldn't be short of my experience with one monster, right? There are so many monsters here. You can go find someone else. So just be magnanimous and let me go. The glacier python saw that it could not escape, and directly began to sell misery. I have an 80-year-old mother on top, and a 3-year-old child underneath. Stop. Lu Yun frowned and directly interrupted the bastard's performance. I cannot kill you, but only if you lead the way. Lead the way? The glacier python's huge eyes showed a million doubts. I'm looking for the iron-armed ape lord, Lu Yun said indifferently. As soon as he heard the iron-armed ape lord, the glacier python instantly reacted. Could it be that the other party's target wasn't him at all, but this iron wall ape lord? Could it be that Big Brother has a grudge against this fellow? Glacier python asked tentatively. Sort of. Lu Yun nodded his head. The quest card required him to kill the iron wall ape lord. In a sense the two were considered immortal. After hearing Lu Yun's reply, the glacier python's eyes instantly lit up after a short silence, and in the next moment the creature came to Lu Yun with a flash. Lu Yun wondered. Big Brother, please get on the car. I'll take you to that fool's territory. That guy dared to provoke Big Brother. He already has a way to get killed, the glacial python said excitedly. He had suffered a loss at the hands of the iron-armed ape lord only a few days ago, when the other party had brought his minions over to seize his territory. Although he eventually managed to hold on to his territory, he was heavily wounded as a result, and he had originally planned to find an opportunity to kill back after he recuperated. But he didn't expect Lu Yun to suddenly come out of nowhere. Had he known that Lu Yun was going to trouble the other party, he definitely would not have hesitated to bring Lu Yun over. Lu Yun didn't expect the other party to be so excited, but he was relieved when he thought of the systems parsing earlier. After all, the injuries on this guy's body were also the result of losing that iron-armed ape lord. Lu Yun flashed to the ladder's back. Glacier Python's gaze was as excited as a torch. Big Brother, sit tight. We're on our way. Swish. The next moment the body of the Glacier Python began to wriggle, instantly transforming into a snowy high-speed train speeding swiftly on top of the glacier. Snowflakes flew wherever they passed, hard enough to leave a long trail on the glacier. This copy was huge, and besides Lu Yun and the previous six-man squad, there were many other people who were also hunting monsters here. At this moment, another six-man squad was hunting the nearby monsters, and their overall strength was not as good as the six-man squad Lu Yun had encountered earlier, but their goal wasn't to hunt bosses, just to kill some low-level monsters to gain experience, so these strengths are quite enough. At this moment, a group of low-level monsters were crushed and killed under the joint efforts of the six. Refreshed and refreshed, the six began to prepare to find their next target, but just then, the entire glacier began to shake violently. What's happening? Can there be earthquakes here too? One of them scratched his head in disbelief. You guys, look at that. Suddenly there is a sharp-eyed person found anomalies. Reaching out trembling hand pointing to the front alarm said. The rest of the group looked over, then simultaneously flaxed and froze, only to see that the snow on top of the glacier in front of them was quickly squeezed to the sides, and a behemoth was rushing towards their direction with its teeth bared. Although they were far away from each other, the six of them were already able to feel the terrifying strength of that huge fellow. Level 20. Blanche. The six people instantly panicked, and the leader was even more anxious as he turned around in place several times. Blanche, this is the level 20 silver boss glacial python. This guy didn't actually run here without being in his own territory. Is he specifically rushing at us? The lead guy was so scared he couldn't even talk straight. Hearing this one's words, the remaining five felt bad about the whole thing. Are they violating the laws of heaven? Not to screw them like that. They just wanted to hunt some low-level monsters to level up. What's wrong with that? There are special props inside the examination copy, so as long as you encounter danger and crush the props, you can safely teleport out of here. But this is a normal copy. There are no similar props here. If you really encounter danger. Basically cool. Seeing the glacier python getting closer and closer, the six people panicked like ants on a hot pan. They were all only about level 13, and facing the level 20 glacial python was like overrating a tree. Pust. Under this great trepidation, the guy leading the group suddenly got weak in the knees and actually fell to the ground in fear. The rest of the people who saw this also followed suit and knelt on the ground. My lord, have mercy. We didn't mean to come here. We know we're wrong. We'll leave now. You have a high hand, don't bother with us. This bunch of mole crickets. The guy leading the group cowed out as if he were pounding on his head and began to beg frantically for mercy, hoping that by doing so he could make the other party show mercy. Although the monsters were all cruel and bloodthirsty, some of them were still somewhat intelligent, so this might have some effect. But what made the crowd despair was that even though they had started begging for mercy, that glacier python still had no intention of stopping. As both sides approached closer, the crowd could already clearly feel the magnitude of the ground's trembling. Just when the six thought they were going to be crushed into meat foam by the other party, the glacial python suddenly stopped less than 3 meters in front of them. The six people looked up at the glacial python, their hearts stopping beating, and right at that moment, a figure suddenly poked out from the body of the glacier python. It was Lu Yun, land god? Upon seeing Lu Yun, the guys froze once again, feeling that they had been blinded. How did the land god show up here? How did he end up on this boss? Aren't you the Zhou Yun student who married the pig-headed man? Lu Yun was a little surprised when he looked at the head Zhou Yun. This guy had married a pig-headed man in the marriage room in the first place. That pig-headed man had unusually developed biceps and quite a bit of androgen. Not only did he have a thick bushy beard, but he was simply the embodiment of the devil's muscle man. Thus Lu Yun still had some impression of this Zhou Yun. However, just when the six people were confused, Lu Yun was stretching out his hand and smiled brightly and said, "We are all classmates, do not have to be so polite. Even if I am an honorary tutor, you do not have to bow to me in such a big salute. Now is a society of law. We are all equal." All the love of the secretary of the Ping Shang. The secretaries of the peace? 6. Lu Yun ignored the six people's odd gazes and patted the glacier python's head after he finished speaking. Continue to rush. Yes, big brother. The glacier python responded hoarsely, and immediately carried Lu Yun and quickly left the place. It wasn't until the figures of one man and one snake faded away that the six-man squad reacted. This glacier python actually called the land god Big Brother? Crap! This terrifying boss had actually become Lu Yun's little brother? The six were completely messed up. On the other hand, not long after parting ways with the six-man squad, Lu Yun encountered another six-man squad. This squad is even more outrageous. Seeing the glacial python charging over, it was actually scattering and running wildly, and one of the guys didn't know what occupation he had awakened. Surprisingly, without the need for flight props, a pair of huge wings could grow out of his back, and when he saw the glacier python, the wings on this guy's back swung wildly as if they were fitted with engines. Then he broke his bones and fell down from 30 meters in the air. Although being a transmogrifier, his physical strength made him not die from the fall, but he was also directly injured by the fall. It was only after seeing Lu Yun later that the gang's emotions gradually stabilized. The guy who fell from a height of 30 meters and was seriously injured, but also held his head in his hands and buried his head in the snowdrift, and snapped his toes in his cotton shoes before he could give up on the 3 rooms and 2 rooms. After these few hiccups, the glacier python had finally brought Lu Yun to the iron-armed ape lord's territory. Here was a huge bunker, and although the bunker was built out of ice, it still had a decent defense. Outside the bunker, there are 2 apes and monkeys with white fur holding spears stationed, just like the guards at the gate. Only the spears in their hands were also carved from ice. Glacial python, you suffered a loss at the hands of our boss last time, and you actually dared to take the initiative to come to our place to sow your wild oats. You really have a lot of guts. Seeing the sudden appearance of the glacier python, the 2 iron-armed apes immediately roared in anger with their sword brows raised. Big brother, this is the iron-armed ape lord's territory. The glacier python didn't pay attention to the 2 fellows, but instead said respectfully to Lu Yun on his back. Lu Yun nodded and swept his surroundings before looking at the 2 iron-armed apes and monkeys before revealing a smile. Tell your family's boss that he's been approached for a drink and a poem, and that he should hurry out to meet them. Just you deserve to see our boss. The 2 iron-armed apes immediately showed their displeasure and were just about to mock Lu Yun verbally when Lu Yun's originally bright smile changed. A muffled sound was heard, and even the glacier python didn't have time to react before seeing that the head of one of the iron-armed apes had already been smashed flat by Lu Yun. Lu Yun held the giant dragon fortress in his hand, and hard from top to bottom, he smashed the head of this iron-armed ape monkey into pulp. Hot blood soared far away, and the iron-armed ape next to him reached up and wiped at his face, then looked down. His hands were already covered in bright red blood. At that time, the whole monkey was dumbfounded, and his whole body began to tremble like crazy. I'm going to inform our boss. This guy only now realized that Lu Yun is not to be messed with, and was about to wipe his feet to report the situation here when, too late. Lu Yun smiled faintly. The iron-armed ape monkey sniffed and scurried towards the bunker, but he had only just run a few steps when a huge shield shot up. Whoosh! The shield was like an axe that went straight through the guy's chest. The glacier python had witnessed the entire process, and he looked at Lu Yun with admiration as this one struck out in a thunderous manner. Simply awesome. The glacier python had also dreamt of this scene since the last time it was bullied by the iron-armed ape lord. In reality, he could never be like Lu Yun because he was far from being a match for the iron-armed ape lord. And now that he saw Lu Yun being so domineering, as if he had killed those 2 iron-armed apes, the orgasm of excitement continued. Like a big maggot, he twisted and rolled on the ground while chanting, "Big brother is mighty, Big brother is bullish, Big brother is the eternal god." This sound of Big brother came from the bottom of his heart. The glacier python was now truly admiring Lu Yun. He couldn't wait to immediately grow 2 hands to shout and cheer for Lu Yun right now. Although this one in front of him was a human, the way he treated his enemies was in no way worse than the monsters like them. Monsters do retain a more aggressive nature, and because of this they judge the strong by different standards than humans. They believe in the strongest, and now Lu Yun had shown his strength. After resolving the 2 iron-armed apes, Lu Yun calmly clapped his hands as if he had only crushed 2 ants earlier. Just as Lu Yun was about to bring the glacial python to break straight into the bunker, a roar suddenly rang out from inside the bunker. "You guys have big guts? How dare you spill your guts in my territory?" Boom! The roar was deafening, and immediately a huge ape with a body size of 5 meters tall rushed out from within the bunker. This ape had a strong body, like a walking Tarzan, and instead of having hair like the iron-armed ape, it had white armor, and behind this one, there were more than a dozen iron-armed apes and monkeys. Obviously all of them were this one's followers. "Boss, this is that iron-armed ape lord," the glacial python cautiously reminded. Although he felt great watching Lu Yun kill 2 iron-armed apes earlier, he also knew deep down that this one wasn't one to be messed with either. In fact, without the need for the glacial python to remind him, Lu Yun could guess with his but that this should be the iron-armed ape lord. System, parsing boss. To be on the safe side, Lu Yun directly utilized the power of the system to parse the other party's data. Parsing complete. Iron-armed ape lord boss. Level, 21 class, silver. Rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 400. Blood 4000. Skill 1, iron arm strengthening. Increase defense by 25%. The next attack will definitely strike. Skill 2, ape soundwave. The iron-armed ape lord lets out a roar, causing a sonic attack that temporarily affects the enemy's mobility and dramatically increases their movement speed. Weakness, Lord Iron-Armed Ape has not fully recovered from a battle with a glacier python. Evaluation, the Iron-Armed Ape Lord possesses a spiritual intelligence not unlike that of a human, and is one of the few monsters in the current copy that can build structures. After reading the system introduction, Lu Yun instantly stopped panicking. It was only level 21, one level higher than the glacier python, so it was no wonder this one couldn't beat the other. But Lu Yun is different. Although Lu Yun is also level 21 in this aspect of the level does not have an advantage. But Lu Yun was a fire elemental's profession. The fire element naturally restrained the ice element. Where are the Snow Wolf Lord's pups? Lu Yun asked indifferently as his gaze locked with the iron-armed ape lord. Foolish human, is that why you've come to my territory to sow your wild oats? The iron-armed ape lord smiled bashfully, revealing his mouth full of fangs and said, that little wolf cub has already been eaten by this king. Do you have any questions? Eat it? Hearing this, Lu Yun's entire body was bad. If the Snow Wolf young lord had truly been eaten, then it would be impossible for Lu Yun to complete the quest above the quest card. Not getting rewarded for not completing the task is only secondary. Mainly Lu Yun was worried that there would be some sort of punishment or something like that for not completing the mission. System, if I fail to complete the tasks on the mission card, will there be any punishment? Lu Yun asked with some apprehension. System, the bastard chose to remain silent. Lu Yun, that angry face then black. Hate to pull this goods out a big ear greeting. Your system deserves to be awesome, doesn't it? If you have the guts, take shape and see if I'm done with you if I hit you or not. System? Lu Yun forced himself to hold back the displeasure in his heart to try and shout once again, but the system still didn't answer, as if it had suddenly become mute. Swish! At this moment the fire in Lu Yun's heart suddenly and inexplicably came up. He felt that his left hand was as hot as a flame, while his right hand was as cold as a glacier. It was as if an engine was running violently in his chest, and his heart seemed to be jumping out of his throat. Not good. It's the power of the flame inside. It seemed that a nameless fire suddenly started burning from within his chest, blocking Lu Yun's chest and making it hard for him to catch his breath. Hot and dry. Anger. This feeling that inexplicably appeared made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. He felt that his sanity was gradually draining away and his body was gradually out of control. It was at this moment, seeing Lu Yun not speaking, the iron-armed ape lord began to take the initiative to provoke again. That coyote pup tastes pretty good. TSK TSK. Bang! Before the bastard could finish his sentence, he felt something flash before his eyes. Then he was hit by a huge force and flew backwards. Bang! Immediately, a series of explosions came out, and under this tremendous impact, the iron-armed ape lord's body was like a human cannonball, hard enough to blow the whole bunker to smithereens. The iron-armed ape lord who saw the scene was confused. It's hard to build a shelter for my old man. You ruined it just like that? The glacier python looked on from the side and winced. Lu Yun had counted on completely enraging the other party this time. Fruity. Swish. Human. I want you to pay. The iron-armed ape lord was indeed incomparably furious. His entire body's chi and blood instantly skyrocketed, and his defense directly increased by multiples. He used the skill Iron Arm Strengthening. At this moment, he had already entered a state of rage, and now he only wanted to dismantle Lu Yun in order to fulfill his hatred. But what he had never dreamed of was that the current Lu Yun was even angrier than even he was. Boom! Lu Yun's feet were forked apart and a flame suddenly rose throughout his body. And as the flame burned, the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. The glaciers all around also began to rapidly melt under the scorching heat of this flame. A flame burned in Lu Yun's deep eyes as he slowly looked up at the iron-armed ape lord in front of him and extended his right hand. Blood boiling. Open. Boom. The blood in Lu Yun's entire body instantly boiled, and a crimson-colored smoke rose from Lu Yun's body as endless flames danced wildly on Lu Yun's body. Under the flames, Lu Yun was like a flaming god of war showing his invincibility. Feeling this flame aura, the glacier python immediately shrunk its snake head. It was a move he had already experienced himself before. There are still shadows to this day. The iron-armed ape lord was also frowning, sensing a great threat. This kid was actually a fire elemental type profession. Fire restrains ice. It's getting a little rough. However, the iron-armed ape lord did not let his heart retreat because of this. Both sides were originally of the same strength. Even if the other party restrained himself, But this was his own territory. With all his cards out, he boasted that he could still touch base with Lu Yun. But what he doesn't realize is that it's far from over. Only to see Lu Yun, whose entire body was boiling with flames, once again give birth to his poems. And under the covering of flames, the roars all became incomparably majestic and thick. Flame Gargoyle's intimacy is triggered. Boom! Only to see a giant dragon silhouette suddenly appear behind Lu Yun. The silhouette raised the sky and roared, releasing the might of the dragon god. Immediately, crimson flames danced wildly in the air, actually condensing a terrifying dragon totem behind Lu Yun. As the totem emerged, countless runes also intertwined on Lu Yun's body. Flame damage increased by 70%. 70% increase in immunity to flame-based damage. A series of words skipped above Lu Yun's head. The iron-armed ape lord who saw the scene was directly stunned. If Lu Yun had only performed blood boiling, there was still a chance that he could defeat Lu Yun. But once the intimacy of the flame dragon came out, he was directly dumbfounded. Flame damage increase and flame damage reduction. It's outrageous. Fucking open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. It's also damage boosting and damage free. What did you tell me to do? This one is open in public. The iron-armed ape lord suddenly had the urge to call the police. Now he could basically be 100% certain that if both sides really went to war, he would definitely not be Lu Yun's opponent. Wait. Just as Lu Yun was about to storm out, the iron-armed ape lord waved his big hand and tried to make peace. But the current Lu Yun couldn't listen to anything anymore. Whoosh! With the addition of many skills, Lu Yun instantly rushed out as a stream of light, directly pressing the iron-armed ape lord to the ground and frantically rubbing it. Boom! Blitz minus 888. With one punch, the iron-armed ape lord's head twisted on the spot. Bang! Blitz 666. Another punch went down, and the iron-armed ape lord's incisors were broken 3 times. Bang! Strike minus 999. Once again, the iron-armed ape lord was already a bit delirious after another punch. His blood was also basically near the bottom, and his ribs were shattered several times by the tremendous force. Stop! That wolf cub isn't dead, the iron-armed ape lord hissed. But how could Lu Yun, who had already killed his eyes, listen to his words? Punch after punch was thrown. The iron-armed ape lord's blood level fell wildly, and his heart was beyond despair. With the last of his strength, he shouted, "Stop it, that wolf cub is still alive. Still alive." But Lu Yun still didn't listen to him. Instead he found his voice annoying, and at that moment, he reached out and put his hand into the other party's mouth, pulling out that monkey tongue, and then a hard squeeze. Bang! The iron-armed ape lord's tongue was pinched into mush by Lu Yun on the spot. The enormous pain made the iron-armed ape lord no longer able to endure, and immediately closed his eyes forever. A silver-level boss, an existence that possessed a spiritual intelligence not dissimilar to that of a human, but in such a way, he was heading towards the end of his life. Gollum, seeing this cruel scene, even the glacier python couldn't help but take a few steps back, his heart incomparably grateful. Luckily, he had softened up in time before and didn't fight with this big brother, or else he would have ended up more or less the same as the iron-armed ape lord. This one is really tough. If one didn't know, they would definitely think that he was a monster, because when Lu Yun started his fire, he was really more terrifying than even a monster. When the iron-armed ape lord received his box lunch, Lu Yun still didn't stop and gave the bastard's corpse a whipping when the anger in his heart faded away. That's what gradually restored sanity. Ha, why is this guy dead? Upon returning to his senses, the flames in Lu Yun's eyes faded, and he immediately froze upon seeing the bloodied iron-armed ape lord. The glacier python next to him was even more scared when he saw this. This big brother had really killed his eyes earlier. The iron-armed ape lord was killed by your fist, and now you're asking me how this guy died? Don't be so scary. How did your boss die? Lu Yun asked as he suddenly looked up at the dozen or so iron-armed apes and monkeys in front of him. The dozen or so iron-armed apes and monkeys have long been scared out of their wits, and when they see Lu Yun looking toward them, there are a few timid ones that directly double their eyes and lose their breath, being scared alive. The rest of them wailed and then ran straight away on their hands and knees. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched before he looked at the glacial python. Am I that scary? Glacial python. He didn't want to answer. He wanted to remain silent, because he was really afraid that Lu Yun would rush up and tear him apart as well if he was not happy. He was now a little worried about whether there would be any penalties for not completing the tasks on the quest card. Yet just then, ow! A wolf howl suddenly came out from within the bunker ruins in front. Then a pile of broken ice in front of him gently shook up, and a snow-white coyote's eye farted out. Is this a snow wolf cub? Lu Yun was delighted in his heart and rushed forward to hold the coyote in his arms. The coyote seemed to be very psychic, knowing that Lu Yun had come to save himself. Therefore, it did not resist, but affectionately rubbed its furry little head against Lu Yun's palm. Rubbing the coyote's head, Lu Yun felt that this was all a bit unreal, and had purposely used the system to parse it just in case. It was eventually determined that the coyote was really a snow wolf cub master. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the Snow Wolf Lord's last wish and obtaining the Mount Snow Wolf Young Lord. The system's voice rang out. Then Lu Yun sensed that in the underworld, he and this little wolf seemed to be mentally connected and had established an invisible link. Since you've recognized me as your master, I should also give you a name. Lu Yun murmured softly as he stroked the coyote's supple head. Seemingly understanding Lu Yun's words, the little wolf spat out its tongue with anticipation. Lu Yun pondered slightly and then said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Wolf." Coyote. The glacial python also froze. His own big brother's name grabbing kung fu was really pure. It's as good a name as any. After subduing the coyote, Lu Yun took her into the marriage space. This little guy was still too weak now, only level 3 and small in size. Wanting to ride each other to travel was impossible for the time being. The only way to consider the matter of being a mount was to wait for this little guy to level up a bit. In fact, whether it is a mount or a battle pet, it is the same meaning. Normally want to take in the battle pet or mount, need to special props to assist. However, Lu Yun's situation was different, and after completing the mission card's task, the coyote's loyalty to Lu Yun was directly pulled full circle. So without the need for specialized props, there is a direct connection between the two. It is said that some monsters can become quite overbearing after their level reaches a certain degree, and even certain monsters with powerful bloodlines can take on human form. So I wonder how overbearing the coyote will become when its level increases. Lu Yun said softly, with more or less small expectations in his heart. After all, as dominant as she was, Dragon Cole was not to be ridden outside. The coyote was Lu Yun's true mount. Lu Yun would also have face if the appearance was a bit more domineering. After completing the quest, Lu Yun was ready to leave the place. The experience value he currently needed to upgrade was too much, and if he wanted to level up, slaughtering all the monsters within the copy wouldn't be enough. So for now, Lu Yun was prepared to nurture his energy for the time being, and when he arrived at the Magic Martial University, that would be the time for him to start powering up. "Master, I can't bear to part with you, or else I'll be your mount as well. Take me out of here," the glacial python said somewhat despondently. Although he had only known Lu Yun for a short while, he had already thoroughly admired Lu Yun, and now he naturally couldn't bear to see Lu Yun leaving. Being the monster that he was, he could almost look at the end of his life at a glance. It was hard to escape the fate of being killed by the transmogrifier after all. When he is killed, the monster cube will refresh with a new glacial python. It was just that the newly brushed glacial python was another new being, not himself anymore. However, if one could go along with Lu Yun to become his mount, the outcome would be much different. "You're too ugly to be a mount." Lu Yun directly rejected the other party. If someone was here they would definitely raise their middle finger at Lu Yun. Within the copy, there were monsters actively submitting to the transmuter, which was a rare thing. If the glacial python had taken the initiative to submit to the other transmutations, these transmutations would have jumped up and down in excitement, and then gone out to put on all sorts of airs. However, Lu Yun directly rejected the glacier python's offer. This. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the glacier python was instantly quite hurt and silently came to the corner and started drawing circles with its snake tail. "Are you really that ugly?" He'd always thought he was pretty dominant looking. "Accompany me for a stroll around the neighborhood first," Lu Yun said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the glacier python instantly became excited and then carried Lu Yun and began to sprint within the copy. On the road, Lu Yun looked around at the wildly regressing scenery with a rather complicated mood. It wasn't that he resented the ugliness of this one. The main reason was that he already had long core and weaving spirit, and now he had a snow wolf cub master. If there was another glacial python, we really couldn't afford to keep it. This thing was so big that it looked quite edible. Lu Yun was worried about being bankrupted by this thing. One man and one snake began to weave through the replica in this manner, and soon Lu Yun came across a small team that was fighting monsters. However, this squad was unlucky and encountered polar frenzy bees. Although these monsters were only the size of a fist and their level was only around level 8, but it was in groups, often hundreds or thousands of them at a time. And these guys also have a strong poison on their tail spines. Once the poison invades the body, it will lead to paralysis. And with the onset of toxicity, the poisoner will eventually die painlessly. That's why this polar frenzy bee is a nightmare for a lot of transmuters. The main reason why this squad had managed to hold out until now was because there was a mage in the group, who released a boundary to temporarily block the attacks of these polar maniac bees. But as the polar frenzy bees attacked, the mage's face grew paler and paler, and it was clear that he could no longer support himself for too long. "I can't hold on much longer." The mage suddenly gritted his teeth. The rest of them were filled with despair at the words. The two girls in the group were even crying out of outright fear. "Ooh, are we going to die here? I don't want to die. I've never been with anyone in my life. I want to go out and feel sweet, sweet love. As the two girls began to cry, the remaining people felt a little breathless, surrounded by despair. Need a hand? However, right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Land god? The squad's crowd turned around to see Lu Yun standing on the glacier python, and they were instantly confused. How about 1,000 gold coins? I can help you solve the problem at hand? Lu Yun stretched out a finger and laughed. Yes. The crowd nodded frantically at each other. If 1,000 gold coins could help them get out of the immediate crisis, it was simply worth every penny. Seeing that the crowd agreed, Lu Yun didn't hesitate, and at that moment, he stretched out his index finger and started drawing circles in the air. Buzz! A flame then erupted from Lu Yun's fingertips, and the flame turned into ripples that instantly surrounded these polar maniac bees. Blitz -999. Blitz -999. Blitz -999. As a series of numbers jumped out, these hundreds of polar frenzy bees were instantly killed by Lu Yun in seconds. These guys weren't high-leveled, and their blood and defense was low in itself. Plus Lu Yun was a fire elemental restraining them. So it's really just a matter of moving your fingers. The crisis was lifted, and the mage sat down weakly on the ground as he unlocked his knot. He had been holding out for too long and had long since reached his physical limit. The land god thanks. After the squad members reacted, they came to Lu Yun to thank him and put together 1,000 gold coins to hand over to Lu Yun. Lu Yun put the gold coins away in the marriage space before he smiled brightly and said, Fast 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 fast. After he was done, Lu Yun rode the glacial python and left the place. Only the 6-man squad full of surprised faces was left behind. Next, Lu Yun wandered around the replica again and also encountered quite a few squads encountering danger, while Lu Yun only collected 1,000 gold coins each time. Ultimately, it was also successful in helping to turn these squads around. After a busy day, Lu Yun managed to harvest more than 10,000 gold coins, which was considered to be an instant overnight fortune, became a $10,000 man. After earning enough gold, it's time to bring the curtain down on today's copy trip. Separation was always sad. Lu Yun sat on the back of the glacier python and looked into the distance and suddenly said, If you want to avoid being killed by a transfiguration, I do have a way. The glacial python was immediately interested and excitedly said, Boss, what do I need to do? His willingness to follow Lu Yun was actually because he didn't want to be struck down as a monster. Compared to most of the monsters within the replica that only knew how to kill, he had his own mind and spirit, and he didn't want to come to this end. And after being refused to be taken away by Lu Yun, he himself no longer had any illusions. But Lu Yun's words instantly rekindled his hope again. A few minutes later, replica exit. Many of the transmigrants had returned to prepare to leave their copies through the portal. However, just then the ground suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? Did a monster rush over? With so many of us here, the other side shouldn't be so stupid, right? Numerous transferees have tensed up. However, right at this moment, as the trembling amplitude became more and more frequent, a huge figure in front of them also appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Crap! Glacial python! At the sight of the glacial python, quite a few people became nervous at that moment and summoned their marriage objects in preparation for an attack. It's the land god, but many more were completely relaxed. After Lu Yun completed the Snow Wolf Lord's last wish, he brought the glacial python back and forth within the replica, and many people had seen the glacial python a long time ago, so there is no fear. As expected, Lu Yun also appeared on the head of the glacier python as it approached. Gentlemen, I'm here to announce something to you. In the future, when you encounter danger within the replica, you can ask this one for help. Lu Yun jumped down from the glacial python and pointed at it. He will help you all as much as he can, but from now on, he is not to be treated as a monster, okay? The amount of information in Lu Yun's words was simply too great, and the crowd did not return to their senses for a while. But when the reaction came, all of them nodded in agreement. The glacial python was also a level 20 existence, and to be honest, quite a few people didn't have the ability to make a move against him even if they wanted to. On the contrary, if they could turn to each other for help if they encountered danger within this copy, it would indeed be extremely convenient for them. They have no reason to refuse. The glacier python was also overjoyed at this moment. He finally knew what the method Lu Yun was talking about was. Big brother, I really don't know how to thank you. The glacier python's eyes were brimming with tears touched to the point of crying. Are you a male or a female? Don't be so squirmy. Lu Yun rolled his eyes in disgust and whirled around. Just do a good job here from now on, and I'll make sure you're comfortable. After saying that, Lu Yun turned around and walked into the portal without looking back. To be honest, Lu Yun wasn't the kind of person who had a compassionate heart. He mainly chatted with the bastard. Not to mention that he was able to find the iron-armed ape lord. The bastard also contributed. especially since this one doesn't just know how to kill like other monsters, so it was natural for Lu Yun to help out if he could. After leaving the portal, Lu Yun went straight to the restaurant outside the school and first ordered a large table of food. Only then did he call out Long Core and Weaving Spirit. After the two women came out from the marriage space, they saw a table of delicious meals, and at that time, the game also stopped playing and started to feast. Long Core didn't need to be told that the food was naturally formidable. But what Lu Yun didn't expect was that Weaving Linger looked so cute and ate quite vigorously. But good skin is an advantage. And good looks are quite cute even if the food is tough. Lu Yun didn't forget about the coyote on the way to dinner, and brought the coyote out of the marriage space as well. Then he threw a steak with his chopsticks. However, the coyote just sniffed the steak with its nose and ate a few bites before not continuing to eat, instead looking curiously at the white wine in Lu Yun's cup. "You want a drink?" Lu Yun asked as he picked up the white wine. "Ow!" The coyote let out a wolf howl, her tail wagging like a propeller, enough to see her excitement. Lu Yun saw this and handed over his wineglass then. "It's not often you get a mouth that likes to drink." The coyote sniffed the glass with his nose before sticking out his little tongue and licking it, but only just a few mouthfuls into the lick the coyote began to sway left and right, then plopped down on the floor. "That's drunk?" Lu Yun felt a pang of amusement. It seemed that this little guy's drinking capacity was not good either. After putting the coyote into the marriage space, the two wives were almost done eating, so Lu Yun left the restaurant with the two women after settling the bill. "Where did you get these gold coins? You didn't rob a bank, did you?" With the wine and food, Long Core suddenly asked with her hands resting behind her head. It wasn't her first time in this world, and she had her own understanding of some things. "What's a bank, Kagome-san?" Weaving Spirit asked curiously. "It's the Chamber of Commerce or something like that," Long Core said thoughtfully. "Ah." Weaving Linger's mouth opened slightly. "Surprised? Master, you really went to rob a bank, ah?" Lu Yun rolled his eyes in dismay. "Is your master that kind of person?" "I'm just looking for a chance to make some extra money within the copies." After saying this, Lu Yun added, "We are not short of gold coins for the time being, so in order to celebrate later on, I will take you guys to buy some clothes." Hearing that she could buy clothes, Long Core's eyes were glowing with excitement. The last time she played with her cell phone she saw a lot of nice clothes. I think it was called something like cosplay. She's been wanting to buy a couple sets to try for a long time, because boys are said to love this set. Although Weaving Linger didn't know that much, all girls liked pretty clothes, and she was no exception, so it was also a pleasure. Soon the three of them arrived at the large shopping mall. Long Core went straight to the topic to the specialized cost store and bought several sets of clothes. One set is for Unknown Fire Dancer, one set for Miss 2B, one set for Rem. Although these three sets of clothes cost Lu Yun nearly 500 gold coins in total, Lu Yun felt that it was worth every penny. I wonder what kind of picture Long Core would look like in these three outfits. Just a little bit of brainstorming Lu Yun was a little too much to bear. At that time, he took out his cell phone and quietly purchased a box of 6 flavored tonic pills online to prepare for a tonic body. As for Weaving Linger, she didn't have so many fancy ideas, and the clothes she bought were still relatively normal. After leaving the mall, the few people did not immediately return to the small villa, but instead wandered around the nearby alleys. After earning 10,000 gold coins within the copy today, Lu Yun was quite happy and was ready to celebrate after a rare splurge. The alley was crowded with people and surrounded by stores selling all kinds of food. After walking for a short while, Long Core and Weaving Spirit had more strings of sugar gourds in their hands. A good person accompanying around and hanging out amidst the hijinks. This feeling simply couldn't be more comfortable. Lu Yun suddenly had a feeling that the years were quiet. It would be nice to live like this for as long as possible. However, right at this moment, a sneaky man suddenly came to Lu Yun and whispered, "Friend, do you need special services?" "Special services?" Lu Yun reacted and somewhat depressedly pointed at the two women beside him. "Do you think I need special services?" That person had actually noticed the two women a long time ago, and it was no exaggeration to say that the two women were no worse than the so-called top stars in terms of face value and temperament. These two are indeed good. They are the best on earth. But as the saying goes, no home flower is as fragrant as a wild flower. "My friend." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth suddenly twitched as he faintly said, "Get lost." "Okay." Seemingly sensing that Lu Yun was not to be messed with, this one immediately nodded his head and turned around to run away. Lu Yun rubbed his head with a bit of a headache. The originally good atmosphere was now considered completely destroyed. Weaving Linger tugged at Lu Yun's sleeve, her bright eyes unusually bright and spiritual under the moonlight. "Master, what does that man mean by special services?" Lu Yun coughed lightly, not knowing how to reply. Long Core then pulled Weaving Spirit aside, then muttered for a while. Lu Yun didn't know what Long Core had said to Weaving Linger, but Weaving Linger's pink and jade-like face had reddened at a rate visible to the naked eye. The ranks of the marriage partners are, from lowest to highest, common. rare, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythic. While level high doesn't mean everything, there is actually a level before common. That's just not in the cards. A transmogrifier who signed up with this kind of marriage partner basically meant that it would be hard to do great things, and even reaching level 10 would be quite difficult for them. In this case, some of the transmigrants with prettier marriage partners are pressured to make a living or are pressured in terms of resources. Often, they will choose to have their marriage partner go into some special trade. It's all very normal. Luyan guessed that the special service that the guy had just talked about should be this type of marriage object personal service. However, after having long core and weaving spirit, Luyan wasn't too interested in such things. After all, who would leave two wives who seem like flowers to go out in style? A few more people continued to hang out for a while. Then it was back to the villa to sleep. Weaving Linger went back to her room early to rest after washing up. As for Lu Yun, he naturally slept in a room with long core. After coming out from within the bathroom, Lu Yun covered himself with the quilt and lay down on the bed pretending to look like he was already asleep. At the same time, the heart silently chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Evil recedes, evil recedes. Yet what is to come will come. The door to the room was gently pushed open with just a creak. Honey. Then Luyan heard a flirtatious and moving voice. When Luyan opened his eyes, he saw Long Core, who was wearing a fireless dance cosplay, had climbed onto the bed at some point. His left hand was placed in front of his pink lips, while his right hand was propped up on the bed was staring at him with a smirk. Luyan's heart tightened, knowing that it was hard to escape tonight, so he didn't try to escape. The old saying, since you can't run away from it, just enjoy it. With this in mind, Luyan directly lifted the quilt and slowly closed his eyes as his entire body lay on all fours on the bed. Come on, start your show. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Luyan still woke up unsurprisingly staring at his black eyes. But to Luyan's surprise, he smelled a fragrance right after he woke up. After getting dressed and coming to the living room, Luyan saw that there was already a bowl of Yangchun noodles on the table. Hungry, eat something. Long Core washed her apron and walked out from the kitchen, smiling sweetly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun rubbed his eyes, doubting that he was dreaming. This ninny used to always take no responsibility when she was done. You're actually going to make yourself breakfast this time? Lu Yun suddenly came to the window and opened it to look outside. Long Core wondered. What's wrong with you? Lu Yun, I'll see if the sun comes out of the west. Long Core instantly rolled her eyes in an unfavorable manner and said, hurry up and eat your breakfast. Don't be late again later. Lu Yun nodded his head, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and took a bite. The flavor was indeed good. I didn't realize this little she-dragon could cook so well. In the past I used to stay at home and play games. I actually know how to cook and stuff. Long Kier wrapped her hands around her body. Both puddings were squeezed out of shape. Delicious, isn't it? Long Core asked. Yummy. Lu Yun nodded. Long Core immediately smiled like a flower and said, if it's delicious then eat more. After eating, Lu Yun put Long Core and Weaving Linger into the marriage space before heading out to school. It was only when Lu Yun arrived outside the school that he noticed something strange about the school. It was almost time for class to begin, but many students were gathered around the entrance of the school mingling. Lu Yun guessed that it was another one of his students who was confessing, or a marriage partner who was in a foul mood after discovering that the transmogrifier had cheated on him, or someone who had recently acquired a baby. Lu Yun wasn't interested in this kind of hustle and bustle, and directly walked towards the school grounds as if no one else was there. However, right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Lu Yun, dare you fight me one-on-one? Swish! After these words fell, the crowd in front of them actively made a path, and Lining slowly stepped out with a cold smile on his face. Seeing Lining, Lu Yun's head was confused a bit without coming back to his senses. The matter of the weaving flame young bird was over, and he had thought that the bastard had already left Jinsha City. I didn't realize it was still here. Lu Yun was even more surprised that his opponent would take the initiative to challenge him, without even thinking about it. It must be because of what happened to Jiang Shishir. Hearing Lin Ying's words, the many students who were watching also looked at Lu Yun, expecting Lu Yun's reaction. Lin Ying was a level 60 powerhouse, being challenged by such an opponent, but any normal person would panic, right? However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yun was quite calm at the words, and even revealed a sneer. What's that look on your face? Could it be that you look down on me? Lin Ying questioned with a frown. I'm just laughing at how bottomless you are. You're level 60 and I'm only level 21. I really don't know where you got the face to challenge me. Lu Yun spread his hands, and these words resonated with the crowd. Lu Yun's level was too different from Lin Ying's, and the two sides' battle strengths were seriously unequal, in which case Lin Ying launching a challenge to Lu Yun appeared to be too classless. The conflict between Lin Ying and Lu Yun was basically known to those present. and those who didn't know about it had also learned about it from the word of mouth that had just been passed around. For a while, the crowd's impression of Lin Ying changed slightly, challenging an opponent whose rank was so much lower than his own in public in order to snatch someone else's girlfriend. This kind of person, even if their talent is good and their rank is high, with such a heart, is disgraceful. To put it nicely, it was a challenge, but to put it bluntly, Lin Ying's behavior was bullying. Hearing the crowd's comments, Lin Ying's expression gradually became ugly as he gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yun. I can suppress my strength to the same level as you. However, Lu Yun simply ignored this guy and waved his hand to feign indifference. I know you challenged me in order to humiliate me. I recognize that I'm not your opponent. You're better than me, so I'll just concede, okay? Lu Yun's couldn't care less look caused Lin Ying to scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks in exasperation, almost spitting blood. The number of level 60 transmutators would not be too high when looking at the entire Xia kingdom, and to be able to challenge himself was the highest honor. How could he not expect that he would take the initiative to challenge Lu Yun, and Lu Yun would refuse so dryly? Originally, he had planned well to prove himself by defeating Lu Yun and letting Jiang Shishir feel the gap between the two. As a result, after Lu Yun's mess, it was he himself who became the clown. This huge discrepancy was too much for Lin Ying to bear. When he was in Kyoto, he was a man of the people wherever he went, and he was also a meritorious official within the heavenly law Forbidden Land, so it could be said that there was no shortage of a group of complimentary people wherever he went. And everything has been different since arriving in Kinshasa City. First, the weaving flame young bird's limelight was stolen by Lu Yun, and then the woman he had his eye on, Jiang Shishir, was abducted by Lu Yun. Now it was even more so that Lu Yun was directly ignored. He was obviously a level 60 powerhouse. How did he get mixed up like this? Lu Yun, as a mythic rank profession and a double transfigurator, do you even have the courage to fight me? Lin Ying gritted his teeth in an attempt to provoke Lu Yun. Even though he knew that his current behavior was humiliating, it would only be more humiliating to come and leave like this. Lu Yun frowned tightly, thinking that this guy was really a hawk and a ghost, and just when he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared. Enough! Seeing the visitor, the clamor of the scene became much smaller, because the person who came was none other than the principal of the first middle school, Li Zhang. Seeing Li Zhang, Lin Ying also tightened up quite a bit. The other party was capable of holding the position of principal. His rank was definitely not below him. Little friend Lin Ying, Lu Yun is a student of my first high school. Although he is a mythic rank profession, double transfigurator, he is only level 21 now. Even if you suppress your strength, he can't possibly be your opponent. For my sake this matter will end here? Li Zhang looked at Lin Ying's wrinkled face with a warm smile and said, since Principal Li has given the word, I naturally have to give this face. Lin Ying also forced out a smile and said, despite having a million unwillingness in his heart, Li Zhang had already stepped forward to open his mouth, so it would really be a bit ungrateful if he didn't give the other party this face. Kid, count your luck this time, but this matter isn't over yet. Dare to snatch a woman from me, Lin Ying, you won't be able to get away with it. Lin Ying again suddenly looked at Lu Yun and secretly transmitted his voice, if you have the guts, you'll stay in Jinsha City all the time. As long as you leave here I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Only after saying this did Lin Ying turn around and leave with a cold snort. Lu Yun, on the other hand, completely ignored this guy. A level 60 powerhouse was actually griping with him. A level 21 student, so it was easy to see what kind of goods this Lin Ying was. Last time at the Jinsha defense line, Jiang Shishir made it clear that she didn't like this guy, and this guy still stalked her and wouldn't let go. Lu Yun is somewhat fortunate that he is a boy. If he is also a girl, is bound to be a fish and geese, and the moon is shy, with the capital of the country and the city. At that time, if she was unlucky enough to also encounter a nearly perverted suitor like Lin Ying, it would really be quite difficult. After dismissing Lin Ying, all the people knew that there was no more good show to watch, and they all left to go to the academy to prepare for classes. As for Lu Yun, he had originally planned to leave as well, but was called back by Li Zhang. Lu, come with me to the office. I have something to discuss with you. Although Lu Yun was puzzled, he still followed. A few minutes later, principal's office. Li Zhang, who had learned the ins and outs of the matter, sighed and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desktop. Offending Lin Ying was not a wise choice. Lu Yun wondered, is this Lin Ying very powerful? He is a meritorious servant within the Heaven's Law Forbidden Land and a genius who has furthered his education at the Magic Martial University. Although his career level is not as strong as yours, after all, he has already come to level 60, and the country still pays quite a bit of attention to this kind of talent. Li Zhang sighed and continued, this Lin Ying knows many characters in Kyoto. When a transmogrifier reaches this kind of level, their connections naturally won't be too bad. And this guy created his own labor union back when he was furthering his studies at the Magic Martial University. Your own union? Well, the union he created is called the Fast Sword Union, and now it already belongs to one of the strongest batch of unions within the Magic Martial University. If you go to the Magic Martial University in the future, you will definitely be targeted by this group of people. Schools like the Golden Sands First High School, where the students are all newly awakened transmutants, are all still in the beginning growth stage. Xia is worried that the geniuses will be buried and persecuted, so Xia's schools are all student-oriented, and all parties take care of the students very well. And to the Magic Martial Arts University is different. First of all, there are many heavenly pride-like dogs, demons everywhere. Forces are disjointed. Xiagua's influence on this place is limited. Secondly, the university stage is no longer part of the starting stage. At this time, the transmogrifier has already had the ability to survive independently. Xiagua's focus is to protect the transmogrifier who has not yet grown up. Relative to the students in the university, the care is less. And joining a labor union is one of the important ways for transmigrants to safeguard their interests. And by forming a community of interest by means of a labor union, they can obtain more resources and safeguard their interests. Therefore, students who entered the Magic Martial University would join the union and get sheltered by it. And there were also those with high ambitions who formed their own unions. If Lu Yun offended Lin Ying now, it would be the same as offending Lin Ying's creation of the Fast Sword Union. And with Lin Ying's and the Fast Sword Union's influence, there might not be many unions that would dare to take Lu Yun in. After hearing Li Zhang's explanation, Lu Yun was indifferent. Soldiers come and go. He had offended Lin Ying in order to obtain the fire attribute crystal core. He didn't regret his decision. Seeing Lu Yun's attitude, Li Zhang was quite helpless. Now we can only hope that, seeing as you're a dual transmuter, the Magic Martial University side will take care of you a bit more. Li Zhang sighed and continued, there's one more thing I called you for. In a few days it will be the day of the final examination. At that time, not only Jinsha City, but also high schools throughout the Summer Kingdom will be assessed. And ultimately, based on the assessment scores, the transmigrants will go to different levels of universities. With your talent and strength, there's no need to participate in the examination. During this period, if you have the time, you can go around the Magic Martial University and familiarize yourself with the environment in advance. Lu Yun nodded, his impression of the old man slightly better. Although this old man had cut off his gold reward several times, he was still a good person, and at the very least, he took care of himself. By the way, if you're going to go to the Magic Martial University, you can go to my granddaughter. That girl might be able to help you with some of your troubles. Li Zhang suddenly thought of something and said, okay. Lu Yun nodded and asked, is there anything else that Principal Li is? Nope. Li Zhang shook his head. Okay. Lu Yun also nodded his head before opening the door and walking out. The corner of Li Zhang's mouth twitched. It's for your kid's sake to let you go to my granddaughter. You're a guy who says he knows without even asking for the other guy's name. It doesn't look like you're going to go to your granddaughter for help, either. This kid's temper is stubborn, just like when I was young. The old steed is in 1,000 miles. Li Zhang stroked his beard, then unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of wolfberry tea. Started lamenting about life. Who hasn't been young and foolish? In fact, sometimes he was quite envious of Lu Yun. After leaving Olden's office, Lu Yun returned to his small villa. As Li Zhang said, the whole school is preparing for final exams during this time. The overall atmosphere throughout the school is tense. Even those elementary school girls didn't write much love letters to Lu Yun anymore. They were all preparing for the final exams wholeheartedly. And naturally, Lu Yun, as a guaranteed student, had no need to hang around, lest others see it and envy it. In fact, if a transmigrant wants to get specialized training, he still has to go to an outside university. For example, the Magic Martial University has a lot of training methods tailored for different professions. There is also a lot of specialized training equipment. As for places like the first middle school, transmigrants could only go through simple basic training here. If you want to really learn something in real life, you still have to go to the Magic Martial Arts University. After leaving the school, Lu Yun suddenly felt a bit empty in his heart, which suddenly reminded him that he hadn't seen Zhang Qingqing for a while. Lu Yun took out his cell phone and originally wanted to send a message to Zhang Qingqing, asking her to come to his house for dinner tonight. The last time he went out it was all Zhang Qingqing's treat. Now that he had money he planned to return the favor. But after thinking about it, Lu Yun still didn't send a message over, because he didn't know what Zhang Qingqing was doing. The other party was his teacher after all. His status was rather embarrassing, and he was afraid of influencing the other party. Anyway, this beautiful homeroom teacher would be teaching at the Magic Martial University by then, so there was no need to worry about not being able to see her in the future. After driving around for a few minutes, Lu Yun arrived at the entrance of the first middle school. Looking back at the gate of the first high school, In the forefront of the school gate also stands a statue. The statue is a big one. After leaving this time, it probably wouldn't be long before he left Kyoto for the Magic Martial University, and he didn't know when the next time he would return would be. That's the way life is a lot of times. It's often too late to say goodbye and start a new life. To bid farewell to the place where he had lived for so long, Lu Yun was more or less reluctant to part with it. When autumn comes on September 8th, I will kill 100 flowers after they bloom. Jinsha City is only the starting point for me, Lu Yun. But I'm a man who is motivated to be the strongest transmogrifier in the world. Lu Yun looked at the entrance of the first middle school and clenched his fists and said secretly in his heart, the reason why he wanted to become stronger was not because he had any great ambitions. On the contrary, Lu Yun did not have any great ambitions. He just felt that this world was too dangerous and only a strong strength could bring a sense of security. Of course, now there was another reason. If he had the strength, he would be able to rely on his own power to get the fire elemental crystals so that he could solve the outbreak of the fire elemental in his body. Just as Lu Yun was about to leave the place and return to the cottage, he suddenly received a call from Jiang Shishir. Lu student, thank you for the last time. If it wasn't for you, that Lin Ying would definitely be stalking me. Just as the phone was connected, Jiang Shishir's gentle voice came through. Minor problem. I'm not really helping you much. Lu Yun shook his head. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a split second. Jiang Shishir asked cautiously, that Lin Ying came to me only a while ago, and may have gone to find trouble with you in the back. I've asked my brother to help keep an eye on this side of the situation. You should be fine now, right? Though knowing that the reason the other person cared was probably because of the identity of this pretend boyfriend of his. However, Lu Yun still enjoyed being cared for by a beautiful woman like this. It's okay. Lu Yun laughed. It's good that it's fine. That fire elemental crystal core you want, I already have an eyebrow. I originally wanted to use the power of the family to buy this fire elemental crystal core, but the other party would not sell it. Not for sale? Lu Yun frowned. It seemed that obtaining the fire elemental crystal core from Jiang Shishir should be out of the question. It seemed that this fire elemental crystal core was indeed very difficult to get hold of, and even Jiang Shishir couldn't do it by using the Jiang family's connections. However, Lu Yun wasn't too disappointed. He himself knew that this matter was tricky and didn't pin all his hopes on Jiang Shishir. But right at this moment, Jiang Shishir again turned her words around and said, although the other party is not selling, the other party has also offered their own conditions. They can unconditionally give away this fire elemental crystal core, but only on the condition that you must be there in person to negotiate with them. I talked to them myself? Lu Yun somewhat did not understand the other party's meaning. Fire elemental crystal cores could definitely make a fortune if they were taken out and sold. Instead of selling it, the other party was going to give it to him for nothing, on the premise of actually just letting him negotiate in person. What kind of divine operation is this? Who was the person who provided the fire elemental crystal core? Lu Yun asked after thinking about it. Ascend to the top. Jiang Shishir said in a deep voice. Ascend to the top. At the mention of these 4 words, Lu Yun's mind couldn't help but conjure up GZ's highly representative pair of large headlights. It was only last time that GZ asked for some of Weaving Spirit's flame power from him, saying that it was going to be used as forging equipment. Now offering to meet himself on the condition of a fire elemental crystal core was most likely for this matter as well. The forces of the Ascendant are spread throughout the entire Summer Kingdom. Their words are still quite reliable, but you can choose for yourself whether to go or not. Jiang Shishir said softly. I'll go. Lu Yun said. Right now the fire element in Lu Yun's body was already showing some signs of going out of control. He didn't have much time to delay. I'm sorry. I clearly said that I'd help you with the fire elemental crystals if you add my boyfriend. I broke my promise. Jiang Shishir said with incomparable guilt. It's okay. This is a tricky matter in itself. And I know you're doing your best, so give me their contact information later. It just so happens that there's nothing to do lately. Lu Yun said softly. Hearing Lu Yun's tone so light-hearted, Jiang Shishir however felt even more guilty, thinking that Lu Yun was deliberately saying this because he didn't want to make himself feel guilty. Unable to help but be touched for a moment, even she herself did not notice that without realizing it, she actually had a secret love for Lu Yun. In fact, Jiang Shishir had completely overthought the situation. Lu Yun himself was very optimistic, not to mention the fact that there was a chance that he could obtain a fire elemental crystal core right now. Shortly after hanging up, Jiang Shishir recommended a contact over to Lu Yun. The contact had 2 big words written on it. Himiko. Sheesh. I didn't realize that Jiang Shishir's recommended contact for himself was actually this red-haired imperial sister. Lu Yun first saved the number before dialing it. The phone had just been connected, and a very mature voice came from the other end. I'm Lu Yun. MS. GZ, we met last time. You shouldn't have forgotten me, right? Lu Yun flirted. So it's Mr. Lu. since you took the initiative to call me. It seems that girl from the Jiang family has already informed you of what happened, right? GZ giggled. Even through the phone Lu Yun could imagine the pair of trembling headlights. Got it all. Lu Yun nodded as he discarded the jumbled thoughts in his head. Tonight at 9 o'clock. Kyoto Heavenly Hall VIP 888 box. Let's not see each other, GZ said with a smile. Ha, tonight? Lu Yun was a bit surprised. I'll send a plane over to pick you up later. It'll arrive in Jinsha City in about an hour. So Lu students can make preparations now. Lu Yun was a bit surprised, not expecting this red-haired imperial sister to be so thunderous. According to the agreement, Lu Yun needed to wait at the Jinsha City airport, but it would still take an hour before the plane arrived here. So, in the meantime, Lu Yun intended to do something that he had thought about for a long time, but never had the time to do. That's saving money. Last time, GZ took away a strand of Weaving Spirit's flame power and in return gave Lu Yun 3,000 gold coins as well as a bank card from the Flower Sea Bank. Later on in the copy, Lu Yun earned another 10,000 gold coins. These gold coins Lu Yun now have not even saved up, has been stored in the marriage space. Every time you go out to spend need to take out from the marriage space, with cash settlement. This was still a bit troublesome, so Lu Yun was prepared to deposit all the gold coins into the Flower Sea Bank this time. The Flower Sea Bank is spread all over the Summer Kingdom and is one of the few big banks. This bank is not open to everyone. You need to be worth over $100 million to do business here. This is a height that ordinary people can hardly reach in their lifetime. In a sense, just the card is the deck. When Lu Yun took his bank card and arrived at the Flower Sea Bank, he was given VIP level treatment right then and there. Even though Lu Yun was only wearing ordinary cheap goods, the other party's service attitude was still very good. From this, it wasn't hard to see that there was indeed something to this Flower Sea Bank that had managed to spread across the entire Summer Kingdom. At least it's not stupid enough to judge a book by its cover. When Lu Yun took out his bank card and said he wanted to deposit money, he was even received by the manager personally. Anyone who could come to the Flower Sea Bank to deposit money would definitely be starting with at least a few million gold coins. However, when Lu Yun took out his 9,000 plus gold coins and indicated that he wanted to deposit them into his card, the smile on the manager's face directly froze. Taking a card from the Flower Sea Bank to deposit money at the Flower Sea Bank, and actually depositing only 9,000 or so gold coins? This is as rare as a multi-millionaire coming to the street to beg for food instead of going to a 5-star restaurant. However, the manager did not say too much, but gave Lu Yun a meaningful look before personally handling Lu Yun's business. Flora Bank is quite good at all kinds of services and efficiently conducts business in less than a few minutes. Only after doing this did Lu Yun come to the airport and wait up. There is only one airport in the center of Golden Sands, and this airport is actually two airports bridged together, one normal and the other private. Sir, if you want to go to the private airport you have to buy a ticket, 100 gold coins apiece, the receptionist lady said rather enthusiastically, and even threw winks at Lu Yun as she spoke. Mainly Lu Yun was too handsome. Just one look made the front desk lady blush and gasp. With Lu Yun's face value, he was fully qualified to eat soft food. If he hadn't held fast to his modesty, he wouldn't have had to move bricks to make extra money before, but would have gone straight to the bed of a rich woman to take up porcelain work. Okay. Lu Yun nodded his head and took out his Flower Sea Bank card and handed it over. After seeing the Hanami Bank card, the receptionist was even more enthusiastic. It seems that the little handsome man in front of me is still a proper invisible rich second generation dressed so plainly, yet he has a card from Hanami Bank. After the swipe, Lu Yun's cell phone received a prompt to spend 100 gold coins. It was incomparably painful to watch Lu Yun. Himiko didn't say beforehand that she'd have to buy her own ticket to the private airport. I also don't know if the 100 gold coins will reimburse themselves. Little handsome, do you want to add a contact? Don't look at me as the receptionist here. In fact, my family's ancestors are engaged in the massage industry. If you're not feeling well, you can give me a call. I can come to your door to relieve your worries. The receptionist lady handed the bank card back to Lu Yun while winking her eyes shyly. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he quickly declined then left the place. This person's looks are not bad, but it is not hard to guess that someone who can casually say such words, high or low, is also 100 people. Lu Yun is not yet horny to this extent. Private airports had specialized lounges that offered free snacks and tea, which slightly comforted Lu Yun's fleshy little heart. Lu Yun came to the lounge and went crazy with dry food, even directly calling out Long Kor and Weaving Linger to dry food with him as well. Of course Lu Yun didn't forget about the coyote, and directly called the bastard out to throw a piece of imported snowflake beef as well. Since things are free here, it's a waste not to eat. It wasn't that Lu Yun didn't have a pattern. It was mainly because he had been poor for a long time in the past and had developed this mentality of not wasting anything. The three men and the wolf dry food in public, watching the others in the lounge. What village are these guys from? I feel like this is a special visit to the lounge for the buffet. The 2.5-hour-long dry meal operation was over. Luyan touched his rounded stomach and sat on the sofa to rest, with a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. As for Long Kor, the two girls went back to the marriage space to continue playing the game. The coyote went back to sleep as well. Luyan was left alone and slightly bored. Luckily, the plane came quickly, and when Luyan boarded the plane, he was still shocked even though he had already prepared himself mentally. The airplane is small, but it's a sparrow's nest. It had everything in it, and not only did it have, it was quite lavish and ornate. Anything with leather seats is a piece of cake. There's a dedicated kitchen with a star chef, and even an indoor pool with a dedicated king room. If it wasn't for the airplane windows all around, Luyan would have even thought that he had arrived at a 5-star hotel. And Luyan was also surprised to find that there was actually free food here as well, even the top-of-the-line stuff. Surprisingly, there was imported caviar and 3 bottles of limited edition dry red. Exquisite appearance, top flavor, and the best part is that it's all free. Luyan then called out the two girls, Long Kor and Little Wolf, again to continue drying the meal. Foie gras in the left hand and black truffles in the right. Caviar as risotto. Red wine as beer swirling. Anyway, eat whatever is expensive. The head chef who watched it was in a daze. He's been working here for a long time, specializing in cooking gourmet meals for the rich. He prided himself on having seen the world over the years, but it was the first time he had seen someone as licentious as Luyan. Bull. By the time a few people had eaten and drank their fill, the plane was almost at its location. Luyan was bracing himself on the handrail as he walked down from the airplane. I had to hold up the wall because I was so full of food. It was only after getting off the plane that Luyan realized the gap between Jinsha City and Kyoto with a vengeance. Although both belong to the city, Kyoto as the capital of Dacia's prosperity is naturally Jinsha City cannot compare. Just the size of the airport is going to throw off the city of Golden Sands by several blocks. Luyan casually walked to a corner and was just about to call and contact GZ. A red-haired figure suddenly came from the distance, and with every step that fell, the indescribable place trembled violently. With such iconic headlights, Luyan didn't even need to look at his face to know who the visitor was. GZ came to Luyan smilingly, still as mature and attractive as when they first met. After coming all the way here, it's time to give you a little pick-me-up. Let's go for a meal first, GZ asked as she winked at Luyan. Luyan had eaten all the way up to the top of his throat, and when he heard GZ's words instantly his stomach began to turn uncontrollably. Then, vomit. Himiko. Luyan. Luyan also wanted to snap a 3-story cottage with his toes at this moment. It was true that he had just eaten too much, and now when he heard about food he instinctively felt physiological discomfort. But it was good that Luyan didn't spit it out. GZ looked at Luyan in disbelief, hesitating for half a day, wanting to speak, like a hard throat, not knowing what to say. Luyan scratched his head and coughed lightly and laughed. Dinner is still exempt. I'm quite pragmatic. Let's get down to business. Pretty pragmatic? The corner of Himiko's mouth twitched. She would agree with saying that Luyan was a money grubber, and GZ was the first to disagree when she said that the guy was quite pragmatic. However, Luyan was so dry. GZ didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "We can give you the fire elemental crystals for free, but only if we need your help with one thing." Good. Luyan directly nodded his head in agreement. You don't even ask what we need you for? Himiko said with some surprise. Luyan smiled brightly. As long as I'm not forced into prostitution, I won't refuse. Forcing a good man into prostitution? GZ slightly sized up Luyan. Should I say no? This one did have the capital to be forced into prostitution. If she was a pimp in some flower and moon place, a little handsome guy like Luyan would definitely be her preferred target. Package Luyan a little bit and specialize in providing services to all kinds of rich women, and business would surely be booming. GZ didn't move to withdraw her gaze, guffawed, and said, "Don't worry, what I want you to do won't be difficult for you." Luyan nodded. That's fine. Immediately, the two of them left the airport, and just as they arrived outside the airport, Luyan saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. The lengthened body is quite conspicuous under the reflection of the street lamps. Obviously there are a lot of cars parked around. The same are 4 wheels and a steering wheel. Only this car stands out from the rest. It's time to say no to the fact that prices are expensive for a reason. Get in, Himiko said as she pulled open the back door. Luyan sat straight up, then made a seat for GZ. But to Luyan's surprise, GZ didn't get on the car and instead closed the door. Luyan blinked and asked, "Isn't Ms. Himiko coming up?" "Not for me. My task tonight is to be responsible for escorting you here." GZ winked at Luyan and laughed. Ha! Luyan didn't react. And just then, an excited voice suddenly came from the driver's seat. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I've heard a lot about you, but I didn't expect to see you alive today. Lu Yun raised his head and looked towards the front, only to realize that there was a young girl sitting in the driver's seat wearing a punching bag. The young girl's soulful eyes were full of blazing heat, and she was staring at herself dead on. Obviously the young girl was clear looking and as gentle as a neighboring sister, but at this moment, he was staring at himself like this, making Lu Yun feel like a prey being watched. Lu Yun realized that there was someone in the driver's seat when he got in the car, but he didn't care at the time, he just thought it was the driver. But now it seems obvious that this one is no chauffeur. What kind of driver dresses like this? You are? I was so excited to see Mr. Lu that I forgot to introduce myself. The young girl laughed dumbly before she whirled around before stretching out her white palms lips up to reveal her white teeth and said, My name is Duan Xiaoqiao. I'm a black gold level forger of the Heavenly Vault creation. Lu Yun reached out and symbolically shook hands with the other party. Soft, smooth and very comfortable. Just the touch of these hands hardly convinced Lu Yun that she was a Heavenly Vault creator's forge. In Lu Yun's impression, forging masters did manual labor, and the lack of calluses on their hands was sorry for the profession. However, not only were there no calluses on the young girl's hands, she was also a black gold level forge master, which made Lu Yun very surprised. Although he didn't understand the grades of the Heavenly Vault's creations, he had heard that black gold level forgers belonged to a very high level of forgers. However, other than that, Lu Yun was more concerned about why the people from the Heavenly Vault creation had appeared here, and Lu Yun cocked his head in disbelief as he looked at GZ outside. GZ laughed. Actually, the fire elemental crystal cores this time were provided by the Heavenly Vault creation, and it was also them who approached you, and we, Ascendant, are just acting as a bridge. Lu Yun nodded. Understood. Having not touched the Sky Vault creation himself, it was understandable that the other party would ask Dengfeng to build a bridge. Heavenly Vault creation or Ascendant creation, as long as one could obtain a fire elemental crystal core, there was not much difference. Heavenly Vault creation was also a big organization, or one that had the backing of the Summer Kingdom, so he thought that he wouldn't do anything against himself. So Lu Yun didn't get too nervous. Since the person has now been brought, then I will withdraw. There will be time in the future. If Lu students are lonely and difficult, you can call my phone. On call yo. GZ winked at Lu Yun before leaving ahead of him. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he was certain that this woman was definitely a contrarian monster. Then let's get going too. Duan Xiaoqiao in the driver's seat started the car. Where are we going now? Lu Yun asked curiously. To the hotel. Duan Xiaoqiao returned. A hotel? Lu Yun's brain instantly went blank. Driving to a hotel in the dark. Alone? Lu Yun instantly sweated. This woman wouldn't be plotting against him, right? It wasn't that Lu Yun was narcissistic. Lord, such a thing had happened before. At that time, Lu Yun had not yet awakened his profession, and was moving bricks at the construction site on a part-time basis. When it was already 10 o'clock at night after working overtime at the construction site, Lu Yun swept a shared bicycle home to save money. Because the site moving bricks sweat invaded the wet shirt, Lu Yun in order to try to cool off on the upper half of the naked body. The angular muscular lines were even more three-dimensional in the moonlight, and it charmed 3 rich women in Primera at that time. The 3 of them followed Lu Yun all the way, constantly chasing after Lu Yun for contact information, but also said what can be a month out of 10,000 gold coins to support Lu Yun, can give Lu Yun to buy the latest models of fruit cell phones and such nasty words. What was even more outrageous was that they said that as long as Lu Yun provided them with services in the car, they would immediately transfer him 10,000 gold coins. Lu Yun was scared out of his wits and ended up using an alleyway to get rid of these 3 female hooligans. Don't worry, going to the hotel is just to find a secluded place to conveniently study the flame power within you. Duan Xiaoqiao held the steering wheel head, and did not smile back and said. Hearing this, Lu Yun relaxed a little. A few minutes later the Rolls-Royce pulled up outside a 5-star hotel. Get out of the car, Duan Xiaoqiao said as she parked the car. Lu Yun nodded and followed Duan Xiaoqiao out of the car. Only just getting off the bus, Lu Yun's entire body was dumbstruck and petrified in place. This, because only after getting out of the car did Lu Yun realize that the woman actually had a pair of white silks over her lower body. White silk is not as mysterious and seductive as black silk, but it has a different flavor. If black silk is the representative of flirty and mature, then white silk is the representative of clean and pure. Punch bowl with white silk. Time to say no, this woman is quite the dresser. However, there is one thing that is quite regrettable. This woman's long legs, although longer than Zhang Xingqing's, slender jade feet wrapped in white silk wrapped in a few sensual, and even fast can be compared with long core, but it is a pity that the scale of the headlights is still slightly insufficient compared to long core. However, this was also because Lu Yun had seen too many beautiful women, and belonged to the category of fault-finding. In fact, Duan Xiaoqiao was already very good overall. What's wrong? Noticing that Lu Yun froze in place after getting out of the car, Duan Xiaoqiao wondered before noticing that the other party had been staring at her white silk. Immediately, a scarlet blush rose on her pretty face, but this scarlet blush was quickly suppressed by her again. Is it nice? Duan Xiaoqiao teased. Good looking. Lu Yun instinctively nodded his head in reply, and in the next moment, his pupils shrunk violently, only to realize that Duan Xiaoqiao was staring at himself with a smile on his face. With the thickness of Lu Yun's face, he was not only blushing. The two people only met for the first time, and they were staring at other people's thighs. The impact is really too bad. Seriously damaged his image of a gentleman. But even so, Lu Yun still didn't remove his gaze. Who was Lu Yun? He wasn't afraid of this little scene at all. Instead, he locked eyes with Duan Xiaoqiao and said seriously, "What is Miss Duan staring at me all the time? It's indeed very pretty. White silk suits your temperament." Originally thought that Lu Yun would avert his gaze, or even change the topic, but I never thought that this bastard would directly meet his eyes, and also came to a paragraph of commentary in front of his face. This operation directly Duan Xiaoqiao will not be able to hold. She had seen a lot of people over the years, but she had never seen one like Lu Yun, who had so bluntly said that she was good looking. However, she didn't resent Lu Yun for this, as she could tell that Lu Yun was simply admiring himself and didn't hide it when he was discovered. People of this true nature are much better than the hypocrites. Come on, I'll show you everything when we get to the hotel. Duan Xiaoqiao took the lead and walked towards the hotel after dropping a sentence that made people's imagination run wild. See enough when you get to the hotel? The knot in Lu Yun's throat rolled and he felt the blood in his entire body boil. Could it be that this woman is going to seduce herself later by getting drunk with a noble princess? Lu Yun immediately discarded these messy thoughts as he shook his head. One is not a casual person. That's how you test a cadre? What kind of cadres would not be able to withstand such a test? Spinning around, he followed quickly with a determined stride. After the two arrived at the hotel and briefly registered, they got just one room. When she opened the room, the receptionist lady even gave Lu Yun a meaningful look with extreme envy in her eyes. Such a handsome little brother shouldn't be bad at physical labor, right? A few minutes later, the two came to the room. Duan Xiaoqiao first discreetly unlocked the door to the room, and then took off her thigh-high boots and then her white silk on her own. After the white silk was removed, the long white legs surfaced in front of Lu Yun's eyes again without reservation. White silk and black silk in some cases can bring people unexpected effects, but bare feet also has a unique flavor. You go take a shower first, Duan Xiaoqiao said to Lu Yun as she lay on the bed. Ha? Lu Yun froze, somewhat at a loss for words. You said you wouldn't take advantage of my body, didn't you? You've just arrived at the hotel and you've already shown your true colors? I asked you to take a bath just to make it easier to do the research. You're a man and I'm a woman. You shouldn't be worried about me taking advantage of you, right? Looking at Lu Yun's incredulous eyes, Duan Xiaoqiao said with some amusement. Fair enough. Lu Yun nodded seriously after some thought. If this woman wasn't worried, what did a big man like himself have to worry about? After realizing this point, Lu Yun was relieved and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As for Duan Xiaoqiao on the bed, the corners of her mouth twitched and her face darkened. What's that look on your face? Are you really afraid you'll take advantage of you? This guy is quite interesting. The forges in the heavenly vault creation are all a bunch of elm brains. Or this guy is fun. Duan Xiaoqiao murmured to herself, her lips rising in laughter. Soon Lu Yun finished his shower and came out wrapped in his bathrobe. What should we do next? Lu Yun asked with some apprehension. Duan Xiaoqiao, however, answered, if I ask you why you need the fire elemental crystal core, you shouldn't tell me, right? Lu Yun smiled and didn't say anything. Fire elemental crystals had a relatively limited role for most people, and were mainly used to build equipment. And since Lu Yun was neither a forger nor had any connections in this area, yet he needed the fire elemental crystals so urgently, it was naturally hard not to attract the attention of others. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't say anything, Duan Xiaoqiao didn't ask more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, this point I'm very clear about. So if you're not willing to take the initiative to say it, I won't keep on asking. After saying these words, Duan Xiaoqiao continued. We've already taken the flame power of the weaving inferno hatchling back to test it last time, and the forging of the equipment was very successful. Do you want to take a look? Already succeeded? Lu Yun remembered that only a few days had passed before and after. Right? Can I watch? Lu Yun hesitated. He was actually quite curious as to what kind of equipment the Heavenly Vault creator had created with this ray of flame power. Sure. Duan Xiaoqiao smiled faintly before she took out a pair of boxing gloves from the marriage space. The overall lines of the gloves were very soft, and the gloves as a whole took on a crimson color, and a totem could be vaguely seen on it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the weaving flame hatchling. The main core of power of this glove is the flame power of the weaving inferno hatchling. And surprisingly, this equipment fits quite well with the power of the weaving inferno hatchling, and is classified as being a platinum level equipment. Lu Yun was secretly shocked in his heart. The platinum level equipment was already the same as his dragon fortress, and as soon as the gloves were taken out, Lu Yun could feel the temperature of the entire room rising rapidly. This was indeed something good. However, just as Lu Yun wanted to use his system to parse and inspect more information, Duan Xiaoqiao put away the gloves. Since we've seen the results, let's get down to business, Duan Xiaoqiao said with a serious expression. What do I need to do? I will try my best to cooperate. Lu Yun also straightened up. Duan Xiaoqiao glanced at Lu Yun and said with a smile, take off your pants. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched in disbelief. Take off your pants? Duan Xiaoqiao nodded her head. Actually, we were paying attention to you as early as when you became a dragon knight, with your fire elemental profession, and your marriage partner being a mythic level creature. The power of the flames in your body is also extremely valuable to us. My marriage partner's flame power should be stronger. Why didn't I choose hers last time? Lu Yun wondered. The flame power of mythic level creatures is naturally terrifying, but too terrifying for us to harness for the time being. We can only start with you. Then why are you taking off your pants? Because I'm going to start the hardware softening project. We first need to test how strong the flame power is in your body, which is theoretically filled with flame power in all parts of your body from the moment you establish a connection with your marriage partner. Duan Xiaoqiao speaking is squatted down. Do not know where to pull out a bottle of hardware softening project special essential oil poured in the small hand rubbing the road. And what I'm going to do now is extract the relatively soft flame power from your body in a relatively simple way and send it for testing. Duan Xiaoqiao spoke in a serious manner, but Lu Yun looked at Duan Xiaoqiao's movements and was filled with questions. Is this extraction method a decent, hardware softening project? What if this woman brought herself here to do this? This is called research? If the police pushed the door in at this time, even if Lu Yun told the other party these words as they were, I believe the other party would find it hard to believe them. It wasn't like Lu Yun couldn't understand wanting his flame power for testing, but why would you want to extract your own flame power in such a way? Are you serious? Lu Yun asked after taking a deep breath to calm his heart. Serious can't be more serious. Duan Xiaoqiao nodded. Seeing the other party's leaping expression, Lu Yun's blood pressure instantly came up. If you're right, then I should have the power of the flame in my blood as well. So why don't you just draw blood? Lu Yun still had a hard time accepting what was about to happen in front of him. It's not like we haven't thought about this matter, but considering that you're a mythic rank profession after all, the concentration of flame power in your blood should be higher. If you send this flame power for testing, it might cause the instrument to explode. You should understand what I mean? Lu Yun, I'm not sure if the instrument is bursting or not, but I'm bursting. Although he wanted to retort, he was partial to the other party's reasoned words, so he really didn't know how to retort. Seeing Lu Yun still hesitating, Duan Xiaoqiao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and urged. You hurry up and take off your pants. It'll be over if the police check the room later. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched once again. You know that too. He had obviously been dragged here to assist in the research. But why did he now feel the thrill of stealing? It was also thanks to Long Kor that the two women should have been asleep at this time, or else they would have seen a woman say something as nasty as taking off her pants to Lu Yun. Jealous King Long Kor would definitely storm out on the spot. You go out first. I'll do it myself. Lu Yun was silent for a long time before he spoke these words stiffly. Just as he exited, he was sternly rejected by Duan Xiaoqiao. First of all, I and Lu students you are the first time to meet, and not particularly trust you. The only raw materials I personally take, I use to rest assured. The second thing is that if Lu students you do it yourself, you will definitely have to resort to tools such as small movies. It is illegal to watch small movies in private. If you do something illegal, I am definitely going to report you. Speaking so righteously, but isn't what you're doing now something illegal? Looking at the serious Duan Xiaoqiao, Lu Yun really didn't know how to spit. Is this woman so intent on softening up the hardware for herself? In fact, this point was Lu Yun's overconcern. Duan Xiaoqiao must have a reason for being able to become a black gold level forge master, and she really only wanted to get Lu Yun's flame power as soon as possible to analyze and study it now. Of course, Lu Yun had such a high face value and such a good figure, to be able to personally carry out the hardware softening project. In fact, how could it not be an enjoyment for Duan Xiaoqiao? This motherly single genius word? Seeing that Lu Yun was still hesitating, Duan Xiaoqiao stomped her feet in place anxiously. Not only will I give you a fire elemental crystal core after it's done, but I'll also customize a piece of equipment for you. How's that? 0.01 seconds later, Lu Yun's body, which was not bound by the clothes of the mortal world, lay on the bed in an appearance of being at the mercy of the king. Duan Xiaoqiao's mouth was slightly open, and her entire body was bad. You damned if you're going to be that fast. Earlier, he was still squirming for half a day. But now he's so proactive once he hears that he can build a piece of equipment for free? Do it. Since I'm here to assist in the research, I'll naturally try to cooperate. But I want you to know that it's not because you're going to customize my equipment that I'm doing this. It's mainly because of a sense of duty. A sense of duty as a man. Duan Xiao Xiao. I'll believe the hell out of you. 3 hours later, Duan Xiao Xiao finally managed to get the flame power she wanted and carefully packed it into the special container. Then summoning his marriage object, the marriage door opened and a figure appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. It was a computer-like robot surrounded by many component tentacles, all revealing a blue glow. Is this your marriage partner? The exhausted Lu Yun asked weakly. Well, my marriage is rather special. It's not an organic being, but an artificial intelligence that has no combat power, but can cooperate with me in the research of various equipment. Duan Xiaoqiao was a bit proud of herself. She herself didn't like fighting and killing. Instead she enjoyed forging equipment. She was able to make it to the black gold level of Forge Master. In large part because of this marriage partner. Blue, put the materials away and start researching and analyzing them when you get back. Duan Xiaoqiao handed the container over, and Blue carefully incorporated it into himself with his component tentacles. Then a cold mechanical voice was issued. Material stowage complete. Duan Xiaoqiao reclaimed little Blue back into the marriage space with a wave of her hand before she gave Lu Yun a mournful look. Although I know that night-type professions have good stamina, you're also too good for your own good, aren't you? Which woman would dare to marry you if you're so powerful? Lu Yun's old face blushed. In fact, he didn't want to be so powerful, but naturally, his physical strength was just so counterintuitive there was no way around it. However, there was one thing that Lu Yun had to seriously affirm. No matter how good his body was, he would never be able to satisfy that little she-dragon. Long core, this is my business card. In the future you can always look for me when you encounter any problems. I can help you out to smooth things over as far as I can. Although all of us at Heavenly Vault Creation are forgers, we still have some energy. After Duan Xiaoqiao shook her sore arm and tossed the business card to Lu Yun, she pulled out a special case from the marriage space and handed it to Lu Yun. This is the fire elemental crystal core in here. No matter what you're going to do, I advise you to find a safe place before you open the box. The flame power of this thing is too strong. It's easy to affect the surrounding. As for the promise to customize your equipment, this I won't go back on my word, but it needs to wait until I'm done studying your flame power first. After instructing this, the White Silk Genius Forger forced himself to endure the soreness of his arms and left the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Duan Xiaoqiao opened the phone, and within moments, a double ponytailed loli appeared in the driver's seat. What's wrong with you? Senior Sister Xiaoqiao, why do you look exhausted? The one who drove the car was also from the Heavenly Vault Creation and was Duan Xiaoqiao's senior sister. Don't mention it. I encountered a bison, and I just fought with this bison for 300 rounds. But in the end, it was still me who was more skillful. Duan Xiaoqiao's lips rose as she said, wow, Senior Sister Xiaoqiao is so powerful. As a Forge Master she actually has such strong combat power. The little two-ponytailed loli was full of adoration, not realizing that the word battle could cover many scenarios. Hurry up and drive back. The materials have been obtained. This time I'm going to build diamond-grade equipment and become the first forger in the entire Blue Star to be able to forge artificial diamond-grade equipment. Wow, worthy of being Senior Sister Xiaoqiao. If only I were half as powerful as Senior Sister Xiaoqiao. Low profile. We people of the Creator Heavenly Workers should know how to keep a low profile, you know? Everything is a floating cloud until the deed is done. Got it. I got it. After Duan Xiaoqiao left, Lu Yun had wanted to open the box and directly absorb the fire elemental crystal core. He needed the power of the flames within the fire elemental crystal core to collide with the power of the flames within his own body in order to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison. Granted, this is only a delaying tactic, which can only temporarily defer but not completely resolve the problem. But it's already the perfect solution for the moment. However, once he thought of Duan Xiaoqiao's instructions when he left, Lu Yun still dismissed the idea. Monsters that could condense fire elemental crystal and nuclei were all very powerful in rank, and their fire elemental crystal and nuclei were theoretically quite terrifying. Better to open it some other time in an open space. Thinking of this, Lu Yun first went to the bathroom and took a brief shower before lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. In order to assist Duan Xiaoqiao in fetching the materials, Lu Yun was also exhausted, but fortunately tonight Long Kor was honest enough not to pull herself into a small meeting. Early the next morning, Lu Yun woke up early and stretched out feeling refreshed. Without Long Kor's destruction, he felt like he could be full of energy every day. Got dressed and went to the mirror and admired herself. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Aha! Still radiant and handsome today. He couldn't bear to look at himself. Breakfast is complimentary at the hotel and is all-star delicacies. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't be polite and called the two long core girls out for another dry meal before leaving. It was finished before he left, rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. I suppose by this time my classmates would have started their final exams? Lu Yun murmured softly, thinking that many of his classmates had already begun their intense examinations, but he himself was hanging out in Kyoto and even had a star-studded meal, even though Lu Yun was still more or less floundering. Well, now it's time to find a place with fewer people to absorb the fire elemental crystals. Lu Yun retrieved his thoughts, then pulled out his cell phone and opened the map software to start looking for a suitable place. In the meantime, what Lu Yun didn't know was that the moment he arrived in Kyoto, he had been secretly targeted. Found it! Lu Yun searched for half a day on his phone and eventually found a good place, Tian Shan Park. This place was originally one of the more famous tourist hit spots in Kyoto, and then the monsters in it rushed out due to the sudden failure of a boundary within one of the Kyoto replicas. It was during the peak tourist season, and over 100,000 people were relaxing and enjoying their vacation here. And since it was a tourist hit, it was usually not guarded by powerful transmigrators. This led to the tragic deaths of almost most of the more than 100,000 people. The casualties were quite heavy, and it was said that the place was so full of blood and bones that even those who managed to escape had psychological problems. Many had mental breakdowns and were institutionalized. Although the major guilds in Kyoto stepped in behind them to settle the monsters that escaped and cleaned up the corpses here as well. But hardly anyone dared to come here after that, because according to rumors, even in broad daylight, as long as you walk into this place you can feel the gusty winds, and even faintly hear miserable cries. Of course there were some bold anchors and such who chose to come and explore the area afterward, but many of those who have entered here have disappeared inexplicably, and even if they manage to come out unscathed, they are still out of their minds. Many people say that there are too many people who died tragically in this place, causing the ghosts to be restless, which is why the strange things happen. Over time this is the place everyone in Kyoto avoids. Lu Yun chose this place mainly because it was less crowded and he didn't have to worry about harming the people nearby after opening the box. Secondly, Lu Yun didn't believe that this place was that evil. Even if there really was something weird or something like that here, he himself was at least a mythic rank professional dragon knight, so he didn't have to be false at all. After arriving all the way to Tianshan Park, Lu Yun realized that the facilities here were quite complete. Not only were there many natural hot springs, but there were also many distinctive statue buildings. But these buildings and statues are slightly dilapidated, and the surrounding area is overgrown with weeds as if no one has been here for a long time. And when Lu Yun arrived here, he did feel a cold aura as well. It was now in the middle of the scorching sun. It shouldn't be this cold by any stretch of the imagination, but Lu Yun did not care, just because no one has been here for too long and close to the deep forest, so the air is slightly cooler. After casually finding an empty space, Lu Yun sat down on his knees and pulled out the box that Duan Xiaoqiao had given him, taking a deep breath before opening it. Buzz! The moment the box was opened, a stream of runes flashed up. This was the forbidden boundary on the box. It was specially used to block the leakage of the fire elemental crystal core power inside the box. Now that the box was actively opened by an external force, the boundary naturally failed. When the box was opened, Lu Yun found a ruddy crystal sitting in the center of the box, which was surrounded by a faint flame power wrapping around it. It was the fire elemental crystal core. Based on the scent in it, Lu Yun determined that this should be the fire elemental crystal core of a level 50 fire attribute monster, because only after the monster level reaches 50, the body has the probability to be able to coalesce such things as crystal cores. But any monster that can coalesce such things as crystal cores is basically a boss level, quite difficult to deal with. This was why the crystal cores of any element, not just the fire element, were so precious. After absorbing this crystal core, my power should be able to stabilize temporarily, Lu Yun said with a joyful smile as he looked at this fire elemental crystal core. The flame power in his body was already showing signs of going haywire right now, and without this fire elemental crystal core, Lu Yun was somewhat afraid to continue leveling up. But now that he had this crystal core, Lu Yun naturally had no worries and directly began to absorb it. As the flame power within the fire elemental crystal core was gradually drawn into Lu Yun's body, gradually Lu Yun felt his entire body's blood boiling. The feeling was actually indescribably comfortable. And just as Lu Yun absorbed the fire elemental crystal core, a ripple of flames continued to spread in all directions with him at the center. Lu Yun himself didn't even realize that the flowers, plants, and trees around him at this moment were all rapidly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Lu Yun was absorbing the power of the fire elemental crystal core, the other side, all the prestigious universities in Kyoto instantly exploded. Inside Xianling University, the president of Xuanwu University was sitting in his seat with a heavy face, and at the bottom there were more than a dozen Xianling University executives. At this moment many of the top brass were also at a loss. quite tense, and it looked as if they were discussing something big. Headmaster, that kid is already in Kyoto now. This is a perfect opportunity for us. In my opinion, why don't we just send someone to snatch that kid over? A grumpy senior suddenly stood up with a slap on the table and said loudly, I don't think it's right for you to do this. Although our Xianling University is not as good as the Magic Martial University, but at least it's also a serious university, not some kind of gangster's lair. How can we rob people in broad daylight? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses Sven got up and pushed his glasses and shook his head. Hearing this one's words, the rest of the top brass nodded their heads. However, in the next moment, this svelte middle-aged man directly uttered some words that shattered all three views. I think it would be better to directly threaten him with his family, forcing him to come and study at my Xianling University, and if he doesn't come, tell him that he's going to find someone to get his family killed. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You might as well just snatch people up like that. You're not acting like a gangster anymore. That's just like a gangster's style, isn't it? Hearing this middle-aged man's words, the president of Xianling University sitting up also held his chin in contemplation. Seeing this, the many senior officers were relieved. They were really afraid that the principal would agree with this guy's idea. Now it seemed that they were completely overthinking it. Their principal was at least directly appointed by Xia. How could he agree to such a ridiculous thing? However, right at this moment, the president of Xianling University, who was seated on the upper seat, suddenly shook his head and said, No, this kid's parents are dead. No one's relatives can be threatened by us. The many executives were directly dumbfounded at the words. It turned out that this principal of theirs was not pondering over the proposal because it was too ridiculous, but instead, he was thinking about the feasibility of the proposal. Blanche, listening to this principal of theirs, if the kid's parents are still alive, he might actually threaten them? The many top brass were all a bit incredulous. Although their Xianling University was not as good as the Magic Martial University, it was at least one of the famous schools in Kyoto. There were countless geniuses who wanted to come and study with them every year. Now they're actually going through with this to get a guy to come over to their side and study? This is too much of a pipe dream. But thinking about that guy's talent, many of the higher-ups were relieved. After all, that kid called Lu Yun was a mythic rank profession, and had even become a dual profession not long ago. This kind of person would definitely be able to become a super strong person in the future as long as he didn't die young. If they could pull this one to their Xianling University, it would naturally be a heavenly good thing. What other good ideas do you have regarding that kid situation? The president of Xianling University asked in a deep voice as he tapped his fingers on the desktop. I think we can use the beauty plan. The so-called heroes can't be killed by beauty. I don't think what you're saying is right. We should be realistic and just offer all kinds of top treatment with gold. I think. Numerous high-ranking officials began to discuss at once. Only that after half a day of discussion there was no feasible and practical program. There, after a long time, the president of Xianling University then waved his hand to interrupt the crowd's discussion and said in a deep voice, Demon Martial University already has so many mythic-level professions. On the contrary, other universities barely have a few mythic-level professions, and even if they do, they don't have more than 2 fingers. And my Xianling University doesn't even have a single mythic-level profession. Speaking of this Xianling University president was so angry that he slammed the table and said angrily, why should all the resources be tilted towards his Devil Martial University? And why should all the mythological geniuses go to his Devil Martial University? Hearing these 2 credentials, many of the top brass also came on fire. They have also asked this question in their minds countless times. Why is he, Magic Martial Arts University, such a bully? Why should all mythical geniuses go to their side to study? Headmaster, I believe you've already made your judgment on what exactly to do. Just tell us what to do. We'll definitely cooperate fully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This kid surnamed Lu must come to my Xianling University. Whether or not my Xianling University can rise depends on him. That's right. This one is a double transmuter. If we can train this one up, what are those geniuses from the Magic Martial University? At that time, we can also take the opportunity to prove ourselves. Just open your golden mouth, principal. Looking at the many righteously indignant executives, the president of Xianling University finally made his decision after taking a deep breath and said, all the senior staff will follow me and set off. First find that kid, and use emotion and reason to persuade him to come to my Xianling University on his own initiative. Naturally that's a good thing, and if you can't persuade him, then force him to be kidnapped over this mythological genius. My Xianling University is determined to win. Swish! The moment these words came out, the entire room of executives instantly boiled over. There were arms raised in excitement accordingly. It's imperative! It's imperative! It's imperative! In the meantime, inside the conference room of Kowloon University, the scene was similar to Xianling University. Nine Dragons University was also one of Kyoto's prestigious universities, but there was only one mythic-ranked professional, and this one was also the nephew of their principal. It was still this president of Kowloon University who had begged in front of his own sister for half a day before he managed to secure this genius. Upon learning that Lu Yun had arrived in Kyoto, the group was extremely exuberant, and they were much more direct than Xianling University. Brothers, we are all part of Nine Dragons University. We should contribute to Nine Dragons University. Right now an opportunity has been placed in front of us. Whether or not we can grasp it depends on your determination. Nine Dragons University President, righteous indignation eyes slightly red. He clenched his fists a look to start an uprising, said, "Now follow me to set off. Find that surnamed Lu's kid. Force him to tie him to my Nine Dragons University. From now on he is my Nine Dragons University, a part of the son of the. If anyone dares to stop us, who is our enemy? To treat the enemy should be very clear to you how to do it." Numerous executives have raised their arms and shouted as loud as thunder. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. There are many other universities like this one, and they are all doing the same thing at this point. But there are always exceptions to everything. Inside the conference room of Yogurt University, the expressions of the many executives were odd, and a look of wanting to say something even emerged on their faces. On top of the seat is a beautiful woman, the woman wearing professional clothing but still cannot wrap that proud body. Eyebrows like a picture. 3,000 green silk casually hanging down shoulders. Into fish and geese are not enough to describe her temperament, because she is not only the value of the city is wearing a pair of rimless glasses. Knit smile actually have the tenderness of the island teacher. This is a siren that one look is enough to make you horny. What do you guys think about Lu Yun's matter? The president of Yaowen University swept a glance at the many executives and suddenly asked, that Lu Yun is indeed a heavenly genius. Mythic rank professions are rare in themselves. Not only is he a mythic rank or a double transmogrifier, this kind of genius doesn't have more than a handful of them in the whole of the Summer Kingdom. Numerous executives responded. How many mythological geniuses are there in my Yaoqi University? The president of Yaoji University asked once again. The scene went straight to silence. After a long time, a senior finally stood out and said with an embarrassed face, Yaoqi University, was founded 30 years ago and currently there is only one mythic rank genius. And this mythic rank is still an auxiliary profession. Yaoqi University was known by its name. A women's university that specialized in taking in female transmigrants who were demonically gifted. As was the case with most universities, but all the mythic rank professionals in Xia, both men and women, preferred to go to the Magic Martial University, because the status of the Magic Martial University could not be shaken by any school in Xia, and it was the topmost academy in Xia. If that Lu Yun could join my Yaoqi University, what would happen to my Yaoqi University? The Yaoqi University president asked once again. If he can join my Yaoqi University, with the dual transmutators boost, perhaps my Yaoqi University can produce a future superpower, and the odds are that this one's strength will surpass the Dragon Knight from back then. A senior said this. Hearing this one's words, the rest of the senior management had also realized the intentions of this principal of their own. This one actually wanted a man to enter their women's college. Principal, that kid is a man. We are a women's university here, a senior said incredulously. Women's universities allow men to come in and enroll. Isn't that a pale lady opening both doors in front of robbers begging to be blanched? When her words fell, she didn't even wait for the president of Yaoqi University to speak before she was met with contemptuous looks from the other senior staff. Now is not a feudal period. They have long looked away, despite letting Lu Yun come, and if they can, they will hoard all the warblers and swallows here. Don't underestimate the warblers and swallows here. Whether they are wolves into sheep or sheep into wolves, who is the sheep and who is the wolf? It is still uncertain. If they could absorb Lu Yun, their Yaoqi University would definitely benefit greatly. The benefits would definitely outweigh the disadvantages. They are all senior school officials and naturally see things differently from ordinary people. They value benefits and the development of the school more. And Lu Yun happened to satisfy them on both counts, so they naturally had no need to refuse. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the many top brass, that top brass who retorted also fell silent. In fact, she was just saying it in passing. If Lu Yun was really willing to come to their place, she would naturally welcome it. We don't have a problem. If that Lu Yun is really willing to come to us, naturally, we'll be more than happy to do so. The many executives said in unison after unifying their opinions. Seeing this Yaoqi University president didn't say anything, and directly got up and said, starting immediately, gather all the students of my Yaoqi University who are still in a good position, and go with us to find Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, many of the higher-ups understood what this principal was thinking. The beauty plan. After speaking, this one added, call Xin Yu up as well. Shenyu was the only mythic-ranked professional at Yaoqi University. Not only was her talent demonic, but her face value was also unique in a women's university like Yaoqi University. The many executives didn't expect that this principal would actually want to call Shenyu up as well, not sparing any effort to hemorrhage money for Lu Yun's sake. This day Kyoto was surging with dark currents, and the focus of the dark currents, Lu Yun, was not yet aware of this matter. At this moment, the Magic Martial University had also gotten the news, but did not take it seriously. As the topmost academy in Xia, they had their own pride, and they believed that Lu Yun would definitely make the right choice. The Magic Martial University was backed by the Xia Kingdom and had the most abundant resources, and it was also the university in the Xia Kingdom that had the most experience in cultivating the most mythic-level talents. Tian Shan Park. After 2.5 long hours of absorption, Lu Yun finally absorbed all the power of the flames. The fire elemental crystal core in his hand also went to its original luster, and turned into fragments with a gentle pinch. Phew! Lu Yun took a deep breath, feeling that his exhaustion had completely disappeared and his entire body was refreshed. He even felt that he could fight Long Core 300 times right now and not have a sore back. However, Lu Yun knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain this situation for too long, and he would have to keep searching for new fire elemental crystal cores if he wanted to continue. We must raise our strength as soon as possible, Lu Yun said softly. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly heard a crying voice. Lu Yun raised his head and looked around, suddenly realizing that there was actually a woman sitting in the gazebo not far ahead. Although he couldn't see the woman's appearance, just by looking at her back he knew that this was bound to be a woman with good posture. It was just that Lu Yun was a bit strange. How could there be other people in this hellish place? Before absorbing the fire elemental crystal core, Lu Yun had observed this place. He was the only one here who had started absorbing the fire elemental crystal core. When exactly did this woman come over? Lu Yun had just wanted to go up and ask what was going on when the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Powerful aura detected. Is it parsed? Powerful breath? Could it be that this powerful aura referred to the woman who was crying in the gazebo? But Lu Yun did not feel any power fluctuations from the woman. And didn't the system only parse information about monsters? Can it also parse the information of a transmogrifier? However, Lu Yun chose to trust the system and said, Parse. Parsing complete. Eagle Eye, LV50. Identity, Dark Professional. Occupation, Two-Faced Ninja. Occupational level, Epic. Occupational characteristics, Double-Faced Ninja belong to the assassin class occupations. Can change 2 forms. The female form of agility increased, but defense will be reduced. The male form of damage increased, agility decreased. Evaluation, Dark Professionals and Professionals are opposites. Two-Faced Ninjas have extremely strong bursts in forgiveness. If encountered, please keep the host as far away as possible. When he saw the system introduction, Lu Yun was directly confused. He only knew about professionals. But what did this dark professional mean? However, since the system said that this dark professional and professional were opposites, it was thought that the other party should be coming from a bad place. And according to the system's analysis of this one's occupation, this one belonged to be a bisexual person who could turn into both a man and a woman. Lu Yun couldn't believe that there was still such a perverted profession in this world. Wouldn't that mean that the bastard could experience 2 kinds of pleasure? Something weird seems to be messing with my mind. Discarding the chaotic thoughts in his head, Lu Yun glanced at the crying woman in the gazebo and stopped and turned to walk in the distance. Since he knew that the other party was coming from a bad place and his rank was above his own, Lu Yun naturally couldn't be stupid enough to still continue walking over. Just as Lu Yun turned around, he suddenly realized that the woman who was originally inside the gazebo had suddenly appeared in front of him. This guy can teleport? It's over. It's over. The woman is still crying with her back to Lu Yun. Just how does this cry sound? How to ooze panic? At this time, Lu Yun's back was chilled, and all the hairs on his body stood up. It seems that he has been targeted to run away. Hard to fight is certainly not work. After all, the other party level up to level 50, can only run, but how to run? Just as Lu Yun's brain was spinning rapidly in search of a way to get out of the situation, the woman suddenly stopped crying and lowered her head as she said quietly, "It seems that you have already discovered my identity. Since this is the case, I'll also show my cards straight away. By submitting to the Great King of Darkness, you'll gain even more power." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he weakly said, "Can I refuse?" "Could be." The woman let out an oozing laugh and said, "If you refuse, next year's today will be the anniversary of your death." Lu Yun. Hearing this one's reply, Lu Yun's entire being was bad. "I'm sure it's not a good idea to come here. My patience is limited. You only have 1 minute to consider." Seeing Lu Yun's delay in speaking, Hawkeye once again said hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun deliberately put on a thoughtful and entangled appearance, but inwardly he actually already had his choice. He will not submit to what bullshit Dark King. Listen to the name to know that this is a proper villain. If he submits to this kind of goods, his own future end will certainly not be too good. Since ancient times, evil could not defeat good, and sooner or later, such big villains as well as villainous lackeys had to pay the price. Not to mention the fact that many of Lu Yun's familiar people were in the transmogrifier's camp. Mutiny would be tantamount to making him the enemy of the world. It would be better to just kill him. As time ticked by, Eagle Eye looked at Lu Yun, who was still in deep thought, and said indifferently, "There are still 3 seconds left. Then the countdown begins. 3, 2, I agree to submit." Just as the other party was about to count down to the end, Lu Yun hurriedly said. At that, a smile appeared at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. Those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Lu Yun rolled his eyes in his mind and asked, "What should I do now?" Instead of answering Lu Yun, Hawkeye stretched out his palm and waved it forward through the air, and a black teleportation portal immediately appeared in front of him. The world within the portal was pitch black and nothing could be seen, but the moment the portal opened, it released an extremely terrifying aura. This kind of aura made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. "Follow me in to meet the great king of darkness." Eagle Eye looked at Lu Yun. Good. Lu Yun nodded his head and acted quite cooperative, looking as if he had truly decided to submit to the king of darkness. Seeing how cooperative Lu Yun was, Hawkeye relaxed his guard and immediately led the way. Lu Yun followed closely behind, but the moment the two were about to walk through the portal, Lu Yun suddenly pulled out a red-colored nameplate and threw it towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye instantly noticed Lu Yun's small action and instantly sidestepped to open up more. The red-colored nameplate fell to the ground and began to flicker violently. The next moment unexpectedly exploded L. In an instant, the terrifying power of flames spread out in all directions with Eagle Eye as the center. Lu Yun had swept through many copies within the Sands Beach defense copy, and this red-colored nameplate was one of the equipment that popped out when killing monsters. But Lu Yun is not interested in these equipment, so they are collected into the marriage space, ready to find an opportunity to sell. Do not think now, just come in handy. Among these equipments, although most of them had level and profession restrictions, there were also quite a few equipments that could be used directly. This red-colored nameplate was called the Flame Platoon, and was a disposable piece of equipment that could explode into a full-force strike comparable to that of an 18th level fire elemental monster after use. However, Lu Yun knew deep down that this level of attack couldn't possibly cause any damage to this fellow. After all, the other party was a powerful level 50 existence. So right at the moment the ripples of the explosion appeared, Lu Yun directly turned around and ran. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get out of here. However, the moment Lu Yun turned around, an eerie cold laugh suddenly came from the ripples of the explosion. "Kid, you've completely angered me." Swish. As the words fell, Lu Yun only felt a blur before his eyes, and that eagle eye even appeared directly in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun was also able to get a good look at Hawkeye's face. This Hawkeye was actually in a female state. It was just a cloaked head, covered in dry and dull skin, as if a zombie had just crawled out of a coffin slab. It's appalling. Gollum. Worthy of a level 50 existence. This speed was simply terrifying as hell. We are both civilized people of the new century. I think we can sit down and have a good chat. Lu Yun's throat knots rolled a bit as he forced a smile on his face and said, "I see that you already have a way to die. Since you are unwilling to submit to the Dark Lord, then die." Hawkeye obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Lu Yun and was ready to directly cut off the roots. The reason why he appeared here was naturally because he saw Lu Yun's talent, and it would naturally be a heavenly good thing if he could drag such a person into the Dark Transmigrators camp. But if the other side does not want to join, then we have to kill them. Hawkeye stretched out his right hand, and there was a constant convergence of terrifying power in his palm, clearly building up his strength to release his skills. Now that the skill hadn't even been unleashed, Lu Yun had already felt the power of the regeneration. Once it was cast, Lu Yun felt that he shouldn't be able to survive. Yet just then, buzz, a marriage door behind Lu Yun instantly opened, and a red-colored fireball instantly exploded out of it to charge at Hawkeye. Hawkeye instantly frowned and could only be forced to stop casting his skill to turn his fist to blast out in front of him. Boom! This punch hardened that red-colored fireball and sent it flying. Blitz minus 3,000. 3,000 blood. Hawkeye casually threw a punch that went straight to 3,000 blood. Normally the assassin's frontal attack could not be so powerful, mainly because the other party's level was too strong, which was an absolute suppression in strength. The fireball rolled down beside Lu Yun, and as the crimson flames dissipated, Weaving Spirit's figure appeared in front of Lu Yun. "Is Linger alright?" Lu Yun said in a deep voice as he stepped forward to help Weaving Linger up. Weaving Spirit's appearance this time was also because she sensed that Lu Yun was in danger, which was why she came out from within the marriage space at the first opportunity. "I'm sorry, Master. My strength was restricted and I couldn't utilize my full power. Otherwise I would have been able to slap such a cargo to death with a single slap." Weaving Linger said with a face full of guilt as blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. It's not your fault. It's because I'm too weak to drag you down. Lu Yun sighed heartbrokenly. If not for her own low level, Weaving Spirit's strength could have been even stronger. Another one looking for death. Interesting. Hawkeye shook his hand and glanced at Weaving Spirit. Then he was ready to continue his attack and end Lu Yun's life. Just then, however, another marriage door opens. Roar! An ear-piercing sound of a dragon's roar suddenly came from within the marriage match gate, and immediately, a red-colored dragon was seen rushing up into the sky, with the giant dragon hovering above the 9 heavens. This side of the dome of the sky all instantly became red. At first glance thought that all the clouds had been set on fire. Is this a mythical creature? Seeing Long Linger, Hawkeye was also slightly disoriented. Right at this moment, Longcore suddenly secretly transmitted her voice. You and Weaving Linger leave here first. I can stall for you. He is level 50. Lu Yun said with a complicated expression. This young lady can block it. Longcore said indifferently. But, go. Longcore's voice hurried a few points. Your presence here will instead make this young lady's hands tied. Now hurry up and go. Lu Yun knew that Longcore had said this on purpose. If he really left now, Longcore would definitely not be the opponent's enemy. Although Longcore was only Lu Yun's marriage partner, and even though Longcore's true battle power was far stronger than this Hawkeye's, right now Longcore was after all only level 21 just like him. She is going to die. No, you're my wife. How can I leave you to live alone? Lu Yun's eyes glowed red, and the blood in his entire body instantly burned at these words. The blood boils. You're my Lu Yun's woman. If you want to live, we'll live together. If you want to die, we'll die together. Boom! Lu Yun's entire body was insanely surging in power. Dragon Scale Body Protector was also directly cast. The flames around Lu Yun's surroundings instantly coalesced into a crimson dragon scale armor, setting Lu Yun off in a majestic manner. His attributes were also increased with the dragon scale armor enchantment. Damage taken will be reduced by 20% for at least 10 minutes. The highest level takes 90% less damage. At the same moment, a green aura suddenly rose within Lu Yun, Longcore, and Weaving Linger. It's life regeneration. After casting this skill, the life dragon will bless each of the dragon's partners, restoring 5% of their life value every second for the next 10 minutes. And then, a dragon roar came from within Lu Yun's body, and a giant dragon totem suddenly appeared behind him. Flame Gargoyle Intimacy. Perhaps sensing Lu Yun's battle intent, the fire attribute once again received a considerable boost. At this moment, Lu Yun was already on fire and had no more reservations. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Longcore above the celestial dome had a complicated expression, and her eyes gradually reddened. What a big fool. You didn't leave even when I told you to. You have to stay and be buried with me. Why is this necessary? Longcore said and suddenly laughed again. Lu Yun's approach made her feel warmth. Perhaps in other transmigrants, the marriage partner was just a mere tool person, an object to vent on in times of need. But in Lu Yun's case, he really did treat his marriage partner as a relative. May I ask how many transmigrators could do what Lu Yun did under such a crisis, without abandoning or giving up? At this moment, Longcore, for the first time, gave birth to the thought that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. But touched was touched, and it was precisely because of this that Longcore was even more unable to accept Lu Yun's death here. Go! Longcore continued to urge. No go! Lu Yun pulled out his dragon fortress and grinned. Dragon riders can't afford to lose their dragons. We're one and the same. You can't have one without the other. Longcore pursed her lips and was about to say something. Just then that Hawkeye suddenly sneered. What a touching scene. Since you're both willing to die for each other, I'll be an adult and send you on your way together. After Hawkeye finished saying this, his whole body was instantly covered by a black mist, and when the mist dissipated, the whole person had changed his appearance. Although still appalling in appearance, he had now changed from female to male. Upon turning male, he pulled his damage instantly and was ready to unleash his big move right then and there to send the two on their way. But just then a sudden change occurred. Lu Yun is here. An angry roar suddenly came from the distance. It was followed by more roars of rage. Protect Lu Yun. Charge. Kill. Whoever dares to take a shot at Lu Yun, I'll kill his entire family. The old man will lead the charge. Kill. After a violent roar rang out, countless terrifying pressures arrived instantly. Lu Yun turned his head toward his back and froze in place, only to see a dozen or so masters at the back who looked like they were not to be messed with, running madly towards him. The men wore uniform clothing with a badge carved with 9 dragons on their chests. This is someone from Kowloon University? Lu Yun froze. He didn't know much about universities around the world, but he still knew a few in Kyoto. Although 9 Dragons University was not as famous as the Magic Martial University, it was also a first-class university in the Summer Kingdom, just like the Magic Martial University. But that's not the point. The point is, why did the people from Nine Dragons University suddenly appear here? Student Lu Yun. I'm the president of Nine Dragons University. I'll protect your safety. Put 100% of your mind at ease. If this son of a bitch dares to take a shot at you, I'll chop off his chicken right now. Rushing at the front of the crowd, a red-faced man roared at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's mouth twitched at the words. Just then, however, another group of people appeared at the end of the line of sight. This group of people were also wearing uniform clothing, and they were none other than the people from Xianling University. The president of Xianling University also rushed at the front, and his eyes instantly turned red upon seeing Lu Yun. At that moment, he waved his hand and hissed, Lu Yun is right in front. Whoever can tie him to my Xianling Academy, this principal will be heavily rewarded. No need for approval from above. I'll directly take my official position as a guarantee, so that he can be promoted to the next level. Swish! The moment these words came out of this person's mouth, many Xianling University executives instantly went crazy. They are already in high positions of power and want to continue to be promoted, need to make great contributions to the school, but also need to be approved by the top to be able to do so. And now all that was needed was to tie Lu Yun to his Xianling Academy to get an official promotion. It's the equivalent of pie in the sky. The many executives also instantly reddened their eyes, as if a hungry wolf had seen a sheep, and immediately summoned their marriage partners. Wailing this, he charged towards Lu Yun. The elf growled. The dragon roared. The spirits of the ghost world were howling. Red light, white light, fire elemental, water element, various forces intertwined in the air. The scene was a mess. However, this wasn't the end. After these two universities, there were other strong people from other universities appearing one after another. Their targets were also unified. All of them were Lu Yun. Lu Yun, I'm coming. Charge. The opportunity will never come again. This sun must be used for me. At all costs. Whoever dares to stop us is our enemy. Charge. Crazy. Everyone on the scene went crazy. Lu Yun felt like a flavorful bun, targeted by a herd of livestock. At this moment, not only Lu Yun, Hawkeye also instantly froze in place and fell into disarray. Blanche, what the hell are these idiots doing? How did they get here? When looking at the crowd that rushed over full of excitement, Hawkeye reacted and instantly panicked. Although he was a level 50 dark transmuter, there was no shortage of level 50 or even stronger existences among the group of people on the scene. If he was surrounded by this group of people, he was bound to be in dire straits. Count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. If you don't submit to the King of Darkness, you will become the target of the King of Darkness's hunt. Don't let me find the opportunity, or I will kill you. Hawkeye hurriedly opened the gate of darkness and rushed Lu Yun with a vicious threat. At this point in time, he also knew that he didn't have a chance to make a move against Lu Yun, and there was nothing he could do about it even if he was still unwilling to do so. Lu Yun was very upset when he heard this and said, Big brother, I'm not the only one with a mythic rank profession, so why do you have to stare at me? I don't owe you any money or have eaten your family's rice either, right? You control me? Hawkeye grunted with a glare. Lu Yun. The moment the many school powerhouses rushed over, Hawkeye took a step and instantly entered the dark gate, spinning the door of darkness closed. This one left straight away. It was also the moment Hawkeye left. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun was shocked and thought that Hawkeye had turned back midway to try to sneak up on him. Without being able to think too much, Lu Yun blasted his fist over without looking back. When this punch was blasted out, Lu Yun was the one who felt a touch of damn softness, just like a punch being blasted on a pudding, with his fist directly bouncing away. Lu Yun? There's something wrong with this hand. Lu Yun turned to gaze, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman wearing rimless glasses and professional attire. When Lu Yun looked at the woman was looking at Lu Yun at the same time, but her face was slightly abnormal. This was naturally the president of Yaoqi University, who had wanted to appear behind Lu Yun and seduce him with beauty under the pretext of protecting him. Whoever thought the other side would be so vigilant, directly to his own there. Luckily for her, as a mature and beautiful principal, she had long practiced the softness in Tai Chi. The force in that punch just now had been successfully cancelled out. Lu, first time meeting, introduce yourself. I'm Yao Yun, the president of Yaoqi University. You can call me Sister Yao. Lu Yun hadn't regained his senses from the punch he had just thrown and said dully, Sister Yao? Hearing Lu Yun address himself, Yao Yun instantly smiled and enthusiastically pulled Lu Yun's hand and said, Since you've already called me sis, that means we're all family. And since we're family, then let's get right to the point. Do you want a wife or not? Lu Yun's mouth slightly opened. Ha! Yao Yun laughed. You want a wife or not? As long as you're willing to open this golden mouth, I'll send it to you now. Even as intelligent as Lu Yun was, he was somewhat confused at this point. What kind of operation is it to ask if you want a wife when you just met? I'm afraid that's not very nice. Is it? I'm already married to someone. There's nothing wrong with that. A marriage partner is a marriage partner, to put it nicely. But in reality, it's just acting as a tool person. Looking at the many transmutations, there are very few people who are married to a marriage partner. And you could have chosen a better one. Right after Yao Yun finished those words, a group of people suddenly appeared behind her. All well-maintained and mature women. They were none other than the top brass of Yoyogi University. And behind these executives stood more than a dozen young women with excellent postures. It was not an exaggeration to say that any of them casually placed outside. It was definitely a diva-level superb product. These 10 or so young women had different styles. There were mature black silk royalty. There were gentle white silk sisters. And there were even little double ponytailed lolitas with bare jade feet. In short, the styles were all different and dazzled Lu Yun. And among these women, the most outstanding belongs to the center of a single ponytailed girl. The girl's eyebrows with a ing chi, waist with a gorgeous long sword. Obviously a swordsman type of profession. This one's style is somewhere between lowly and otome, belonging to the type that is both valiant and beautiful. These women were naturally the students of Yoyogi University. Just now, the girls were suddenly summoned by their teacher, who said that the principal was ready to introduce them to a marriage. At that time, these students were still somewhat ignorant and developed strong resistance. What time is it now? Nowadays, it's about freedom of marriage, and they don't want to marry a man they don't know. However, the moment they saw Lu Yun, they suddenly dispelled this idea. It wasn't that they thought Lu Yun was handsome, but mainly because they were all very well-behaved good girls who were very willing to listen to their elders. As the saying goes, those who planted the trees before us will reap the benefits after us, and surely the elders will not harm themselves. Wow, is this the mythic rank professional from Jinsha City? So handsome, a female student said with her hands on her chest and her eyes blossoming. Suddenly I think this marriage is just as good. Thanks to the school. You fart. This is obviously the person the school introduced me to. These schoolgirls even started to argue over Lu Yun's right to belong. Right at this moment, an elementary school girl beside Xinyu ambiguously said, "Senior sister Xinyu, what do you think of this Lu Yun student? I do think it's quite handsome. So if the other party can look at me, I have no problem with it. It is quite handsome," Xinyu said softly with a red face. The elementary school girl smiled and said, "Yikes, our senior sister Xinyu seems to be in love. It's really not easy. Since you joined our Yaoqi University, I don't know how many suitors have been rejected by you. I didn't think there's still a man you're interested in. Don't be ridiculous. He's really handsome, but I'm not a casual woman either. We don't know each other well. I just like his appearance, but I won't fall in love with him as a person." Xinyu blushed and whispered. Right in the middle of the two women's conversation, Yao Yun had already brought Lu Yun to the front. "Well, these are all students from my Yaoqi University. Is there anyone you fancy? If there's one you fancy, I can witness the marriage contract for you now." Yao Yun laughed. Lu Yun swept a glance at the women. All of them were stunning on earth. But in the end, his gaze landed on Xinyu. Right at this moment, Long Kor had already regained her human form and came behind Lu Yun, looking at him with a sad face. Weaving Linger also came behind Lu Yun with a mournful expression. Seemingly sensing the chill behind him, Lu Yun turned to look at the two women and coughed out a sarcastic laugh. "I already have an object, so I don't need to choose again, right?" Yao Yun glanced at the two Long Kor girls and laughed in disbelief. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era. Even if you already have your heart set on something, you can still have a few more women. It doesn't matter. Lu Yun. It's not true, but it's hard to imagine that this is coming from a female principal. Just as Lu Yun hesitated, the leaders of the various universities rushed to Lu Yun. The president of Nine Dragons University took Lu Yun's hand and said, "Student Lu Yun, beauty will only empty your body, and women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Come to my Nine Dragons University. We will definitely pour all our resources into you, and you will be the most demonic genius of my Nine Dragons University." You fart. The president of Xianling University directly interrupted this one and took Lu Yun's other hand and said enthusiastically, "Student Lu, my Xianling University is no worse than the Devil's Martial University. If you can come to us, I can give you any resources you want right now. It's better to come to my Fengyun University. If you, Lu, come to my Fengyun University now, you'll be the vice president of my Fengyun University starting immediately. Lu students, come to my future university. I will now introduce my granddaughter to you to know. Even if you have an object, it does not matter. Let my granddaughter to you as a concubine is not impossible. She is good at this anyway." Lux classmates. The scene was a mess. These principals were like dilettantes, even going as far as to fight over Lu Yun. These few people had offered extremely generous conditions, and Lu Yun was very hesitant. He was really heartened by the conditions offered by these universities, but Lu Yun still wanted to join the Magic Martial University more. It wasn't because the conditions offered by the Magic Martial University were richer than these universities. It was mainly because Lu Yun felt that the teaching quality of the Magic Martial University should be the best. He wants to get stronger. Seeing that the scene of the argument was too intense, Long Kur was a bit unable to stand this noisy scene, and socially terrified. She returned to the marriage space at that time. Seeing this, Weaving Spirit also followed along. Lu Yun was the only one left at the scene messing up in place. It was at this point that numerous principals, seeing that lip service would not solve the problem, simply went straight up and down. Someone suddenly pulled Lu Yun's elbow to the left. The rest of them were not happy to see this pulling Lu Yun's elbow to the right. Lu Yun instantly awakened the skill of traveling through the past and present, and seemed to feel the pain of those ancient prisoners who had been divided by 5 horses. Because if this continued, he felt like his arm was going to be ripped off. Mr. Lu Yun is a member of our 9 Dragons University. What are you doing? Do you want to rob him by force in broad daylight? You fart. Mr. Lu Yun is clearly someone from my future university. And you're the ones who are making strong arguments here. All of you stop arguing. Student Lu Yun is my Xianling University's man. You'd better stop fooling around now. Seeing this situation, Lu Yun knew that the current situation was going to continue for a short period of time. At that time suddenly cast blood boiling. Boom! The blood in Lu Yun's body instantly boiled, and his skin instantly became red like a red-hot iron. Those surrounding numerous school powerhouses who were pulling Lu Yun's limbs all involuntarily loosened their hands when they saw this, and the moment the crowd let go of their hands, Lu Yun directly rushed out by exerting his full strength. At this moment, Lu Yun only hated that he didn't have a skill that allowed him to escape, because the moment Lu Yun moved, the many university powerhouses behind him also chased after him. A few principals even rushed at the forefront. Almost everyone had flight props, and as their wings stirred behind them, they directly turned into meteors and rushed towards Lu Yun. At this speed, it wouldn't take more than a minute of effort for Lu Yun to be caught up again. Blanche, are all these old men in such good physical shape? Seeing this, Lu Yun sucked in a breath of cool air, not without some despair. Looking around, Lu Yun suddenly rushed into a patch of shrubs. However, just as Lu Yun rushed into the shrubs, he suddenly saw an old man leaning his back against the trunk of a tree holding a wine gourd and tilting his head back as he poured in white wine. Seeing the old man, Lu Yun somewhat confused. The old man has put down the wine gourd with the cuffs, casually wipe off the corners of the mouth of the wine grin. The old man observes that the little friend's seal hole is black and must be a plague of blood and light. Do you need me to help you? Lu Yun said tentatively. Is it okay? Sure. The old man laughed out loud, and then he shakily stood up, before extending his right hand to shake it in the air. Buzz! A purple halo flashed, and a scepter haunting countless particles actually appeared out of thin air in the old man's hand. Lu Yun's pupils shrunk slightly. This one was actually a mage. However, before Lu Yun could be shocked for too long, this person holding the scepter directly drew a circle on the ground, wrapping both Lu Yun and himself in it. And the instant the circle was drawn, a spatial force instantly gushed out to wrap the two. From the inside, it looked like Lu Yun had been wrapped in a purple boundary. However, if one were to look from the outside, they would realize that Lu Yun had actually disappeared into thin air. Not even a wisp of breath could be perceived. Space mage. This old man was actually a rare space system mage. Lu Yun stared at the old man with wide-eyed incredulity. Yet just then a loud noise suddenly came from the front. A few school principals were the first to chase after them in their flying props, and swept around but did not find Lu Yun's trail. It was all a bit confusing at the time. Strange. I just saw that kid come in. How come the person is gone in the blink of an eye? The president of 9 Dragons University said in disbelief. He can't run far. He should still be around. Let's look for him, the future university president said. Immediately, the crowd quickly disappeared in place to chase after them towards the deep mountains ahead. When a few principals went over, followed by many university executives also rushed over to follow closely behind them. It was obvious that Lu Yun was right in front of them, but no one had discovered Lu Yun's trail. This was the terror of a space mage. If a fire mage was to maximize the fire element, then a space mage was to maximize space here. But fire and the power of space were two completely different levels. Fire ultimately belonged to a kind of elemental power, while space was a power that transcended above the elements. Both in terms of functionality and utility, it was far richer than elemental power. Just like a boundary, the boundary condensed by a space system mage could isolate space, which was difficult for an elemental system mage to do, and space mages were far more powerful than imagined. Lu Yun had heard that there was a transmuter who had become a wormhole mage and could create spatial portals out of thin air that could break through various barriers. After this guy awakened the wormhole mage, he opened a portal directly in the bank vault and stole millions of gold coins unknowingly. Everyone knew that this incident was the work of this wormhole mage, but there was nothing that could be done about it. This was the power of a space mage. Wormhole mages weren't invincible, though, and all the major banks had since added special defense boundaries to their respective vaults. It is said that this kind of boundary can isolate the opening of the space gate, and nothing like that has happened since. Except that Wormhole Mage is still at large and has not been caught yet. Phew! Retracting his thoughts, Lu Yun was relieved when he realized that no one from the various universities was present. Then he looked at the old man Dao and cupped his fists. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. The old man shook his head meaningfully, because I'm not necessarily a good person either. What the hell? When he heard these words, Lu Yun was instantly confused. Then I heard the old man say, my easy university is still short of an enrollment quota this year. I see that you're not very satisfied with those universities. Or else you can directly join my easy university? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, feeling that the other party was also coming for himself. Can I refuse? Lu Yun asked. Could be. The old man surprisingly nodded, and just when Lu Yun thought that he had met a sensible and normal person, a spatial force bound him in place. Senior, what are you doing? Lu Yun said in some panic. Kidnapping? Can't you tell? The old man grinned as he strapped the wine gourd to his waist. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Didn't I refuse to join Easy University? The old man coughed lightly, revealing a somewhat coy smile, stroked his goatee and laughed. What's the problem with me refusing your refusal? Lu Yun. I thought I was escaping the tiger's mouth, but I didn't realize I was entering the wolf's den again. Lu Yun couldn't help but cry and laugh, and could only allow the old man to lead him away. Lu Yun originally wanted to observe the surroundings in order to find an opportunity to escape. The old man Nai directly used the power of space to block the space around Lu Yun, and it was as if Lu Yun had been thrown into a pitch-black box. Can't see anything, can't hear anything. Press doesn't know where he is now. I don't know how long it's been. It was only when the old man unlocked the spatial force that bound Lu Yun that Lu Yun also finally took a good look at his surroundings and was directly stunned. All you could see was endless primitive jungle all around you, and right in front of you was a square. The plaza is paved with marble, but due to the age of many places have been chipped and weathered. And on the north side of the square was a dilapidated building that looked somewhat similar to the elementary school academy in the countryside when I was a child. 3 stories high. There is also a flag-raising platform at the very front of the school that is so broken that only the flagpole remains. What made Lu Yun even more dismayed was that there was also a line of huge welcoming stones on the front wall of the school that had lost its color. Although the color has faded, you can still read the words, Ravine First Elementary School. And underneath the statue of the string of discolored words was a red banner with a few large words written crookedly in a quill pen. University of the Promised Land. Rub. Lu Yun's face darkened, and his entire being was bad. This can't be the university the old man was talking about. Can it? Elder. This is the easy university I created. Isn't it spectacular? The old man grinned after removing his wine gourd and slamming a mouthful of wine, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched and he really didn't know what to say. This place isn't even close to being spectacular, is it? I should have known that I should have joined a random college so that I wouldn't be tied down here. Senior, I think I might not be too suitable here. Lu Yun still felt that he needed to make his thoughts clear. As the saying goes, the melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. If he really does not want to join here, I believe that the other party will not force the issue. After all, this is at least a principle, not to do anything too out of the ordinary. I know the condition of your body. You need the fire elemental crystals to temporarily suppress the out-of-control flame power in your body. The old man looked at Lu Yun and said to himself. These words caused Lu Yun's pupils to shrink. It was his own secret. He had never mentioned it to anyone. How did this old man know? Before Lu Yun could inquire, the old man waved his hand and said, There's no need to ask me how I know. I'm a spatial mage. My perception is different from normal people. I can detect things that ordinary people can't. After saying this, the old man suddenly handed Lu Yun a piece of necklace. The necklace was made of an unknown material and took on a purple color. Although it was a bit rough, but a closer look would reveal that there were subtle runes flowing on it. In the center of the necklace there was also a purple gemstone, which emitted bursts of starlight, and there seemed to be water, clouds, and land within it, as if it was a microcosmic universe. This is the power of space? Lu Yun received the necklace in disbelief and played with it, only to find that the gemstone in the center of the necklace appeared to have a sandwich. Curious, Lu Yun opened the gem and found that in the gem sandwich was a selfie of the old man. The photo shows the old man with a smile on his lips, holding a wine gourd in his left hand and gesturing a scissor hand with his right hand. Lu Yun, this necklace is my own forging. I'm not a professional forger, so the technique is a bit rough, but this does not affect its effect. Within the necklace, I arranged a spatial array. Wearing this necklace, In the future, even if you meet a spatial system transmuter, he will not be able to see the abnormality of your body. In addition, this necklace also has an effect you won't expect. As for what the effect was, the old man didn't say so explicitly and sold the story. System, parse the necklace. It was a pity that the old man didn't know that Lu Yun still had a system. With Lu Yun's command, the system immediately began to scan the necklace and then gave the parsing results. Evaluation, a mediocre necklace. But it can isolate perception because it is augmented by a formation of spatial power, which comes with a teleportation formation that can teleport the wearer once when he or she is in danger. Although this necklace was not even considered equipment, the effect was currently helping Lu Yun a lot. Being plagued by the power of flames was Lu Yun's weakness, and Lu Yun didn't want to be made aware of this secret. In addition, this necklace can also catalyze a teleportation formation. In a sense, the necklace counts as a back road. But although this necklace was precious, Lu Yun didn't want to stay here because of it. Just by looking at the dilapidated scene of Easy University, Lu Yun could easily imagine the hardships after staying here. There is little professional training to be had by staying here, as there is not even any training equipment. Saying that this was a university, Lu Yun didn't believe it. So far there is only one old man here besides himself. It's hard to believe that this university is still teaching 1v1. Seniors. Lu Yun looked at the old man to say something. However, the old man snatched out a box and handed it to Lu Yun. There was no array set up on the box, and Lu Yun could clearly feel the power of the flames emanating from within. This is a fire elemental core? And it was still a fire elemental crystal core from a level 50 monster. This fire elemental crystal core is something I picked up by accident. If you agree to join my Easy University, this necklace and the fire elemental crystal core will be yours. I dare to guarantee that as long as you join Easy University, any resources you want will be available, and your development will not be lower than that of any university. Don't look at our university's appearance, but that's all external things. Don't need to care. You should feel honored to be able to join Easy University. Lu Yun, I don't know how many people can be in your sights, but no one in their right mind would go to school here, right, kid? Have you heard of the story of the landsweeper? Seeing that Lu Yun was still somewhat hesitant, the old man suddenly asked mysteriously. Lu Yun instantly fell into an uncontrollable brainstorm. He also liked to read some metaphysical novels, and knew that in many places the seemingly unassuming sweeper monks were true masters of the world. Could it be that the old man in front of me is also in this setting? The other party was a space system mage, and he was also able to take out a level 50 fire elemental crystal core. From that it was easy to see that this old man definitely had something. At least with his skills and abilities, there was absolutely no way he was average. After thinking about it again and again, Lu Yun nodded his head and said, I'm willing to join. Though I don't know if the old man was fooling himself. What did it matter? If he found out afterward that the old man was cheating himself, the big deal was that he would just run away. Thinking of this, Lu Yun would smile. You're a smart little genius yourself. But the next moment, Lu Yun couldn't laugh anymore because the old man suddenly pulled out a worn-out cell phone. He turned on the video recording function and then aimed the camera at Lu Yun. What is senior doing? Lu Yun asked in confusion. Don't be nervous, it's just recording a small video. The old man grinned and reached out to hand Lu Yun a ball of paper that had been rubbed and somewhat worn out. Just read along with what it says, the old man said. Lu Yun opened the paper ball when he found the text on it. He was dumbfounded and really didn't know what to say. When I came to Easy University, I personally felt the beauty of this place. There is no better school for me. I voluntarily joined Easy University. I feel honored to join Easy University. I am not coerced in any way, and I am hereby taking a video to prove it. Rub. Is this a line one can imagine? If the old man didn't say that this was Easy University, Lu Yun was going to wonder if he had come to some scam den. Can I not read it? Lu Yun said with some resistance. Can. The old man nodded, then added, but I refuse your refusal. Lu Yun, unable to do anything else, Lu Yun eventually just had to read the note as it was written. Only after Lu Yun finished reading did the old man nod in satisfaction. The video has already been recorded. From now on you're my Easy University's person. I'll get your enrollment record tonight, and tomorrow I'll announce to the public that you're already my Easy University's person, so that I don't have to worry about those grips snatching people from me. The old man glanced at Lu Yun. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. This one was his hope for the rise of Easy University. As long as the enrollment record was done, Lu Yun was on their side, so they didn't have to worry about Lu Yun casually running away or being robbed or anything like that. The old man decided to get this information out tonight just in case the night was long. My university at large starts in half a month. During this time you can go and do your own thing. We are an open university and will not restrict the freedom of our students. The old man waved his hand at Lu Yun. and then he removed the wine gourd on his waist and took a big gulp before turning to leave. The little videos were all recorded, so he wasn't worried about Lu Yun running away now. After all, the person ran away, the small video can still be in his hands. Looking at the departing back of this one, Lu Yun rubbed his temples, feeling helpless all of a sudden. He had always felt that his college life would take place at the Magic Martial University, but he had never thought that it would be this situation. Until now he hadn't come back to his senses. Did he really join the University of the Free just like that? He didn't even know the old man's name. One thing the old man didn't lie about, though, it's really quite open here. It was ragged all around and couldn't even keep the cold wind out. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and if you can't follow it up, you can find a way to run. Lu Yun thought this in his mind. Spinning around, he put the necklace around his neck and then opened the box to look at it again. Inside, there was indeed a fire elemental crystal core laid out. However, Lu Yun did not absorb it immediately, but put it directly into the marriage space. His current physical condition was still good, and it would be a waste to absorb the power of the crystal core now. Wait until the next time the flame power in his body was disturbed before refining it, so that he could fully utilize the role of this fire elemental crystal core. After putting his things away, Lu Yun took a look at the tattered and torn Prosperity University and turned around to leave. His mind was a bit scrambled right now and he needed to find a place to be quiet. However, what made Lu Yun despair was that Easy University was surrounded by deep mountains and old forests. Not to mention human figures, not even a ghost could be seen. Lu Yun relied on walking for 150 miles until it was dark before he stepped out of the deep mountains and arrived at the development zone near Kyoto. Entering the development zone, Lu Yun was so exhausted that he found a random hotel and slept. The next day, various universities were still searching for Lu Yun in order to abduct him to their schools. What everyone didn't expect was that just then Easy University suddenly sent out an announcement on the internet giving Lu Yun's registration information. The executives and presidents of the universities were directly confused. Crap, Easy University? This kid let go of Nine Dragons University and actually joined that kind of unorthodox trash school? Inside the office of Nine Dragons University, the president of Nine Dragons University slammed down the table, his face full of incredulity. This Easy University is barely a formal university, because it has a license to run a school, but other than that, the school environment, faculty, is really hard to see. There aren't many students at Easy University, and that Easy University's president does whatever he can to enroll students every year, coaxing teenagers from out of town to the capital to join him everywhere. However, when students see the school environment, they are viciously rejected. This matter is no longer a secret in Kyoto, but what everyone didn't expect was that a genius of Lu Yun's level would actually join here. Not only Nine Dragons University, but Yaoqi University, Future University, and a bunch of other senior staff were quite puzzled. However, now that Lu Yun's enrollment was processed, there was nothing they could do even if they were unwilling. And the most unbelievable of them all was the Magic Martial Arts University. Originally thought that Lu Yun coming to them was the nail in the coffin, but never thought that this kid would actually go to another school halfway. What's going on here? Office of the Magic Martial Arts University. The front door was suddenly kicked in. Gao Qiqian, look at what you've done. When I saw so many universities all out yesterday, I warned you to hurry over and grab someone. You're noble. You're marvelous. Now it's good. A mythic ranked professional, or a dual transfigurator, was snatched away just like that. I'm going to be pissed off at you. Bursting into the office was an extremely weighty woman. A woman carrying a long gun and full of rage. The one in the office, however, was not surprised to see the visitor. There's no shortage of mythic level professionals at my Magic Martial University. And as for dual transmuters, we also have one at our Magic Martial University. As the principal of the Magic Martial University, Gao Qiqian was calm and self-contained. His head didn't lift as he continued to ambulate. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The second professions awakened by dual transmuters tend to be lower level. And for the Magic Martial University, he isn't that special. After saying this, only then did Gao Qiqian raise his head to look at the woman in front of him. Since he doesn't want to join the Magic Martial University, then don't join it. One more of him is not too much. One less of him is not too little. Without him, the Magic Martial University is still the strongest academy of the Summer Kingdom. Hearing the other woman's words, the woman was speechless. It was tempting to retort, but the other person did have a point. The mythic level professions that other universities were incomparably eager for were placed in the Magic Martial University. Although it wasn't as if they were cabbages everywhere, it wasn't that rare either. Mythic level professions were the highest level of talent level, but there were also strengths and weaknesses within mythic level professions, and Lu Yun's Dragon Knight was indeed very strong. However, within the Magic Martial University, there were also professions that were not weaker than Dragon Knights, and even stronger than that. Currently, there were already 6 mythic rank professionals in the Magic Martial University. Counting the freshmen recruited this time, there were more than 10 mythic rank professionals at the Magic Martial University. In addition to these mythic rank profession accidents, the Magic Martial University currently had more than 100 legendary rank professionists, and individual legendary rank professionists whose strength was not much worse than the relatively weak mythic rank professionists. With the convergence of so many geniuses, the position of the Magic Martial University as the #1 university in the Summer Kingdom was unshakable. Is there anything else? Gao Qiqiang asked. If there's nothing else, you can stand down. I still have work to take care of. Gao Qilan glared fiercely at Gao Qichang, then turned around with a cold snort and was about to leave. Wait, but just then, Gao Qiqiang suddenly called out to the other party. Something wrong with you? Gao Qilan asked. Don't think that just because I'm your big brother, you can do whatever you want in front of me. This is the Magic Martial University. After all, I'm the president of the Magic Martial University and you're the vice president. If it's in private it doesn't matter if you're so reckless, but if it's in the public, I hope that you'll put away this recklessness, Gao Qixiang said faintly. You, Gao Qilan was once again so infuriated that he couldn't speak, and finally turned around and left in a huff. When Gao Qilan left, Gao Qichang continued to bury his head in his work, but after a few minutes, he suddenly leaned back on the couch and looked out the window in contemplation. A mere mythic ranked professional. Since you don't want to join my Magic Martial University, just don't join. Not all of the mythic level transmigrators would choose the Magic Martial University in the annual enrollment session either. Lu Yun chose to join Prosperity University after getting a guaranteed place at Magic Martial University. It was a surprise, but it didn't matter. The Magic Martial University had already thrown out an olive branch to him, and it was his own choice to reject it. The Magic Martial University can't compete like other universities because he is the highest institution of learning in Xia and has his own arrogance, so Gao Qiqiang didn't feel that he had done anything wrong in this matter. But what he didn't know was that it was because he hadn't fought for Lu Yun this time that a series of chain reactions had occurred. In the near future, the authority of the Magic Martial University would be repeatedly challenged. Until the fall. Kyoto, Development Zone. Lu Yun woke up in the hotel and stretched. Recalling the events of yesterday, it still felt like he was dreaming, but looking at the necklace he wore on his chest, Lu Yun knew that this was all really happening. Ugh, how did things come to this? Lu Yun scratched his head full of helplessness and finally decided to go back to the first middle school and inform old man Li Zheng about the situation over here first. After all, this little old man's greatest wish was to be able to train more students who could join the Magic Martial University. He regards such behavior as an honor, and now that he hadn't joined the Magic Martial University himself, it was reasonable to explain. Jinsha City No. 1 Middle School, Playground. After these days of intense testing, the final examination has been successfully completed. On the playground stood a huge stone monument. On top of the monument there was a mage specializing in this, who was burning the test scores received to test on the monument, making it possible for the text on it to change all the time. The monolith is called the Elite Monument. The role is to record the year-end assessment results each year, and at that moment, a leaderboard had been displayed on the Elite Monument. The highest ranked ones were all people Lu Yun was familiar with, clear epic transfigurationists. As for diehard Zhao Qingsong, he was ranked 18, not too high, not too low, not too high, but that's not a bad score, and it's good enough to go to a more decent college. Ah, how did I get this grade? It's over. I can't even go to a better college. Once the Elite Monument was set up in the playground, the students gathered around and waited, and when they saw that they were ranked behind, some of them let out a lament. Of course there are those who are pleasantly surprised by their accomplishments. Ha, I knew my grades weren't low for sure. With grades like that I feel like I can just pick any other university besides Magic Martial University. Excited voices mixed with disappointed ones, making the scene more and more chaotic. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Someone had already started planning whether to go to Nine Dragons University or Xianling University, right? Others are starting to pack up their things and prepare to go find a factory to work in because their test scores are a piece of shit and there's basically no hope of going to college. Zhao Qingsong's mindset was better, and when he saw his ranking, he wasn't disappointed. This achievement had exceeded his expectations. He's an excellence-level professional and doesn't expect too much of himself. Just enough to go to college on a regular basis. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know how that Lu Yun kid is doing now. Guaranteed admission to the Magic Martial University. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Zhao Qingsong sighed as he looked at the rankings on the Elite Monument and said, "Is anyone envying me?" Just then, a laugh suddenly came out and Zhao Qingsong turned around to see Lu Yun. "Why did you kid come back? I thought you had already reported to the Magic Martial University?" Zhao Qingsong laughed as he wrapped his arms around Lu Yun in a bear hug. I shouldn't be going back to Magic Martial University. Lu Yun rubbed his nose and said. What? Zhao Qingsong said in disbelief. The Magic Martial University is the highest school in Xia. With Lu Yun's talent not to go here, is there a better choice? For this diehard, Lu Yun did not hesitate and recounted his passage roughly. After hearing this, Zhao Qingsong's entire body was dumbfounded. With your talent, it's perfectly fine to go to the Magic Martial University. And you actually went to a crappy pheasant university? Zhao Qingsong's eyes widened. This made Zhao Qingsong think that Lu Yun was joking for a moment. Until he was sure that what Lu Yun said was true, Zhao Qingsong was silent. In order to make his behavior seem not so stupid, Lu Yun laughed. Actually, this easy university isn't bad. That old man isn't an ordinary person at first glance. After saying that, Lu Yun bid farewell to Zhao Qingsong and went to find Li Zhang. Came to Li Zhang's office. Lu Yun will be things repeated again. After listening to Li Zhang at first also think Lu Yun in a joke. This is just like a second-generation rich man who, instead of inheriting his family's billions of dollars of assets, has to go to a construction site to move bricks. It's a pipe dream. However, only after seeing Lu Yun's serious expression did Li Zhang gradually come back to his senses. What were you thinking? You kid. Actually running off to Easy University. Do you know what kind of place that is? Li Zhang's voice was agitated. Could it be that Principal Li has knowledge of the place? Lu Yun was curious. Li Zhang wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He just waved his hand to let the theory leave. He needed to be quiet now. The student he had given high hopes to had actually gone to Easy University, and he was having a heart attack. In fact, that old man is quite capable. After all, he also came out from the Magic Martial University. It's just a pity that the infrastructure of the Easy University is too poor. It simply can't cultivate geniuses. After leaving Li Zhang's office, Lu Yun was ready to go find Zhang Shishir and the other women to say goodbye to them and check their grades in the meantime. Who would have thought that just as he had left the school entrance, Zhao Qingsong suddenly hurriedly chased after him.